Completion of a Torah Scroll special Halachic event. Sukkah Hebrew. Sukkah equals new mitzvah dwelling in a sukkah on Sukkot. Sukkot Hebrew. Newt's festival commemorating Israel's desert dwellings. Sulam Hebrew. Ladder sometimes in Halachic refer e.g. Sulam to heaven or as name of commentary. Svara Savara Hebrew Aramaic. Logic Halachic reasoning principle. SEID Hebrew. Fences rabbinic safeguards, plural of Sieg. Ta added Hebrew for fasta and equals afflict, it equals noun form. Refers to Jewish fast days. Ta added Esther Hebrew for fast of Esther. Commemorates Esther as fast before approaching King Ahasuerus. Ta and Hebrew for taste or reason. Intelligence refers to both the flavor transfer to food kashrut laws and the rationale for a mitzvah. Ta that Hebrew for mixture. Refers to food mixtures relevant to kashrut laws. Ta that chametz Hebrew for mixture of chametz. Important in Passover laws. Takanan Hebrew for supplication. Additional penitential prayers recited after the Amidah. Tahara Hebrew for purity. Refers to ritual purification, especially of a deceased body before burial. Taharat Hamish Kucha Hebrew for family purity. Refers to the laws of marital relations and mikvah immersion. Takana Hebrew for decree or rabbinic enactment. Refers to rabbinic legislation. Talid Hebrew for cloaker prayer shawl. Garment with tzitzit worn during prayer. Talid Katus Hebrew for small talid. Undergarment with tzitzit, worn daily. Talid Gadol Hebrew for large talid. Prayer shawl worn during services. Talmud Aramaic for study or learning. Foundational compilation of Jewish law and commentary. Talmud Chacham Hebrew for wise students. Refers to a Torah scholar. Tammuz Hebrew month, named after an ancient Babylonian deity. The fast of 17 Tammuz begins the 3 weeks of mourning. Tanakh Hebrew acronym for Torah law, Nevi'im prophets, Ketuvim writings. The Hebrew Bible. Tana Aramaic for repeater or teacher. Refers to the sages of the Mishnah 1st, 2nd centuries. Catholic Hebrew for you'll cast. Ritual on Rosh Hashanah where sins are symbolically cast into a body of water. Tashluvim Hebrew for make up. Opportunity to recite a mitzvah in the following prayer. Tashmish Kedusha Hebrew for objects of holiness. Sacred items like Torah scrolls, tefillin, or mezuzot. Tashmish Mitzvah Hebrew for objects used for mitzvah. Non-sacred but used in mitzvah e.g. sukkah, lulav. Tenon Shabbat Hebrew for boundary of Shabbat. Refers to the legal limit one may walk outside that town on Shabbat 2,000 cubits. Tekla Hebrew for blue dye. Biblically required for 1 thread of tzitzit. Tekla and Hebrew for resurrection of the dead. Central Jewish belief in the future revival of the dead. Tefah Hebrew for hand-free. Halachic unit of measurement till 8. 10 centimeters. Tefillah Hebrew for prayer. 4 aspect of Jewish worship. Tefillah Tater Hebrew for wafer as prayer. Said when traveling. Tefillah Hebrew for phylacteries. Black leather boxes with Torah passages, worn on arm and head during weekday prayers. Tiruma Hebrew for offering or heap offering. Priestly gift separated from produce. Tirumat, Massachusetts is a Hebrew for tithe of the tithe. Portion of the Levite's tithe given to a Kohen. Teshuva Hebrew for return or repentance. Process of returning to God. Tisha B'Av Hebrew for 9th of Av. Major fast day mourning the destruction of the temples. Tishrei Hebrew month containing Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and Sukkot. Kachasha Hebrew for review. Refers to the admonitions in Torah Leviticus 26, Deuteronomy 28. To the Hebrew for thanks. Also refers to the thanksgiving offering in temple times. Torah Hebrew for teaching or instruction. Refers to the 5 books of Moses and more broadly, Jewish law and teaching. Specific Aramaic for additions. Medieval Talmudic commentaries written by French and German to Saphists. Tumbling Yiddish Hebrew hybrid. Refers to immersing utensils in a mikveh before. Trai Asar Aramaic for 12. Refers to the 12 minor prophets. Tzedakah Hebrew for righteousness. Refers to charity and social justice obligations. Tzedakah Hebrew for fringes. Cement strings worn on garments to remind of mitzvah. Tzom Gedalia Hebrew for fast of Gedalia. Fast day commemorating the assassination of Gedalia ben Ahikam. Tzerat Pekat Hebrew for form of a doorway. Legal device used for creating the era of boundary. U R chats Hebrew. U equals and R chats equals wash. Step 2 of the Passover Seder. Washing the hands without a blessing before eating carpus vegetable. U netana token Hebrew. U equals and netana equals let us give, token equals strength, importance. Central High Holiday Prayer describing divine judgment, life and death decrees. U LT Zion Hebrew. U equals and Ba equals will come, LT Zion equals to Zion. Concluding weekday prayer emphasizes redemption and holiness of God. U Ba Yom Tash Bi Hebrew. U equals and Ba equals on, Yom equals day, Tash Bi equals the 7th. Liturgical halachic reference to Shabbat and in the 7th day. Recited in Kiddush and other prayers. U Lekoptim Lachem Hebrew. U equals and Lekoptim equals you shall take, Lachem equals for yourselves. Command from Torah about taking the 4 species Lulak, Edred, etc. Pansukot. U Shabbat Mahim Hebrew. U equals and Shabbat equals you shall draw, Mahim equals water. Verse used in Simit Beit Hashu'eva celebrations drawing of water for temple service. U Batarda Bachahim Hebrew. U equals and Batarda equals you shall choose Bachahim equals life. Torah command to choose life Deuteronomy 30. 19. Used in halachic and ethical contexts. U Kiddushim Tidu Hebrew. U equals and Kiddushim equals holy ones, Tidu equals you shall be. Torah commandment for Israel to live in holiness foundation of halachic ethics. U Theopsta Hebrew. U equals and Theopsta equals you shall spread verse 4. Biblical phrase, sung at weddings and celebrations, connected to expansion of Jewish people. U Kashet Yiddish Hebrew. U equals and Kashet equals take off strip. Used in halachic contexts like removing clothing, mikveh prep, burial. U R chats Hebrew. U equals and R chats equals wash. Step 2 of the Passover Seder. Washing hands without a blessing before eating karkas. U netana token Hebrew. U equals and netana equals let us give, token equals strength, importance. High holiday prayer about God's judgment. U LT Zion Hebrew. U equals and Ba equals will come, LT Zion equals to Zion. Concluding weekday prayer emphasizing redemption. U Yom Tash Bi Hebrew. U equals and Ba equals on, Yom equals day, Tash Bi equals the 7th. Phrase referring to Shabbat, used in Kiddush. U Lekoptim Lachem Hebrew. U equals and Lekoptim equals you shall take, Lachem equals for yourselves. Torah verse about the 4 species on Sukkot. U Shabbat Mahim Hebrew. U equals N. Shaftim equals you shall draw. Nadim equals water. Verse connected. Kusiman Jay Kashu A the water drawing festival. U Bacharda Bachani Hebrew. U equals N. Bacharda equals you shall choose Bachani equals life. Torah command Deuteronomy 30:19 to choose life. U Kidoshin Tidu Hebrew. U equals N. Kidoshin equals holy ones. Tidu equals you shall be. Torah command to live in holiness. U Fedatsta Hebrew. U equals N. Fedatsta equals you shall spread. Verse 4. Verse about spreading out, used in songs wedding blessings. U Kashet Hebrew. U equals N. Kashet equals take off. Halachic term for removing garments, e.g. mikvah threat, burial. U Varda Hera Hebrew. U equals N. Varda equals you shall remove. Hera equals the evil. Praise about removing sin or idol worship. U Verachacha Hashin Hebrew. U equals N. Verachacha equals will bless you. Hashin equals God. Torah praise about divine blessing. U Varda Faharatz Hebrew. U equals N. Varda equals you shall flee out. Faharatz equals the land. Verse about removing Chabbats, or shifts from the land. U Malton Hebrew. U equals N. Malton equals you shall circumcise. Used in context of circumcision commandments. U native Lahem Hebrew. U equals N. Native equals you shall give. Lahem equals to them. Used in Tzedakah and agricultural mitzvah. U Spartan Lachem Hebrew. U equals N. Spartan equals you shall count. Lachem equals for yourselves. Torah command for counting the Omer. U Pisaki Alehem Hebrew. U equals N. Pisaki equals I passed over. Alehem equals over you. Refers to the first Passover in Egypt. U Reshidem Kol B'Kai through. U equals N. Reshidem equals the first. Kol equals all. B'Kai equals first fruits. Loss of bringing first fruits. U.S.H. Martin Ed Habits Vishru. U equals N. S.H. Martin equals you shall guard. Ed equals the. Mitzvah equals commandments. General commandment to keep mitzvah. U Vedam Pashmini Hebrew. U equals N. Vedam equals on the day. Pashmini equals meeting. Refers to great milah or sacrifices on the 8th day. E Apatha Hebrew. E equals N. Apatha equals you shall love. From the Shema. You shall love the Lord your God. E Apatha El Riacha Kanacha Hebrew. E equals N. Apatha equals you shall love. El Riacha equals your fellow. Kanacha equals like yourself. For sure and principle. E Apatha Ad Haber Hebrew. E equals N. Apatha equals you shall love. Ad equals the. Haber equals the convert. Commandment to love the convert. E Ada Kedosh Hebrew. E equals N. Ada equals you. Kedosh equals holy. From prayers, praising God as holiness. E Atom Maran Hebrew. E equals N. Atom equals you. Maran equals exalted. Prayer praise acknowledging John Shyness. E Atom Marshal Hebrew. E equals N. Atom equals you. Marshal equals rule. Used in Selicut and Siyudam. You really over all. E Atom Zadik Hebrew. E equals N. Atom equals you. Zadik equals righteous. Prayer declaration about God as justice. E Charta Hebrew. E equals N. Charta equals you chose. From verses about God as choice of Israel. E Charta Bakaim Hebrew. E equals N. Charta equals you shall choose. Ba equals in. Chanim equals life. Torah command. Choose life. E Chiper Hebrew. E equals N. Chiper equals he shall atone. Found in laws of sacrifices, Yom Kippur. E Q Lamb Hebrew. B equals and Shulam equals all of them. Prayer phrase. And all of them. Acknowledge you. B Digarda Bam Hebrew. B equals and Digarda equals you shall speak. Bam equals of them. Shema command to teach Torah. B Digarda Edom Hebrew. B equals and Digarda equals you shall speak. Edom equals with it. Used in halachic contexts about testimony or mitzvah. B dot al B Hebrew. B equals and Georgia al B equals I redeem. One of the four expressions of redemption in Exodus. B dot al B Echem Hebrew. B equals and Georgia al B equals I redeem. Echem equals you plural. God as promise of redemption. B dot al Hebrew. B equals and Georgia al equals redeem us. Prayer phrase in the middle and Selikit. B Ha'arad not Hebrew. B equals and Ha'arad equals make sweet, not equals please. For asking God to make Torah sweet for us. B Hayat Hebrew. B equals and Haya equals it shall be. Many Torah passages begin with this phrase, often introducing mitzvah. B Hayat in Shemot Hebrew. B equals and Haya equals it shall be, it equals it, Shemot equals you listen. The second paragraph of the Shema. B Haya Bayan Haku Hebrew. B equals and Haya equals it shall be, Bayan equals on Fede, Haku equals that one. Prophetic phrase about redemption. B Haya Lachem Hebrew. B equals and Haya equals it shall be Lachem equals for you. Torah phrase about mitzvah EGT zit. B to Hebrew. B equals and D equals I will bring. One of the four expressions of redemption. God will bring Israel to the land. B to Hebrew. B equals and should equals he shall return restore. Found in laws of theft and restitution. B dish tachahu Hebrew. B equals and dish tachahu equals they will bow. From Claire's and Torah verses about worship. B who ration Hebrew. B equals and who equals he, ration equals merciful. Prayer phrase. And he, the merciful one, forgives sin. B Kaidashto Hebrew. B equals and Kaidashto equals you shall sanctify him. Torah law Tataner Hakohen. B Lakati Hebrew. B equals and Lakati equals I shall take. One of the four expressions of redemption. B Lamoshin in Hebrew. B equals and Lamoshin equals against informers. Blessing intimate cursing slanderers. B Lo Sasaru Hebrew. B equals and Lo equals do not, Sasaru equals stray turn aside. Torah prohibition in the Shema against straying after the heart and the eyes. B Lo Tosser Hebrew. B equals and Lo equals do not, Tosser equals turn aside. Torah law to obey the rulings of the sages. B Natahi Hebrew. B equals and Natahi equals I will give. God has promised to provide blessings for the land. B not new Hebrew. B equals and not new equals they shall give. Torah phrase about donations or sacrifices. B not newish Kofer Naksho Hebrew. B equals and not new equals they shall give. Ish equals Amen. Kofer Naksho equals ransom for his soul. Source of the Hachshkol Mitzvah. B Nipert Hebrew. B equals and Nipert equals separated. Used in halachic discussions of separation e.g. minyan, tuna. B Nagash Hebrew. B equals and Nagash equals he approach. Torah phrase used in blessings and legal texts. B Mishmartim Hebrew. B equals and Mishmartim equals you shall guard yourselves. Torah command about protecting life and health. B Musaf Hebrew. B equals and Musaf equals in addition. Used in halachic rulings to have details. B Masadi Ishmael Hebrew. E equals N. Nisani equals I will give. Ishmaitim equals your reigns. Torah promise of reward for mitzvah observance. E Nutta Hebrew. E equals N. Nutta equals rest. Found in prayers for peace and rest Shabbat and Amidah. E Samtim Hebrew. E equals N. Samtim equals you shall place. From Shabbat. Placet these words on your heart. E Samikta V Chibichet Hebrew. E equals N. Samikta equals you shall rejoice. E Chibichet equals in your festival. Torah command about joy on holidays. E Shabbat Hebrew. E equals N. Shabbat equals you shall return well. Torah praise about living in the land. E Shabbat Hebrew. E equals N. Shabbat equals you shall return. Related to Teshuvah verses. E Shabbat Hebrew. E equals N. Shabbat equals I will return. Used in prayer and promises of redemption. E Shabbat Hashalom Hebrew. E equals N. Shabbat equals I will restore. Hashalom equals the peace. Prophetic praise of redemption. E Shabbat Yisrael Hebrew. E equals N. Shabbat equals I will return. Yisrael equals Israel. Prophetic praise. E Shachet Hebrew. E equals N. Shachet equals he shall slaughter. Torah praise in coordinate laws. E Shachet Hebrew. E equals N. Shachet equals I will dwell. God has promised to dwell among Israel Mishkan. E Shabbat SSH Bashan Hebrew. E equals N. Shabbat equals I will return. S equals your. SH Bashan equals captivity. Praise of redemption. E Shabbat LT Zion Hebrew. E equals N. Shabbat equals I will return. LT Zion equals to Zion. Prophetic redemption. E Tizivity Hebrew. E equals N. Tizivity equals I commanded. Used in Torah regarding mitzvah. E Yadada Hebrew. E equals N. Yadada equals you shall know. Torah phrase emphasizing knowledge of God. E Yadada Tatum Hebrew. E equals N. Yadada equals you shall know. Tatum equals today. Command to recognize God as sovereignty. E Yarkim Hebrew. E equals N. Yarkim equals you shall lengthen. Found in mitzvah with reward of long life. E Yarish Hebrew. E equals N. Yarish equals he shall inherit. Torah phrase about inheriting the land. E Yatzid Hebrew. E equals N. Yatzid equals firm established. Prayer word in Yemet E Yatzid. E Zot Hadara Hebrew. E equals N. Zot equals this. Hadara equals the Torah. Declared when lifting the Torah scroll. Wimpel Yiddish from German. Torah binder made from a boy as circumcision swaddling cloth, used in Joel. Vidra or W Vidra Aramaic Arabic loanword. Odd-numbered prayer in some communities refers to an additional prayer after Ma'ariv, influenced by Arabic usage. Prayer in Halachic Hebrew. Urzelm in Halachic response a Yiddish German word for roots. Sometimes used figuratively in rabbinic writing to mean foundational sources. Weekday Chol English influenced term used in Halachic works for Yom Chol ordinary days, not Shabbat or Yom Tov. Widow Almana English Halachic translation for Hebrew Almana, a woman whose husband has died. Relevant in Halachic of Lavirt marriage Yibum, charity, and inheritance. Wine Yayin English Halachic term for Hebrew Yayin, used in Kiddush Havdalah, weddings, and many mitzvah. Witness Ed item English Halachic translation for Hebrew Ed witness. Halachically central in marriage, divorce, contracts, and capital cases. Word Belicha English Halachic rendering of Hebrew Belicha. The 39 categories of labor prohibited on Shabbat and Yom Tov. World to come Alam Hada English phrase for through Alam Hada, the afterlife or messianic future, in rabbinic thought. Wronging with words. Anat Devarim English Palachic translation for the prohibition of verbal oppression or hurtful speech. Zerahim variant of Kerubim Cherubim rare transliteration. The angelic figures placed on top of the ark in the temple. Xerxes Ahasuerus Greek English form, sometimes appearing in Palachic discussion of Megillat Esther, refers to the Persian king Ahasuerus. Xylophone Chaldec for discussions only in modern Palachic responsa. Used as example of a musical instrument in prohibition of playing instruments on Shabbat early morning. Xylitol modern Palachic responsa term. Artificial sweetener, discussed in Kashrut and Pesach derived from Kidneyot or Chametz. Yaakov Hebrew for heel Yah equals making will, Akov equals heel. The patriarch Jacob. Often referenced in Palachic texts regarding his vows and actions. Yahalavi Yahoo Hebrew for may it ascend and come. Special insertion in prayers on Rosh Chodesh and festivals. Yachitz Hebrew for divide. Step in the Passover Siddur where the middle matzah is broken in half. Yet solded Bo Hebrew for hand recoils in it. Refers to the halachic temperature of flax. 110. 160 degrees Fahrenheit at which a hand pulls back, defining cooking on Shabbat. Yard Yiddish 4-year time. Anniversary of Adek, observed with candle lighting, Kaddish, and study. Yard candle Yiddish term. Candle lit for 24 hours on the anniversary of the loved one's death or on Yom Kippur. Yarmulke Yiddish for skull cap from Polish Russian roots. Head covering worn as a sign of reverence. Yashin Hebrew for old. Refers to grain that took root before Passover. Laws of touch new grain prohibit eating new grain until after the Omer offering. Yay and Nesek Hebrew for wine poured in idolatrous use. Forbidden wine associated with idol worship. Yay and Stami Yinam Hebrew for ordinary wine. Rabbinically prohibited wine made by non-Jews due to concerns of idolatry and intermarriage. Yerushalayim Hebrew for Jerusalem. Yerusha equals inheritance. Shalem equals peacefulness. Central to Palachic laws of pilgrimage sacrifices, mourning. Yetzer Hara Hebrew for inclination to evil. Yetzer equals inclination. Ra equals evil. Concept in Palacha about human drives needing restraint. Yetzer Hara Hebrew for inclination to good. Yetzer equals inclination. Tov equals good. The positive counterpart Yetzer Hara. Yicha Hebrew for seclusion. Laws prohibiting a man and woman not married to each other, from being secluded together in private. Yirat Shema'im Hebrew for fear of heaven. Yira equals fear of, Shema'im equals heaven. For value in Palacha, basis for piety. Yizkor Hebrew for may he remember. Memorial prayer recited on festivals, and Yom
What up,
Kippur for
man?
deceased relatives.
Come to my Discord.
Yitzchak Hebrew for he will laugh. Patriarch Isaac, referenced in Palachic discussion e.g. of that in prayer. Yom Kippur Hebrew for Day of Atonement. Yom equals day, Kippur equals atonement. Holiest fast day, with extensive Palachic laws on fasting, trading, and affliction. Yom Teruah Hebrew for Day of Blasting Shofar sounds. Biblical name for Rosh Hashanah. Yom Tov Hebrew for Good Day. Refers to Jewish festivals with Shabbat-like restrictions, but some leniencies cooking, carrying. Yontif Yiddish for good day. Common Yiddish term for festivals. Zeman Hebrew for time. Zeman equals appointed time. Used in Palachic for blessings. Zeman blessing equals Shetchiyanu or appointed Palachic periods, e.g. Zeman Tefillah. Zemanim Hebrew for times. Palachic times off day used to determine prayer, Shema, Shabbat start end. Zachar Hebrew for remember. Command to remember Shabbat, Kamalah, and other mitzvah. recited in Parashat Zachar. Zechar el-Turban Hebrew for remembrance of destruction. Customs to recall the temple as destruction, such as leaving a section of a house unpainted. Zechet Zeches Hever for merit. Refers to spiritual merit gained through mitzvah or by ancestors. Often invoked in halachic arguments. Demon Hebrew for time variant of demon. In halachic language, refers to deadlines for prayers, eating matna, etc. Zeviros Demir in Hebrew for songs. Special table songs sung on Shabbat and Yom Tov meals, with halachic and spiritual significance. Zohar Aramaic Hebrew for radiance. Foundational Kabbalistic texts, often influencing halachic customs. Zorah Hebrew for winnowing. One of the 39 melachit forbidden labors on Shabbat. Zorah Hebrew for sowing.
Come to my Discord.
One of the 39 melachit of Shabbat.
Yo, dog, come to my Discord. Come to my Discord. Discord.me/rabbi.
A major tumah impurity status requiring 7 clean days and immersion. Affects what Ubi touches. Zaga Hebrew for female with abnormal uterine bleeding outside regular nida.
First of all, and by the way, I'm research from Racist Chatchit, who has written some great things, and especially given some phenomenal lectures on this topic. First of all, she was a very savvy CEO. Nothing got past her. She reorganized the company, which had had its financial struggles along very modern lines for the 1860s, setting it up in a legal situation not unlike limited liability corporations today, LLCs of today. So she, as it were,
What up?
protected her own.
What's up, Osama?
And,
How you living, pimp?
Amass, which of course faced some hard times later on in her life.
Yo, dog, can you hear me? Oh, fuck, man, I wanted to talk with you. That was tight, man. Do another. Yeah. Stop in the Name of Love by the Supremes. You don't know Stop in the Name of Love by the Supremes? Do you know who the Supremes are? All right. Will you please sing Dog, will you please sing Stop in the Name of Love by the Supremes? Dog, I know the Supremes better than you do. Dog, we're waiting on the Supremes. Are you going to sing them or not? You need me to put the lyrics up? Then you don't know the Supremes. Dog, it goes like this. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Bum 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 do 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 bum 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 do 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 do. Baby, baby, I know where, but where you go? Each time you leave my door, I watch you walk down the street, knowing in my heart you're loving me. But this time, before you run to her, leaving me alone and hurt. Thinking, oh, after I've been good to you. Thinking, after I've been sweet to you. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Thinking, Doug, that's how it goes. I don't need lyrics. I just know the Supremes. And I know that I am superior to you because of my Supremes knowledge. Doug, I just sang Stop in the Name of Love better than you've ever heard it. Yo, dog. Are you going to sing the Supremes or are you just going to sit there and jerk yourself off raw? Yo, dog, are you going to sing the Supremes? Or are you just going to sit there and jerk yourself off raw? Dog, are you going to sing the Supremes? Oh, you're not hurting me, dog. Bye. It's been a pleasure meeting you. Take care, my friend. You too. Baby, baby, I don't care where you go. Each time you leave my door, I watch you walk down the street, knowing in your heart you're loving me. But each time before you run to her, and me leaving me alone and hurt. Thinking, after I've been good to you. Thinking, after I've been sweet to you. Stop in the name of love before you pray. My baby thinking, stop in the name of love before you pray. My heart, think it over. Think it over. Baby, baby, I know where, but where you go. Each time you leave my door, I want to walk down the street, knowing in your heart you love me. But never before you run to her, leave me alone and her. Think it over after I've been good to you. Think it over after I've been sweet to you. Stop in the name of love before you break. Baby, thinking stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Think it over. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 think it over. Dun, dun, dun. Baby, baby, I know where you go. Each time you leave my door, I want you walking down the street. And that's time before you go to her. Leave me alone at home. Think it over after I've been good to you. Think it over after I've been sweet to you. Stop alone before you break. Baby, think it over. Stop alone before you break. Uh-huh. Think it over. Think it over. Baby, think it stop and think it over. Before you break. Uh-huh. Stop and before you break my heart. Think it over. Think it over. Think it over. Stop in the name. Think it over. You break my heart. Think it over. Stop in the name. Before you break my heart. Think it over. Think it over. Baby, baby, I know where you go. Each time you leave my door, I watch you walk down the street. Knowing that I should love me. But that's not what you know. To her, leaving me alone. And her, think it over. Think it over. Stop. Baby, baby, I know where you go. Each time you leave my door, I watch you walk down the street. Knowing how much you loving me. And that's not what you want to her. Leaving me alone at home. Think it over after I've been good to you. Think it all over after I've been sweet to you. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Think it over in the name before you break my heart. Think it over. Think it over. Everywhere, where you go, each time you leave the door, I watch you walk down the street, knowing in your heart you know, you love me, but nothing but just leaving me alone and her. Think it over, think it over. Before you go to her, leaving me alone and her. Think it over, think it over. Stop. Before you go, think it over. Stop. Before you break my heart, think it all over. Think it all over. Think it over. Before you break.
Life as well, from the business itself, which was insulated by this novel legal mechanism that she used, one of the first of its time in Russia. Secondly, and perhaps more to the point that we can appreciate it, she had a phenomenal design sense.
I really could
She
say she had a
shepherded
phenomenal
new
body.
fonts
Like,
into
yeah.
existence, new graphic elements were introduced, and perhaps the most memorable of her graphic contributions was that she orchestrated the creation of the famous Charblatt, or frontispiece of the Vilna Shas. Let's have a very quick look at what that means. Here is an example of the Charblatt of a competing Talmud, the Talmud produced by the Hasidic Shapira brothers, with whom the Rom family had significant business conflict. And as you can see, it's actually the interior of this Shas is very beautiful and very well produced. But the Charblatt is like boring. It's got this kind of like geometric form and things like that, and it does not have a tremendous amount of character. By contrast, have a look at the Charblatt of the Vilna Shas, produced just a couple decades later. This is actually from my printing from the 1990s, and you can see it's the same version that was used in the original Vilna Shas, because it is really so beautiful, borrowing from these kind of neoclassical elements of pillars and things like that, which are typically used actually in synagogue architecture quite a bit, borrowing from a Greco-Roman kind of model with the pillars and the entranceway into the Aron Kodesh, or into some unknown future. You can see it has the top the lions, which the one on the left is frowning, the one on the right is smiling, kind of mysterious. I really wonder why that is. It is also interesting to note that in modern shasas, like for example the Oz Hadar version, which is kind of like the critical standard today, they kept the shar block because it is so gorgeous and so inviting. You just want to walk behind and see what's through this entranceway. They've removed the lions, perhaps because the faces are too human. I don't know. That's kind of an interesting thing. But at any rate, she shepherded this new design into the modern shas, and of course had a tremendous impact on everyone who learns Talmud today. Now, third, really interesting, she was a technological maven. She really understood how to use most modern technology of the era, and she shifted from the essentially 15th century invention of type, where each page had to have tiny little letters placed into a big box and contained, and then you would have to print the pages off it, and that meant that you have this big heavy box of type, of lead type. What do you do with it? Well, at a certain point where you anticipate you're not going to publish this book anymore, you take it all apart and you reuse it, rather than storing, a ridiculous amount of these boxes of type and then having to purchase new type for every book you publish. That's just way too expensive. A new type of printing called stereotype printing, which involved the use of plates, where the big sheet of metal was then impressed with the letters, and those plates could be more conveniently stored and preserved and printed again and again and again. She shifted to that particular form of printing early on, made a huge difference in the cost, the big upfront cost and investment, but then afterwards, reprinting the Talmud became much cheaper. Now, the fourth item I think is especially fascinating because shifting from the old type method to the stereotype method meant that she could technically drop the price of her proposed Talmud dramatically. But she said, no, let's keep the price high, and instead we'll use that money to invest in the Talmudic page himself. And they went, at her direction, an incredible amount of scholarship was produced, with people going to the Vatican, going to the Oxford libraries, copying out medieval manuscripts, comparing the versions from various different cities throughout Italy in particular and the rest of Europe. New commentaries were added, and also medieval commentaries were evaluated and made into critical editions and then placed inside the shas, and it made her shas really expensive to produce, but then it became in itself a status symbol. She actually created this concept of the chosan shas, the bridegroom shas, meaning that the father of the bride would present to his new son-in-law a Vilna shas, a wrong family shas, rather than just one of the, any shasas that you can get at the time. Shas, by the way, for those of you who maybe are not familiar with the term, stands for Shishei Sidre, or the six orders, and it's referring to the Babylonian Talmud. That's kind of like a little bit of slang because it could also refer to the Jerusalem Talmud or to the Mishnah even, but we call it Shas for short. At any rate, it was Devorah Ram who really created the idea of the Chosan Shas, and that's why the Vilna Shas just completely left all the other Talmuds that were in print in the dust, because everyone wanted a Vilna Shas. And we get a sense of the tremendous amount of effort she placed in producing this amazing edition of the Talmud in an essay that occurs at the very, very end, volume 20 of her shas. Here's my own copy of it, which actually my father-in-law didn't buy it for me, my wife did buy it for me. This is Tractate Nida, the very last section of the Talmud. And if you go to the very end, you'll see there's this letter here in the last few pages called Achari Davar, which is Chachik and several other scholars believe may actually have been authored by Devorah Ram herself. We know that she had scholarly correspondence with many other important figures, and this letter, which goes on for a few pages, is signed by the widow and brothers Ram, but most likely it was the widow Ram herself who was is the principal author. It's very beautiful, flowing letter. Says all kinds of things about how, when we started this project, we didn't even know how it was going to be. So we didn't even write any kind of words of introduction. And now we're making up for it at the very end to write about our experiences. And she goes on to describe the tremendous, challenges they faced, political challenges with the pogroms that erupted in the 1880s and a fire, and challenges getting into the Vatican, and all kinds of amazing things they went to produce this document. It's actually really worthwhile reading. I encourage everyone who studies the Talmud to spend a little time looking at this letter, which may have been authored by Flora Ron herself. But one last detail about her activity. I mentioned a couple times now that she published the classic edition of the Ron Tanya. You can see here it is. And many Hasidim, when they're going through Chitas, right, which is Chumash, Tehillim, and Tanya, they will read this particular edition, which has a particular layout of words that has become kind of like a classic edition for many. But even in the daily editions of Chitas, they often omit this little letter, which occurs right at the beginning. You have to get a scholarly edition of the Chitas to really see it, or a scholarly edition of the Tanya to really see it. And here is a letter from, as you can see right at the beginning, the widow and brothers Ron. And they specifically thank officials in Lubavitch, starting with Harav Shalom Dov there, right, who was one of the great Lubavitcher rabbis, and the Tomchei Tmimim Yeshiva for their help, because there was one particular moment where the Rom family was experiencing dire straits, and it was Chabad that stepped forward to assist them in their endeavors and really keep the company alive. And this is especially ironic because before Devorah ever took the helm of the Rom Publishing House, there was a really major dispute between the Shapira family, who was Shas, and the publishing house. There was a major copyright dispute that involved some really nasty elements. I'm not going to go into details here, but it involved the police, and it involved the exile of the Shapiro family and shutting down of their company for some years until finally they were able to come back. But they could never regain, even though they had tremendous dedication to their activity, that so much so that according to legend, I don't know, I have never been able to see if it's really true, but according to legend, the Shapiro family would immerse all of the blocks of type in the mikveh before they began to publish any works. Really amazing kind of concept. Ultimately, one of the Rom predecessors before Devorah had pushed them out of business. But when it came to preserving the Rom Publishing House, the Rebbe Shalom Dover said, you know what, we better preserve them, and he supported them, and they allowed them to survive. And this is a note in the Tanya specifically thanking Chabad for helping this endeavor. It's a fascinating story. So much more to say. I would love for you to join me on this amazing trip to Poland and Lithuania. Once again, we're going to be hearing from the incredible Dr. Shneur Lyman, one of the most senior and influential scholars of the Jews of Poland and Lithuania. I'm looking forward to speaking, and I'm looking forward especially to walking the streets of these cities and learning more about how the Jews of that.
It's pretty obvious, but it's just
Please check the information box for information.
it's just bizarre that we allow it as long as it's from our side. You know, progressives will allow it, the most devious behaviors from their side. Republicans do the same thing, most devious shit, as long as it's beneficial to their side. And that's what's really stupid, and we need to disavow that. You could disagree with someone, don't think they're the right person for the job, vote against them. That's all great. But when you start deceiving people with false depictions of who a person is and making up a bunch of stupid shit, calling into question how Hispanic just stop. This is childish. It's like, this shouldn't be where we're at in 2025. It shouldn't be where we're at as a mature nation. You know, we're 300 years old now. Figure it out.
It was, I think it was actually for my mom, especially. Like, I've been through the ringer of politics, so like, I'm kind of battle-hearted for. I'm like, oh, another hippie's like, I don't care. But it was my mom and like what she was subjected to, and I was like, you know, my mom is really cool. Like, she put herself through law school when I was in high school. Like, she left an abusive marriage. She she has come a long way. And so for like her to be treated like that, I was like, it's just like one thing in politics. Like, it's also family out of it. It's immoral.
Yeah. Again, it's one of those things that we shouldn't tolerate. We shouldn't be doing it. We shouldn't advocate for it. We shouldn't be happy if it's done against the side that's ideologically opposed to us. It's gross. It's gross as a civilized group of human beings that calls itself a country. It's gross. It's gross. It's like there's other ways to do it. You know, you don't have to just be a twat all the time.
I prefer debating on ideology. It tends to be the best, but people always, it's like in fighting. You can't like just go and sucker punch someone. It's kind of like the same thing. That was kind of, they tried to sucker punch me, and I was like,
Well, it's also
that's exactly what you
you don't have to be fighting. If you believe what you believe and you have a rational argument, you can have a conversation. And this seems to be something that people don't want to do anymore. For some weird reason, they want to just stick to what they think, stick to what they believe, and they don't want to hear a rational opposing viewpoint because they're so married to their stupid ideas.
it's a lot interesting how Congress functions when the cameras are off. And I think people would definitely change their opinion because a lot of people will do it for clicks, ratings, and social media has not helped with that because people are looking for what can go viral next. There's like this viral theory that people, they think they can only be successful in their policy or their argument, whether it's committee hearings or whatever. They want that clip that they can post and they get notoriety for. So social media has been both a blessing and a curse in the social media sphere, in the political sphere, because you can get your information out directly to the American people using it and refute that information. But then there's also this aspect of like, I wish people could see the conversations that have taken place behind the scenes because it wouldn't be so inflammatory. Basically, what I'm saying.
That makes sense. Well, full transparency will come with the chip. Anna, just put the chip in your
No chips, don't take the chip.
Full transparency. It seems like this whole thing, your whole journey, becoming involved in politics has been pretty stressful.
It's definitely not something I want my son to do.
What you thought it was, what did you think it was going to be like before you got in? What was different once you got in there?
So when I first started out in politics, I started out so I joined the military at 18. I paid my way through college. I wanted to be a doctor. So I got into a med school program at SU in Grenada. And I was supposed to go to that, and then I kid you not, like the day before I was supposed to leave, I got recruited to work for a nonprofit to basically help weed out Hispanic activism nationally. And I thought that's how I could make a difference. And then I realized that as part of that job, they were putting me on television. I had a booker, and so I was talking about stuff happening, but it was more the commentary on the inflammatory things. I actually wanted to address what's happening with human trafficking, and I actually requested the State Department to report. I was a big activist with that. I was working with a nonprofit at the time. And I realized that they only wanted me to talk about what was getting them the ratings. And so I did realize, I was like, well, they keep talking about what people in DC are doing. So if I want to change the discussion, I have to go to Washington and do it. So I called my husband. I was like, we're going to run for office. He goes, what do you mean we? Yeah, because I was like, well, from what I gather, everyone's like a team effort. And it's totally true. If your spouse isn't on board, good luck. Because politics is nasty. And so he ended up basically figuring it out with me. For someone like me, there's no how-to manual on how to run off. It's usually family, like literally family affairs where like people, like their parents did it, or they have like a activity tied to it. So I figured it out, and now that I'm in office, I'm realizing that I can make an impact to an extent with some influence, but it would be a lot more helpful if there were 10 other of me. And so when I'm done in office, I'm going to help recruit younger candidates that have the ideological perspective I do to run them, and then I'm going to help do things for them behind the scenes to help get them in.
You're going to be a mastermind behind
that started, for example, the line and then
it just seems like a super broken process.
It's not. So I've traveled a lot. I've seen a lot of other parliaments. I'm a member of the House Democracy Partnership Institute. I've gone to a lot of countries, and we still have the best system. But we
begin to see
it's a mess that because good people don't want to run. They have to. Young people have to run.
It's also a mess because the people that have been in positions of power for so long are so set in their ways, and they're so deeply ingrained in the system, and all the tentacles of all these different special interests and all the money that's all connected to all these decisions is so, it's just so
making
I don't know
money,
if it's
producing
possible to
money,
unwind all that stuff.
things to be
It
used
is if
as
you have
money,
enough
not
fresh
necessarily
blood. So
making
like,
money
how
for
do
themselves, which I'm sure
you
goes
shock
hand
the
in hand with
system,
it.
right?
But
And you need
some
to
of the
infuse it. And
earliest
so
points
right
in the
now we have
course of
an
the
interesting
Commonwealth
time period
are
because we
actually
have
written with
division. So like
Hebrew
going back to kind of the
characters. Here you see a few
declassification efforts that
kind of
we've been working on.
stencils of
For the first time
several
in
of
U.S.
them.
history, you
Here's a
have
better
an
view
aspect of
of
the
one
government
that
that's
has
being
the term
transparent and releasing information. Like we're helping wherever we can on that. But that is only possible because the right people with the right mindset were put in those agencies to be able to try to force the system to do something. But there's this aspect of that's just the executive branch, but you have the legislative branch, and the legislative branch needs younger people that want to do this because they truly believe in fixing the system. And you cannot be a pessimist in this job, or else you will go crazy. You would go crazy. So you have to be an optimist and understand that there is a solution for it. And going back to kind of like those like little quantum breadcrumbs, I've had enough stuff happen where I know I'm on the right path. But I also think that, you know, part of what it's is like to help other people do this. So I'm gonna help kind of execute that.
How much longer are you going to be on?
I don't know, but not definitely in the next 10 years. I promise you, I'm gonna be with a beekeeper and a flip phone, and that's it. no internet, no secret.
Well, I'm still doing a podcast then. Tell me about those. Hopefully then we'll know UFOs are real and they've already landed.
At least we'll get some declassified stuff, right?
Remember what you did when you killed JFK?
Yeah, well now we know.
Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it.
You're so hot, woman.
A place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by a man named Gerson, representing King Casimir, who was accepting the Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Rabbi Rothschild from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology, the Hebrew Polin, meaning here, Polin, we will rest. Here
Not this asshole. This guy
so
sucks.
in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on the legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected, meaning perhaps there will be a numerous clauses and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be certain tax breaks they're not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they will be able to go to the police, and the police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will have a proper criminal trial and so on. So
What up,
Jews fear mob violence like any minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or more, as we discussed in the lecture on the Crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the Crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it. So that's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, the horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in the previous class result in a series of expulsions. In France in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 14th century. And so there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever had before. Now, there's also pull factors at the end. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241 and onward. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce coins like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you will live in concentrated areas, and you can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg Recht. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate when foreign Jews could move in and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll again speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, probenacja, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why in so many Jewish folktales and Ukrainian folktales and so on, you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. Bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to put themselves into the secular environment there. People lived within communities. You were part of a Jewish community. You weren't like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were, culpable along with the community for communal taxes and punishment, sometimes things like that. So the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety. Rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allow them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course, it relates very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kalish, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the early modern period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular, also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kehila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from wayfarer support to poor brides and orphans and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But, of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the topic of a future lecture.
I hope you found that as fascinating as I did. If you're interested in joining us this summer, then it would be fantastic. Have a look at the information box for a link to the website where there's more information on what we're planning to do this summer. And thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I was so excited to come across this individual in the course of my research for the Kosher River Cruise expedition to Japan in 2026. His name is Ludwig Ries, and actually I find a tremendous affinity with him, not only because he's a historian, he's also kind of an intellectual immigrant, fascinating individual who had a tremendous impact on Japanese history. Here's his story. He was born in 1861 in Germany, and he went to the University of Berlin, right? This is the late 19th century. The society is beginning to open up, and Jews are allowed to enter higher education and so on. And he studied under the great and highly influential historian Leopold von Ranke. Von Ranke lived between 1795 and 1886, and Ludwig Ries was one of his latest students, or his last students. Now, and this is a picture, by the way, of what von Ranke would have looked like around the time that Ries was studying with him. Ries wrote a very well-regarded doctorate on the history of medieval England, but once he graduated, he found he could not get a job in Germany, right? This is, unfortunately, liberalism only went so far in the late 19th century, and the idea of appointing a Jew to an important post in teaching history in Germany and so on, just very, very hard to happen. This is also the time of the great von Treitschke and Gretz controversy. We talked about that in different videos. And it's also worth noting, by the way, that Ries's parents also warned him against trying to get a job as a professor of history in Germany. They wanted him to study something much more pragmatic and practical. Not that I would identify with that. At any rate, what happened to Ries? You know, he's the kind of individual, he got lemons and he made lemonade. He had an option to travel and take a position at Tokyo Imperial University. You can imagine how he must have felt. Like, what are you talking about? I'm a European historian. I'm born and raised in Germany, and I have to go all the way to the Far East just to get a job. But he went there, and he ended up becoming a tremendous success. He taught at Tokyo Imperial University for 15 years, influenced generations of students in that university, and really shaped Japanese historiography. Now, let me tell you what are his main contributions. We must understand that history is kind of a funny discipline. On the one hand, it is an art. It's telling stories, right? The word story is embedded in the very word history, and it's all about sitting around the campfire and saying what happened to previous generations. That's what historians do. On the other hand, history is also a science, and that means that we're not supposed to just make stuff up. We're supposed to, rely on actual data to tell these stories. Now, the problem is much of this data are just words. They're just stories that earlier generations have told, and we have inherited those stories. That proves to be extremely problematic because how do we know that those stories actually conform to reality? This was the tremendous contribution of von Ranke, that's Ries's teacher, who said, look, we have to really get focused on was es eigentlich gewesen war. What exactly happened? Like, tell us what happened. Don't tell us all the stories of what you would have liked to have happened and making stuff up on the way along. You have to tell us what actually happened, and we'll decide how to evaluate the meaning of those events. You have to rely on primary sources. You have to rely on artifacts whenever possible. Archaeology becomes extremely important, things like that. And von Ranke really grounded the discipline of history in this kind of delicate space between art and science, whereas before it was pretty much firmly in the world of the arts. So Ries took these ideas and he essentially brought them to Japan. For the Japanese really didn't have this kind of grounding. Mind you, Europe didn't have that grounding either until von Ranke. So in Japan, they really began to delve deeply into their archives to dig up primary documentation. And Ries also pioneered the fact that a lot of Japanese history is buried in European archives because the Europeans, when they encountered Japan, they left a tremendous amount of correspondence and documentation regarding how that country developed. This was all happening, by the way, in the context of the Japanese Meiji Restoration, a period of great reform and self-reflection, where they began to rely much more on Western expertise, realizing there were a lot of things that were happening in the West that would be beneficial for Japan. And Ries was one of those happy accidents. As a Jew, he could not get a job at the University of Berlin, and so he took this post in Tokyo, and he ended up becoming a tremendous success, and he really loved Japan. He spent this tremendous amount of time there, 15 years. In 1902, he returned to Germany, where he did get a job at his alma mater, the University of Berlin. And shortly after that, the Russo-Japanese War broke out, and all of a sudden, everybody in Europe wanted to know more about Japan. Who is Russia fighting with? And so Ries became the European expert on Japan. Ironically, when he went to Japan, he became the Japanese expert on Europe, and now when he went back to Germany, he became the German expert on Japan. Fascinating individual, really someone I want to meditate on in terms of the impact he made on Japanese culture. I hope this whets your appetite to join us on this remarkable expedition to Japan and South Korea. And if not, I'm really happy to share these videos with you as I conduct my research. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow travelers in Jewish history. I'm really looking forward to the next Kosher River cruise to Japan, which is, it's a bit of a leap for me because most of my studies in Jewish history have really focused on, ancient Israel or Europe or to a certain degree North Africa, Central Asia. But getting to the Far East is really going to be quite an experience, both in terms of the actual journey, which promises to be amazing, but also in terms of the history. So let's talk just for a minute about the city of Nagasaki, which we hope to visit on this particular trip. Jewish presence in Nagasaki basically dates from the middle of the 19th century, primarily because Nagasaki is a port city, and it was at this time when Japan just began to be opened up to Western powers. There's a whole bunch of interesting politics about why that was so. Otherwise, Japan was fairly insular, both in the literal sense, because it's a series of islands, and also in the cultural sense. But Eastern European Jews really saw the opportunity and began to settle there in the middle of the 19th century, and most of their business was done with Russian sailors were also in the port city. And the Jews, of course, had the linguistic skills and they had, the commercial connections and things like that to make it work. By 1894, they opened a synagogue. They also created a cemetery, which is still in existence. And we know there were about 100 Jews living there at the turn of the century. Today, it has at least 29 graves, and they're labeled in Hebrew, Japanese, Russian, and English, dated between 1880 and 1920. It might seem strange to us to see that Japanese will be included there, and Russian and English, but that reflects the diversity of the immigrant population that was the Jewish community at that time. It also reminds me of where my father, of blessed memory, is buried in Toronto. And there are lots of English and a lot of Russian and a lot of Hebrew graves. Some of the older sections are in Yiddish, and I wouldn't be surprised if you wander around and find some French ones there too. So it's interesting. At any rate, the community, I was not able to find any photographs of the gravestones. I'll have to see those in person. I did find this photograph that labels the actual year, 5653, in the Jewish calendar, which is, of course, Anu Mundi. It's dated from creation as per the calculation of the Seder Olam Rabbah, a very important first century chronology of the world. And the Jews are there in a section with many other people. It's this region called the Sakamoto Cemetery for foreigners. What happened with this community, however, is it went into a pretty steep decline in 1904 when Russia declared war against Japan. And this Russo-Japanese war, which had lots of impact in Jewish history, as I mentioned, my father, his father came to Canada because he didn't want to fight the Japanese in that particular war. He came from Lithuania, not from Japan. But still, that interrupted the flow of Russian sailors into the port. The economy there declined dramatically, and so the Jewish community basically gave their Torah scrolls and moved largely to Kobe, which became the new center of the Japanese community. I look forward to learning a lot more about Japan and South Korea, which we hope to visit with Kosher River Cruises. I hope you'll be able to cruise with us, and if not, I look forward to sharing my preparatory research with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow travelers and explorers of Jewish history. I am really excited about the upcoming expedition of Kosher River Cruises to Japan and Korea. And in this context, I want to talk to you about something that I find absolutely amazing, and that is the Korean love affair with the Talmud. Now, you may not think that Korea is the first place that you would go to when you want to study Talmud, but amazingly, it is not impossible that there are more people studying Talmud today in Korea than there are in the rest of the world. I know that's a bizarre statistic, but if you think about it, there are 49 million people living in Korea. And according to
Yo, dog.
to Israel, who gave an interview in 2011, his name is Young Sam Ma, he said that not only is he a student of Gemara, but in fact, all mothers in Korea read the Talmud to their children at night. Now, that's like a mind-blowing thing. Even if it's only talking about 10% of Korean mothers reading these to their children, that's looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 million people studying the Talmud. There are only about 16 million Jews in the world today. So this is an amazing statistic. So let's try to unpack this and understand how is it possible that so many people are studying Talmud in Korea. So apparently there's not a long and comprehensive history of Jews in Korea. In fact, I looked at the Encyclopedia Judaica and they didn't have an article on Korea, which is mind-blowing. But it's primarily a late 20th century phenomenon because Jewish GIs, Jewish members of the U.S. Army, were stationed there in the early 1950s in the Korean War. That's when Jews really, in larger numbers, began to appreciate the values of that particular part of East Asia. It included, for example, Chaim Potok, who wrote some important novels that deal with Talmudic topics, later translated to Korean and very popular there. But in particular, a rabbi named Marvin Tokeya, who served in Korea in 1962 and then later was sent to Japan as a Chabad Shaliach. he had a phenomenal impact on the study of Talmud in Korea in particular. Marvin Tokayer authored a book first in Japanese, which kind of distilled Jewish wisdom, and as you can see from this particular reproduction of one of the pages, the book was called 5,000 Years of Jewish Wisdom, Secrets of the Talmud Scriptures. It was printed in 1971, and you can see that they used this Japanese text to kind of replicate the feel of the Talmud, but apparently it really took off, not only in
Guess
Japan,
how much time you got?
in Korea. It was published in
Guess how much time you got?
Korean translation by 1984.
Guess how much time you got? 15 years.
Sold in 7 editions. And it is just amazingly studied today. There are more than
I picked a high
800
number though
different
because I knew you were going to do that. He didn't get 15 years.
But I guess is the Korean National Digital Library. 169 of them listed down by
And we print British like motherfuckers.
Talmudic text frequently is the bestseller list in Korea. Now, how is this so? So there's a few articles on this in the Popular Press. An article by Rothschild in New York in 2015. But I really relied heavily on the article in the Association for Jewish Studies, which was published in 2018 by Sarah Tatanfilas on Kimsway, which is absolutely fascinating. It talks about how the Talmud really penetrated Korean culture. There is this belief. This is really probably the biggest answer.
Yeah, because he keeps talking shit about Jeff Dye.
Koreans looked at Jews worldwide, looked at their successes, particularly in the world of science and education, their Nobel Prize
Jeff got passed at the
which is
store,
really
now Mark
pretty
has to deal with
impressive.
him.
And also the fact that Korea is actually, as a modern state, the same age as Israel. It's also formed in 1948, and there are certain parallels.
He goes, I've never heard of it. I've never
Both
heard of
of
it. Jeff's
Korea
like, why
and
me?
its wars,
Why you picking me for this?
northern
You've done this to everybody, and all of a sudden, I'm the one
that
Jeff said that.
looked to the
Jeff listed off like all the big names parents had issues with. He's like, wait, you're coming after me? I thought you didn't know who I was. He listed like huge names that weren't had issues with.
And
It's just I just think it's a weird
let's just have a quick look
podcast
at some of
tour
the
and
additions of
press
Talmud
tour
in Korea.
to basically we're not even talking about his special. All
Here
we're talking
is
about is
one I
like
just found out on YouTube.
what he does,
Jewish
says.
Talmud scriptures.
Just salty. I think that's
so
salty.
fascinating
I
because
don't
it
think
looks
it's good for the
more or
brotherhood.
less like a fair
I don't like that
representation
shit.
of,
What brotherhood do you speak of? The one that kicked my friends out of the brotherhood?
Let us
The one
understand
that kicked my friend Chris and Brian? What fucking
is
brotherhood?
not really above and see the way we have
Yeah, where there isn't any,
highly
whatever.
mythologized and curated edition.
Yeah,
Closer
I
to
don't know. I see these guys out and out, and they're just like, hey, what's up?
Like nuggets of wisdom.
Oh, dude, so cool. You're so funny. I'm like, oh,
But the children's edition,
Thank you.
Here's
Yeah, man. Well, that's the weird thing now. You know, things are different.
For
You know what I mean?
Talmud.
I mean, everybody,
And here's
I'm saying
one
this is a
that's I
byproduct
love
of
this particular
people being so
graphics.
concerned
Little
about
rabbi
social
and
influence.
it's a
You know, that's what this is really about. I mean, social influence is everything. It drives engagement, it drives revenue, and people don't want to. Anything that they think is going to take away from the money that they're going to make, they're going to
like a lot of
the
these
tents and be like, no, that's it. It's
self
just going to protect it.
Yeah,
They're going to protect it at all costs. At all costs. Losing their friends, whatever. Whatever. It's all good. I always say, like, I feel like it's such that loyalty. It's not something that people value. Yeah, no, not at all. And it's weird too.
Except for your boy here.
Yeah, well, there's a few. There's a few. Who else, Chris? Who else? I don't know.
Oh, yeah?
Speak of them, but
In the spotlight? In the spotlight?
but no, but that but nobody actually just. But that's the thing where nobody cares. Like, there's so many people who are like, to me, that are in the spotlight, that are like, dude,
are designed for pregnant Jewish women to
you gotta get back to
their
it.
children.
You deserve to be fucking doing these movies and shit. And I'm like,
Wow.
yeah, bro.
Well, I hope you found that as
okay.
fascinating as I do.
You know what I mean? Like,
just
I mean,
mind-boggling.
people who are
I
like,
can't wait
you
to
know,
actually get to
in the
Korea
business, and
hopefully find one of the
also
bookstores where they
famous,
sell
and they're like, dude,
books on
we
Talmud.
gotta get you in something that
I
doesn't
know
count.
I'll
I
have
know it doesn't
no
count.
way of
I know
reading
it doesn't. That's my
just
point.
to
They don't
see how
care. They don't care.
Talmud
But they
has
care. But that's
animated
weird to
culture
me,
is
though,
something
because
that
like,
I'm really looking
because
forward
like to
Hope
me,
we'll
it's
have a
like
chance to cruise together, and if not,
I don't know,
looking forward to
dude.
sharing
It's like
with you my research and
take,
my
like,
experiences here.
movies
Thank
and
you very
shit,
much
and
for
like,
watching.
movies about movies and how they're so, they always play Hollywood like this fake thing. But like, dude, that's just kind of what everything is. Like, it's not like that. It's not like that in other businesses. Like, the second anything is about anyone, everyone gets scared, and they just go, I'll just do whatever's right, quote unquote, and then this way my brand is protected, I guess. But like, dude, the people who don't give a fuck, like truly who don't, who really just don't, like us, and there are others, but like, it's just. It's at least for me, it's free. Like I have a problem with everyone going on a podcast and talking shit about everyone. It sucks, dude. It just sucks. When I see some comic go out and talk about some other show that a comic's on, or somebody's bashing another comic that they came up with, or they're talking about like Chris Tony, Chris, name good comics are doing that. I haven't seen one like legit comic talk shit on the right. Like there are no public. Well, right. There's nobody that you respect. You can argue that. Obviously,
a little bit of time at the end of this
there are comics that are above it.
Talk about the nature of
Bill Burr, Chris Rock, the big guys, but they're above that.
First of all, there are people who are
that are not above that. Made their living that way. Made their living talking shit. Who made their living getting clicks. They're not important. They're the people
Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit.
What are they going to do? They can't not do that anymore.
With the goal
But I mean, I saw the other day about these comics that were, they were not well known.
They had a lot of
shit about Kill Tony, and it's like,
but there's a fascinating encounter that happened in 1605 when a Jew from the city of Kaifeng, a very important population,
I don't even know what it was.
Really? Yeah.
Because I've never heard of it.
And then Jeff's like, why you pick me for this?
It's hard to.
You've done this to everybody, and all of a sudden,
this wasn't actually rolled up. It was a comedy skit.
Jeff listed off like all the big names Beards had issues with. He's like, but you're coming after me? I think I know who I was. He listed like huge names that Beards had issues with.
Person
It's just
came
I just think it's a
away
weird
and he knew a lot
podcast
about
tour and
religion.
press
So,
tour
hey, it must be a Jewish guy.
to basically, we're not even talking about his special.
Thought that
All we're
ITN
talking about
must
like
be evidence of early
what he
Christianity
what he
in
says.
China, which is
salty.
salty.
I think that's salty.
Really
I
funny
don't think it's good
encounter
for the
where
brotherhood.
Matteo Ricci is
Brother, what brotherhood do you speak of? The one that kicked my friends out of the brotherhood? The one that kicked my friend Chris and Brian out? What fucking brotherhood?
John the Baptist.
Weird. There isn't any, but whatever. I mean,
anniversary, something like that.
yeah.
So
I see
knowing
these guys out
nothing
and
about
they're
Christianity,
like, hey, what's up?
shut off from the
Oh,
entire
of course. You're so funny. I'm like, oh.
that this must be Rebecca and her sons,
Thank you.
Jacob and
Yeah.
Esau.
Yeah, man, that's a weird thing now.
And then we see another painting that
I mean,
represents the
everybody,
four
I think this is a
evangelists,
byproduct
Matthew,
of
Mark, Luke, and
being
John.
so
Of course,
concerned
the first
about
four
social
gospels,
influence.
the first four
This is what
books
this is
of
really
the
about.
Christian
I mean,
Bible.
social influence is
And,
everything. It drives
ITN
engagement,
thinks,
it drives
oh,
revenue,
that
and
this
people
must
don't
be
want
the,
to. Anything that they
four
think is
of
going
the
to take
12
away from the
sons
money
of
that they're going to
Jacob.
make,
Where are the
they're going
other
to
eight sons?
put up the tents
This
and
is
be like,
hilarious.
that's it.
Eventually,
They're going to protect it.
figured out
They're going to protect it at all costs and at all costs, whatever. So, I feel like it's
from
such
ITN's
a
perspective,
loyalty.
it wasn't entirely
It's not
clear on
something
what
that people
Christian
value.
meant. And
Yeah, no, not at all. And it's weird too because there's a few. There's a few. There are.
Who else, Chris? Who else? Name
would take over as the chief
yeah.
rabbi because
In the
he obviously
spotlight?
knew a
In
lot
the
of
spotlight?
But nobody actually just. But that's the thing where nobody cares. Like there's so many people who are like to me that are in the spotlight that are like,
literacy specifically and in familiarity with
you gotta
rabbinic tradition. They were
you gotta
looking
get back.
for
We're gonna,
rabbi.
you
Apparently,
deserve
as
to
the
be
story
doing
goes, the
these
chief
movies and
rabbi
shit. I'm like,
Taifeng was
Yeah.
very happy with
okay.
allowing someone like Matteo
like,
to
like
take
I mean,
over
people
for
who are
him.
like,
The Christian
in the
stuff
business,
really didn't
in the
bother him
business,
too
and
much.
also
It's another kind of like
famous,
a
and they're
story.
like, dude,
But
gotta
the
get you something
the
like
fact
that.
that
I know it doesn't
still
count. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. But that's it's
our
weird to me
rabbi
though, because
still
like
report.
to me it's like
When the
I
Jesuits asked the
don't know,
Jews,
dude.
I
It's like
think,
you take
have you ever heard of
take like
Jesus?
the
They thought about it
movies
for a while and
and
said,
shit
oh,
and
yeah,
like
sure, we know
movies
about
about
Jesus.
movies and
And
other
so when they
they would
discussed it further, they were not referring
like, dude,
to
that's just
Jesus
kind
of
of
Nazareth.
everything.
The Kaifeng
Like
Jews
it's
were familiar
not
with
like that.
Jesus Ben
It's not
Sira,
like that in
an ancient
other
author who wrote
businesses.
the apocryphal work
The second anything is about anyone, everyone gets scared, and they just go, oh, well, I'll just do whatever's right, quote unquote. And then this way my
So they
my
knew
brand
about
is protected. I
a
guess, but
different
like,
Jesus,
dude,
not
the
the
people who
Jesus of
don't give a
Nazareth,
fuck, like
which
truly
these things are just
don't,
hilarious.
really just
I
don't
think,
like us, you know. And there are others, but like,
sometimes. At any rate,
it's just.
the Jesuits maintained a
It's
very strong
at least for me,
interest
it's freeing. Like I don't have
a large degree, more than
I have a problem with everyone going on podcasts and talking shit
they were
about
especially
everything.
interested in
It
learning
sucks,
about
dude.
sacred
It just
photos.
sucks. Like when I see some comic go out
They
and talk about some other show that a comic's on, or somebody's bashing another comic that they came up with, or they're talking about how they don't
Chris, they
thought that the
no good comics are doing that.
there
I haven't
was
seen
more
one like
evidence
legit comic
for
talk shit online,
Christianity
like
in
there are
the
no
Hebrew
public.
Bible,
well,
but that
there's
had
no. I mean, look,
tampered
nobody
with
that
by
you
the Jews
respect.
to
you can argue that. Yeah, look,
define,
obviously, you know,
biblical
there
books
are
that
comics that are above it,
predated
like
the
Bill Burr, Chris Rock, you know,
went all the way back
big
to
guys, but
the
they're
positive
above that.
revival
But
of
there are
the Jews,
people
which, by the way, was argued to be as
that are
far
not above
back
that,
as
made their
the first or
living
second
that
century
way.
Common Era.
You know,
We'll talk about
who
that
made
in
their
a
living
second.
talking shit.
So
Who
if
made their living
these
getting
texts had
clicks.
references to Jesus in it,
They're
that
not.
would be incredibly
They're the
important.
people
Of
that,
course, they didn't find
that-
such
that-
things.
what are they gonna
when
do?
they
They can't
actually
not do
got
that
to
anymore.
Kaifeng,
you know,
and
I mean, you got. I saw
discussed a little
the
bit more
other
about
day
what they
with
were
these comics
interested
that
in.
were,
The
you know,
Jews of
they were not
Kaifeng
well known,
were
but they were
quite
talking
upset
shit about
and
Kill
refused
Tony, and
to
it's like,
show them their text.
Hilarious.
And obviously, there was
You know,
also a
why?
deep interest in
Like,
converting
for
the Jews
what?
of
For what?
Kaifeng.
Because he's the big dog.
In some
I know,
ways,
but it's
the
like when
Jesuits
you get to a
thought
certain
they had
level,
more
like
of a chance
people are gonna take shots. It's
Jews
like
of China
it's a weird
than
comparison, but it's like I'll
on
talk shit about the
monotheistic,
UFC. I love the UFC, but I talk shit about because they're so massive.
that's a
Yeah, I
long
understand.
story
They're
that
so
goes
big,
big
like,
around.
I understand.
It's just what you do.
You
It's
have
different when it's
an
company, when
extended
you're talking
effort
about actual
various
people,
Christian
like
missionaries come
comedians.
to
It's like,
China
like that shit affects
specifically
me.
to try to
Like when,
convert
you know, Mark Maron goes, I mean, look, you talk about Mark
at
Maron.
any rate, what they
he'll
did
go out
find
and he will,
was a lavish
he
and
knows that he
very
has
cherished
issues.
synagogue.
I mean, he's not like,
Here is a
he
drawing
says
from
he's,
an
you know,
early 18th century
Is this
Jesuit,
thing
Father
podcast, yeah, talking to a
visited
guy
him,
and being like,
and he also not only
these are
threw
the
the
words.
architectural
It doesn't
layout,
have
but
that.
the
Yeah,
Jews
yeah.
were
No,
definitely
yeah, I
very
can talk about
attached
that.
to
Well,
this
what I'm saying is,
particular
what?
facility.
But here's my thing. But here's where I think it doesn't affect Matt right. Because what happens, what Mark's doing, Mark's a fossil. So he in his demos 45 to 77.
Just like
None of
this,
those people are fucking with Matt anyway. So it's not like Matt's losing fans or somebody's on the fence like what Mark Maron said.
No, it
It doesn't affect
It doesn't affect.
Spartan
It doesn't
style
affect Matt's
art
fans, but
on
it does
top of
affect
it,
Matt.
and open up the box.
Like when I see somebody talking shit about me, it bothers me.
They had a
Dude, I understand. I understand. It's like, oh, I don't give a fuck. And like you said, oh yeah, okay, that's a thing.
So
But
our task for us today,
you
however,
don't
is
give a
to try
fuck
to
because you
understand
go, okay, then I can't give a fuck. It's not because you truly don't give a fuck. It's that shit sucks.
here is a map that
It's driving me
shows
crazy.
I
various
understand it,
locations.
you find the balance, but it just sucks, bro. Like, you know, say what you want about the
documentation.
No, I know. What I'm saying, say whatever you want about whoever's comedy. It's annoying and it sucks. Like when I see people like, oh yeah, fucking, you know, Bruce Prichard takes his shirt off. That's all he does. It's like, all right, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? He made it.
Numbers, this map, by the way.
You know, he's got his life. You know,
See
or
that,
Tom Segura fell off, or whatever the fuck it is, Chris Lee fell off. It's like, no, what are you doing? Like, for what? What are you doing? Make it. It's hard. Make it.
But again,
We
those
have,
people that are
for
saying
example,
those
several
comments, like, we all
travelers'
do it.
accounts.
Oh,
that
Chris
refer
fell
to
off,
the
Brian
Jews
fell
of
off,
China.
Benjamin
Benjamin
fell off. I'm
Fidel
like,
never
this
actually
is
gone
falling
down
off.
to the
Sign me the fuck
Well,
up.
that's what it is. That's the truth. I would
So it's also no one doing well who's making those comments. Chris fell off. Or did he? Cool. Do you know how much Chris makes a year? Do you have any fucking clue how well he's doing?
Also, I like when people talk
just
about
scattered references to
Jews.
Jews.
I hate when they like it's a host.
a lot about
And then they're
how
like,
large their
they're
Jews
talking to
are,
this
or
person,
how
they're trying
active
to
they
bring
were,
up
what they were like, but
as if they think
their
the people
reference
watching
to
are going to make think that that
along with
host is a
Muslims, by
good
the way,
person.
with
Oh, right, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, no, man. Why are you bringing people are trying to
administrators
I don't care about like podcasts. You know what I mean? They're fucking terrible, bro. They're
They also
assholes,
have some
shitty,
Muslim stories.
and like when they pick someone like fuck this person, that right, whatever, me, whoever it is, like you know what I mean? Like they just pick that person and then it's like believe them because why? Like Chris, you believe who? You believe Amy Schumer? No one believes him. But my thing is do you know anyone who's doing shit that doesn't get this type of hate? Do you know anybody? Name one good word. I can't name one way or another. Yeah.
The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes.
Yeah, no, but it's different when it comes from the fucking actual community. You know what I'm saying?
To my knowledge, camel
What community? Yeah, it's this community.
Right, well, what is
Because it doesn't
it's
say
supposed to be?
there was a lot of
I've been around for a while. Yeah, there was. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was.
What's important about this
Yeah, exactly. I believe that the internet helped to destroy that. And, you know, that's I agree that there was a community. There was a community before Rogan left, like those, whatever, 5 to 7 years.
there.
I mean, it was the golden age, right? But I think to your point, like these guys that does this stuff, part of it's not their fault. Like I'm not giving it out, but part of it is social media, YouTube. It's created, the algorithm's created to entice more attention. Like, if I make a reaction video, go, Chris is the best comic ever, and Eric's the friendliest comic ever, he's so good. I get 5,000 views. If I make one that goes, Chris sucks cock and Eric sucks bigger cock, I get 100,000 views. That's just how I live. That's my cock. That is my new podcast coming out. Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, 9/11, Good Burger, Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Your TV, stream now, pay never.
Asian languages.
I know it does suck, but put it this way: if you're going out there for clicks, if you're farming, like you're not community out there and farm for crowd work, if you're on a podcast farming for clicks, you suck. You suck. If you go out there and you're like, holidays, but let's try to make it so. Let's talk. Yeah, we should talk about that.
Very
Fuck
lovingly
him.
folded it.
You suck. You're a hoe. You're a hoe at sushi. You're a fucking hoe.
Dated with reliability.
But they know that. No. Nobody thinks that they're doing. Nobody thinks that they're bad. Hitler thought he was doing the right thing. So it doesn't matter who these people know. They know. They know they're bad. They know it's scummy words, but it's the only way to get that money. Well, no, I don't know. I think that some people take this weird high ground. That's my problem with what Mark Maron does. It's like, yeah, they're taking the high ground, this moral high ground, and this like a genius complex that some of them have. To be like, Jeselnik's got that. He's got this genius complex. That's like, well, this is what comedy's supposed to be. And Mark's telling me, like, you know, man, I just care about that. Jeselnik's different than Mark. I like Jeselnik. Jeselnik's different than Mark. Mark's a salty bitch. Jeselnik will do it like when he goes after Rogan or something. It's still in a funny way, and it's kind of his thing, right? Being kind of that asshole. I don't know. I don't know. He's my friend. I like Jeselnik. No, yeah, I don't like that shit. You were talking about Matt, I hit him up. I was like, yo, did you watch it? I was like, you know, I directed that special. He was like, oh, I didn't watch it, you know? I said, oh, okay.
And by the way,
it just makes me feel better. Like, I personally, I like Jeselnik. I don't like that. I don't like Jeselnik. He's a dark comedy. I know. It's not hard, but when you carry it over into a podcast saying, yeah, fucking
building,
this
or
person
refurbishment and
sucks.
so on.
And you
So
don't
we
even
have
know.
four different
Marin doesn't even have. He doesn't even know that Matt has an act. Like Matt has an act.
The reverse of
You don't have
that
to think it's
spectrum
funny.
law,
But
another
all
one,
that shit's great. So I don't know, man. I'm just saying.
and then another one,
It
1663.
sucks. Well, you know that when I see
Fourth
comics
one
get dragged
really
or whoever get
was,
dragged,
but
it just
for
fucking
Texas,
always sucks.
16.
It always
The last
sucks. Even if
one
I
doesn't tell
don't
us a
like
lot
it, oh my
about
god.
the community. It's very different
But
than we.
in general, like the fan base that's gonna buy tickets or watch your show, they're already conditioned to this bullshit, this toxic community.
Right.
Most of them are like, ah, fuck it, you know,
also
pass
how
it.
Maybe starting now.
terrible
but, like,
disasters like a
up
massive
until now, it
flooding
was rough.
of
You know, like,
overwhelmed the town.
it affects, social media really affects people. Like, look, dude, it really affects people. Like, it
We also have this
affects,
unusual,
I know it affects,
you know, the memorial book.
people just find every
Dated to the 70s. The age of it.
And the bottom line
It
is,
affects everybody.
the bottom line is, yeah,
This
don't
memorial
be a
book
fucking
lists a lot of
pussy or a
prominent
hoe at sushi.
people in the
Fucking
town
suck
and
it
give
up.
some sense
You know,
of their
realize
genealogy.
that you're
It's written in
real.
both Chinese
And social media is not.
and in
Why would you touch the
letters.
corners? And
This is right
look at
there.
it's written by some obviously.
List of
And
names down.
it's happy to
see
know
on the
the
right
buzz.
there.
Did a good job. Yeah, so
Ben
fuck
Israel
it.
Has Marin ever ran into Rife at the comic store? Like in the
No,
moment?
they haven't.
Right in the center document, it has an interesting
Listen,
phrase
Marin's a
that says
soft
that
cup.
it's called
Marin would be like, bro, you know, come on, man. I guarantee if Matt came at him with like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? He said, I guarantee you Marin would back off.
What you said to me,
Guarantee.
you said, you know,
basically just lived with
walked up to
seven
me and said, listen, I'm not jealous, I'm not bitter.
surnames.
That word's not
And
old.
Bullshit.
one particular
That's like
family
a
was
mark.
honored with a
It looks like a
particular surname
Yeah,
by
well,
the
yeah, you have to look
emperor
at what it could
or
have
the
been.
service.
I sat next to Mark Maron on a flight
high levels of
from
education,
somewhere.
artifacts. But I think when you look at all of this evidence together,
and this was before all that Iraq
in
stuff,
this
and then I'm like,
video, I'd like to
just
point out
that's the same
three
fucking God.
distinct phenomena that I
But
really
No,
see.
but here's my thing.
First of
I've
all,
been following Marin for
I was
ever.
fascinated
I was listening
by
to Mark Maron's
the
podcast.
fidelity of the
How long?
thing.
15 years now? Like, I'm a fan of Mark Maron's
For
podcast.
example, the
I like
Jesuits
Marin.
note
I was wondering
that
when he
they
was dealing
were
with that
called
at the comic store. I stayed after to make sure he didn't get beat up in the parking lot. Like, I like
Israelite,
Marin. I
but
like
they
his
were called
podcast. I like what he's doing with Matt Rife. Like, that ain't the energy. There's different ways to get attention.
that
You're too
exercise
old for that shit.
Well,
Give
I
that
don't
to the
know.
kids.
I
Give that to the guys with no talent.
There's people that are,
Marin's talented.
because the sciatic
there are
nerve
people that are going to, and I'm not saying this is what Marin's doing, but there are people that are going to hear what we're talking about
a
now
lot of
and go
discussion
check
how
out Marin.
the use of
People
high
that
fat
don't even know
foods
this, and they're going to go, who's that? Google
they
it, they're
had
going to watch
slaughtered
the special.
themselves. It was not
So
like
that's
other
he's
slaughter
funny.
and so on.
Yeah, no, yes. I mean, Marin says when he some of his stuff is
where they
fucking
are
great. Okay,
practicing
so when you go
Judaism as
when
we
you go
understood
to watch
the
his
rest of
stuff,
the Jewish world.
and then you
Secondly,
see him, that's a
however,
win. That's a win in his eyes for him.
Yeah, but Chris,
they
but
had
it
some
doesn't, sure,
really
but it
unusual
doesn't take away from
adaptations
Krishna fans or Griffin fans. No, they're
For
like,
example,
No, I know.
one of the
it doesn't
I
matter.
know, but my point is,
It's not like they're not going to stop watching you.
I know that,
that
but the
would have
point
the
is,
emperor's
that's
name on it.
why, and I'm not saying
And
that
that
Marin doesn't, because I don't know if that's what he does, but that's why people do that.
Like
That's why people go out and say, well, let's talk shit about
Very
fucking Matt,
problematic.
let's talk shit about this guy, let's talk shit about that guy. You see those videos, it's like, they say fucking Tom Segura, they all fell off, it's like, they all have like 300,000 views.
So
And you're
I
like,
did
what?
the
All of us have one of those.
very clever.
I had one that said I was going to prison like 2 weeks ago.
Right? Jewish head. They
Yeah, but people click on that, and that's
hero
it
is
doesn't
the Lord
ultimately,
of
it
God,
doesn't
Lord of
matter.
God.
It's
Talks
like
about this particular
they're proving that negative
talk
public
about the
ads,
emperor's name, more like a decorative element.
and
then
this
With whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were
negativity
bowing to
pushes
God
all
because it
the
had
time.
this verse on the top.
You know, and what's interesting is how like,
And that's a
Also, very problematic for the Jesuits
what's your rough
family
about
was
most
the
right now, you know, so you got a
ancestor
special, but
veneration.
it's weird how
Matteo Ricci
it's so different now. So he went on Rogan,
reported to
and
the
then he
Pope
went on
of Rome
Club Shay Shay.
that one of
now
the issues is that
That's
the
the
Jews
thing.
have
It's
a
not the
very,
Tonight
very
Show.
strong
It's not,
ritual
you know what I mean?
honoring
Because
their
those are
ancestors.
fans.
It's none of
And,
that stuff. This
you know,
is
there's
like,
a military debate in the
yeah,
church
how
this
this is driving
as
this.
to whether or
You know what I mean?
not
And then of course when you
it
go on Club
is
Shay Shay, you gotta
tolerated
talk about like, you know,
for
he
many
talks
of the
about
more
George Lopez
doctrinaire
not being
Catholics.
nice.
This
You know,
Also smacked by
it's like, oh, yeah, Cat Williams, you know, I think Cat Williams shit. I think what Cat Williams did, you know, JJ is now like, you know, you want to, you know, it's like everyone's like, oh yeah, and then Cat Williams like a shut up. It's like, bro, to go on there and get facts, like, you know what I mean? Like, to right, to get on and talk some shit, and shit is wrong, and then fucking Cedric the Entertainer is like, what the fuck? I haven't done Cat Williams in fucking 10 years, and that's sucks for Cedric the Entertainer. Well, the other one's a big beef right now. That's
ancestors generation.
Ali Sadiq or like there's like a him and Cat are like, but I don't subscribe to any of that shit. Because Cat was on what's his name? People are all Carmelo Anthony's podcast. Who the fuck is that? Carmelo Anthony is that great Denver Nugget? He won a national championship as a freshman with Syracuse. There's 20 people. There's too many fucking people.
For example, there are many examples of degrees of assimilation.
Dude, I just don't subscribe to any of that shit, dude, because like these people that idolize
leadership, lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora.
That's true. I know, that's all I can say. But there are people there that don't give a fuck. The top people also playing the game. Yeah, but they don't. There are people that are like there are people that are trying to be, grow and evolve and be better. But there are people that are just like. When you see someone, you can very obviously tell who the fuck it is. I don't. This is the thing that fucking else. It's like they're like, oh, this person said that though, so that's true.
Because after all, they were.
How do they sound? What do they look like? What the fuck are they wearing? That's what I don't get. Are they posing? I don't care. Are they posing with their pussies on Instagram? You know what I mean? That's correct. Like, but again, most people are like you guys. So like, when someone comes from me, whoever it is,
dress.
I would hope they don't. Let me look at you saying Jewish. They don't do that. You just need to look at their Instagram account on the same day. Nobody does that. Yeah, they don't do that. No, the video doesn't mean about you to have a million views. They repurposed the video. They got another million views. Nobody cares about what you're saying. Nobody's looking. If that were the case, it would be more sane work. People do it real life. In real life. Yeah, but not online. Not online. That doesn't affect. Yeah, somebody's looking like, oh, let's see what these facts are real. Nobody does that shit. No way. Netflix is putting out documentaries with the facts all messed up. Now they get sued. Have you seen that big fat? The big deals. Did you watch that? Oh my god. That documentary. I know the lady suing. I did a whole thing about this on my podcast.
And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction between
you can't just make a documentary about nothing.
Jewish. They were
Oh
called.
yeah, the Biggest Loser was bad culturally. You don't fucking say. Hey, Fatso, get up here, lose as much weight, and we'll still call you a loser. Yeah. Hey, that's bad, dude. I'm surprised nobody fucking died.
Families.
Yeah, I'm so tired of these fucking documentaries. This is about somebody's gonna fucking meet somebody. Oh yeah, they slighted me. Nine-part mini docuseries. Oh, because they didn't say bye back to me at the fucking Starbucks. Yeah, sometimes you can be an asshole. It doesn't mean that you're fucking. You're making this documentary about you. Look at this shit. Well, like I say, man, I'm that good. I hope she wins. The word documentary has lost its ability. It's
entirely stop their tourist schools.
Well, that's documented tourist schools, and that just follows two kids in Chicago, urban area. They follow all four years. That's a real documentary. It has no agenda.
Right. I just even do when I you know what I do documentaries are done. I saw fucking maybe a murder or number of and I go, and then you go
Google who have analyzed their tourist schools and the schools
what's actually happening, and you go, oh,
indicates that
what a piece of flying shit. I use that one as an example all the time. Making a Murder was probably one of the most watched documentaries ever. Those people are still in jail.
Very similar, like,
okay?
So it just lets you know, like, the thing is,
that they used to
something
have
about
where one
presenting
person
as a documentary.
school
People think that, well, this must be a trial. Yeah. You know what I mean?
That's what they're supposed to do. That's what those documentaries are for.
That's not what they were. Army Hammer one on Paramount. He's like, oh, I don't know one of those.
The Torahs are identical.
I know. There's people out there that say they've had sex with me. I've never been alone in a room with them. Dude, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is the truth. Yeah, I'm telling you the truth. And people are like, oh no, dude, he pulled his dick out to somebody trying to come up and do air conditioning maintenance. What? Dude? What? That was in an article that I fucking showed my dick to somebody who came up to do maintenance to my air conditioning. Dude, hey, think about that a little bit. Think about that a little bit. Think about that a little bit. Go like this. Hey, think about that a little bit. Think about,
of the Bible and the commentaries
in the world comes to fix the air conditioning. And, by the way, 11:30 p.m. So this is the night shift. That I am gonna want to show my dick to.
Last thing I gotta say,
first of all,
those of you
has a female ever worked the night shift?
to appreciate how hard it is
And then work on air conditioning maintenance
without once
at 11:30 p.m. Or is it Ronaldo? What's up? Sorry. Hey, Ronaldo, you gotta deal with that now. And you know what? Making a clip, I don't give a fuck. It's so backwards, and you know that didn't happen. When people go, oh, well, hey, let's fucking cut Crystal out of this. Yep. Then you know what? How about this? I'm real as fuck, dude. And I'm not. What I'm telling you is the truth. And you know that. You know that. Oh, but Crystal's gaslighting. Okay, fine. And you know what?
Okay,
let me just
let's go straight to the topic today. I want to spend time focusing on the turn of the 20th century, really a consequential period for Jewish history. One particular scholar has called the 20th century the Jewish century because this is a period of time that had massive impact on history as a whole, surrounding the Golden Age in this time. And if you doubt how viable that thesis is, just have a look at any news source today and how much space Israel takes up, and it has ever been so in my lifetime. I was born in the second half of the 20th century. Yeah, they're really central to this century. But let's start first of all.
I was in somewhere in Wisconsin at a bit about making a murder, and
so
people came up
we're
after
back
like,
to
dude, just so you know, like that documentary is full of shit. He's so fucking cash. They're like, dude,
I showed you this
like
cool
there's no
clock and how it changed
buts about it. He's so
10-hour clock during the Revolutionary Period. Just gives you some sense of how crazy it was during the Revolutionary Period. So many fundamental changes were questions and debated and changed dramatically as a result of that revolution. But one of the things that we didn't have a chance to talk about too much, but I really want to touch on very briefly, is the development in the 1840s of the first modern little Jewish organization. It is the Alliance Israelite Universal Israelite Alliance. The term Israelite is often used as a subtitle for Jewish. It's not really true in the English language, but in a lot of languages, believe it or not, the term Jew is derogatory. In English, Jew can be derogatory in how one says it, whether one's pointing or spitting at the same time. But basically, it's neutral word. But in a lot of languages, Jew is derogatory. In Russian, for example, you can help us out with this. The term Yavrei or Hebrew is the
record it, you move on. If you're letting the person, if time is moving, you go, let's do it again, let's do it again, let's do it again, then it's like, fuck you. That shit ain't real.
Yeah, but it's also like with those Netflix documentaries, like they have one on Amanda Knox. You look at it like an executive producer, Amanda Knox. Oh, then I'm like getting a real story. If she has creative control, what is she leaving out? Like with the Vince McMahon documentary, like the executive producer, Vince McMahon, like, oh, fuck,
Well, sometimes people don't know how movies they come off. That's why the being Bobby Brown reality show was so great a long time ago. Yeah, when he used it, they didn't know how crazy they came across. Like they thought, well, we're going to crazy ideas. They're smoking. What I'm saying is, even if somebody's making their own allegedly, even if somebody's making their own documentary, I think that you can see some truth in, what's not being said, or you're smart, you're smart, it's like, I don't know, man. I think that shit's bananas to me. But anyways,
but the whole idea was really very successful, and many other organizations followed suit. Shown on the screen here are two others, but there's a very cool setting this up.
It's over?
Not necessarily religious individuals who are Orthodox enterprise, but this was a pan-Jewish enterprise, meaning involving Jews regardless of their religious orientation, but looking more towards the This is the contemporary website of the Alliance. Not nearly as powerful as it
that looks
used to be 100 years
nothing
ago,
like Justin Bieber.
but still very significant, especially in places
these are people who watch documentaries. You're at a club and they're like, hey, Justin Bieber's here.
These are the people that comment on like
They
Mark
set up
Maron
a
and that
lot
life
of
thing.
schools in particular,
Clearly,
and
that's not
certain
him.
parts of the world,
Well, when you look at that,
like
it's not
the
far
way
away, I guess you know.
interact with Jews, just like
I don't know.
today.
I honestly don't know why.
Chabad is
Maybe
so,
they do, but I don't know why they
for
don't
many
do
people
stuff
around
like
the
this
world,
more.
Chabad is the way you see
Like bring out
Judaism.
fake
So many
celebrities.
people.
I mean, maybe they do. We just don't know. But like, this is fake. But
Baghdad,
now
places like that.
there's footage about everything. That's like that right there.
I'll squeeze
That's
it in
obviously
if I see
that
it.
looks like
Yeah.
what's the dude that came on the
yeah.
That's obviously that looks like Trent Hanks.
Okay, there we go. Now,
More than it looks like
but that
what is the name?
has to be balanced
Like these
against
people don't
what else is going on in France, and it has to
their
be
cameras.
really
They don't know.
nasty
You know who's not minor? The mountain.
anti-Semitism. Now, we've used this term anti-Semitism
This ain't
before,
fucking
but
Justin
up until the 1880s, it was
Somebody,
that's
almost spooky. Is
the
somebody
term was
getting
not invented
Did you ever
until
see
the
like,
1980s. So we talked to
all the
many
presidents
lectures
have a
ago
body
about
double, right? So if they assassinate them, they don't get the real one.
era.
Did you ever see the Biden body
France,
double? He's literally 6'7".
especially nasty hater of Jews,
And he
this
looks just
time
like
here,
him, but he's
as
fucking
well as
enormous.
I mean, okay, to be honest, with the tattoos and shit, that does kind of make us.
separating
I get it with
the
the
yellow
glasses.
press, meaning in
No, it just looks
kind of
off.
like the
Somebody
Yeah,
puts
you know what it looks like?
his
Uncanny
finger
Valley.
wax that.
Uncanny Valley.
and
You know
he
what
had a phenomenal career, claiming that the only thing wrong with France was that there were too many Jews in France,
Oh,
that
it's
they
so
were,
insane.
eroding the interior
So, you know how,
of
like,
French
robots,
culture,
if a
and that
robot
they
came in here and was
really
like,
have to
hello,
change the
how are you?
immigration
And it was made
policies
of metal, and
get
we would be
rid of
like,
the
oh
Jews
shit,
who are already
that's so
in
cute
there.
and cool. And like, oh, look what it does. Hey, it was my wallet or fucking whatever it does, right?
Which is sort of like the free vote,
Uncanny Valley
and have
is
your say.
closer it
And
gets
it had
to
these
looking
almost
human,
propagandistic
the
caricatures of Jews, so
creepier and
you see this
scarier it
highly
gets.
typical image that shows
So
this
that's
sort of,
why,
Jewish
like,
beggar, which for French Jews,
like,
for French people,
okay, the movie
would
Smile,
evoke a lot of
and then
the
smile like that. That's not
coming from
really a
Polish
human
into
thing to
French
do.
style.
So it makes you feel so creepy because
And,
it's like,
as you can
wait,
see,
it's human, but it's not. And there's a bunch of different theories about it. There's
Small,
theories
like,
where
Simeon
where
hands
people
and
think
feet,
about
they're all
it's
holding
because
on to money.
we're supposed to
And there's
biologically know
evocation of
what's
the
trying to trick us as
global
human
Jewish
because it's a
conspiracy by
threat.
having it
Or
grab
some
onto
people
the
like Sam
entire
Tripoli probably are like,
world.
oh, fucking
It's
that
not
was
a
a year ago.
serious
There was an
message
alien race that
that,
tried to fucking abduct us, and they looked just like us. Oh, we can tell it wasn't us. You know, so that's why
That's actually one of the titles
they say it's in our DNA.
of his book,
To,
but one that
that creepiness
promoted
makes us feel super fucking weird.
the
Like this
Jewish
shit, like when it looks
world
too much like,
fear,
and
fear
movies
of
have fucked
Jews.
up that way.
And this
Like-
gave a
There's
tremendous
one thing
amount
called
of
Mars
support
Needs
in the
Moms, but that
80s,
came out it was a long time ago.
And
Look
the
this up.
key
But it made
cause
no money,
was
and that was what we sort of talked about. They're like, it's because of the Uncanny
it
Valley.
says
Because these
popular
Pixar guys didn't
interpretation,
look enough human
Jewish
or enough
friends,
cartoon.
Jewish
So there's like a middle
Jewish
ground
friends.
where when
The
you see
idea is
that, it's very
oh my
off.
gosh,
That's what I'm saying. Justin Bieber uncanny valley.
taken over
It is.
by all.
It's uncanny valley. You know what? We gotta
See,
get
you've got
Sam
this
Triple
image
back.
of a
Sam, no, I
crusader,
checked
which
this.
is
It's
kind
been
of
a
like
while. Did I explain it
the
right?
metaphor for a lot of these
Yeah, you know.
Sam was just on Rogan. He was great on that.
Semites
Sam's great.
meaning
Sam's great. Sam's
you have
great.
to
If
like
you want
have
to
the
talk
massive
about listening to podcasts, well, you know, there's very few people that do podcasts, solo podcasts. That dude, I don't know if he still has that solo podcast that he does.
This is
He
an
does.
average
He has
guy.
tinfoil hat. He has
He's
70
on
podcasts a
like
day.
this
But he was on Rogan and he had some crazy shit.
on
And Rogan just go,
the
where did you read that? Because Rogan can't just mouth off and not check him or where do you read that at? And Sam goes, the streets. Okay.
It's much crazier than on that show. You know what I mean? I remember that one COVID hit. It was like 200 million
the
people
word
are going to die
anti-Semite
from
was
COVID.
still,
You know what I mean? It's like, there's always some crazy person on
you
there.
know, you
Well,
could say you're
It's not like it's still
anti-Semite, just like a person could say,
It's usually his dad.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
whatever.
That's
It was
what I'm
like
saying. It's like,
a term
there's always somebody on there saying,
public
well,
and
I
polite
just wish people were
discourse.
smarter, but they're not.
So
You know,
they
it's
actually
like,
ran
you know,
parties,
going back to Martin Marion, he's like, actually, you don't
that
want
were
people to be smart.
openly,
Well,
explicitly anti-Semitic. They
that's how
called
a lot of
themselves,
people
you know.
make a living.
There was an anti-Semitic
But
party.
it's like, but
Most
also,
of us, we
but you got Mark Maron, and you go back to Mark Maron, he's like, you know, they had Trump on the podcast and they fucked it all up, and it's like, did he have Biden on? Did he have
thing that everybody was talking about,
you know, so
this
like,
horrible incident that
that's what I'm saying, it's this weird moral
Captain
superiority,
Alfred
right?
Dreyfus, who was
I gotta tell you how
captain
awesome
in the
that
French army. And let us remember that France, up until this
so she's doing
point,
this mommy and me
was
thing,
poster child for
she's talking to
emancipation.
one of the
Right? You'll recall, we spoke a few weeks ago
She's
about
about
France. They
she's like about to deliver
published the rights of a citizen, and then
it's like we
after
have
a
like
little bit of
a
hesitation, they said yes. And even Jews are
and so
included
then
in
like
the rights
it's
of a
like
citizen.
walking in the neighborhood with
Napoleon,
and she
you know,
she sees
questioned it,
a
called
girl
this great Sanhedrin,
and she
and
thinks
then
it's a girl.
confirmed
She
it,
says,
and said, yes, Jews are French, just like everybody else.
Oh, you're
So
not
this is
Sarah?
100 years
I
after,
thought you were Sarah because
and everybody thought
you know
that
she
France
was
was like,
pregnant about to have a baby.
you know, so
This lady goes,
forward-looking,
I'm
and
not
so
pregnant.
liberal to Jews, and so kind, and so, you know, advanced. And then to have this
And I was like,
Dreyfus
and let me tell you like the layers upon layers of why
what
this sucks.
exactly happened.
It's one thing to
So
say,
Dreyfus
I
was
aim you to the
rather nondescript in
It's one
French
thing to
army.
say, like, it's one thing
No
to say,
special
hey,
distinguishing
are you pregnant?
career moves or
Okay.
anything like
It's
that.
another thing to say, no, you're right.
he
You're
was
about to deliver. It's a whole church with that. They both went on a whole church.
I was
And then the lady was like, she's like, oh my God. Then Rachel goes, Rachel was like mortified. She's like, I'm so sorry. And the lady says,
France and
I have a
Germany
thing.
have this long,
You know, they don't even work.
they occasionally
I have 6
erupted
weeks to
in war.
live.
They were out of war in
It wasn't that, but it's
1870.
just like,
They would
I was
fight
like,
again
Rachel,
in World War
like,
I in
she did this twice
1914.
now.
So this is in that period with
With the
a
big
lot
fat
of
lady,
things
was she
going
like
on
fat?
in Britain.
I love when girls say big fat. It
Fact
wasn't
that
like
a
she was,
spy
I guess
was
it wasn't
active
even
in the
that she
French
was big
military
fat. I
came
think
out
she
to
had
the
something
press,
going on with her stomach.
and they
It's
had
really
to
weird.
find something
Yeah,
to
fat.
blame.
It's not fat.
But I know
So
it sucks when it collects.
Seriously,
It sucks when
let's
fat,
blame
it collects in one place. You know
Let's
what I mean?
blame
Yeah,
Dreyfus. Dreyfus was not
like
a
a
religious Jew.
smear
He
tire.
was not
What they call it?
Jew.
A muffin
His
tire.
brother assimilated in every way. But the notion that it was a Jewish member of the armed forces who was betraying France just
Yeah,
had
but you're not
struck a
doing your kid
nerve
favors if
among
you're
so
the kid's
many
5. Just long hair.
that it was like overwhelming.
Check the daughter's name.
This is one of the
Yeah, it's parents' fault.
illustrations
You know what I mean?
in the
No, that
press
happens
at the
all
time
the
that
time.
shows
Because Bossy
Dreyfus
had
there
long hair
standing
forever.
in
They'd be like,
protection.
oh my God, she's so
And
cute.
he had his
I
know, but you just go,
military
you look like
stripped
you know,
from him,
even
the
when
left
Wolf was
are
really
taken
young,
off,
you look
and his
more like
commanding
Wayne.
officer is, as a sign of
But you
disgust,
know, what I'm saying is,
breaking
I
Dreyfus's
don't like people to get
sword
mad about
over
that.
his
No,
knee.
no. If that's great about long hair,
Incredible
as a
demonstration
you're
of,
gonna, yeah. What do you want to do?
you
That's
know,
why we shave Bossy's head. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
just a franchisement of this one French soldier,
I was like,
but he went into a
this
whole
ain't too hard. We have
guys
to
like
it's great. Yeah.
He was still on,
You're at least the
Jews are our misfortune. The Jews are the downfall.
Hopefully you're only the
Don't
dumbass.
take care of them
Yeah, I
right
know.
away.
What's the first meet of
Dreyfus
meat
was
house? They go from
shipped
the meat
off
house.
to Devil's Island, where he lived in this cabin
That's
here,
hilarious.
and in
That's
exile.
funny.
But
Yeah,
meanwhile, there were so many questions swirling
Yeah, none
about
of
the
that
way
shit
the
over at
trial
my
was
house.
handled and the nature of the evidence. convinced
You talk
there's
to
so
your
many
neighbor.
questions
Exactly.
that
Because you're
even
like,
he
oh, you
spent
know what happened the other day?
about
Social
20
motherfucker.
years in total.
No, you know what happened the other day is I get an artist on a fucking
Ultimately,
60-acre estate. So you don't even see his neighbors either.
This is, by the way,
No, bro, I see my neighbors every day.
the
Like,
cultural
the kids play football in the backyard or
this is
baseball. Like, they're
water
on the same team. So
remember
their dads are like me, so we all get the kids together damn near every day. I see them every single day.
That's what Rachel's trying to do.
used organizing a break-in to a hotel called Water Meeting. So
backyard and all this. That's great.
to get some information on his remedies and grew up and it ended up,
I get emotional until I start yelling.
he ended up resigning. It was
No,
one of
I
the massive
had,
crises
yeah, the
for
guy came to,
the
I
United
get out
States
the door, I'm home alone, just like
of
so
the
red,
I think.
so red.
So Dreyfus was like
And
that. The whole country was
I
wrapped
opened the
up in
door,
this idea.
and it's some
But
guy,
this
and he's
one
like,
French
oh,
captain
I,
had like
I,
sold out
am your
the
neighbor.
entire French
And I was
state.
like, oh, really?
This is a board game that was made to
And he
capitalize
gives
on
me
excitement
a
over
fucking kilo of milk,
Raphael
dude.
Dreyfus.
Honestly, that would have made more sense.
He changed dramatically
Well, you know those
and fundamentally.
paper
Well,
bags,
this man, of
grocery
course,
store, big
non-Jewish
paper
poet
bags.
and writer,
Yeah,
and
they're
Emile
paper
Zola,
groceries, but the
actually
paper
written,
ones, not the plastic
you know,
ones.
about a
Big.
dozen
Okay,
really powerful novels. I read a few.
full
They're actually
to the
quite
top
powerful
of, with apples.
remarkable, but he's much more famous for what he did with Dreyfus because
And he,
That's
it
an
was like
awesome.
sort of a
it really is. It really is.
Is he Indian? I can't tell you.
Disgusting.
It was
Or does he have Down
middle
the,
East.
you
Candy
know,
Gotcha.
irregularities that took place with Dreyfus' trial. Obviously, these guys did praise for this.
Welcome to the neighborhood.
Did
I've been there a year.
anything like this. There's definitely some other
But I
people.
say, oh yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, we've been here about a year. I said, so
protected by the military. He finally,
where have you been?
with
And
some
he says, oh yeah, we only come for the summer, and so he's there with the summer. I can't remember how much this guy has. But especially if you're your home, my house is the cute summer house. I get it. Yeah, crazy.
And it says,
That also means he has apple trees.
Yeah, that is what it is.
He's
bald.
Yeah, no,
and
he
it's
is.
a letter to the
And
President of the Republic
you know what I'm
of
thinking?
India,
I
Zola.
just get rid of a
And
bunch
it
of
is
this.
just
This is why I'm
total,
always
overwhelming
You know
takedown
what I mean?
of
On the
all the
recycling bin.
corruption that was
You know what I got?
associated
400
with
apples
this
sitting on the fucking counter.
trial.
I'm watching.
And he openly said, front page news, that
So anyway, it was super sweet. It was very nice. I appreciate stuff like that. 'Cause I think, like the other day, somebody said, I can't remember where I was, but they were like, yo, dude, I don't know if you like,
Dreyfus was brought back
but it
for
was
yet
somewhere
another trial.
specific.
Trial.
Obviously, a show. No,
And while
I
he
was,
was
but
not
there was a show or something, and they were like,
until
oh, dude, you want any
1995,
weed? Like, I'll hook you up. And I'm like,
years
oh,
later,
I appreciate that.
and
I
even
do
then,
appreciate
he
that
was,
kind of shit.
you know,
Like, I understand that that's a,
but
like,
he was allowed to go free.
offering of,
Sent
like,
his-
you know,
his,
it's not about the apples
his,
when the guy comes over. It's
whatever
about,
his
oh, welcome to the
sentence
neighborhood.
was
That's sweet as
Swedish,
fuck.
and
But it's
the
different.
thing
When
was
somebody's offering you
But
weed,
for
that's
his
way
efforts
different
in
than a
this
bag of
regard,
Not really, because no
he
one
was
would come
around
over
we
with
didn't hear
a
the
shopping bag full of
depiction
obviously, bro.
from
No,
the
this is the
period
reason
of
why.
how
I mean, they
Zola
might.
was
It's more of like
surrounded by
that's like a
mob
real,
of
like,
angry
that's
Frenchmen
an
who were
addiction that people
really
love.
upset with
And
him for
if they're sharing that
suggesting
with you, it
that
means
there was
more than the
corruption
fucking
in the
apples
French
from
military.
from
And he
your
was
orchard.
absolutely
If you're
correct.
addicted,
Some
if
of the
you're
people
addicted to weed,
were charged by Zola and
This thing I was snorting. This thing it needs more. I
in
do
jail
for
and
being
things like
a
that.
workaholic.
You know, a lot of really
You know how many people just like, oh
what
yeah,
is
of course.
especially important to us and our purposes
You know,
is that there
well,
was a
apples,
young
but it needs
journalist
right.
who
Smoke
was
it out.
there
You know what I mean? So I would always be like, I know about the streets, but I know
of
how.
Dreyfus.
I know how it means.
This
I
man,
know what
Theodore
people
Herzl,
offer you.
the father of
It like
modern
really means
political
stuff. I think it means more
And at
than
this
the
point,
apple guy.
Herzl was
Yeah, 'cause
essentially
no one has
six
an
ups.
an assimilated Austrian
I
Jew.
do.
He had very little
costs money.
he was famous
Oh,
for it, but
yeah, our
he
listeners are going to say,
was totally blown away,
what?
shocked by the fact that
Have
all
your
of
girl make some
the
apple
Frenchmen
pie.
were
We're
shouting
going to be in the fucking show that movie theater, Stephen King
to
thing.
the
No, but
Jews over this one captain.
my point
All
is,
of the
for that guy to
irregularities
gather
of the
apples,
trial,
come
that he
over,
said,
knock
wow,
on my door, that's a whole
if
thing.
this happens
That's not
in
like
France,
that's
where
way.
they're supposed to be so
You know
enlightened,
you're wrong.
a
You
full
know you're wrong.
century has
It was a nice
passed.
gesture. It was a nice thing.
Like you
If 100 years after they were given equal
you know,
rights,
you're just walking down.
people
Hey,
still
man,
feel this way about
you want
this
some
minority,
coffee bean? Like, you know,
obviously
like you wouldn't do that. That'd be so weird.
living in exile
But it means
is no
something to you. I'm just saying,
longer
I think
optional.
weed is like
In other words,
a shared
we cannot
thing that
rely
like
on the
smoking
goodwill
with people.
of
It's like
our
it
non-Jewish
means more than the fucking
citizens.
weird
We
foreign
have to have
guy
a land of
in
our
his
own.
summer home.
He's not going to get it, and it's fine. I think it's
Israel
fine.
and
It's not going to
Zionism,
affect you. I
and
think
this
you're really
really was
smart.
what the Polish
Here's
started
the problem.
to become
The
the
guy
father
just got
of
to his
the
summer home,
movement that would
and the
ultimately
apples are overgrown and they're all over the place. So we had this
Okay, let
person,
me pause at this
hey, go
point.
put all the apples on the ground there, and we're gonna go give it to
I thought about all this.
the dude. You know,
If Kristen was going to give apples to them, I'll tell you this much: she'd put it in a nicer basket.
That
But
is
the dude was the dude. Whether or not you wanted to get rid of the apples, he still had to come over, knock on the door, on the smiley face. I don't even know. It
was it like it sounds
Yeah.
like
No, it was red
Cycles,
and Ralph's or some shit. But
so you get your apples in a Ralph's bag.
they might have been
His
from Ralph's.
sentence
Fuck,
was
I
to
don't
do
know.
that
But
was something like
he's got
19
1,000 apples. Yeah.
He goes,
They said,
give me a
okay,
bag
all
of
right,
apples.
maybe you should come through all this.
He's just
Let's go.
more.
But they didn't formally apologize.
He's like that guy. Who's the guy from the fucking bubbly? Who's the fucking dude? God damn it! What's his fucking name? How many times did you drink? Did you drink beers? More. Who's the guy? Come on, fucker. You know? You know? God damn it! It was the Supreme Court justice. Yes. Look it up, dude. It's so funny, bro. The memes are the best. Honestly, that meme where you that and the fucking watch this.
Okay,
The
let's
usher,
go on.
dude,
If
top
no other
ones.
questions, arguments.
Kavanaugh.
There he is.
Yeah, Kavanaugh,
Okay.
dude. Fuck.
Okay, we're going back to the lecture then. So
Turned it down.
let's go now back to
Anyway, dude.
Eastern Europe.
I wish I remember the guy's name, but
Russia,
I
because
fucked up your name.
Russia
No,
still
I don't know
has
his
the
name. No, I
largest
do, but I'm not saying it. But
concentration
yeah,
of Jews in the world.
Hey, Eric, stop touching the corpse.
So remember, on Wednesday I'll show you a demographic map to show you just how many Jews were in Eastern Europe at this time.
That's good.
And Eastern Europe is primarily Russia, although there's still a lot of Jews in Austria-Hungary in particular. This is a map that we're going to look at again in
Dr. Ford has described
probably on
you as
Wednesday,
being
maybe next Monday.
intoxicated at a party.
Does anybody know
On
about
the
this?
left,
Did you
you
consume
see the
alcohol
way
during
the
high
world
school years?
before World War I.
My
On the
friends
right,
and I,
you see the
boys
way
and girls,
Europe
is
looked
so
after
straight beer.
World War I was over.
I like beer.
And it's a
Still like
huge
beer.
change in East Central
Drank
Europe.
beer. The drinking age is
Before
I
World
was
War I,
18, so the seniors
Central
were
Europe was
legal.
divided
Senior
into
year in high school,
three
people were
big
legal.
empires. The
We
German,
drank, and we
the
drank beer.
Austro-Hungarian,
You're having a
Dual
conversation with
Empire
us.
that joined in the
Yes,
1960s, and the Russian Empire.
Too many beers.
And then
That's like
after World
too many
War I,
beers.
Germany was,
We drank beer. We like beer.
short of a lot of its
Considered to be
territory.
too many beers.
My lady's hot.
Austria-Hungary was reduced to a tiny little states where fully two-thirds
It's the next one, whatever the next one
Get
is.
out of here.
We're now living
The next one
outside
is
of it.
dude.
Countries like Czechoslovakia, Poland, which had been a country before, was
Just
born
type in
again after
more.
World
Kick
War
it more.
I. You have the Baltic states were created, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and so
Oh yes, it was, bro.
And as you
This
can
part,
imagine,
this part was big.
there were
It's a meme that they'll use for like, how many times have you done this? Yeah. How many times have you masturbated today?
Czechoslovak
Not drink
nationalism.
beer to the point
You
of blacking
would
out.
consider yourself a winner,
And I never.
but
This whole
there are
thing.
a lot of
This was so stupid.
losers,
You just
they were
want.
really
See, this is the
unhappy
thing.
about it.
It's like you just
and they
want to
wanted
be.
to revise the peace
Guys,
treaty. They
you
want
want
to
him to be like,
revise this
guys.
So that's going to be really important for us when we get to
Yeah, bro,
World War II in
Listen,
particular. But I want to
anything
focus
you
for us
put on
today,
a trial like
getting
this,
to
no
that,
matter what it is,
just to
it's
give you
gonna
a
feel
sense of
crazy.
Yeah.
this is
It'd
the
be like if I'm
last
asking you ask
Yeah.
me, how many, so
of the
your friend
20th
says you masturbated a lot. So,
World
you
War
know,
to the classic concept. Totally different world.
and later in the fucking ugly one is going like,
Yeah.
what
So
would you
let's
consider
start
a
with
lot
what
of
happened in
masturbating?
Say how you masturbate.
You know what I mean?
Russia,
And you're like,
this
doesn't everybody masturbate?
literally
What?
behind the rest of
It's
the
like,
world. Their calendar was actually 13 days
and look
behind
at the
the
woman
rest
back
of the
there.
world.
She's exacerbated by this. She's like, we all drink beer.
Middle Ages,
Look at the one on the left.
Yeah, but this is what you're talking about, the moral superiority. It's like,
Yes. Yeah, it's like people have this sort of moral superiority. It's like, fuck off.
in the Middle Ages,
Yeah,
Western
look, it's
Europe,
on the right to your point.
abandoned
Just call out the entire
Julian calendar,
644,000.
Exactly. Whether you believe it or not,
which is
that's
the
a
one
win
that
for
we
whoever
use
that
to watch
person is
today,
making that.
March 31st on the
So weird.
Gregorian
Like,
calendar.
damn, dude, it's like,
But the Eastern world, the Orthodox world,
Is
Russian
you see
Orthodox
that
people
girl
and
get
so
kicked
on,
out of the
did
show?
not make that switch.
Yeah, she was
And
walking
so
out. She was like,
Russia was one of the last places to actually do it.
well, what happened?
Every
It was on TMZ.
century, they lost
She was
another
fighting during the
day.
show, right?
So that's why they were literally 13 days behind the West. If you look at Russian sources, therefore they will refer to the February Revolution, whereas if you look to German, French, English, American
It doesn't
sources,
count if you're
they
that
talk
big,
about the
bro.
March
No.
Revolution
Also
because
fact.
our calendar in the West
She's
was
a
March.
thick chick, okay?
But that's just one sort of symbolic factor why Russia was still so far behind the rest of the world, both in terms of industrialization, in terms of its governmental structure, in terms of its treatment of Jews, for sure. They were still living in a free modern world. So they go into World War I in 1914, and they're like hopelessly under-equipped for a battle with a modern state like Germany. They have really poor outfitting, they have unmotivated soldiers, they literally have some people that they tell their soldiers,
She's leaving. She left some bench.
you got on one side you got Germans who are at this point, by the way,
Yeah, it really is a lot of the time.
tanks were developed. They have, Air Force.
Throwing people out, man.
That show that big, bro. When you get to 3,000,
And the Russians are coming in there with
and
like
above, people get arrested at your show. You got no idea what the
Counter
fuck they're
soldiers.
You got no
Get
idea.
close enough to the Germans to not to wait for
After the show, they'll
your
come in,
bayonets.
man.
And they're
They
like,
had to kick out
go down.
1,000 people.
Russia lost.
You don't even know. I got on stage once in
Later, they would
Austin.
catch
It's
up.
like a 3,000, maybe a
Largely as a result of their
3,000
greatest
venue, and
soldier
I got on stage. They
tournament.
were like, "Did you see they fucking got
General
arrested and
Victor,
fuck you up?" I was like,
because the Russians have a really brutal winter,
3,000. So this,
and Western European forces often
I didn't know what was going on though, because he was talking during he stopped his performance. So I was like, get her out of
They
here.
went to the war,
you have to,
and
because
3 years into the war, they're suffering
She's
terribly.
okay.
They lost a lot of territory.
There'd be
Their economy
6
is
people in
tatters.
your crowd, and you still wouldn't know. You're so
Leningrad,
into your shit.
Zoot, what the fuck, man?
Called Petrograd, or Peter's City. And that was
You guys leave.
There was a city in the north called
It's
St.
true. You know what helped? I'm saying I'm saying that helped me so much with stand up is doing my podcast.
The word
Because
bird,
I talk for an hour about shit that I think is funny. I think,
so
and
during World War
there's
I,
two
they
people in
decided
that
we
room,
want to have our
and all
capital
I do
city
for an hour is just
named
bomb
with
for
a
2
German
hours.
name, so
They're
they
not
changed it
laughing.
to
So
Petrograd.
that made me so good at stand up, bro.
City. And then
Is this it?
after
No.
the war was
Yeah,
over,
right.
and the communists
It
took
is?
over,
Yeah.
they named it again Leningrad. Now, if you went to Russia and you wanted to visit the city, you would have to go to St. Petersburg again. It got its original name. But in St. Petersburg, there is a massive protest over food supplies, where on International Women's Day in March of 1917, there's a whole bunch of women protesting the lack of bread in bakeries. And one woman got unusually worked up, picked up a brick, and she threw it through the window of the bakery. That started a small food riot, and eventually expanded over the entire city. And by the end of a few days, the entire government,
He's
the Russians had invaded the Tsar's mansion. They took him over. They arrested him. Later, he was executed, ironically by a Jewish assassin. But that was the end of the Russian Empire. It fell with remarkably little pressure, largely because maybe like you've seen in your own conflict, Syria, there was very little burning up. And once enough people simply decided they were going to rise up against it.
No, I would send the meme
They
with
appointed a new government called a provisional government.
Wait, so
And
Nick,
the
it's
idea of
fake.
the
That
provisional
never
government
happened.
was led by this guy, Alexander Kerensky,
I don't think so.
was to kind of organize
This man is well documented, dude.
government that we're going to establish in Russia.
Oh, I'm gonna be in
They
where
weren't
am I gonna be?
moving from
Houston,
any
Salt
kind of
Lake City,
bourgeois democracy.
Pittsburgh,
They had a very weak parliament
Boise,
called
Chris, they talk about like Europe. Oh, and I'm adding
an
Go
extension of
Pittsburgh,
the
which is
Tsar
I didn't know where that
himself,
is.
and it's like
I'm
they
going to your
they
tour,
didn't
but I
have
love
a,
Go Pittsburgh,
any
and I
kind
love
of
and
a
it's
democratic
definitely where
tradition to speak
all
of,
the fucking
and so they had to
like
figure
in
out
the movies
what
was
kind of
Wisconsin.
government
Oh
was
my
going to
god.
set. Also, don't forget, Russia
October.
was not a unified country by any means. There were 50
So I can't wait to
major
do that.
nationalities
Amsterdam.
living in the massive Russian Empire that covered, by the way, 1/6
I got a bunch
of
of
the
different things.
world's surface of the
We're
earth.
going to see Eric
Tremendous
Dome.
amount of
Which is
territory.
great.
You've got
So they were
Orthodox
fly to
Christians,
Europe.
Catholic Christians, you have
I used to
Muslims,
do that on Brian.
you have Buddhists, you have
He
Jews.
would be like, I'm going to
all
be in
over the
fucking
place.
Minnesota.
So
And I'll
we're
be like,
trying to
and
figure
then
out
I'd comment or I say,
what
if
we
you
can
live
do
in
for all
Minnesota,
these people
fly to
that are
Daytona
no
this
longer
week.
subject to the Tsar. They took too
So yeah,
long
but anyway,
to
so
make
more.
their decisions. And what ended up happening is the communists
Where's
were
where?
able to
Can
mount
someone
a
send me?
sufficient
Here, hold on.
force, and they
Can
took over the
someone send
government
me the Brett
forcibly in
Kavanaugh
October
quote
of
more clip?
1917. But before we get to that, it's important to know that Kamensky, although he himself was not Jewish, he was definitely very cognizant of Jewish concerns, and the very first thing he did when he came to power was he abolished the Taylor settlement, which is shown here in this map. This was something that Jews hated by this point, although in the 18th century, when it was first set up by Catherine, it was actually not such a bad thing. There was lots of room for Jews. They actually had elevated rights, modified by Catherine the Great. But by the time you get to the 20th century, it was like essentially a massive ghetto. There were all kinds of arbitrary anti-Semitic regulations, and Jews were not allowed to live so close to the border because they were suspected of smuggling. And Jews were not allowed to engage in this kind of business over here because there was non-Jewish businesses and all kinds of things like that. So it was definitely something hated. And Kerensky got rid of it. This is very first action. This is a map that shows you a little bit of the population concentration of Jews.
Or if it doesn't turn colors, then you're like, never mind.
Massive numbers of Jews. Also, what we know, by the way, that what we call Poland today was part of Russia at the time. And part of
Eric's
the
nasty. He gets the Infinity Stones condoms.
The October Revolution was led by this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He was a social democrat, which is a technical term for
green has got to be, you might
left-wing parties. Later the Bolshevik Party, later known as the
Just go
Communist
green,
Party, but
yellow,
also
red,
a
like a
few other
stoplight.
groups like the Bolshevik Party, and technically groups like the Bund were also
And
part
AIDS is red.
of this communist ideology.
AIDS would be red.
His
All gay
approach
guys are like,
was
fuck.
that
You
we
pull out
have
and
to
you see the AIDS
accelerate
You go a little slower just in case it breaks.
in Russia, as we discussed last week. Russia
You see
was
green,
not
green is yellow.
a proper
No.
model for Marxist philosophy because it never went from essentially a pre-modern feudal economy to a bourgeois democracy to communism. It threatened to jump straight
Bro, how
from
about the guy who
the
fucking
pre-modern feudal era
I don't know how they're
communist
spinning
era.
it, or I don't know what the real truth is.
But he said essentially we can do it. We can like rush around and get this guy.
With the
Very
big red
charismatic
and
speaker.
family.
Managed to get together with these local
Was it a
called
family?
Soviets, which means
So,
councils in English, of workers,
Well,
especially urban workers, factories, and also farmers and so on. To overthrow the bourgeois model set by the provisional government
Hell yeah,
and
bro.
bring in this new communist government.
Yeah.
Shortly after successfully taking over the region in October, this is a picture that says comrade Lenin is going to clean up the land from Mr. Vasilevsky, your Russian better, must be right. You know what's where Chiste is? Chiste means clean. He's going to make this land clean. So that's
I actually think it might have been at a different.
the Lenin was
it not Brett Kavanaugh? That's not Brett
Kavanaugh.
Oh, it's Michael Cohen. Yeah. Damn
For
it.
2 years, he's bedridden.
Take it back. All apologies. I didn't say it was him, by the way. No, you were like, you know what it is. Yeah, well, we already know he's
Joseph Stalin. And the three of them engaged in a three-way struggle for power that by the time you get to the end of the 20s, Stalin is firmly in power and both the time
That's funny, bro.
Yo,
there is a strong anti-Semitic
Nolan lost.
environment around
What up, pimp?
communism, which at this time
Yo, dog, can you hear me?
because of the strong Jewish element
Yo.
in the early communist movement, speak to that in a little bit greater
Yeah,
detail.
that's right. It was Michael Cohen.
But
That's right. Fuck.
the
Did he go to jail?
communist Russians,
Yeah, he did.
and there are many,
Was
the most important
Trump
are
get
called
pardoned
the whites.
already? Or no, because he went against
They're-
Trump. That's why
They're
he went to jail.
openly taking advantage of
But then he
whatever
got out, right?
anti-Semitic charges they can to further malign.
The guy right behind him's gonna die.
This here is
Yo, dog, can you hear me?
Guess how much time you got?
that says on
Guess.
the death of
Guess how
the
much time you got?
15
international,
years.
that's referring to an international communist organization, and you can see this is supposed to be some kind of like
Yo.
No, I picked a high number though because I knew you were gonna do that. He didn't get 15 years.
So the stars says international on it.
All right, well, just talk to me when you're ready.
Various Aztec people
Fact
who
check
are
my joke.
sacrificing
Did you guys see? I thought it was kind of cool. You know,
the
Trump
marks. You can see Lenin there in the center.
Trump's shaking his hand. And then the fucking two legends
Flag.
Flag stuff.
Right next to him on his left is that
But
other
Putin didn't give a fuck.
So,
Putin was like,
yeah,
no,
it's
interesting.
all the on the top there, and several of them are Jewish. Here's the thing about
They've been saying that for years, though.
That was like,
no question
oh, really?
that
I mean, I
communism
don't know.
had a special fascination for Jews
That's
at
crazy.
the turn of the 20th century.
Yeah, that's
But
weird.
we got to bear
That's a
in
weird
mind
flex.
the vast
It's
majority
some
of
flex.
Jews were not
Yeah, that's
communists.
just my.
However,
That's just my.
if you look at communists,
Yeah.
and
So
you want to
Putin.
see how many
They're
Jews
saying
were
Putin's sick.
there, Jews were
Yeah, like
definitely
They've been saying that for years.
especially in the
Years. Saying he's
leadership
gonna
ranks of
die. He
communism.
has cancer.
That's a scary kind of thing. At some point, you might have, you know, 1/3 of the leadership of the communist organization of Jewish extraction.
Wow, that's
There's actually a kind of a
yeah. What a
dark
fucking dude.
joke
Those
about it in
stealth
Yiddish.
bombers,
They had this organization called the
Stealth.
Separatistski Centralny
2.1
Komitet,
billion. So
which means
expensive.
the All-Russian Central Committee, the Communist Party, and they were taking Yiddish acronyms out of it.
and atomize your
ZIP would stand for Consent
for real. Wi-Fi? Dude, it's like, why the fuck is it 2.5? I don't believe it.
And
That's
you know,
literally
it was
where
not hard
it's like
to look at
the
it.
military
Like,
industrial
look at
complex.
Yeah.
this
The
list
numbers
here.
are made up.
Right. Yeah, I'll be like, explain to me why this is there.
Georgia,
Explain to me.
and
They're like,
Russia,
show me the part that they go like,
You don't want to do project cuts with the planes. You don't want to look for the best deal on this stuff.
it's not even like you're looking for the deal. I'm just saying, I don't believe it's that much.
Now,
Right.
again,
They go like, they're like
re-emphasize
17
the
billion.
vast majority of Jews were not communists.
And you're
Communism was very anti-religious,
I don't get it.
anti-Jewish,
I don't get it. I
but
don't
there
get
was
those things like that.
Jewish
That's
attraction.
wild.
Part of that is related
Yeah, that is-
definitely to things that were neutral, like urbanization. Jews were also highly urbanized,
We should.
and highly urbanized people were far more likely to support communism.
You think we
But
could
there was
have been
definitely
that for this
A
podcast?
surge of interest
I'll see if I got
for
someone
this
offer
brand
up.
new political philosophy
Yeah.
that
Well,
promised
look
to
at the way
put a
they
final
you never
end.
see these things. Like, is there any footage of this
national
plane in action?
And many Jews
No,
were
because they're
attracted to
fucking
this
fast
idea.
and
They
quiet.
thought, maybe
It's a
this is the
stealth
one
fighter
that
jet.
will finally put an end to Semitism and racism.
They take off like
And
that.
people got
There has to
enthusiastic
be
about it,
some-
especially
there has to be
younger
some-
people. who
Yeah,
are not
you can see it,
necessarily
but
so
we can
well
see Bigfoot.
entrenched
People
with
got
Jewish
covered.
tradition. By the
So
way,
people
look at
got
this a little bit more closely. This is also a little bit of
You're
Christian
eating
propaganda.
ghosts. No,
You can see the
you
Jewish
know,
guy
please
here,
don't
clearly
actually
so
friend
with
the
the
You can't see a
Arab
beach
players,
bomber.
but he has
Yeah.
the number 30 on his
Yeah,
back,
I know,
which
I mean-
Holy shit, it costs around $130,000 per hour to operate this
Judas
thing.
received for betraying Jesus.
So
the
if
idea
you're
here is
for the
that
guy
Jews
who
are
makes
also
underpaid,
betrayed.
man.
However, the biggest push
What are you gonna operate it? Like,
into
what
the
are you
Communist
gonna?
Party
Wow, I don't believe none of that shit.
Wrong.
It's really crazy to be like, yo, I'm going to Reno. I'm going to take a beat. Wait.
Before we
Once
get
you
to
find
that,
out, let's say, hey, we want you to fly this thing. You go, okay, I'm going to fly planes. And you find out
so
it's 2.5
questions, arguments,
billion.
discussions.
You're like, oh yeah, it costs 130,000 for more insurance. Yeah. Like everything is like heightened.
totally
How fast do
clear
you think you can go?
as the sun at noonday.
No,
I can't
you're not
believe it. This is like such a complicated period of history. You guys sure you're all good with this? Hello. Dr. Steve.
You thought about you're like, I don't care.
As
First,
you know,
and then you're
when
like,
you're saying that the
My first first thought was, how do I turn this into a board game? They were doing it.
People like Stalin or Lenin, they were just taken by this
That's
idea.
that's how hardcore I am. I was like, I'll turn it into. Oh, Nick's
Well,
doing it.
actually, I didn't say whether they were evil or not.
You're fired.
I think there were
It
some.
sounded like you were surprised that they were just part of the.
How's the kids
The
over there?
terrible-
How's baseball going and all that? Does that still happen?
Our Tiger starts football tonight,
It's a government
and then
that
after football, he has a meeting for his baseball team, a peer meeting, and then tomorrow Boston starts baseball. So it's every day this week now, picking up.
at the beginning. Couldn't tell for sure, but by the time
Is it
you
every day this week?
oh my god.
Every day this week,
They have
two of them.
They have sports every day this week.
1930s and many
Sports
ways
every day.
to Hitler's Nazis.
Do you guys how many weeks?
The totalitarianism, the forced arrest, the
It
tortures,
will
the
end
murders.
in
It's
November.
absolutely incredible. So to think of Jews
I don't know, man. Fucking 16.
so
Can't make it.
guys like Lazar Kaganovich, the
Oh, man.
you know, and he
So
was
annoying to ask how many
one of
weeks
the
is
main
it?
architects
How
of
many weeks is that? I
the
don't know, man.
terror
What the
family
fuck?
in the 1930s. In charge of Ukraine at that time. It's really
But yeah, I'll be in Houston, Salt Lake City, Boise.
You're coming to
sad
Texas,
reality
Christopher.
Yeah,
that
Houston
Jewish
is still
history
small.
also
Texas is so big.
has
Like people.
Actually,
Actually, on the 27th, I'm doing my show at Flapper. Oh, nice.
37, 36. A lot of
Yeah, man, I got you. You in town. When?
great.
27th.
Yeah,
I don't know, go
Jews
down.
who were Soviets mostly had this
Go
bird.
down.
One's like,
that is very true. What I'd like to do is I'm gonna walk you through this in the next bubble after the one I'm gonna talk about. But I'll give you a short answer right
You
now.
said September
Basically,
27th. I meant
at the beginning of the war, you have what are called old Bolsheviks. And those are people
Write something in.
who actually became communists
This
before
is just a marker. Negro, he writes in
before the
Dumptown.
revolution.
Oh,
Right? They're
I'm
old
going to be in
Bolsheviks.
Dumptown. All right.
Jews are disproportionately represented
You know
there.
what? If I
Primarily in the leadership, but not in the rank and file. But those are like the true believers. Those are like the trust
after hour.
who really are like all in.
Yeah, good idea.
Very anti-Jewish.
You're going to be staying
Then what's going to happen, and I'll come back to explain this in
No
more
more.
detail, regular Jews
See you guys.
who are uneducated about communism and so on, but they suddenly vote with their feet to join the Red Army, largely because the Red Army is the most reliable force defending Jews against pogroms in the Civil War era. And that's when you have the biggest number of Jews in the Communist Party. And then beginning with the 1920s or 1924, at the end of that period, that's when you have a successful series of purges where the Communist Party says, wait, we move too fast, we have too many people in Europe who don't believe what we believe, and they cull Jews down to a much more proportionate number, and in fact, they now become
50
less
times?
proportionate
100
during the
times?
worst period. So in other
200
words,
times.
when communism was its worst, there were the fewest Jews.
Guess how much time you got.
Say there were no Jews in
Guess.
communism.
Guess how much time you got.
15 years.
And there were some really nasty Jews. So it's complicated.
Yeah, that was
This is the
like,
kind of stuff that I
The
just
high number though, because I knew you were going to do that. You didn't get 15 years.
but I just want to get it.
Let's explore the history, okay? So back to where we are. Here we are with the Rothschild. So what this I'm sharing largely because in my own research, this is my dissertation, that there was a really weird thing that happened in Ukraine at this time. The Russian Empire, we will call it, falls apart in February, and then in October the communists took over. But a lot of parts of the Russian Empire said, wait a second, we don't want to be communist. We want to do things that are efficient. Ukraine was the largest major chunk of the former Russian Empire. They said, no, we don't want to do this. Russian thing.
Yeah, because he
And
keeps
they
talking
realized
shit about
that
Jeff
if they
Dahmer.
were to form any kind of a defense against this communist government, they would have to like take advantage of all resources.
You know,
And they
when
reached
Jeff
out
got past at the store, now Mark
these
has to
Ukrainians who spoke
he was
about
talking
this,
a lot of smack
and
about
stuff like that.
Really? And then Mark,
Ukrainian intelligentsia,
on some
places like,
podcast,
hey,
he's saying like,
reached out
yeah, I
to
didn't know what it was.
Yeah, and said, hey,
Yeah.
Because I've never heard of it.
I never heard of it. And then Jeff's like, why me? Why you pick me for this? You've done this to everybody, and all of a sudden, I'm the one. You know, Jeff said that.
Yeah, Jeff listed off like all the big names Marriott had issues with. He's like, but you're coming after me? I thought you didn't know who I was. He listed like huge names that Marriott had issues with.
Really bizarre
I just think it's a weird podcast tour and press tour.
And they said, okay, let's do it.
To basically, we're not even talking about his special. All we're talking about is fucking what he does,
they
what he
dedicated tax
says.
dollars.
They're just salty.
I think that's salty. I don't think it's good for the brotherhood.
An official
I don't
language
like that shit.
Brotherhood? What brotherhood do you speak of? The one that kicked my friends out of the brotherhood? The one that kicked my friend Chris and Brian out? What fucking brotherhood?
But it was a crazy experiment
Yeah, where
that
there isn't any
essentially collapsed
whatever.
within
I mean,
3 years.
yeah,
They're trying, this is
you know,
one of the
I see these guys
documents I found in the
out, and they're
archive,
just all like, hey,
where
what's
they're
up?
trying
You know?
so hard
It's
to
of course.
live up to their promises of making Yiddish a formal language. This is an
Thank
official
you.
government
That's
document.
it.
And
Yeah, man, that's
as
the
you
weird
can see
thing
by
now,
looking at
you
it
know,
closely,
things are different. You know
is
what I mean?
two
I
languages.
I'll tell you, this is a byproduct
the typewriter,
of people being so
is
concerned
written in
about
Ukrainian.
social influence.
and on the
You know,
right,
this is what this
they
is
didn't
really
have a
about.
Yiddish
I mean, social
typewriter. They
influence is
wrote it
everything.
in
It drives
Yiddish.
engagement, it drives
And if
revenue,
you look
and
a little
people
more
don't want
closely,
to.
you'll see that
Anything that
even
they
in
think is going to take
Ukrainian,
away from the
certain
money that they're
letters
going to make,
are
they're going to put up the
specifically
tents and be
an
like,
I
no, that's it.
or
It's
an
just
I
protected.
remain up.
Yeah,
They're
The
protected
reason
at
for
all
that
costs.
is
Yeah, at all costs.
that
Losing their friends, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, whatever.
So
It's
they
all
only
good.
had Russian
I always say, like, I feel like it's such that loyalty
to Ukrainians.
is not
They
something
had
that
to
people
specifically add those letters in,
Yeah, no,
which
not
is
at
like
all. And
hilarious.
it's weird too, no, it's,
But that also
Boy,
shows
here.
how weak the
yeah. Well, there's a
government
few.
was.
There's
So
a
in
few.
fact,
There's a few.
towards the
There
end of
are.
this
Oh,
three-year
yeah.
period,
Who
the
else,
government
Chris?
was
Who
essentially
else?
operating out of
Ukraine.
Oh, yeah?
and they were
In the
running
spotlight?
between
In
three
the
cities in
spotlight?
western
But
Ukraine,
that
trying to
but
avoid
nobody
Red
actually
Army
just.
troops.
But that's the thing where
That was
nobody
the extent of
cares.
the government.
Like there's so
although
many
it was a
people
very
who are like
global kind
to
of
me
idea,
that are in the spotlight that are like,
you know,
dude,
really kind of multicultural government,
you gotta-
ministry to affairs,
you gotta
et
get
cetera,
back. We're gonna,
it was
you
was
deserve to
largely
be fucking doing
things
these
of the
movies and shit.
imagination
I'm
of
like,
the upper political
Yeah, bro.
classes. And it did
okay.
not,
You know what I mean? Like,
seep
I
into
mean,
broader
people who are like, you know,
This is especially
in the
true
business,
because
in the business and
right after
also
there's actually a little
famous, and they're
Just
like,
a couple of nights in
gotta
that
get you
scene.
something
That
that
doesn't
doesn't
count. It doesn't count.
I know it doesn't.
Then,
That's my point. I'm saying they don't care. They don't care. I mean, they care.
colonists
But
took
that's
over
weird to me though, because like,
entire region
because like to
blew
me,
up.
it's like I
It had a horrific
don't know,
civil
dude.
war
It's like you take
where you had
like
multiple
the movies
players
and shit,
all
and like
arguing
movies about
over
movies and how they're
this
so, you know,
territory,
they always play
Russian
Hollywood
Empire,
like this
especially
fake thing.
European Russia.
But like, dude, that's just kind of what
You
everything
had
is. Like, it's not like that.
very
It's
effectively
not
by
like that
Trotsky
in
and the
other
Red Army.
businesses.
You had
Like,
the white
The
Russians
second
who
the
wanted to
second
support
and
either
anything is about
Tsar,
anyone,
who was kicked out of
everyone
February,
gets
or the
scared,
provisional
and they just go,
government,
oh,
those kicked out
well,
in October, but they
I'll
didn't
just
want
do
the
whatever's
communists.
right.
You had the
quote unquote.
Ukrainian
And then this way my
National
brand
Army,
is protected, I
who's
guess,
called
but
the
like,
Direct Inside.
the people who
had,
don't give a fuck,
the
like
Polish
truly
Army.
who don't, who
You
really
had
just don't, like
Poland was
us,
also
you know, and there are others,
assassinated
but like,
this time.
you know, it's
had
just,
anarchist movement
it's
under a guy named
well, at least
Mao,
for me,
very
it's
active in
it's
the
free. Like,
particular.
I don't
And then
have,
you had dozens and dozens
I have a problem with everyone
temporary
going on podcasts and talking shit about everyone. It
Tuesday,
sucks, dude. It just sucks. Like when I see some comic go out and talk about some other show that a comic's on, or somebody's bashing another comic that they came up with, or they're talking about how they don't Chris, Tony,
Chris, no good comics are doing that. I haven't seen one like legit comic talk shit on nobody.
Right.
Like
There are
in
no
public.
Well, right. There's no. I mean, look.
Nobody that you respect.
You can argue that. Yeah. Look. Obviously, you know, there are comics that are above it, like Bill Burr, Chris Rock, you know, the big guys, but they are above that. But there are people who are that are not above that, who made their living that way. You know, who made their living talking shit, who made their living getting clicks. They're not.
By the time you
They're
get
the
to
people
the
that
post-World War I era,
that what are
especially
they going to do? They cannot do that anymore. You know, I mean, I saw a clip the other day with these comics that were, you know, they were not well known, but they were talking shit about Kill Tony, and it's like,
go up to $250,000, which is probably
Just-
way too big.
you know,
But 100,000 is
like
certainly
for
within.
what? For what?
Because he's the big dog.
I know, but it's like,
you get to a certain level, like, people are gonna take shots. It's like, it's a weird comparison. It's like, I'll talk shit about the UFC. I love the UFC, but I talk shit about because they're so massive.
I
Like, they're
understand.
so big.
I
It's
understand.
just what you do.
It's different when it's a
Control the
company,
territory.
when there's about
Here's the point that I want to mention. I see your hands, Mr. Chairman. I'll get to it in a second.
like that shit affects people.
Why
You know, Mark Maron goes out. I'm looking for Mark Maron. Like, he'll go out and he will.
Because of all of those
He knows that
forces
he
that are
has
struggling for
Like, I mean,
territory,
he's not like
right?
he says he's, you know,
Red Army has
It's just
by
like
far the
podcast.
least
Yeah, and
incidents
talking
of
to a guy
violence
and
against Jews.
uh,
Trotsky at his head
these are the
steps
words.
up right
The
at the
kid
beginning
doesn't
of
have
the war
an
and
act.
says,
Yeah, yeah. No,
whatever
no,
you
to
do,
talk like that. What I'm saying is what?
But here's my thing. But here's what I
to
think.
a certain degree,
It doesn't affect Matt Wright.
which
Because
is
what
what
happens,
German
what
Protestant
Mark's doing,
secularists in Eastern
Mark's
Ukraine
a
that
false.
are
So
about
his demos 45
they
to
refuse
77.
to fight back
None of those people are fucking with Matt
the
anyway.
attackers.
So it's not like Matt's losing fans or somebody's on the fence like, well, Mark Maron said. No, it doesn't affect
It doesn't affect. It doesn't affect Max fans, but it does
Raping
affect
their
Matt.
wives and having them cook breakfast
Like
the
when
next
someone
morning,
I see
and
somebody
then
talking
simply
shit
doing
about
nothing
me,
because
it
it would
bothers
be
me. I understand.
betrayal
I
of their
understand. It's like, oh, I don't give a
principles to
fuck.
fight
And
back.
like you said, oh yeah,
Those
okay, that's a
Mennonites
thing. But
did
like,
fight back and broke their
you don't give a fuck because
They were later
you're
shot
okay. Then I
by
can't
the
give a
rest of
fuck.
the
It's not because you
Mennonites.
truly
They're
don't give a
absolutely
fuck.
bullshit.
That shit
No,
sucks.
you gotta not. They're driving
So
crazy.
I understand it, and you find the balance, but it just sucks, bro. Like, you know, say what you want about whoever.
against the civilian
No,
population.
I know, but I'm saying, say whatever you want
Were
about
assassinated with the
whoever's comedy.
But,
Like, it's annoying and
the
it sucks.
vast
Like, when I see
majority
people
of
like, oh yeah, fucking, you know, proliferation takes his shirt off. That's all he does. It's like, all right, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? He made it.
So many Jews.
You know, he's got his life.
Got to join.
You know, or Tom Segura fell off, or whatever the fuck it is, Chris D'Elia. It's like, dude,
So much
what are you
so that they
doing?
have stories
Like,
of like
for
guys
what?
literally
What are you
running out of
doing?
base matches.
Make it. Make
You know, pay us
It's hard.
trying.
Make
Well,
it.
Not speaking the word brush.
But again,
And
those
running to
people
try
that
and
are saying
find
those
out how to
comments, like we all
operate
get it. Oh,
a
Chris
musket
fell
or
off,
whatever,
Brian fell off,
rifle at
Brendan
times.
fell off. I'm like,
They actually had to
this is
establish
falling off.
Yiddish
Sign
language.
me the fuck
Well,
out.
that's
That's
these
what it
Jews
is.
have so fast.
It's also no one
That's
doing
when you have
well
the
who's
big
making those
surge of
comments.
favor the
Chris
communists
fell off.
because the
Oh, did
communists
he?
look like they were actually going to
Do you
live
know how
up
much
to their
Chris makes a
promise
year?
I'm
Do
not
you have any fucking clue how well he's doing?
later, of course,
like
you'll
when
be
people
betrayed
talk
by the
about
communists
someone.
big time.
Like, you know, I
But
hate
that
when
wouldn't
like
really
it's a
start to
host.
happen until
And
the
they're
end of the
like,
19th.
they're talking to this person.
Okay,
They're trying to bring up something. As if they think
Yeah,
that
thank
people
you.
watching are going to
Why were
think that
why
host
this
is
was
a
wrong?
good person.
What exactly were they targeting? They were fighting
Why are
each
you
other.
doing it? People are
Terrible.
terrible. That's a good question. That's kind of a bad question.
Your question was asked
Like,
to me
when they
by
pick someone like,
Professor
fuck this
John Paul
person,
Kim,
that right, whatever, or me,
scholar at
whoever
the
it is,
University of
like, you know what I mean? Like, they just
read my
pick that person
dissertation
and
and
it's,
said,
and
well,
then it's like,
why did you hang on one
believe them
second?
because why? Chris, you believe who? You believe Amy Schumer? Who you, like, who?
No one believes him. But my thing is, do you know anyone who's doing shit that doesn't get this type of hate? Do you know anybody? Name one. I can't name
one way or another, yeah. From one way or another.
Name one dude.
Sorry,
Who's
folks,
actually
I'm teaching this from
Yeah, no,
home,
but
and
it's different when it comes from the fucking actual community. You know what I'm saying?
my
It's different
reference
when it
is
comes
just
from the
Yeah,
guy.
what community? You guys keep saying this community.
Right, well, what's supposed to be?
Soft people.
Well,
All
I've been
right, where
around
are we?
for a while.
Mr.
Yeah, exactly.
Expression
Yeah,
out there.
yeah, undoubtedly, yeah, exactly.
Why the
I
game?
believe that the internet
During
helped
this
to
period of
destroy
time,
that,
actually,
and
this is
you know,
a
that's
specific
because
name for it called the
I agree. There was a community. There was a community before Rogan left. Like those, whatever, 5 to 7 years. I mean, it's the gold age, right? But I think to your point, like these guys that does this stuff,
is
part of it's not
right
their
at the
fault.
heart of
Like I'm not giving them an out, but part of it is social media. YouTube,
people attack
it's created to, the algorithm's created to
people attack
entice you. And so if I make a reaction video going, Chris is the best comic ever, and Eric's the friendliest comic ever, he's so good, I get 5,000 views. If I make one that goes, Chris sucks cock, and Eric sucks bigger cock, I get 100,000 views. It's just how we're wired. That is my new podcast coming out.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, Good Burger,
This is what I call fast
Beverly Hills Cop, Girl with a Trending Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
No, I know it does suck. But I'll put it this way: if you're going out there for clicks, if you're farming, like you're not comedians going out there and farm for crowds, if you're on a podcast farming for clicks, you suck. You suck. If you go out there and you're like, oh, dude, let's try to make it. So let's talk. Yeah, we should talk about that. Because fuck him.
So
Yeah, you're a hoe. You're a hoe at sushi. You're a fucking hoe.
But they know that.
Nobody thinks that they're doing. Nobody thinks that they're bad. Bro, Hitler thought he was doing the right thing. So it doesn't matter who.
No, these people know.
So that's basically it.
They know they're bad. They know it's scummy work, but it's the
You
only
knew
way they
that
can make
was
money.
meaning they were at
Well, no. I think that some people take this weird
You
high
didn't know
ground.
they were in
That's
the Civil
my
War. They were
problem
busy.
with
They were
what
trying
Mark
to
Maron
establish
does. It's like, yeah, you're taking the high ground, this moral high ground, and it's like a genius complex that some of them have. To be like, Jesselnick's got that. He's got this genius complex that is like, well, this is what comedy's supposed to be, and Mark's, telling me like, man, I just care about quality.
Jesselnick's different than Mark. I like Jesselnick. Jesselnick's different than Mark. Mark's a salty bitch. Jesselnick will do it like when he goes after Rogue or something. It's still in a funny way, and it's kind of his thing, right? Being kind of that asshole. I don't like Jesselnick.
I don't know. Anthony's my friend. I like Jesselnick. No, I don't like it. I don't like that shit. Talking about Matt, I hit him up. I was like, did you watch it? I was like, I directed that special. He was like, oh, I didn't watch it. I said, oh, okay. It just makes me feel bad. I mean, like, personally, I like Jesselnick whenever I see him. I just don't like that. I don't like Jesselnick.
He's a dark comic.
I know. But when you carry it over into a podcast saying, yeah, fucking, this person sucks, and you don't even know. Maron doesn't even have. He doesn't even know that Matt has an act. Matt has an act. You don't have to think it's funny. But it's just great. So I don't know, man. I'm just saying. It sucks. Well, when I see comics get dragged, it just fucking always sucks, man. It always sucks. Even if I don't like them, I'm like,
But in general, like the fan base that's gonna buy tickets or watch a show, they're already conditioned to this bullshit. This toxic community. Most of them are like, oh, fuck it. They pass it.
Maybe starting now, but like not up until now, it was rough. It affects. Social media really affects people. Like, look, dude, it really affects people. Like, it affects. I know it affects. I know. People just trying to
Shall we go on a little bit?
Yeah. And the bottom line is, it affects everybody. The bottom line is, don't be a fucking
Professor, when you were that
fucking suck it up. Realize that you're
every year
real. And so social media is not. Why would you touch the course? And this is right there. It's a platform, obviously. And it's happy that there was no buzz. And I was like, they did a good job.
Has Mayor never ran into Rife at the comedy store? Like,
no, they haven't. No.
Listen, Mayor's a soft cup. Mayor would be like, bro, come on, man. I guarantee if Matt came at him, like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? I guarantee you Mayor would back off.
What he said to me, he said, just walked up to me. He was like, look, man, I'm not jealous. I'm not bitter. Never worse. Not bullshit. And I said, well, Mark, if it looks like
okay, so legacy.
you have to look at what it costs. I sat next to Mark Maron on a flight
This is
from somewhere. It was totally pleasant and cool, and this was before all the marriage stuff. And then I'm like, it's so interesting. That's the same fucking guy.
Before the war, he was not a military person.
But here's my thing. I've been following Aaron forever, dude. I was listening to Mark Barron's podcast. How long? 15 years now? I'm a fan of Mark Barron's podcast. I like Marin. I was wondering when he was dealing with hecklers at the gun store. I stayed after to make sure he didn't get beat up in the parking lot. Like, I like Marin. I like his podcast. I don't like what he's doing to Matt Rife. Like that ain't big energy, but there's different ways to get attention. You're too old for that shit.
Well, I don't know.
Look, leave that to the guys with no talent.
There's people that are.
Marin's talented.
This is the thing. There are people that are going to, and I'm not saying this is what Marin's doing, but there are people that are going to hear what we're talking about now and go check out Mark Marin. People that don't even know who he is, and they're gonna go, "Who's that guy?" Google him. They're gonna watch some of his special. So that's
and he's funny.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, Marin says when some of his stuff is fucking great. Okay, so when you go watch his stuff, and then you see him, that's a win. That's a win in his eyes for him.
But Chris, but here's the thing, sure. But it doesn't take away from Chris D'Elia fans or Griffin fans. They don't think like, well,
no, I know.
I said this. It doesn't matter.
But my point is,
it's not like they're not going to stop watching you.
I know that, but the point is, that's why. I'm not saying that's what Marin does, because I don't know if that's what he does, but that's why people do that. That's why people go out and say, let's talk shit about fucking Matt Rife, let's talk shit about this guy, let's talk shit about that guy. You see those videos, it's like, they say fucking Thompson, they'll fell off, it's like, they'll like 300,000 views. And you're like, what? All of us have one of those on there. I had one that said I was going to prison like 2 weeks ago. Oh, really? Yeah, but click on that, and that's, it doesn't, ultimately, it doesn't matter. This is why it's like,
for his own family members,
they're proving that negative Twitter ads, are more effective than the others. Right? And in this business, it's the same thing. Negativity pushes all
shot him dead in the street.
You know, and you know what's interesting is how,
and that's a problem.
Yeah, I'm watching Ralph Balboa right now, you know, so you got a special, but it's weird how it's so different now. So he went on Rogan, and then he went on Club Shay Shay, and now that's the thing. It's not the Tonight Show. It's not, you know what I mean?
Because those are fans.
It's none of that stuff. This is like crazy that how this is driving business. And then, of course, when you go on Club Shay Shay, you got to talk about, like,
and they required him to pay
George Lopez not being nice. And,
one
you know, it's like, oh, yeah, Cat Williams, you know, that Cat Williams shit. I think what Cat Williams did on Club Shay Shay is now, you want to get on there. 90 million views.
French jury
it's like everyone's like, oh yeah, and then Cat Williams took a shot up. It's like, bro, to go on there and talk shit about the whole community and get facts wrong, like, you know what I mean? Like, not everything he said was right. You get on there and talk about shit, and shit is wrong, and then fucking Cedric the Entertainer is like, what the fuck?
30 years earlier,
I haven't thought a Cat Williams in fucking 10 years, and that sucks for Cedric the Entertainer. Well, the other one, the big beef right now, is the other one that's coming, Ali Sadiq.
Of course, there was
there's like a big him and Cat are like, oh, dude, I don't subscribe to any of that shit. Because Cat was on what's his name? These people are all middle-aged podcasts. What the fuck is that? Carmelo Anthony, is that he ranked Denver Nugget?
He won a national championship as a freshman with Syracuse. Come on,
bid for statehood.
There's too many people. There's too many fucking people.
It's not the case, but nevertheless, there are some interesting things to discuss there.
He's adorable.
But
it's
that's
like,
kind of a footnote.
Dude, I just don't subscribe to any of that shit, dude, because, like, these people that you,
the challenges of the Ukrainians and Jews fighting about Rafa after
they're all
the
awful,
Schwarzbard trial.
dude. And
okay, so that basically
but there are people there that don't give a
the period that we
also playing the game.
Yeah, but they don't. There are people that are there are people that are trying to be and grow and evolve and be better, but there are people that are just like,
if you have any further
when you see someone, you can very obviously tell who the fucking crazy person is. I don't. This is the thing that bothers me. It's like they're like, oh, this person said that though, so that's true. Look at that person.
Perfectly clear.
How do they sound? What do they look like? What the fuck are they wearing?
ring.
As can be
That's why I don't care.
Okay,
That's why
so let's wrap it up for
pussies
today.
on Instagram. You know what I mean?
That's correct.
Like, but again, most people are like you, Chris. So like, when someone comes for me, whoever it is, I would hope they go, let me look at who's saying it. They don't.
Here
Oh,
this morning at 7:29 a.m.
you just need to look at their Instagram. Look how on the
Nobody does that. They repurposed the video to get another million views. Nobody cares about what you're saying. Nobody's worried. If that were the case, it would be a more sane world. People do it in real life. In real life. Yeah, but not online. No. Not online. That does affect. Yeah, nobody's looking like, let's see what they did.
1881, another water step on the way. That's when you have these massive bombs in Russia. The scale of wealth
Oh my God. That document, I did a whole thing about this on my podcast.
It's strange to see how so little violence
You can't just make a documentary about
but it also gives you a sense of, unfortunately, how
the
deeply
biggest
we have
loser
been
was
wounded by the last century.
culturally.
The Kristallnacht,
Fucking said,
also, the Holocaust,
hey,
about 200
fatso,
people,
get up
250
here,
people
lose as much
So
weight,
again,
and we'll
the
still
numbers
call
are
you a loser.
still
Hey,
tiny
that's
compared to
that's
what was
bad,
later on in the
dude.
century.
I'm
These are
surprised
updates.
nobody fucking
But
died.
we had a massive impact.
I'm so tired of these fucking documentaries. This is somebody's gonna fucking make something. Oh yeah, they slighted me.
We're going to give up
9-part mini docuseries because they didn't say bye back to me at the fucking
basic
start.
strategies that teams provide.
Sometimes you can be an asshole. It doesn't mean that you're fucking. You made this documentary about you.
Traditional
Look at
of
that
the
shit.
strategies
Oh, I gotta say,
with
man, that
this
good
kind
helps
of,
win.
anarchy. So the government can also try to do. The second one is socialism.
Well, that's
Which is the
documentary
idea
about
that, no,
dreams,
you're
and that
not
just
going to
follows
simply
two
pick up
kids
and
in
leave
Chicago,
and go
an
someplace else
urban area, and they
and
follow
start
them all
this
4 years.
cycle
That's a
all
real
over
documentary.
again. We're
There's
going
no
to
agenda.
change the society that we live in now.
You know what I do?
Fundamentally going to
I
alter
saw
society
making a murderer. No,
by raising to the ground
I love
the economic principles on which this society was based. And what they adopted in particular is one philosophy
What a
called
piece of
socialism.
flying shit.
Again, if we had lots more
I
time
use that one as an example all the time. Making a Murderer was
I
probably one of the
got my
most
graduate
watched
degree,
documentaries
my
ever.
doctorate
Those people
before the
are still
Soviet
in jail.
just after the fall after
Okay,
my
so it just
dissertation.
lets you know
So I
that
had to study a ridiculous amount of socialism.
something about presenting
Right.
it as a documentary. People
Correct,
think that
actually.
this
It was
must be
terrible.
true.
They figured that would be important for us to know these things.
That's what that documentaries are for. That's not what they were.
We're talking about this regional city, but for our purposes, thumbnail definition of socialism is this idea that rather than
I know. There's people out there that say they've had sex with me.
landed classes,
I've never been alone in a
means
room
of
with them.
production,
Do you
achieving
understand what I'm
the
saying?
highest
Like,
level
this is the
of
truth. Yeah, I'm
society
telling you the
and
truth.
using
And
their
people are like, oh no,
position,
dude,
their
he fucking,
purchase, highest
he pulled
popular
his
economic
dick out
pile
to somebody trying to come up and do air conditioning maintenance.
Socialism says, no, let's do it all back to
What?
society. And the way
What?
socialism
Dude,
lets
what? That was in
take
an
the
article
factories
that I
away
fucking
from the
showed my
oligarchs
dick to somebody who came up to do maintenance to my air conditioning.
It's like saying to
Dude,
someone like
think
Elon
about
Musk,
that.
we've done really great things for building these rockets and for cars and stuff like that.
Think about
We're
that.
not going to take away all of your property,
a little bit.
and we are going to divide them amongst the wealth of all the people
in
in
the
America.
world
That's
comes to
called
fix
nationalizing
the air conditioning.
a
And oh,
resource,
by the way,
economic
11:30
resource.
p.m. So this is the night
Being
shift.
able to retire nation, and obviously Elon Musk and people in that class do not feel good about it, but it's actually very popular with the masses who say, well, yeah, I kind of work one share of Tesla's stock, and now I got a whole factory worth, and I have to protect it, and I got it because we just took it over. People are going to say,
Or is it?
many times, Jews have had experience that in different contexts. Cuba is perhaps the best example of
Hey,
so, you know, they say this is really good about it.
And you know what? Make it
Well,
I don't give a fuck.
March,
It's so
I would
It's so
recommend
backwards,
reading
and you know that didn't happen. When people go, "Oh,
short book
let's
called
fucking cut
The
Chris Lee out of
Communist
this."
Manifesto,
Yeah.
which he
Then
wrote
you know
with
what?
Friedrich Engels,
How about this?
maybe
I'm
80
real
pages
as
long, and he
fuck,
basically
dude.
describes
And
it
I'm
as a
not
historical
what I'm
process.
telling you is the truth.
And the key element of it is
Know
the
that.
rich get
You
richer.
know that.
If you have
Because this
wealth,
guy's saying, okay,
you use wealth to make
you know
more
what?
wealth.
Let me
That's and
just
the title of this
go
book is
be a
That's
family man,
Capital,
talk to
right?
my
Capital,
motherfucking
money.
fans,
That's what it's all about.
and make a living.
If you don't have money,
Fuck off.
it's impossible
I
to
don't give a
make
shit.
money. So therefore,
But you
it's
know
like
what
a
I do, Big? I do.
self-perpetuating
I do give a shit.
kind of social structure that inherently
anyone who's ever been to
dispossesses
it,
lower classes. The idea of
I
socialism
know
is to create
I know all the I know all the fucking
dictatorship
because
of the
we're all like,
proletariat. The proletariat means the working classes. You have them rise up and en masse take over the entire economy, distribute it equitably theory, and this will create a workers' paradise. You'll have this phenomenon called the
Hey, where was that in the murder? Was it in
everyone
Ohio?
will love each other. You have the end of
Yeah, I was in somewhere in Wisconsin at a bit about making a murder, and people came up after and were like, dude, just so you know, that documentary is full of shit. He's so confident I hate to do it. They're like, dude, he's like, there's no magic ifs, buts about it. He's so guilty.
He hated religion in general, and he called it the opiate of the masses. This will be very relevant when we get to the Soviet period a little later.
saying
What that phrase
these
means
people are
is
innocent.
the
We're the
opiate
Innocence
of the
Project.
masses.
We're like notoriously gets people out of jail. They got involved.
Right.
To the point where you're like, and then now you just Google it, right? And they go, oh, these are the 10 things they left out in the documentary. These are things I'm like, oh, he did it.
They think you
I don't know, man. It was just like, that's why I'm off documentary.
And by the way,
I'm off them.
well,
How
we have a
about
pretty
like
short
Michael
history with
Jackson
opium
documentary with those two guys?
America.
Oh, dude, I agree with you. But listen, I agree with you. Oh, that wait. This is where we're actually going to say anything yet. I think I agree. But this is where problem with that. So like, it'll be like if I'm doing a documentary right now about Sean is a, and this bottle of water's right here. And then in that same interview, this bottle of water disappears. That means you're doing cuts. Oh, yeah. That means you're going, you know what, let's do it again. Make it sound more. No, man, that's not a documentary. It's supposed to be
trying to say is that religion is as addictive as an opiate, and it makes you stupid.
If you're
It
letting
makes
the
you
person,
lethargic, makes you check out, and not try to change the system. And what he's famous for is really pointing
Yeah,
at
but it's also like with those Netflix documentaries, like they have one on Amanda Knox. You look at it, like executive producer Amanda Knox. Like, oh, then I'm not getting the real story. If she has creative
7, 8 years
control,
old, you've been
what is she
going
leaving
down to the
out?
mine,
Or like with the Vince McMahon documentary, like the executive producer Vince McMahon, like, oh, fuck, well, sometimes they'll bring people.
but you go to church, and the minister says, don't worry, the people will inherit the earth. And in this world, you may be downtrodden and so on, but in the next world, it's going to be fantastic. You'll have like palm trees, it'll be like so nice. And so that means you stupid. That means you say, oh, no, I'm saying is even if somebody's making their own documentary, understand that God has given lots of money to these people and not to me. And that's the way it's supposed to be. My goal is
what's
to
not being
accept the
said,
system
or
so that in the next world, I will
represent
receive my own reward. And that's what Marx was trying to criticize, saying that religion is a tool of the upper classes to try and keep people in check. Keep them addicted to the opiate of religion so they don't rebel.
All you gotta do is go to Drive Fast.
This will become very relevant when socialism actually becomes a reality as the governing principle of the Soviet Union, and totally attacks any religious society, including Jews in a very big way. Anywhere, so that's socialism for our thumbnail definitions.
Did you see this? Yeah, that looks nothing like Justin Bieber. Yeah, but people don't know.
Good question. So socialism was the
These are the people who watch
original term that was
documentaries.
used in the
You're in a club and you're like,
Marx
Justin Bieber.
started
These are the
developing.
people that comment on
By
like
the
Mark
time you
Maron
get
and
to the
Matt
revolution in
Rothschild.
1917, there's a whole panoply
That's
of
not
different flavors
When you
of
look at that, it's
socialism.
not
So in
far away, I guess. You
1918,
know.
a movement called the
I don't know. I honestly
Bolsheviks,
don't know why. Maybe they do. But I don't know why they don't do stuff like this more.
portion of
like bring out fake celebrities. I mean, maybe they do. I bet we just don't know. But like, this is their fake president. But now there's footage about everything. That looks great. Like that right there. Well, that's obviously not just. That looks like what's the dude that came on the party? Oh, that's obviously not just. Yeah, that looks like Trent Hanks. More than it looks like Justin Bieber's hands. Like these people don't get people. They're looking at these idiots with their cameras. They don't know it.
No, but you know who's not buying it? The bouncer. He's like, what in the fuck?
Did you think of any
This ain't fucking just
experiment
Hilarious. Somebody, that's almost spooky. If somebody gets sued.
Did you ever see when, because all the presidents have a body double, right? So if they assassinate them, they don't get the real one. Did you ever see the Biden body double? He's literally 6'7". And he looks just like him, but he's fucking enormous.
I mean, okay, to be honest,
so that's very good. We should talk later in
I can't get it with the glasses.
Israel's
No, it just looks off.
But,
Yeah, you know what it looks like?
I think it would be more fair to say that Israel adopted certain socialist ideas from almost every country adopted something, including this country. Like, for example, the concept of welfare. That if you're really poor,
so you know how like robots, if a robot came in here and was like, hello, how are you? And it was made of metal, and we would be like, oh shit, that's so cute and cool, and like, oh, look what it does, hey, from all that fucking whatever it does, right? The uncanny valley is the closer it gets to looking human, the creepier and scarier it gets. So that's why, like, the movie Smile, how that Smile, that's really a human thing to do. So it makes you feel so creepy because it's like, wait, it's human, but it's not. And there's a bunch of different theories about it. There's theories where people think about it's because we're supposed to biologically know what's trying to trick us as human, because that's a threat. Or some people like Sam Tripoli, when they're like, oh, fucking thousands of years ago, there was an alien race that tried to fucking abduct us, and it looked just like us, but we can tell it wasn't us. So that's why they say that our DNA, that creepiness makes us feel super fucking weird. Like this shit, like when it looks too much, like, and movies are fucked up that way. Like, there's one thing called Mars Needs Moms. Remember that movie that came out? It was a long time ago. Look this up. But it made no money. And that was what people started talking about. They were like, this is the uncanny valley.
Mars Needs Moms.
These Pixar guys didn't look enough human or enough cartoon. So there's a middle ground where when you see that, it's very off-putting. So that's what I'm saying. It's just a uncanny valley. It is off-putting. It's uncanny valley. You know, we gotta get Sam Tripoli back. I have no idea what it is. Sam was just on Rogan. He was great on that. Sam's great. Sam's great. If you want to, you talk about listen to podcasts. There's very few people that do podcasts, solo podcasts. Dude, I don't know if he still has, but it's share the solo podcast that he does. He does. He does 70 podcasts. But he has some crazy shit. And Rogan just go, where did you get that? Because you can't just mouth off without checking. Where do you read that at? It's across the streets. Rogan's coming from what's craziness that has been on that show. You know what I mean? That one COVID show was like, that doesn't just million people are going to die from COVID. But it's still worth it. I can always agree. Well, it can still happen. It's usually his cats. I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like, there's always somebody on there saying, well, I just wish people were smarter, but they're not. You know, it's like, going back to Mark Maron, it's like, actually, I don't want people to do smart well. That's how a lot of people make a living. But it's like, but also, but you got Mark Maron, and go back to Mark Maron, he's like, they had Trump on a podcast and they fucked it all up. And it's like, didn't he have Biden on? Did he have Obama? You know, so like, that's what I'm saying. It's this weird moral superiority, right? I gotta tell you all something.
That's an excellent observation. It's something that the communists in Russia found out easily because Marx, who was dead by that time, he envisioned
that societies would
she's
go
about to
through a
get
progression.
She's like
But they
about
would
to
start
deliver
like
next week,
kind of like
right?
clans and tribal.
It's like
They
you
would
have
go
like
to a
a
feudal
it's a
society, they would talk about medieval, then they would
and
get
so then
to
like so then
industrialization,
Rachel's
where
walking
we
in the
are
neighborhood
as
with
a
Paul,
bourgeois
and
democracy.
she sees
And then
a girl
that went on
and
for a
she
few
thinks
hundred
it's a
years.
girl.
Then
She
we
says,
would
"Oh,
mature
Sarah!"
to become a
The girl
communist
doesn't
society.
respond, and she goes,
But Russia
Sarah?
skipped
Oh,
a step.
I
Because
thought
they
you
were
were
still
Sarah because
basically feudal in
she
1917.
like
They did not have a big industrial
this lady
base.
goes,
And so when they ended up taking over the country, they said, "Uh-oh, Marxist tells us what we're supposed to do. We think about it."
and let me tell you,
how
like,
much
the
crazy
layers
stuff I read
upon
about
layers of why that
this.
sucks.
I want to get back
It's
to our
one thing
topic.
to say,
Jews got very excited about socialism.
it's one thing to say, it's one thing to say, hey, are you pregnant?
Third,
Okay? It's another thing to say, no, you're right. You're about to deliver. It's a whole journey. She went there, they both went on a whole journey. And then the lady was like, she's like, oh my, then Rachel was like mortified. She's like, I'm so sorry. And the lady says, but I have a thing. So, you don't know how it works. I have 6 weeks to live. It wasn't that, but it's just like, Rachel, she did this twice now. In the neighborhood.
Was the big fat lady? Was she like fat?
I'm sure you are aware.
It wasn't like she was, yes, it wasn't even that she was big fat. She had some weird stuff. Some people are weird.
Fat. Not fat, but I know it sucks when it collects. It sucks when the fat it collects in one place.
And then that, it's not.
It's like a spare tire. That's what they call it.
In my tail.
Theological approaches to this that suggested that while it is an admirable thing to go back to the land, especially if you die and buried in the land, was a wonderful thing. But the concept of creating a modern state,
No, that happens all the time because Bossy had long hair forever. They're like, oh my god, you're so cute.
that may have contradicted a particular demonic rules. And so there was no support for centuries for any kind of idea of political about. We should also remember that most
That's
people
where you have long hair.
in terms of
That's
creating
it.
political states,
You're gonna see it.
so when Jews started thinking about it, they were already
Yeah,
a
exactly.
good 50, 60 years behind.
Like, I don't know, man. I feel.
It's the Shua.
It's like 2 more. We get it's great. Yeah.
Sorry.
Or at least the dumb house.
Thank you.
Hopefully you're only the dumb house.
The idea was that
What's
Zionism
worse, be the mean house?
was like
Probably the mean
an
house.
ideal that they lived to, but no one really thought about
That's funny.
actually trying to organize
Yeah, none of
a
that shit
state
over at my
there
house.
until the 1880s. And this was a different response.
Oh, you know what happened the other day? Social work. No, you know what happened the other day is I get a guy that lives on a fucking 60-acre estate. So he doesn't even see his neighbors.
No, bro, I see my neighbors every day. The kids play football in the backyard or baseball. Like, they're on the same team. So the dads were like,
We're not
hey,
going to
so
do
we
the
all get
first
together
option
together.
until
Damn
we
it. I see them every
But
single
that's the thing.
No,
That's
we've
what
done
I'm
that.
trying to do.
Just
So
repeating
like
the problem.
a bunch of kids.
And this whole idea of socialism is for sugar. We're not going to recreate Russia into some grandiose, crazy practice. What we will do, however, we will stop history
I have it. Yeah, the guy can't.
by
I
moving
get a knock at
back
the door.
in.
I'm home alone, which is like so rare.
It's
So rare.
2,000-year-old
And
cycle
I
of dollars.
open the
We're
door.
going back
And
to
some
my
guy,
video,
he's like,
establishing ourselves there as a state, and that will ultimately be
And I
the
was like,
end
oh,
of
really?
Jewish history,
He was
because
like, yes.
we will have gone full circle back
And
to
he gives
history.
me
Obviously, we're going to talk a lot more about this because
kilo of coke.
amazingly, they
No, honestly, that would have made more sense. He
1948,
gave me
creation of a state,
you
which
know
is
those
absolutely unprecedented
paper
in
bags,
world history.
grocery
There's
store
no one
paper
comes even
bags.
close to the idea of
That type of grocery store,
reestablishing a
but the
state
paper ones, not the
even
plastic ones.
300 years after it disappears. Closest thing maybe is
To the
Poland.
top.
And Poland had a lot of help. So we'll come back to that. That's the third option. Which shows us very
That's
confident.
an awesome
It
name.
really is.
Was he Indian? I can't tell you.
No, it was
Middle
East.
Gotcha.
He says certain gifts make you feel like that. He says, here you go. I want to give you, I want to give you this. Welcome to the neighborhood. By the way, I've been there a year.
But
I said, oh yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, we've been here about a year. I said, so
we still feel it in the way we has here.
and he says, oh yeah, we only come for the summer. And so I was there for the summer. I can't remember what it was. But you're My house is the cutest summer house.
scattered around the world.
Oh, you live in
Small
yeah,
minorities
crazy.
all over the world.
That also
But
means he
they
has
are
apple
going to be
trees.
national community
It's
that
all
will
yeah, and he is a, there's from my house. And you know what I'm thinking? Oh, you're supposed to get rid of
create
these apples.
neural structures
This is
in
why
the
I'm
countries
yeah,
where they live. Where this
you know what I mean?
especially
I'm
relevant is
recycling
in the Russian
You know, I
Empire
got
because you have
400 apples in the
massive
counter. I'm like, watch
population use, largest single concentration
apples,
use in the world at the time.
Apple a day. So anyway, it was the guy was super sweet. It was very nice. I appreciate stuff like that because I think like the other day somebody said I can't remember what it was. They were like, "Yo, dude,
The basic working model glass for
but it
nationalism
was
was
somewhere
articulated by
specific.
the great
Obviously, a show. No,
was
it
this
was,
idea
but
that
there was a show
get
or
all the
something,
Jews
and they were like,
living in the
"Oh,
country
dude, if you want any weed, like I'll hook you up." And I'm like, "Oh, bro, I appreciate that." I do appreciate that. Like I understand that that's a like offering of like you know, it's not about the
get a
apples.
minister that represents
It's about
you
oh, well,
in
what are
the
they?
government.
That's sweet as fuck.
You get tax dollars from the government to pay for your schools, to pay for your McDonald's,
Not really.
restaurants,
Come
all
over
that
with
stuff.
a shopping bag full of meat.
Inside the condenser,
This is the reason why.
your
I mean,
own
they might
Jewish
is more of
parliament.
like a that's like a
And
real.
here in America,
That's an
Canada,
addiction that
Europe,
people
we have
love.
something called
And
the
they're
Federation
sharing
system,
that with you, it
which
means
is
more than the
a
fucking apples
model
from
on
your orchard.
the,
If you're addicted,
Grand
if you're
International
addicted to
idea.
weed,
The big difference, though, is that this is entirely voluntary.
I just think it means more.
Whereas
I
in the way that
dude,
this
from
is
being
imagined,
a workaholic,
every
I'm good
Jew,
with
like the Kikila system, we modeled it on the Council of Land. Every Jew is automatically locked in.
Right. Smoke it out.
Part
You know
of
what I
the
mean? So I
community.
would always be
You
like,
can
I know
access
the
the
streets.
community,
I
get benefits from the
know
community,
how it
but
means. I
you
know
can't, like,
how
sort of opt in, opt out, affiliate,
I think it
unaffiliate.
means more.
So it's not nearly having much strength as
No
the way
one
criminal
has access
boundaries.
to weed trees.
Has a very small popularity,
Because
but
they take
nevertheless
a
very
small
powerful idea.
cable resource.
Here's the last
Our listeners are going to say,
what I call religious traditionalism.
How your girl makes an apple
For
pie.
right wing
we're all
orthodox.
going to be in the fucking
Because
show
up
fit. That will
until
be thinner.
this
The Stephen King thing.
Really
No,
was
but
saying the turn of the 20th century.
my point is, for
You
that guy
could
to
point to,
gather
let's say,
apples, come
1912,
over,
when the
knock on my
British
door, that's a
world was
whole
founded,
thing.
and
That's not like
basically at the
nipples.
moment
That's
it was
way.
traditional Orthodox
You
Jews.
know you're wrong.
You're not
No, dude.
interested
It was a
in
nice
any
gesture.
other
It was a nice
sex
thing.
than the
Like
aberration.
you offering your
And the aberration
coffee.
part was definitely not
You know,
so
you're just
there.
walking down.
Because
Hey, man,
America was
you
considered,
want
you
some
recall,
coffee bean? Like,
such
you know,
a trade
like, you
for
wouldn't do
peanuts.
that. I mean,
People were sort of thrown overboard when they came
But
to
it means
Ellis Island.
something. I'm just saying, I think weed is like a sheer thing. Like, smoking with people, it's like a.
But
It
they
means
realized by the
more
turn
than
of
the
the
fucking
20th century
weird
that if they
foreign
didn't
guy
get
doesn't get it in his
organized,
summer home. He's not going to get it, and it's fine. I
prepare
it's fine. I
themselves
respect you. I think you're really
to
smart.
mass
That's
politics,
a nice
they
gesture.
would use
Here's
the
the problem.
opportunity.
The guys just got to a summer home,
And then
and
a lot
the
of
apples
things
are
take care of
overgrown,
them.
and they're all
Like,
over the place.
you know,
So they had this
Shabbos,
person. I understand. Go
like
play. All the
protecting
apples on the ground there, and we're going to go give it to the.
Thought about all this and
do it. You know,
if someone's going to give apples to them, I'll say this much.
they
You
wouldn't
put it
have
in a
a
nice
chance
basket.
unless you know
But the dude was the dude. Whether or not you want to get rid of the apples, he still had to come over and knock on the door though, on a smiling face.
was
Like,
designed
I don't even know. It
to be
wasn't like
to
a something
protect
like, you know, no, it's
essentially
a
free
cycles on
eyebrows.
or some shit.
Using
But,
the modern
So we gave you apples in a Ralph's bag.
That might have been from Ralph.
mobilization. In some countries, democratic votes, for example, they use those tools to try and keep a free
He's like that guy
moderate
who did.
society
He's the guy
in
from the
place.
fucking probably more.
Those are the five
Fucking
basic
dude, God
strategies.
damn it! What's his fucking name?
How
many times did you drink? You drink beers? More.
Of various
More. Who's the guy? Come on,
versions
fucker. You know?
after
You know? God
1881.
damn it! It was the
Michael.
Supreme
Okay,
Court justice.
any
Yes.
questions, arguments?
Look it up, dude. It's so funny.
It's about
Well, the
getting
memes are the
very
best. No,
complicated
seriously.
now. You ready?
Honestly, that meme where you
This is the part where
and the
you will
fucking
now begin to
watch this.
understand your crazy
Usher,
Uncle
dude,
Joe
one second.
and why he has such great
Kavanaugh.
political ideas.
Yeah,
So
Kavanaugh,
I'm
dude.
now going to show you how this is translated into Jewish politics.
Probably.
Okay, hold on to your announcement.
Anyway, dude.
So,
I
first of
wish I
all,
remember the guy's
we
name.
have this
but
concept called a
I fucked up your
political
name.
spectrum.
I don't know.
We use it in
No idea
American
what I would say,
politics.
but
What
yeah.
if you found out that
Jewish
the
politics
apples are like,
Hey, Eric, stop touching the courts.
The
There's
basic
drugs in the
idea
apples.
is
and you just
you
want
have
to
a left
I
to
know.
right axis,
Oh,
right?
wow.
X-axis.
That's
And on
good.
this x-axis,
Hey,
you
we
have
drink beer.
on the
This one
left
is so funny.
socialism.
Yeah, my God.
That's what we call people left wing. They actually have to. The reason why we say left is because of the
Dr.
way
Ford
the
has
French
described
Parliament
it
was set
as
up.
being a intoxicated at a party.
Does anybody know about this?
You consume alcohol during those years.
Yes, we drank beer. My friends and I. Boys and girls. This was drank beer. Still like beer. Drank beer. Drinking ages are 18. Some seniors leave senior year in high school.
lean towards
Was it
an
drank?
American
Yeah,
context.
drank beer.
People who are more socialist
Yeah, sometimes.
are in favor of
Too many
the
beer
government
sets.
having a larger caretaker role in our society.
Can't stop
People
saying
who are
it.
more
Consider me
capitalist
too many
think the
beers.
government should be smaller, should be less involved with our lives,
You know, we
and should
whatever the
simply
Trump
cost
says.
less.
It's the next one, whatever the next one is.
Socialism is expensive
The next one
because you have
is
to pay
dude,
taxes
I'm
to manage all the programs. Capitalism is cheaper, but if you are on the lower end of the economy yourself, you will get far less services, and you might be better off. That's why the poor people tend to go more towards socialism because they can see that they'll actually benefit from having a place where the rich people will have to pay for that. They tend to go to capitalism as a long-standing federal Jews. I'm not sure if it's how they true right now, but they used to say, what was his name? He wrote the commentary.
It's like you just want to
I
be
think it was his name later, but he said that
you want him
Jews
to be like, guys,
burn like Presbyterians, Jews in America. Jews burn like Presbyterians.
anything you
That's
put
like
on a
white
trial like
Anglo-Saxon
this, no matter what
Protestants
it
as
is,
well.
it's
The
gonna feel
Republicans,
great.
they burn like Presbyterians, but they vote like
Your friend says you masturbated all day. You know, that's all,
families, investing and things like that. And that's basically true for much of American history. It has been shifting since the Reagan era. Orthodox Jews
say how you
are generally
masturbate.
Muslims. Orthodox Jews may marry white Puerto Ricans, but they tend to vote more like Presbyterians. That's the fact that you know more about people.
And I get a woman like this, she's exacerbated by this. She's like, we all drink beer.
But this is what you're talking about, the moral superiority. It's like,
Yes. Yes, and people have this sort of moral
First of all, we are
superiority.
still a minority. We should be ourselves a minority.
Damn,
We are.
like on the right to your point.
yeah, there it
The
is.
reasons for it are complex.
There it is.
The reason
4,000
probably have a lot
Whether you believe it or
to
not, that's a
do
win
with
for
the
whoever that
social
person is
values
to make
that
the
are, really deeply embedded in Judaism. For example, the idea of caring for his poor is like, we virtually invented that. That's like
girl get kicked out
usually in our tradition. So we have payout, more we pay out, we elect everybody. Even our tradition that we should share our wealth.
She was fighting during the show, right?
Why she got thrown out?
Why it changed since Reagan,
But you see the fucking more shit.
in my humble opinion, has a lot to do with some of the other aspects of the progressive movement that are
That
indefensible
doesn't count if you're
Jewish
that
values.
big, bro.
No.
Also
LGBT
fact.
Wait.
one
She's
issue,
a big, she's a thick
abortion
chick.
issue.
Okay?
There are a lot of areas where,
Don't
traditional
the
Jews don't
titties
feel comfortable.
go out more than the
And so
stomach.
the
So,
should have that. You add to that the fact that in the last 40 years, Jews have really succeeded financially and making them emulate their Presbyterian neighbors. This is our American political system. It's pretty simple. Judaism, Jewish populist politics is not going to be that simple. We have another axis, the Y axis.
That's not
What's on the Y axis? You have Lawrence, one Yiddish historian. And you believe that our political lives exercise here in the Gulf, in the exile, the diaspora,
Yeah,
or
it really is a lot of
there,
I'll tell you that.
parents struggle. Science.
Theo be throwing people out.
When
I don't think he even knew what was going on.
Nah, not show that big, bro. When you get to 3,000 and above, people get arrested at your show. You got no idea what the
I was just going to say, when you got no
we
idea,
have-
man, at
we
these
have Israel
arenas,
politics,
after the show, they'll come,
separate
yeah, man, they had to kick out 1,000 pieces.
And these inner quadrants in place,
I got on stage once in Austin. It's like 3,000. Maybe St. Louis. It's a 3,000 seat venue, and I got on stage and they were like, "Did you see that fucking guy arrested?" And I was like,
and ask for a nationalism, the diaspora, meaning we want to do something here, and we want to do socialist.
Because he was talking during the he stopped his performance, sir. It was like, get her out of here.
Short form in general, Jewish workers,
she's what you would never know because there could be 6 people in your crowd and you still wouldn't know. You're so into your shit. Yeah, people did act out.
Extremely popular.
Did you guys leave?
By the time the Russian Empire
You know what? I was thinking about this the other day. What helped me so much with stand-up is doing my podcast. Because I talk for an hour about shit that I think is funny and I think, and then there's 2 people in that room, and all I do for an hour is just bomb for 2 hours. They're not laughing, so I know that made me so good at stand-up, bro.
all the kind of things we talked about with socialism. What made them Jewish was that they recognized that Jews constituted a distinct part of the proletariat, and they should use Jewish messaging to get to them. Yiddish language, using Jewish culture whenever possible. This is the way they would convince Jews to become socialists. Here in America, there was a version of this that was kind of toned down called the Arbiter ring, the working circle, the worker circle. That's essentially the point in America.
Could I not drink beer?
It's literally the same as Chicago they needed because before this,
His form really unassuming. He's the nicest person.
So this is the party that lives in the quadrant that is both socialist and diaspora. Right? They want to do this in Russia. They do not want to go into socialism. They have over in this quadrant that we want to do what we want to do here, not in Israel.
Mandela effect.
We don't want to take off crazy social stuff. This is Shimon Gibson, the historian, who developed that idea of the nationalism as essentially what we think of federation. Right? So
so it gets fake? That never happened?
No, diaspora, and we will collect donations from ourselves, and we will support ourselves, things like that. That's when we go to the top of the line.
Oh, I'm going to be in, where am I going to be? Houston, Salt Lake City, Pittsburgh, Boise, Grizzly.com. I got Europe, and I had to go to Pittsburgh, which is, I didn't know what out here is. I've done a year tour, but I looked, and I looked, and it's definitely where all of the
have 40 of them say they want to be Zionists, and then you have 20 or 30 who want to be pro-this, and the remainder will be scattered across the other parties. Zionism is consistently the strongest single party, even if it didn't constitute 50% of Jewish political voting. We only have a few examples of elections where we can actually look at results and see what Jews said, and it's scattered in different places, different times, but we know that the idea of Zionism was hugely popular.
If you live in Minnesota, fly to Daytona.
Over here, our last quarter, so they believe in traditional Zionists, and the major party was Herzl, who essentially said he wanted to create Europe.
Someone said me the Brett Kavanaugh.
That's kind of the perfect place for Herzl. It's like sedate, calm, it's relatively plenty of large hair population. Instead, one of my sons is actually go to graduate school next year.
Who else is in it, Chris?
Wants to study science, so master's level. We don't have very good science without a major here at Toro, so he's going to go to right, but study when they launch. But anyway, that's kind of like his model. Not the kibbutz socialist model, but the Israeli capitalist model.
I know.
People who disagreed with Herzl and Zionism argued, this start up with 40 other groups crazy about war. We just pull out one of them and then for this is Vladimir Jabotinsky. He was the founder of what would later grow into the and later grow into Netanyahu's party today. Different name. But basically, he believed that he was trying to have this Israel, and he felt that he got
It doesn't turn colors, and you're like, never mind.
Herzl thought the best way to get to the state is to
They're nasty. You get to fit in these condoms.
Great powers in
Yeah,
Europe.
we all
Let's
different
show
colors.
them, let's use our medieval skills as Shadbarians, intercessors, and we'll negotiate our way.
What color? Like, yeah. You determine the
So,
colors. Like, so if green has got to be, you might be like, okay, I didn't survive that.
I'll get that shot. You should just go green, yellow, red like a stoplight.
Yeah.
It's just a given. And
AIDS is red.
you ruin the face.
AIDS would be
Really
red.
is going to make Israel
All gay guys are like, fuck.
Yeah, but you pull out and you see the
that
AIDS
you have to
one.
take
You go
it.
a little slower just in case it breaks.
Militaristic about it.
Oh, God.
Forceful about it.
You see
Now,
green.
looking at Israeli politics today, you'll probably see
No.
Herzl's legacy and another group that I'm going to tell you in a minute that is like more moderate, more like kind of like amenable to American sensibilities generally. And then you see
This is
extreme
the
right.
guy who
You see
fucking.
groups that say,
I
no,
don't know how
all
they're
this,
spinning
you
it.
know,
I don't know what the real truth is, but when the guy who
being
had
in Qatar,
undocumented
talk with
with the
the
big rig
Supreme
and the
Palestinian
family,
states,
they
like that's
kill
what they
him.
do.
Was
There are people who say that's ridiculous. It's out of the question.
Yeah.
They are Jabotinsky's.
Well,
The descendants intellectually.
like
Very, very
Jesus
high.
Christ. I'm 5 years away from no more truth. Here we go.
This is a group
Hell yeah, bro. I'm
called
sending
the All
it.
motherfuckers, bro. Workers of Zion. The word workers is the title of the party.
Oh,
It
yeah.
really means
The
common.
truth comes out about
So
how you
these
fuck.
are this is one of the most important organizations
How
that
dare
are
you think
building
that
these
this is
And
real?
they believe in, coexistence with neighbors. They live in, they believe in equal share of love, and things like that. They're also
Actually, it might have
prepared to
been at a
defend the
different.
state, like they're kind of,
Was it not Break Heaven? Oh, that's not Break Heaven. Oh, it's Michael Cohen. Yeah.
Damn it. Rifle in the other hand, so they're to protect the other hand,
Was taking it back. An apology. I didn't say it was him, by the way. No, you're right. Keep doing this.
You're just gonna like, fight with all of our friends. You're gonna like make the British hate us. You're gonna make the Arabs hate us. It's gonna be terrible. We have to work on building bridges. We have to work on peace and stuff like that. And they were only taking us all this time. So this is
That's
the
funny, bro.
basic
What's he
picture
talking about? It doesn't matter. Who knows?
of what it
But
looks
everyone
like
uses it for like.
for Jews around the year.
Everyone uses it for what they know the weekend or the thing I was saying. How many times do you jack off? Yeah, 100 times. Yeah. 200 times.
You have adequately anticipated the next part of the question.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
You can manage this, right?
I'm sorry. How you looking? I'm sorry.
You're good.
That's why I went to jail.
You ready to take on the day, girl?
Got out, right? I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready to.
Absolutely. Hey, I don't know if you get these messages, but do you see that you rank up in here when you spend the night? Not just that, but when you spend time in here.
Where is it?
Go to your notifications.
Where is that?
Are you on your phone or your computer?
My iPad.
Okay, so do you see the very bottom bar?
Uh-huh.
It says notifications. It has a bell.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Click it.
Okay. Let me see. I don't see nothing.
So it gives you a rank in here.
Really? Nice.
Yeah, so you're rank 116, which tells you like how long you're like the number 5 person in here who's ever spent time in here,
Oh, nice.
which is good.
Cool.
Okay, so when you click your notifications, when's the last notification you got?
It says, notify me, you mentioned you and Rabbi Rothschild here, a place of word peace announcements to everyone. Rabbi Rothschild is live.
Oh, no, okay.
No.
Hold on. Scroll down about 4 hours ago.
4 hours ago. Oh, yeah. And celebrate mission. You and Rabbi Rothschild have a place for you, word peace. At rank ups.
That's right.
Okay.
So you're doing really well.
That's good.
And then
Let me see. Oh, I see it. Okay. 116. Nice.
Yeah. So even though I installed this thing recently, it takes all the time that you've been in the server, and so that's just a thought. I mean, I'm not very popular now, but when I do get popular, you're gonna be like at the very top of that. You already are at the top of the list, but I have one person in here who lived in here for like 6 months alongside me, so they are the number one. Actually, the number one person are the ones that I have in here right now. The number two one is the one on with the camera. Number three is my friend who was in here for like 6 months. Number four, you might be at number four right now or pretty close to it. So,
Right.
the more time so you can probably become the number one person. I mean, not that it matters to you, but if you just and do whatever you want. But the more nights in here that you spend, the faster and faster you catch up to my friend.
Every night. Okay.
Yeah, and then you'll get announcements of the rank ups, and then if you would just let's check and see if this works. All right, so below this section of the Discord where 24/7 live stream, you'll see 24/7 radio stations, and then below that,
Where is that at?
so like scroll down, and that
Down where it's my notifications?
no. Okay, so look in the this server, like in this Discord. On the
in your server?
exactly
Huh?
on the left side,
Okay.
like right below this call, you see Rabbi Rothschild's arena, and then join to create a voice channel. You see those?
Yeah.
Okay, then below there is a section called 24/7 radio stations. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, below that, you see a section that has like a red heart and a cowboy and a red heart emoji, and it says Rabbi Rothschild. And then you see the first thing says moderator only. The second says rank ups. Do you see rank ups?
Wait a minute. I don't even know where you're at no more now.
Okay. So do you see a red heart emoji, a cowboy emoji, and a red heart emoji, and it says Rabbi Rothschild, and then another red.
Got it. I see it.
Okay, below that you
I see rank up.
yeah, rank ups. So if you press that, does anything show up?
There's people living up. You are 322.
Exactly. So right before then, you're at 116.
I don't see that.
You should. Okay, so you see 323 is where I am, and then scroll up to the one.
Oh, okay. They say 322.
Oh,
wait, let me go back up. Okay, I can go up. I gotta go there. I gotta go get him together.
That's okay.
We'll talk about this in a minute, Rabbi. I gotta go finish getting pop.
You do what you need to do.
I'll be right back.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, be right back.
Excellent.
It is more complicated than the American political system. We only have one spectrum. Jews have two, the left and the up and down. But of course, it was correctly anticipated. We also have a religious spectrum. Almost everybody in this map is either non or anti-religious. Like this side of the spectrum, they tend to be neutral on religion. Like, there's no reason to stop it. I may not be particularly interested. I'll put on a kippah to go visit Yad Vashem or something, but I'm not really gonna I'm not gonna, keep Shabbos, like Latchila, get that pasta. I'm not gonna do that. But be okay. There are definitely some religious Jews here, like Menachem Begin, who is in Harrisburg, or John Kinsey as well, is definitely very religious. But on this side, they're generally anti-religious. People sin. Socialists for sure, anti-religious. There are some minority groups that are religious, but the majority of them are definitely anti-religious. I'll tell you a quick joke. It's actually a story that happened to me. I was once at a funeral, a sad occasion, that I happened to be at a funeral, and I was standing next to the Consul General of Israel. And I'm talking with him, and he says to me that when he was a young man, he grew up on a Hashomer Hatzayir kibbutz. Hashomer Hatzayir, the young guard. Very, very communist, very, very anti-religious, feasts on Yom Kippur and things like that. That's where they were. They were like buying into the Marxist idea of like religion is the okay of the masses. And he said to me, he's like a poor guy, and he says, when I grew up, we had everything on our Pesach table.
We had bread. We had pasta. We had beer. Everything on our presentation. Nowadays, the young people, they just don't keep the traditions like they used to. The joke is the young people didn't understand what you watch different on. You should have seen this thing series going. Anyways, so we're the religious group. So this side basically anti-religious, this side neutral, some maybe positive religion. Very nice.
What's the difference between the two groups? One of the socialists.
Because it's whether they're supporting in Israel. The socialist said, what a stupid idea to go back over there and to like get involved with the local people there, taking my Palestinian land, stuff like that. It's going to be done here in Russia. And these people are saying, no. We've had our experiences in Belarus. We're going back to our ancestral land. We'll be socialists. We'll be socialists in Israel.
So even in not religious, that's what cares.
Oh, absolutely. The vast majority. The 1897 census reported 98% of Jews in Russia spoke Yiddish as their first language. Overwhelming. It's amazing how fast it changed. Just over a century, it's almost a dead language. Okay, now let's go into Berendse's observation. What about the religious axis? So we've got a z-axis, right? We've got, this is representation of the third axis, the z-axis. So over here, you have this interesting group led by Rav Kook, who was not the first chief rabbi of Israel, but he was like a really prominent Israel rabbi who moved into Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read that Gemara in Ketubos a little differently. Maybe Hashem wants us to actively engage in Zionist activity, because maybe that's the way the Geula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? Like we say in the Birkat HaMedina, say in Yeshua, I don't know if they say it on Shabbos here, Reishit Tzmichat Geulatenu. That Israel is the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. Meaning that once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the first step in Hashem saying, okay, I'm to bring out Mashiach. So, Adarabah, even in the face of dominant rabbinic opinion of the 20th century, saying we should be moving towards creating a state in Israel. This is essentially where in Israel the Kippah Surugah, who essentially derives from. They are Dati Leumi. They're religious nationalists, right? As opposed to both the other groups here. Also on the religious axis like this, this would be the Haredi. Here's a picture of the Siyam Shas. I'm sitting right over here. Sort of thinking the top here. This is the most recent one.
Which section, I mean?
I just started on here in the thing. But looking forward, I'm going to make my own CM on Shas Federal in a few months. And I don't know if you guys follow my podcast. Here's a shameless plug. You know I do it definitely. It's a podcast, right? Oh, yeah. 100,000 people watch it every day. Jewish history in depth. They always said that's great. In ninth grade, that was like 20 years ago. I haven't done it 20 years. 10th grade. Oh, 10th grade. Okay. And now, well, I really enjoy it. It's short, it's an audacious thing. I can't believe I'm almost finished it, but I record short history video every single day. 2,711 videos. It's short, but some of them are really fun. Anyways, the Agudas Israel and that constellation of religious parties, which we'll call Haredim, we call it English cultural Orthodox, but you know what I'm talking about. They said, oh my gosh, you're serious? You're going to take this idea of Zionism, which is so trade, which is like you're working with all these secular Jews, you're working with all these Jews who are like, anti-Semitic Judaism, how can you possibly get involved in something like that? It would actually anger God to create a state. He would say you are, contravening that oath. You're trying to force my hand and giving a shit before it's time. They're making a disaster. So they were actually given this
high number of those that he didn't get 15 years.
Until the middle of the 20th century,
they were
It's
staunchly
only 3 years. We go
anti-science.
fact
This
check my
basically
joke.
ends the picture up
Did
until
you guys
the
see?
middle
I
of the
thought it was
century.
kind of cool.
What happened?
Trump and
What happened after the Holocaust?
like Trump's shaking his hand, and then the
Okay, so the state
jets come
back. Yes,
That's
sure.
flexed on him.
How might have to be part of
But Putin didn't give a fuck. Putin was like, no, interesting.
I don't know. He looked like
Jews
sick.
are like,
He's still sick.
not lucky. But it was closer to one time. What happened to the book?
That was leg shaking. Oh,
Yeah,
really?
basically gone. In Russia, Stalin got rid of it. Stalin
That's
wiped them out in the 1930s, no more bullets. Sort of like
That's a weird
echoes
flex.
of what survived outside of Russia, like our veterans, the workman circle, but only as a pale shadow of the socialist.
So,
If you're going to do the book, probably do them in New York, probably in Riverside, because that's like where the last of that
He's gonna die.
but they tend to be like very pro-socialist, still, celebrate Jewish stuff, things like that, but secular. It's really
One of the views where
Yeah,
you are
fucking dude,
yes, actually worked with a lot of them.
right, and yeah,
Those are
I don't get the thing, that was the
Okay, that's it.
on the good service side of this whole time.
So but basically, this used to be the most popular single party in the late 19th century, but it's gone. What about the diaspora nationalists?
It's like, why the fuck is it
They
too
were about
I don't
4%.
That's literally where that's like the military industrial complex. The numbers are made up.
Yeah, like, explain to me why this is happening,
because we still believe
like, show me each one, and they go like,
I don't want to do a bunch of cuts with the planes. You know, look for the best deal.
it's not even like you're looking for the deal. I'm just saying, I don't believe it's
They
that
went
much.
to different parties. They were
They're
the
like
largest,
17 million.
and they were in power in Israel until 1977.
Just don't say anything.
They took over.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
That's so bad. But this is a very, very strong dominant trend in Israel. They have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. Netanyahu is powerful.
You think it's weird?
Really a long time. Before him,
See if they got someone
this
on
was
offer
all
up.
around Israel were here. But
Oh,
young,
look at
white
that.
men,
You never see these things. Like, is there any footage of this plane in
Churchill
action?
is moderate
No, because they're fucking fast and
the
quiet.
middle has basically
It's a
dropped out.
stealth fighter jet.
They're like,
Very little, kind of like moderate scientists were there anymore. I'm sure they're moderate. Miami or
yeah, I mean,
something.
you can see it, but we can see Bigfoot.
The
People got covered.
Jeff,
So people got thinking
Ghosts,
ghosts. You know,
party.
you
So
get
we
ghosts.
saw
No,
the
no,
report.
you
So
know,
we
please
also
don't activate
see,
Brenda. Because you can't
two
see a
other
B2
parties.
bomber.
One very
Yeah, I know. I mean,
organized
Holy shit,
by
it costs
Mayor
around
Climate.
$130,000 per hour to operate this
Was
thing.
a very, very great party
You must
in
be
the
so big a boss when you really
1980s.
got eggs on their
And,
pants.
actually, it is ironic to look at the politics, because some of the policies that he argued for are now kind of like being accepted in Israeli policies. Like, for example, the idea of
Let's you find out.
quote-unquote
Let's say, hey,
population
we want you to
transfer.
fly this thing.
Like the
You
way
go,
to
okay, I'm gonna
solve
fly
the
planes.
Palestinian problem in
And you find
Israel
out
is
it's
to
2.5
move them.
billion. Then you're like, oh
And
yeah, it costs
this,
130,000 people.
after
Like
after
everything
the
is like,
assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, what's the name of it?
No,
He was actually assassinated. His party was made illegal, like the Nazi party. And
You thought about your like I don't care first, and then what I thought was, you know what I thought immediately was,
my first thought was, how do I turn this into a more joke? And I realized you were doing it.
not operating. One of the debates that he's going on right now in Israel is
That's how hardcore I am being funny. I was like, oh, I'll turn it into, oh, Nick's doing
it's a
it.
strange thing, but there's,
Nick, you're fired.
we talked about
Wow, that's funny. Okay. How's the kids up there? How's baseball going and all that? Is it still
it's actually
Bonner Tiger starts football tonight, and then after football, he has a meeting for his baseball team, a parent meeting, and then tomorrow Boston starts baseball. So it's every day this week now. Pick it up.
Is it every day this week?
Every day this week.
They have sports every day.
What happened to it?
Sports every day.
The party still exists.
You got how many weeks?
Is it different in character at all? There's a lot of stuff.
It will end
Yeah.
So we take a general idea of how they.
I don't know, man.
Or not the whole.
Fucking 16.
But I think they're like.
I know.
I don't know, man.
It's always so annoying to ask how many weeks it is.
Okay, I'm back for now.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so
But yeah, I'll be
if you go to rank ups and then scroll all the way to the bottom,
Wait a minute. I'm right this now.
you scroll all the way to the bottom, you should see 323. I have 323.
Yeah.
Right above that, you should see you with 116.
Mm-hmm.
And so whenever you get a rank up, you'll get a notification like that in here and then on your phone, and it just tells you where you're at. And if you want,
Is that the highest? Is that good?
yeah, that's really good.
To be up higher? Okay.
Absolutely. So just one moment, I'm going to see if I can get activity for the whole server. So we'll see what the whole rank is of everybody. So just one moment. Let's see if I can find how to do this. Okay, so if I go top. Okay, there we go. So
number 4. Cool.
oh, very cool. So you just have to get 8 more rank ups, and you'll have you'll be number 3.
Okay. Yeah, they just stay in here. I might as well just stay in here then, huh?
There you go, Mr. Aquarius.
Just stay in here. Oh, wow.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, I just got 56. Okay, Rise is at 59. Brand is at 48. Somebody's at 40. Okay.
Now, Audie actually, she's got 2 accounts in here. So she's got Audie Dusky and her one at number 10. So technically, if we combine them, she would have 56 plus 86, which is 142. So she would actually be, yeah, she'd actually, so you want to beat 142 to have like the individual mark.
Right. Okay.
I,
Well, she got 2 accounts.
I think she lost one of her phones.
Yeah, I would have been past me. That's neat.
It is neat.
That's neat. Okay, that's the levels. Okay, got levels up in here. Let's go then.
Thank you.
Okay, now what does it do? Something changed.
Yeah. So I just wanted to see the other pages. So it has like a button. It has like everybody in here who's ever been in here and what their rank is. So I just changed the pages on it.
Unless you changing it.
That's correct.
Do it again.
All right. So it should be on page.
There we go.
Should be on page 2, then page 3,
Ah,
page 4,
that's 3. Oh.
page 5,
Ooh.
page 6. Now, if you want to know how much time it is, we'll see now. I just changed it, so I think we're looking at hours now. So
Yeah, we are. Looks like it, yeah.
so we've got you've been in here 778 hours. I don't know if that's correct. It says voice time all time. Let me.
778.9.
Yeah. Let me see if that would be correct. I mean, I believe it, but
All time, I think.
so that's 32 days. Yeah, I believe it. You've spent a lot of nights in here, and so that all adds up. So you've spent a total of like 30 a month of your life in this channel.
Well, I've been here every day.
There you go,
Now,
Miss
I've
Aquarius.
been here every day now. We know that levels in here.
There you go. That's wonderful. I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, you go take on the day, and if you need me, I'm here for you. Okay.
Okay, I'll be back. I'll come back later, Rabbi.
All right.
Stick my phone in here later.
Absolutely. Do whatever makes you happy.
Okay. See you later.
Excellent. Have a wonderful day, God willing.
God's willing. That's right.
Shout out to Miss Aquarius. What a wonderful attitude. Hashem blessed her with a wonderful, wonderful soul. Love her spirit.
A new survey says alcohol consumption is at record lows. Gallup's annual consumption survey says 54% of Americans say they imbibe booze compared to 58% last year, 62% the year before. That's as we get further from the drinking binge days of the pandemic. That 54% is just below the previous low of 55 in 1958, and since the survey began in 1939. And for the first time, most Americans say
Houston, Salt Lake City, Boise.
You're coming to Texas, Christopher.
Yeah, Houston. It's still so. I mean, Texas is so big. LA people. Actually, on the 27th, I'm doing my show at Flappers. Oh, nice. And man, I got to get you on it. You were down. When? 27th. I don't know. Go down. Go down. 27th.
Yeah, he said that.
That was good. That was a nice one. Looks like I'll be in Pensacola, Florida. No, it's no, I'm talking about in a week. You said September 27th. I'm in August 27th. Oh,
You're here.
You write something in. This is just a marker. Nick writes in Dumbtown. Oh, I'm gonna be at Dumbtown. All right. I gotta get some food. All right. You know how much food you're gonna eat? More. That's not food. More.
Now that you're done with this, go watch After Hour.
Yeah. Good idea. Hell yeah.
And you guys are going to be staying soon.
Yeah. Nice. No more. Less. All right. See you guys.
Southland weather from KFI. That extreme heat warning is still in effect today, but there is a slight chance of rain this morning and maybe a little bit this evening as well. Highs will be in the mid-90s in Metro LA and those in mid-80s at the beaches, mid-90s in the valleys, and low 100s in Inland Empire and the high desert. Right now it's 69 in Costa Mesa, 70 in Anaheim, 70 in Long Beach, and 66 in Santa Clarita. Wheeling Local, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Heather Booker.
Number one on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
understanding that place where you live. Today on the show, as we do every Saturday morning, it's your calls. You are going to tell me what today's show is about, because I want to talk to you about whatever is going to be scratching your head about your home. Design, construction, DIY, inside, outside, landscape, hardscape, anything regarding your home decor, architecture. Did I already say architecture? No. All right. All that stuff. If it's in your home, it's on your property, then you and I can talk about it. The number to reach me and the phone lines are open right now. It's 833-2-ASK-DEAN. 833, the numeral 2, Ask Dean. 833-2-ASK-DEAN. It's just that simple. Matt is standing by, ready to take your call. I'll be in the queue to the show on the way. Traffic's always light on a Saturday morning, as I always say. So first calls in, usually get right on the air. So there you go. 833-2-ASK-DEAN. All right. While we're waiting for the call board to warm up, waiting for you. Just waiting for you. Yeah, still waiting. While we're doing that, let's say good morning to Sam. Hey, Sam. How's it going? Good morning, Dean. How's it going? Things are good. Things are good. How's do we have a live studio audience this morning? We do have a live studio audience. They're running a little behind. Give me 1 second. Okay. Oh, there they are. Those cuties. They're always so enthusiastic. They bring those guys. That's what I'm pretty sure. They do bring the love. Great. Awesome. Heather Brooker.
Hi, good morning.
Heather was giving me a hard time on
I was.
She was giving me a hard time because she said that, because the show's syndicated San Diego, I can't talk to you anymore on Sunday mornings. But it's Saturday morning. We didn't talk about the fact that Saturday mornings we can still talk.
That's right. Look out. I'm going to be just chatting it up.
There you go. How are you this morning, my friend?
I'm good. You'd be so proud of me. I actually did like a DIY kind of a thing this week, and I'm really proud of myself. My toilet handle has been kind of broken for a while in our main bathroom, and it was one of those situations where you had to push it like really hard down in order to get the toilet to fully flush. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to Dean Sharp this, and I'm going to go to the Home Depot or to the store, whoever's sponsoring me. Whoever wants to sponsor me. I'm like, I went to Home Depot and I bought a universal toilet handle because I wasn't trying to get too tricky with it. And I replaced my toilet handle with a really nice new toilet handle, and it flushes beautifully, and I've never felt more proud of myself.
Well, I am proud.
Thank you.
I got to warn you. Toilet repair, it's a gateway DIY.
Am I going to start adding on to my toilet? What's next?
You might.
Power flush.
Next week, Dean. Let's get a toilet update from Heather Brooker.
I've got a seat warmer now. We're like, where I draw the line is bidets. That's where I draw the line. That's not,
really?
That's not for me. No. The first time that I tried it, it was a surprise bidet, and I was not ready. And I will never do that again.
All right. Well, okay. All right.
You can talk about the benefits of bidets sometime if you want, but I don't know if it's for me.
Yeah. You might want to give it a try when it's not a surprise. That's all.
Okay, that's all.
that's like a joke, right? It's like a practical joke, and nobody laughs at
I
it.
think I even like screamed. I was like, whoa!
All right, well,
Good morning, everyone.
we will continue as the weeks roll on. We will continue checking in on Heather's toilet. Just tell it, but I'm proud of you. Good for you.
Thanks, team.
There you go. All right, y'all. Where am I? Oh yeah. The show. Yeah, that's it.
You're thinking about the days now, are you?
Yeah, I know. Day break.
The day
That's
break.
the problem. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-DEAN. 833 numeral 2 Ask Dean. 833-2-ASK-DEAN. It's an all calls morning. Waiting for you to call. We've got a couple of calls coming up on the board. So, right after the break, you go to the phones. You're listening to Home. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer.
Here's the latest. Both of the Menendez brothers have been denied parole after a day-long hearing yesterday that stretched to the evening and included Lyle Menendez saying he would be forever sorry, while Commissioner Julie Garland says the panel found there are some signs he poses a risk to the public. Authorities say the missing 7-month-old from Jaime is now believed to be dead. Emmanuel Harrow's parents, Rebecca and Jake, were arrested Friday on suspicion of murder after investigators determined the kidnapping never happened. South Lake weather from KFI. There is an extreme heat warning in effect today, but possibly a chance of rain. Highs will be in the mid-90s in Metro LA and OC. Weather is, we are actually going to check on the 110 when we come back.
All right. You would think with summer kind of ending as it is right now, and before you know it, we'll be turning heading to fall. You'd think that we'd see a little.
Rewind to a decade in music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael and more. iHeart80s goes commercial free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeart80s, and begin your next preset. Taking them on their first real roller coaster. You ready, Connor? Just tall enough. Yes. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of Midtown lies the self-river place. 2021 and 2022, what's became a home to activists from all over the country. A struggle worth fighting for. Gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive police training facility enabled cops. There, in the forest, we built it differently. The forest occupation or things like that presented a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other. Until one day, everything shatters. At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving in various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot George Slayton drove through.
What I heard was a full clip of it was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondering, Campsite Media, Tenure from TV, this is when you came to the forest. We got about 150 to 200 protesters that left in the officers now. I'm Matthew Shea. Follow We Came to the Forest
Godfather's prospects for success will fall short. In fact, before its release, they were pretty
We're finished. This is over. You're really not going to work. Jerry Riddles.
Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty. My co-host Marcio and I strip back the margin of history and talk to never before heard from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable facts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty features new and archival interviews. Francis Ford Coppola,
Yes, that was a real person.
Robert Evans,
Godfather's Godfather.
James Caan,
To me, was a couple of best. That's why I got to force you up and drive around a lot.
Al Ruddy,
Lots of I got a call from these bad times. It was a lot of trouble.
Talia Shire,
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
and many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty. It's on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart, your free iHeart app. Listen now. Birthday parties. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Welcome to Slowly Green. I don't know. One decision about I know for that it was her. So I'm willing to sacrifice anything in order to put it off the center. How every week I'll sit down with fascinating guests. It wasn't nearly as bad as what pregnancy and everything. So real conversation, wrestle, straight up crazy, wrestle. That's how we were get started. Was it comfortable for people to come in and you were with like your ex-husband and be like, you should do something that people are broken and themselves. This is a window into my world and the stories that make it. Welcome to Chloe and Welcome. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. I'm so sick of hearing men talk about women's basketball. Only there were a professional WNBA player with their own podcast I can listen to. Right? Hey, this is Instagram. And this is Mariah Rose. You may know me from Celebrity _ Bodies on TikTok. And we have a podcast, Full Circle. Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball. And not just in the WNBA, but with Athletes Unlimited, Unrivaled, and college basketball. We've got some analysis, inside stories, and a little bit of tea. I know you guys have seen a lot of former current basketball players telling their stories from their and I just think this is our girls we want to share all of the basketball stories that we won't see anywhere else. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KMI AM 640, more stimulating talk. On the next Phil Handel show, we're going to talk about rules and how we're all getting back in the office. So if you have a job, that'll get you back in the office. And what you can get away with, what will give you that stick eye. Coming up Monday on the next Phil and the sunlight hurts my eyes. Something without
Saturday mornings with you. You tell me what the show's all about. All right, let's go to the phones. I want to talk to Gabriel. Hey, Gabriel, welcome. Hey, hello, yes, sir. I'm here. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. So I'm in property management, and I have an apartment that has aluminum windows. There's sliding windows in the kitchen and sash windows downwards in the bedroom, and they don't open easily. They don't slide easily. I gotta like pop them, force them, and then even then, they just don't slide good. I was wondering if there's anything you could suggest that could help with that. Yeah, well, I mean, there may be two levels to the issue, but how old are these windows? Start yes, 5. Okay, well, they're not ancient. Windows. Okay, yeah. So here's the easiest one is there's a groovy little product out there that's made pretty much just for aluminum windows. So you lucked out, my friend. You won the lottery of window problems. Yeah, well, it's right along those lines, except the thing with WD-40 is great. I mean, it's like WD-40 that's done like but the problem with WD-40 is that it also cleans them, which is not a problem. But WD-40 is a lubricant and a solvent both, and so as good a job as it does, it won't last as long. It's just not going to get it all done as long. Okay, so you may want to use WD-40 on the windows and then wipe them all up. In other words, if there's gunk on them, then the WD-40 will help loosen that up just to free them up. But afterwards, you must employ this. I think you get this at the depot. Yeah, we check. Yeah, you can find it at the depot. Aluma Slick. That's actually the name of the product. Aluma Slick. Premium aluminum lubricant spray. Very done. We've encountered this before. There's something about open cell aluminum that as it ages, it tends to just kind of get a little porous on the micro porosity on the surface, and then next thing you know, it just grabs onto itself. The window grabs onto the track, they get a little clunky. This stuff is specifically designed for aluminum sliding doors, windows, and paint shutters. All right, now so let's just cross our fingers and hope that that's the case. I think that's probably the case because they're not really open. If you told me that they were 40-year-old windows, then you might have an actual issue with the rollers. That's getting harder and harder to find those replacement rollers. But I'm guessing they just need to get linked up a little bit. This is the stuff we're doing. It's exactly the product designed specifically for your problem. So go for it. Awesome. Thank you so much. You are so welcome. All right. So right off the bat, just right out of the park. Home run. Very good. All right. How are we on time? Where are we on time? Are we good? We'd say, well, you know what? We're right up against the break. Why don't we do this? We'll take a quick break. We'll come back and more of your calls. The number to reach 833-2-ASK-DEAN. 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 It's an all-call Saturday morning here on Home. I am Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer.
Another Booker Live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. Another day of heat wave conditions is forecast for today. Temperatures in some parts of SoCal again are expected to go over 100 degrees. LA County Fire Department spokesperson Jonathan Torres says on top of the heat, there are other potentially hazardous weather conditions.
There are chances of thunderstorms, which can obviously isolate wildfires, as well as some local flash floods, so there is that possibility of worse.
He says that protests a rodeo in Norco. They say they want the rodeos to be banned and hope to call attention to what they consider the inherent cruelty of events like bull riding and calf roping. The protest is being led by Last Chance for Animals, with assistance from Orange County Animal Liberation and the LA Animal Defense League. The alligator found in Harbor City 2 decades ago has been honored at LA City Hall. Reggie the alligator became a global phenomenon after being dumped in the city. Councilman Tim McCosker says Reggie evaded capture for 2 years after he was first sighted.
Even the famed crocodile hunter, Steve Irwin, if anyone remembers him, he expressed an interest in assisting. Tragically, he did pass away before he had a chance, but that was worldwide news.
Reggie was captured in 2007 and taken to the LA Zoo. He's lived there ever since and now shares his space with an alligator named Tina. A woman has been shot and killed on a Metro bus near LAX. The Metro spokesman says the Line 115 bus was headed eastbound on Manchester Avenue around 11 o'clock last night when the driver heard gunshots from the back of the bus and stopped and allowed everyone to get off. The woman was taken to the hospital where she later died. Witnesses report seeing about 5 people taking off after the shooting. Governor Newsom says certain voters in California will approve new congressional maps this November in the special election. He says the proposed districts heavily favoring Democrats are needed to counter potential new ones in Texas favoring Republicans.
And I think the people of the state recognize what's at stake. And we're giving them that opportunity in a transparent way. And I believe we'll be successful this November.
Newsom says President Trump and Republicans in Texas have colluded in a rare mid-decade redistricting effort in order to preserve GOP control in the House. Democrats could lose seats in Texas, and Newsom says California should send fewer Republicans to Washington, D.C. in response. Let's go to a crash in the 60 in South El Monte.
On the westbound edge of 60 freeway just past the 605, they did at one point have all lanes stopped. They've been able to move it free. Now fire department only has the right lane taken away as they wrap things up with that right lane. Heavy as you move away from the 605. 605 freeway northbound, 7 northbound side, Calvin Road between the 10 and Ramona with 3 left lane shutdowns. Heavy delays from the 10 until you pass the road 6 up. And on the southbound side, the 605, they're working in the right lane to keep them up on Whittier Boulevard. So that slows down just before Whittier stays busy till you get to Beltway freeway and then streets are improved. And if you're headed for the drive through downtown 110 freeway southbound side, just before you get to 3rd Street, tow truck is on the scene now. Everything is off to the right shoulder. Right, so it is heavy from before the 101. This Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Rebecca Campbell.
We all remember that one teacher who made a difference. Now's your chance to say thank you in a big way. iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life to be among the winners of $5,000 to stock their classroom at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
Mix and match scents to create your own unique scent combo that is as unique as you are. Mix, match, or happy with James.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Some of the evidence, as far as I was concerned, did not match the circumstances. This is the Everyday Tapes. The first 2 episodes are available on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get podcasts.
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
A new study shows older Americans with heart-related issues are not doing as much as those without the issues to keep healthy. A study out of Northwestern University shows those 65 and older with 1 cardiovascular disease scored 8 points lower on life's essential recommended steps to stay healthy. This is out of a score of 100. Compares to those without the heart problem. Children are heading back to the classroom, and the dietitian at the family clinic offering tips on packing healthy lunches. Jennifer Riley is urging parents to avoid putting in snacky items like packaged chips, crackers, and sugary drinks.
Think about it like fruits and break down what you're going to have in that lunch. You want to have a grain, you want to have a protein, you want to have a fruit and veggie, you want to have a healthy fat, you want to have dairy products as possible.
Riley says it may help to get the children involved in deciding what they want for each food. Health Update, I'm Scott Pringle.
Canada is pausing hiring for its AI organization. The Wall Street Journal reports the freeze comes after the tech giant announced an AI restructuring. It also comes after Meta hired away 50 AI engineers and researchers from other companies. Facebook parent Uber agrees with the journal, saying it's basic organizational planning after bringing people on board. Chipotle is teaming up with Zipline to test drone delivery. Monica Nelson reports.
Select customers in the Dallas area now have the option to use Zipline's autonomous aircraft will deliver orders to customers' homes from a Texas Chipotle location. The drone delivery service will cost $3 with a 15% service fee capped at $6. Zipline says it's working with Sweetgreen to determine a future launch.
Music is adding a new feature on its 10th anniversary. The platform introduced a Take Snatch playlist. It's designed to allow users to discover new music shared by other users and is updated daily. Tech Report on Manhattan said.
Saturday, September 6th, join me, Neil Saavedra, and Bill Angle at Wild Fork Foods in Long Beach. It starts at 2 p.m. For a live in-store broadcast, there'll be Wild Fork Pit Masters, games, free food, and celebrity chef Chris Minotto. Prices every 15 minutes, including a barbecue. Tickets to see the Dodgers, Chargers, and so much more. The Fork Report Live from 2 to 5, Saturday, September 6th at Wild Fork Foods in Long Beach, 6405 East Pacific Coast Highway, corner of 2nd PCH. Don't miss out on this one-day event. Details at KFIM640.com/wildfork.
Product with your home's foundation. Go to foundationguides.com. Foundationguides.com.
We all remember that one teacher who made a difference. Now's your chance to say thank you in a big way. iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life to be among the winners of $5,000 to stock their classroom at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
Mix and match scents. Create your own unique scent combo that is as unique as you are. Mix, match, more happy with Dave.
At YMCA Summer Camp, kids find their why. Friendship and fun, a world of adventure beneath a golden sun. Running, laughing, full of wonder, giving themselves a second nature. Summer Camp is where you begin. To unlock the confidence that lies within. And kids find their passions and find their love. Summer Camp season starts soon. Learn more at ymca.org for a better us.
My dad, my dude, I wanted to do something for Alpha, just like he did. A few years ago, he was diagnosed with cancer, undergoing surgery recovery at ground zero in the aftermath of 9/11. I was holding his hand when he took his last breath. I didn't want to let him go. The First Responders Children's Foundation gave me a scholarship that changed my life. I'm a nurse now.
Go to firstrcf.org and make a difference today. Los Angeles Chargers are back here on KFI with another preseason matchup, this time taking on the San Francisco 49ers today. Catch all of the play-by-play action right here pregame starting at 4:30 p.m. on KFI AM 640.
Hold up with Los Angeles Chargers football on KFI AM 640.
Keep sharp the house whisperer. Here every week to help you transform your ordinary house into an extraordinary home. We are taking calls today, as we do to all calls Saturday morning. I should also say this, after you listen to the show and you enjoy the advice and you think, man, I need some this advice in our home place. If your home needs some personal house whisper attention, you could put it in the home design console. That's with me and team standing in your living room, looking at the problem or wherever the problem housewhisper.design. For more info, housewhisper.design. All right. The number to reach me today, 833-2-ASK-D. 833, the numeral 2-ASK-D. 833-2-ASK-D. It's just that simple. Anything that's got you scratching your head about your life. All right, let's go back to the Lord. Let's talk to Bill. Hey, Bill. Welcome. No, that's a huge mistake. Giant mistake. Not good at all. Now, maybe somebody did it intentionally, thinking that the return air vent would help to cool the attic down. They could put attic insulation. That's not how we want to do it at all. Just so everybody understands, an air conditioning system is a closed system. Meaning it does not share air with the outside world. It doesn't share air with the attic space. It is simply recirculating the air inside the habitable space of your home. So, return air vent, its job is to suck the air out of your house that the other supply vents pull in and put it back into the system. It takes a cycle through, goes back through as the air warms up, goes back into the air, return air vent, back up to the cooler, the evaporator coil. It gets cooled off again and sent back into the house. And yeah, of course, it has a hard time cooling down the place because it is sitting there picking up unconditioned air from the attic, which in the desert is blazing hot and leaking into the system. So, no, that is not supposed to be that way, Bill. If it was somebody's brilliant idea, I use that word in air quotes, to somehow cool off the attic, that's not the way to do it. It's not the way to do it. It is far better, far better to super insulate the attic, go crazy. You've got a 24-inch attic space, go crazy and just fill it up with self-loaded cellulose insulation, spray foam insulation. Insulate the attic space so it's doing its job. Return air vent, the AC unit needs to make positive contact, uninterrupted contact with the rest of the surface. So it needs to lead directly back to the heating element without any air intrusion from any other place. insulating there and protecting the one from the other. We would insulate the upper layer of the attic up against the roof and the outside envelope of the house. And we would leave the attic, we would treat the attic like a room, any other room in the house. But that doesn't mean just the return air vent leaking up in there. That's not how it's done. We still have that gap in the return air system. But we would put a small return air vent in there, dedicated line, and a small supply vent in there, so that actual cold air is being circulated in the attic like it's being done in the rest of the unit. That's how that's done. So you basically, you're moving the insulation line from the ceiling of the main habitable zone, from in between the ceiling and the attic, moving that up to the roof itself. Now, the reason why most people don't move into that, well, number one, most people don't realize that we've done that. But number two, the rafter, the roof line up there is not deep enough to get your standard fluffy insulation to get your R30 rating that you really, really want. And so, in doing so, because you don't have that kind of depth, you can't just pile it up on the attic floor like you can when you're doing a standard install. In order to get that depth or the adequate insulation up there, we're going to need to use spray foam insulation against the roof rafter. See? And that'll work just fine. About 4 inches or so of spray foam insulation will give you the R30 you need, and then the attic space can be conditioned. At which point, there is no need nor desire for venting. You don't vent it anymore. You leave it unvented so that it doesn't share. Again, this is part of now the system. It doesn't share outside air with it keeps it all internal as if it's another room. So that's how it's done, my friend. And those are your options. You either got to vent that attic or seal it off and get a condition of the insulation up. But either way, that return air vent needs to be connected because that's wrong. It's wrong. It's just wrong. Bill, thank you for your call, my friend. I hope that helps. More of your calls when we return. You're listening to Home and Sharp, a house whisperer.
I'm Heather Brooker, live from the Peabody 24-hour newsroom. A new Bloomberg poll shows most Californians, including some Republicans, oppose President Trump's immigration raids. Nearly 75% say mass deportations would hurt the state's economy, while 80% favor letting undocumented workers stay. A woman has been shot and killed on a Metro bus near LAX. The Metro spokesman says the Line 115 bus was headed east on Manchester around 11 o'clock last night when the driver heard a gunshot, immediately stopped to let her head off. The woman was taken to the hospital where she later died. Solid weather from the advisory for extreme heat warning in effect today, but a slight chance of rain as well as from the midnight news in Metro LA and UC. Weather is brought to you by Mattress Firm. We're going to check the 60 when we come back.
All right, here we are, August, back to school time.
Play Radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, this music and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. Radio your way. Join the millions who already have it. Download the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio.
Okay, forest dogs. Kids are coming to the forest, and it's up to us to make their visit a good one. Sparrow, have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year? Catchy. I like it. River, how's the temperature? It's a refreshing 52 degrees, man. Love it. Turtle, he's not here yet, man. He's like every morning. Okay, Squirrel the Forest has been preparing just for you. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. On the free iHeart app, explore podcasts like this.
We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong.
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
And when things finally click into place.
Thank God we live to tell the tale.
I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City, and Narcos, and Roadhouse, and so many commercials about back here. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel this space is crowded enough.
you're on your own. You have to run.
Hey, Joseph Gordon, I love storytelling, and I love you, so I can't wait. Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most buck-wild escape stories of all time.
Like, what should you do? Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to, like, water ski across the road. So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
Listen, on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Free iHeart. Listen now.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Xfinity customers. iHeartRadio is available free on Xfinity X1 or on Xfinity Flex. The easiest way to access iHeartRadio, just press and hold the microphone button on your Xfinity remote and say iHeartRadio, and you'll be taken directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to all your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts right on your TV. Plus, check out Xfinity Ambient Moods to set your screen to beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio to set the right mood. It's the screen you watch the most in your home, and you never knew that it was one of the most popular ways to listen to iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Los Angeles, 2021. A friendly neighbor appears out of nowhere and promises to make all my dreams come true.
Let's not forget that David Flood was a professional con artist, so you didn't stand a chance.
But I figured this grifter out before he realizes it, and I start recording every lie. Until I bring this madman to justice. I'm Caroline DeMore. Listen as I take down my scammer on Once Upon a Con, starting February 12th on the iHeartRadio app.
From the producers who brought you Princess of South Beach comes A Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Harvey Guillen and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love in a big animal.
The thing is that I didn't actually use it. Every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and then my heart started beating like so fast. So that I opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app.
Meet Juan, the loneliness curator. His true love, art. His biggest fear, everything. But when the perfect man walks into his life,
Oh, I guess I'm sitting on my computer. That's great. I think so.
he actually is too good to be true.
This is a con. I'm conning you.
To pull off this heist, they'll have to get close
Instead of trying to grab this gravity, gosh, it's wanting to do it soon.
and jump into the deep end together. When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love or just another job?
Listen to The Setup. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Sometimes the world can seem strange and unfamiliar. You haven't quite found your place or your people. All it takes is one person, a family, who chooses to help it all make sense. You don't have to be an official superhero to do something life-saving and adopt a shelter pet. Just like Superman, use your power for good and inspire kindness, positivity, and a legacy of hope. Best Friends Animal Society is working to ensure that every dog and cat in the country has a safe place to call home. Join us. Visit bestfriends.org to adopt an out-of-this-world pet near you. Together, we save them all.
Yeah, Brand, and her name is Sherry. She's a friend of mine. We're just praying for her because of surgery. She's 20.
Yes, and I'm very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
that is right.
Yeah, so it's like the Medishare.
Honestly, Grant's seamless and we're blessing that shared my expenses. There were zero problems. Let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just
refreshing.
yes, that's what it is.
So I keep telling people love Medishare. They love saving tons of money too. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good difference. Call now. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 844-50-BIBLE. It's 844-50-BIBLE. 844-50-BIBLE.
Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, endless music, and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. Radio your way. Join the millions who already have it. Download the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next episode of the Gary and Shannon Show.
AI chatbots are being called a privacy disaster in progress.
That's Monday after 11 on the Gary and Shannon Show. D-Sharp, the house was perfect. Here to remind you that design matters most when it comes to transforming your home. We want to apply all the best ideas, all the best principles of design. We want to be intentional. We want to take our time. Because at the end of the day, design matters most. Oh, it does. All right, I ran a little bit last segment, so we're running a little short this one. Let's just see if we can at least get a call started here, and then we'll take it from there. We might roll it over a bit. Let's talk to Henry. Hey, Henry, welcome home.
Thank you. Question about water heaters. Is there a way of knowing if water heaters not to go, or should we just replace it every X number of years as a routine?
That's a good question. So how do you know your water heater's about to go? Well, it stops giving you hot water. Thanks for your call, Henry. Okay, so here's the thing. I really wasn't. I was half joking and half serious. Water heaters, when they start going, there could be a number of issues. They could be giving you hot water intermittently. Okay. The quality of the heat in the water could just be dropping down lower. In other words, you're like, wow, I've got that thermostat on that hot water heater, but the water's just not as hot as it used to be. That's inevitably a sign that the inside of the water heater has got scale built up on it, mineralization on it, and as a result, it's having trouble transmitting that mineralization. Some of the length absorbs that heat, and it doesn't allow it to get into the water the same way. There could be issues with the actual boiler plate down at the bottom. A lot of excessive popping and cracking. It sounds like when the water heater's going, like there's like sand being in a washing machine rolling around in there. Again, all of this comes from mineralization in our water. Another thing too is whether or not you. Well, let me just back it up. Just say this. That being the case, then of course the parts keep going, but that's not really the water heater. That's just a part of it. When the water heater goes bad, when it's time to replace it, it means that the tank and the burner have failed. It's leaking, or the burner at the bottom is so corroded and scaled over that it's not doing its job anymore. That's essentially what it comes down to. How you can check and see is, number one, have you ever flushed this thing out? Do you flush it out regularly? It should get flushed about once a year, and everybody's like, what? Are you kidding me? I didn't even know you were supposed to do anything with water heaters. It's been like a decade and a half. I get it. It's pretty much the typical thing. I'm just saying. This should be drained, flushed out, so that some of those minerals can get out of the tank. Also, if you're handy and you don't want to call a plumber in for this, you could have you grab a wrench and take a look at the sacrificial anode. You know what, Henry? I'm going to put you on hold, and I'll tell you all about it right on the other side of the break. This is something I'm talking about tomorrow This is a really good question. It kind of falls right in line with that. When we come back, what is the sacrificial anode? Can you see it on your body right now? And what should you do about it? It's in trouble. We'll discuss it all. You're home. D Sharp, the house was KFI HD2 Los Angeles for more stimulating talk.
Hey up, Rams. I'm Heather Brooker live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A construction firm has been ordered to pay the Rams nearly $750,000.
The football team accused Chamber Law Construction LP Ocean of breaching its contract on a luxury suite at SoFi Stadium. Rams say the company signed a 5-year agreement in 2019 that defaulted in the third year. The contract required arbitration to mediate any issues. The arbitrator said the company had to pay nearly $700,000 plus nearly $60,000 in attorney's fees and other costs. The Superior Court judge agreed with that decision this week and ordered Shane Law to pay up. I'm amongst KFI News.
A man who stole a car eluded police officers on a live TV chase. He went south on the 110 freeway in River City last night at speeds more than 100 miles an hour. Then north on that same freeway. The man also drove on certain streets in South LA, Southgate, Compton. He got gas in East LA and wound up in Bell and eventually went to downtown LA before jumping into the car and getting into another one and driving away. The LA County Sheriff's Department has rolled out new high-tech patrol vehicles.
The new black and white SUVs come equipped with safety alarming advanced siren systems and collision avoidance technology. 48 of the 280 new vehicles are hybrids. New fleet also includes 10 Ford F-150 responder pickup trucks designed for pursuit.
KFI's Jim Root reports the department is also testing electric patrol cars. A 35-year-old man has been sentenced to 50 years to life in prison for repeatedly sexually assaulting his girlfriend's young daughter in Santa Ana. Prosecutors say Sergio Ambrosio Martinez abused the girl from ages 6 to 9, beginning in 2017. The victim came forward years later after he invited her and her mother to his wedding. The girl saying his fiancée deserved to know the truth. Animal rights activists near Lake Tahoe say they're trying to save a mother bear and her cub from being killed by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And Ryan of the Bear League says the animals have broken into homes because they're following natural instincts.
They're trying to kill her for her.
Ryan says the bears are able to get into the homes because the owners haven't properly secured them.
It is what we call a cross in a tree, not a break-in. A break-in is when they break something to get in.
The Department of Fish and Wildlife says the bears have to go as it's becoming a public safety responsibility. While the pain may be real, but the painkiller could be virtual reality.
Scientists say VR can be as strong as medicine at relieving pain. Researchers used a 45-minute, 360-degree virtual reality experience of waterfalls in Oregon while people who were given electrical shocks. They say pain relief was as effective as painkillers and even lasted after the VR was over. They say the experiment was more about short-term pain, but VR could help how pain signals are transmitted for people with chronic or longer-term pain. Researchers say it can lead to nature scenes being used to reduce pain for people in care homes or hospitals who can't go for a walk in nature. Michael Frocher, KFI News.
The Chargers wrap up their preseason tonight when they take on the 49ers in Santa Clara. It's the last game before all NFL teams' rosters get cut down to 53. Head coach Jim Harbaugh says his advice to players is to give it their best shot.
Just give it your very best. Give it your best. Do better. And let it go.
Kickoff is at 5:30 and you can hear the game right here on KFI AM 640. Looks like lanes are all clear on the 60 in South El Monte.
On the westbound side, onto the 605, everything off of the freeway direction to Salem Edge, coming out of the advanced construction node today from to East LA. In Boyle Heights, on the 5 freeway, Copland is doing some road work southbound side of Indiana. They have 2 right lanes blocked off. That will be the case until 11 o'clock this morning, so that drive is heading just before the 60. In downtown, 110 freeway, southbound side of 3rd Street, that local car crash debris was cleared from the roadway. Drive is still heading away from the 101. And if you're headed for the drive through West Drive,
zappers do not work on mosquitoes. They're not attracted to UV light. And who wants to slap them on their pellet just to go outside in your own yard? You don't have to, because Eco LA, the pioneer of safe and effective pest control, has the answer. And like everything, it's safe for you, for your children, for your pets, for your plants. It's just not safe for the mosquitoes. Thanks to Eco LA, I was telling you earlier, my backyard, mosquito-free. Yours can be too. Make summer mosquitoes a thing of the past. Call them today at 888-422-1717. 888-422-1717. Or find them on the web. Eco LA, your pest control mosquito solution.
Southland weather from Camp 5. That extreme heat warning is still in effect, but there is a slight chance of rain this morning, so keep an eye out for that. Highs are going to reach the mid-90s in Metro LA and OC, mid-80s at the beaches, mid-90s in the valleys, and the low 100s in Inland Empire and Pine Desert. Right now it's 69 in Culver City, 67 in Arcadia, 69 in Laguna Beach, and 68 in Portland. Live from the Camp 5 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
Number one on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Welcome home. I'm Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, custom home builder, custom home designer, and every week your guide to better understand that place where you live. Today on the show, as is typical for us on Saturday mornings, we're taking your calls. You get to tell me what the show is about today. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-DEAN, 833, the numeral 2-ASK-DEAN, 833-2-ASK-DEAN. Look who's joined me in the studio. Hello, sunshine. It is an hour after the show has started. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. You've been here for 5 minutes longer. I resisted. Just knowing that you were just new enough, whatever you were doing. I resisted. Because Heather had a story about a alligator named Reggie, I think, earlier today. Who's now living in the LA Zoo with an alligator named Tina. And I didn't go there. Well, yes, we do. Who also lives with an alligator named Tina. Oh! See? That's what I wanted to do. But I didn't. I bit my lip. Because I was showing you respect. And here you are. Oh, there goes Olivia right there. Yes, she does. He's going to get checked out the gym. There are no new eggs today. Well, not today. Not this morning. Not yet today. But the new flock is starting to produce. We got a little green one yesterday, a little white one a couple of days before. It's very exciting. Yes, I'm happy. Olivia is on Amazon. She is. I'm happy because for the first time in, I don't know, like a couple of years, because our older girls, they are postmenopausal. There are no eggs. They just ooze. They're just taking up space and my wall or chicken feed. That's all. All right. Okay, let's get back to the calls. Good morning, Glenn. I have him on the line. He kept hanging on hold over the last break here because he wanted to know. How do you know if the water keeps going bad? We talked about that, and then I said that here are a couple of things you can check. One of the things you can check, if you've never done this before, if water here is, let's say, more than 3 or 4 years old, if you're handy, you can turn off all the water pressure to your water heater, and there's on the top of a regular tank water heater, there's a big old nut screwed into the top plate of the water heater. A lot of people stare at that and think, what that thing is for. Well, metal rod attached to it. That rod is what's known as the sacrificial anode. The sacrificial anode is made out of magnesium or aluminum, depending on the brand. Its job is to attract those corrosive minerals, hard water minerals, to itself and to corrode itself. That's why it's called the sacrificial anode. It sacrifices itself for the sake of your water heater, because if they're not being attracted to it, then they are clinging to the steel tank, and they're going to prematurely age and cause the water heater to fail. So, just as a point of maintenance, some people say, "Oh, going for warranty, if a non-professional opens up," then believe me, it's just a screw port there. If you're handy enough to unscrew something with a wrench, you can do this. I don't really care if it points the warranty or not. If your water heater's 45 years old, listen, you're past the service warranty anyway. You should check it, because if it's not there, if it's like corroded down to like a little nub, or gone altogether, or less than half of its normal length, you should replace it. And you can replace it. These are on the shelf at Home Depot and Lowe's and the local hardware store. It's a $20 to $40 part, depending on the brand of your water heater. $20 to $40. You put a new anode in there, and you're going to be protecting your tank for a couple, 3 years to come. So anyway, just as a little bit of insight, we know what the water heater is going to start doing. If it starts to fail, like Henry, the goal is to flush it a year or two, and to eventually check the anode and see if it's still there. And if not, replace it. And I know this is something that people, thousands of people right now are like, I didn't even know that was a thing. They should tell me these things, but it's a thing. I think it really help lengthen the life of your water. Yes, that's it. That's it. Yep. Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, but here's the thing, there's no guarantee. I mean, if it's not giving you problems, then it's not giving you problems. So if I were you, if you're starting to see symptoms like, what's the water heater for? It's for giving you hot water. If for some reason the water heater is not doing what it used to do, then it's time at this point, 2000. I mean, this water heater is past its prime as far as it's well beyond doing what it was supposed to do. But there are water heaters out there that are 25, 30 years old that are still going strong. So the point is, there's no absolute cutoff date for it. But if it's starting to not do what you want it to do, now then it's time to look at the budget and say, all right, maybe it's time to switch this out. But if it's doing fine, then maybe also look at the budget and say, maybe we'll just tuck this aside for, because it won't be long. It's not going to be long. The likelihood of getting another 5 years out of it, I would say, is that popping and knocking, that is the popping sound is mineralization. It's built up on the burner pan, and the burner is that mineralization trapping water underneath those mineral deposits. The burner is superheating that water into a gas, and then it escapes, like pop rocks. And so it's just a sign that there's mineralization in it. So if you flush it, that can help. Quite a bit. Flush out the water heater, drain it out, flush out all the new stuff, and check the anode. A little bit of an hour's worth of your time, and $20 to $40 part if you do calculate yourself. I get you, that's just fine. got the hose connected to the sediment spigot in the bottom, and you open that up. If you're seeing, if there's an occlusion, here's a little trick. You can actually turn on the water up above, get a little pressure, a little additional water flowing into the water, and see if you can't kind of force it out. But you know what? But you got to try. And the point is, it does not hurt to try. And if nothing comes out, that's a clear sign you have a lot of negotiation built up in the property. And this should that's why we take those, because one man's question is an answer for thousands of people who are listening who didn't call in. So that is the critical role of people. We've got more calls on the board. We also have room for you. 833-ASK-DEAN. 833, the numeral 2, Ask Dean. 833 to Ask Dean. Your home, Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer.
I'm Heather Brooker, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's the latest. A woman in her 30s was shot and killed on board a metro bus near LAX last night. Witnesses reported about 5 suspects ran away after the shooting. The Chargers wrap up their preseason tonight when they take on the 49ers in Santa Clara. Kickoff is at 5:30, and you can hear the game right here on KFI 640. Don't miss it. We're going to check the vibe.
I'm always trying to say that, right?
There's a line serious in this town. You must excise it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Ribbon Mile from Mary Key, this is Hamilton, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to Havertown on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Havertown and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
145, movie 92.
1 day over 111 hot top cardiac arrest.
Strike. Blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure can save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you start your treatment plan, you start it or talk to your doctor about creating what works better for you. Start taking the right steps and manage your BP now.
Trying to get better, stroke it out.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association and the Medical Association of Blood Cancer.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
How do you take down the criminal network hidden in the shadows?
I tell them that. I know that they're the ones who are running the largest child abuse website on the darknet.
The journalists working to expose the darkest corners of the internet.
That's your playroom floor. That's your baby's clothes. That's my house.
The police hunt down online predators.
We feel the whole thing. We didn't make it.
I'll give you a ring. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Did you know that California offers guaranteed
various programs and services to support older adults, adults with disabilities, and mainly caregivers. Health insurance counseling to caregivers support, and information on elder abuse. The Aging Resource Guide has it all. And let's not forget about the friendship. Available 24/7 for those who may need a friendly conversation. Dive into the Aging Resource Guide today at aging.ca.gov and discover the support you need. Because together, we can ensure every older adult healthy. It's now laser.
You're great at protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, VPN.
The local basin in matters like Egla Ayusa, communal enactment, and public leadership.
That's why lifelong monitors
Bacon Magra Hebrew for rebellious elder. Halachic category sent Hebrew of us age 55 before test ruling. Bacon Shino Lefite Vodo Hebrew for an elder whose dignity would be compromised. Exemption cases e.g. from certain retrieval return obligations in Pashabitaka. Maximlia Adam Shi, Lodi Kanat Aramaic Hebrew for we can acquire a benefit for a person in his absence. Legal maximum agency benefit. Contrast. High shaven low LFE cannot no liabilities in his absence. Zektifagat Hebrew for merit of the forefathers. In vote in prayer, halachic rhetoric distinct from general Zekat you listed. Zeker el Yetza at Mitzrayim Hebrew for a remembrance of the Exodus. Many mitzvah liturgies, Shidduch, Tzidzik, Sukkah are performed as a remembrance of the Exodus. Zeker el Mikdash Hebrew for a remembrance of the temple. Customs mirroring temple practice e.g. taking Wulah all 7 days outside the Mikdash according to Sub. Zeker Ziker Amalek Hebrew pronunciation variants when reading Remember Amalek. Many read the verse twice to satisfy both traditions. Zitronid Zitronos Hebrew for remembrances. One of the 3 Rosh Hashanah sections Mal Kuyat, Zitronid, Shofarid. Zitron Teruah Heber for a remembrance of the Shofar blast. Biblical title for Rosh Hashanah S. When Shofar is indeed blown on Shabbat. Zehakelo Hebrew for this is the rule. Formula that introduces a halachic generalization in Mishnah Talmud. Zehi Zadorim Hebrew for this and that both cause the result. Principle for mixed causation can affect permissibility. Zenatana, Zelo Chaser Hebrew for this one benefits while that one doesn't he lose. Principle in monetary law about uncompensated benefit. Zaizim Makdim in Le Mitzvah Hebrew for the zealous hasten to do mitzvah. Guides doing mitzvah at the earliest proper time, e.g. early Brit Milah. Zera Hebrew for seed. For-term in Kilahim mixed species, Zera, honey produce, and purity laws. Zera La Vehala Hebrew for wasting seed. Prohibited act with extensive halachic discussion modesty, Shidusha. Zera in order Hebrew for seeds. First order of the Mishnah. Agricultural laws and blessings. Distinct entry from generic D-Mani, etc. Zerika Hagat Hebrew for sprinkling of the blood. Essential template service step for offerings. Only by a Kohen. Zivich Hebrew for sacrifice. As in Zivich Shalomim peace offering, Zivich did a thanksgiving offering. Zivich in Hebrew plural sacrifices. Also the Talmudic tractate detailing sacrificial laws. Zimin Hebrew for invitation. Formal call to Birkat Hamazon when 3 or 10 eat together. With 10 it is Zimin Bishem God's name included. Zimin Nashim Hebrew for women as Zimin. Halachic discussion whether when women form their own Zimin. Zimaz and Madmana Hebrew. Zima equals sexual infamy. Zimah equals harlotry forbidden relations. Zana equals category of woman forbidden to a Kohen. Zayd in Agar Hebrew date 7th of Agar. Traditional yards of Moshe. Day marked by Chevra Kadisha customs. Zayd in Hebrew for weapons. Halachic issues of carrying on Shabbat adornment verses. Burden, safety concerns. Zilzal Shabbat Hebrew for demeaning Shabbat. Rabbinic concern to avoid conduct that, while technically permitted, reduces Shabbat honor. Idiot SH Star Hebrew for forgery of a document. Invalidates legal instruments e.g. get, contracts. Zuzuz and Talmudic coinage of Zuzubiner. Used in Ketubah, damages and transaction values. Rosh Hanukkah Zot Hanukkah Hebrew for this is Hanukkah. Made for the 8th day. Many cite it as an auspicious time for prayers. Zot Habarich Hebrew for this is the blessing. Final Torah portion. Halachically tied to Simit Torah lining cycle. Zot Chikit Hadara Hebrew for this is the statute of the Torah. Intro to Kara Aduna. Archetype of Achet statute beyond full reason. Zebit Hebrew for olive. Basis for volume food measures K Zebit olive escalt across many mitzvah. Even carry at Shema Hebrew for time window for reciting Shema. Halachic Z-Man milestones for morning evening Shema. Zeman Tefillah Hebrew for time window for prayer. Deadlines for Shachar is Mitcha Arvidamina. Zeman Vidikat Chemetz Hebrew for time of checking Chemetz. Night of 14 Nisan by candlelight with blessings and Bedika. Zeman by Chemetz Hebrew for time of burning Chemetz. Late morning on A.M. Pesach. Includes verbal nullification Bichel. Zeman Hadlachit Mera Hebrew for time of candle lighting. The 3 sunset time to light Shabbat Yom Tov candles. Zeman Cherer Hebrew for the time of our freedom. Liturgical title for Pesach in Kiddush Tefillah. Zeman Maven Short Hebrew for the time of the giving of our Torah. Liturgical title for Shabbat. Zeman Simit Hebrew for the time of our joy. Liturgical title for Sukkot Shemini Atzeret. Zohar Chach Hebrew Aramaic for New Zohar. Supplementary Kabbalistic work, often cited for customs with halachic impact. Zichronim Livracha Hebrew for may their memory of blessing. Said when speaking of multiple deceased people. Often abbreviated as ZL. Zichrono Livracha Hebrew for may his memory be a blessing. Said after the name of a deceased man. Abbreviated as ZL. Zichrono Livracha Hebrew for may her memory be a blessing. Said after the name of a deceased woman. Abbreviated as ZL. Zecher Tzadik Livracha fruit for the memory of the righteous shall be a blessing. From Proverbs 10:7. Said after naming a righteous person. Abbreviated as ZTL Zechuto Yaganonu Hebrew for made his merit shield. Said when mentioning a righteous man or such. Zechidem Yaganonu Hebrew for made their merit shield. Plural version, referring to multiple righteous figures. Zikono Lachain Hebrew for made his memory be for life. Used in some Sephardic communities instead of Livracha. Zikronim Lachain Hebrew for may their memory be for life. Plural Sephardic version. Adver acronym for Adonu, Moriinu, Burabenu, our master, our teacher, and our rabbi. Used for Hasidic ranks. Alav Hashalom Age Hebrew for peace be upon him. Said after a deceased man as name. Aletta Hashalom Age Hebrew for peace be upon her. Said after a deceased woman as name. Alav Al Kol Yisrael Hashalom Hebrew for peace upon him and all Israel. Abdullah blessed. Then that Hebrew for son of daughter of, used in full Hebrew names and on memorials. Shaver Hebrew for member or scholar. Historically and honorific for Torah Jews. They in Hebrew for judge. Formal title for a rabbinic court judge. They in Hebrew for genius. Title of Supreme Torah scholars e.g. Vilna Gaon. Hagen the genius. a formal title before a great rabbi's name. Parad Hebrew for the rabbi. Standard rabbinic honorific. Parad Hagen Feahi, the genius. Double honorific for major scholars. Hadadik Hebrew for the righteous one. Set of saintly rabbis. Hadadik Hebrew for the righteous woman. Feminine honorific. Parad Hebrew for honorable rabbi. A respectful address. Moran Aramaic for our master. Especially used by Sephardim for great leaders. Moranu Hebrew for our teacher. Honorific title for rabbis. Morini Nugiraku our teacher and our rabbi. Extended rabbinic title. Nagid Hebrew for leader or chief. Historical title for community heads. Nasi Hebrew for premier president. Title of the head of the Sanhedrin. Parnas Hebrew for provider or leader. Used for lay leaders of Jewish communities. Rabban higher honorific than rabbi, used for the greatest saviors e.g. Rabban Gad. Rabbenu Hebrew for our rabbi. Used for preeminent rabbis, e.g. Rambam, Rabbenu Moshe. Rab Hebrew for rabbi. Standard term for a teacher of Torah. Rab Hair Hebrew for the rabbi of the city. Formal communal rabbi title. Rav Yiddish pronunciation of Rav Rabbi. Common in Ashkenazi communities. Red Yiddish respectful title for men, similar to Mr. but also used for Torah and layman. Read a Yiddish for rabbi or spiritual master, especially in Hasidic tradition. Rosh Yeshiva Hebrew for head of the yeshiva. Formal academic rabbinic role. Shlita acronym for Shevik or at Yamin Tovim Amen. May he live a long and good life, Amen. Said after living rabbis' names. Shalom allowed Hebrew for peace upon him. Used for deceased men. Tzadik Hebrew for righteous one. General title for saintly men. Tzaddik Hebrew for righteous woman. Feminine equivalent. Tzadik Yesagalam Hebrew for the righteous one is the foundation of the world. Applied to especially holy men. Tzadik Nistar Hebrew for hidden righteous one. Said of mystically great but hidden individuals. Tzadik Hador Hebrew for the righteous of the generation. Highest praise for a saintly rabbi. Yudal El Hayim Hebrew for may he be separated for life. Said when mentioning the living person, while also speaking of deceased. Yudal El Hayim plural. May they be separated for life. Same usage in plural. Yishma Hashem Hebrew for may God protect him. Living blessing. Zitrono Livracha El Hebrew for may his memory be a blessing. Said after a deceased man's name. Zitrono Livracha El Hebrew for may her memory be a blessing. Said after a deceased woman's name. Zitrono Livracha El Hebrew for may their memory be a blessing. Plural version. Zecher Tzadik Livracha El Hebrew for the memory of the righteous shall be a blessing. Said after a righteous person's name. Zechuto Yagan Oluzaya Hebrew for may his merit shield us. Said when mentioning a righteous man. Zechidat Yagan Olu Hebrew for may their merit shield us. Plural version. Zikrono Lachain Sephardic version. May his memory be for life. Zikronim Lachain Sephardic plural version. May their memory be for life. Zecher Tzadik Livracha El Hebrew for the memory of the righteous shall be a blessing. Said after a righteous person's name. Zechuto Yagan Oluzaya Hebrew for may his merit shield us. Say when mentioning a righteous man. Zechudat Yagan Olu Hebrew for may their merit shield us. Plural version. Zikrono Lachain Hebrew for may his memory be for life. Sephardic phrasing.
Zichronim Lachain Hebrew for may their memory be for life. Plural Sephardic phrasing. Adver acronym for Adonu, Moriinu, Rabbeinu, our master, our teacher, and our rabbi. Used as the formal title for Shabbat rents. Adver Hazek in the Elder Riga. Refers specifically to Rabbi S.H. Ner Zalman of Liadi 1745. 1812, the founder of Shabbat and author of the Tanya. Admeri, plural of Admer, referring to Shabbat ranks across the generations. Hachis Hebrew for one. In Shabbat, now meaning prayer, used in Kabbalistic meditations to signify unity of God. Ahavit Yisrael Hedra love of a fellow Jew. A central value in Shabbat, often emphasized by the Riga. Ahavit Hashem Hedra love of God. A for being in Chassidus, taught as a feeling that should permeate prayer and mitzvah observance. Ahavit Hadar Hebrew for love of the Torah. In Shabbat thought, connected with cleaving to God's wisdom through study. Ahavit Elam Hebrew for everlasting love. Name of a blessing in prayer. In Shabbat, seen as reflecting God's eternal love for Israel. Gain Osvil Gado Hebrew for there is nothing besides him. A principle stressed in Shabbat Chassidus, reflecting divine unity and nullification of ego. Activum Hebrew for bound. A Kabbalistic concept referenced in Shabbat teachings, describing the first stage of creation where all divine lights are bound in one vessel. Al-Hamison Hebrew for on the miracles. A parasitic on Hanukkah and Purim, highlighted in Shabbat for its emphasis on divine providence. Al-Hadara, a series, Bad discourses and teachings interpreting Torah with mystical depth. Aliyah Hebrew for ascent. Refers both to being called up to the Torah and to spiritual elevation, a central theme in Shabbat thought. Amalek biblical nation symbolizing doubt and coldness toward holiness. In Shabbat philosophy, Amalek is the inner force of spiritual apathy, one must overcome. Amid a central standing prayer. Shabbat emphasizes Kavanah deep intent, and meditation during it, especially on God's unity. Ana Abna Aramaic for me and your servant. A phrase used in Shabbat Nigunim melodies to express self-nullification before God. Ani Massachusetts Ami Hebrew Tori believes. A declaration of faith, often sung in Shabbat, Pargregins, tied to Jewish perseverance. Ani Yosef Hebrew for me and Joseph. Famous Torah phrase. In Shabbat Chassidus, symbolizes revelation of hidden truth and unity. Atsilis Hedra emanation. In Kabbalah and Shabbat Chassidus, one of the four spiritual worlds, representing divine closeness. Atz is Hebrew for essence. In Shabbat, refers to God's ultimate essence, beyond all attributes, with which Jews connect through mitzvah. A Hebrew for father. Also the name of a Hebrew month Menachem Av. In Shabbat, it carries God burning Tisha B'Av and comfort Shabbat Nachamu. Akar Chamim Hebrew for Father of Mercies. A prayer with deep emotional resonance, explained in Shabbat texts as God's compassionate nature. Avodah Hebrew for service. In Shabbat, it means serving God with the heart, mind, and soul. Particularly through prayer and inner work. Avodah Nimis Hedra for inner service. In Shabbat teachings, refers to deep, inward spiritual work on character and awareness of God. Avodah Shibala Hebrew for service of the heart. Prayer, which in Shabbat is central to transforming emotions into loving awe of God. Avodah Hebrew for patriarchs. In Shabbat, often studied in connection with Pirkei of ethics of fathers, explained with Chassidic depth. I Agna Hebrew for where are you? God's call to Adam. In Shabbat thought interpreted as an ongoing divine question to each Jew about their spiritual state. Arizona Yashir Hebrew for then he sang. The song that see Exodus 15. In Shabbat liturgy, its recitation involves meditating on God's power and redemption. Baal Tanya, Hebrew for author of the Tanya, refers to Rabbi S.H. Ner Zalman of Liadi, founder of Shabbat, who wrote Tanya, the central Shabbat text. Baal Shem Tov Besh, Hebrew for master of the good name, refers to Rabbi Yisrael Baal Shem Tov, founder of the Chassidic movement and spiritual predecessor of Shabbat. Baal Teshuvah, Hebrew for master of return, a Jew who turns back to Torah observance. In Shabbat, embraced warmly as part of Outreach Cairo. Martu, Hebrew for blessed, the call to communal prayer. In Shabbat services, it is emphasized with strong intention as connecting to higher spiritual levels. Baruch Hashem BH, Hebrew for blessed be God. A common Shabbat expression of gratitude in daily speech. Basar Challah, Hebrew for meat and milk, refers to kosher dietary laws of separating meat and dairy. In Shabbat homes, strict separation is observed. Bezbol Aramaic for heavenly voice. In Shabbat, thought symbolizes divine guidance that continues even after prophecy ceased. Bat mitzvah, Hebrew for daughter of commandment. When a Jewish girl turns 12, Shabbat encourages a celebration that emphasizes learning Torah and doing mitzvah. The Hamizuri Hedrafer between the straits refers to the 3 weeks of mourning between 17 Tammuz and 9 Av. In Shabbat, explained as a time of hidden divine compassion. The Idoni, Hebrew for intermediate one, central concept in Tanya. A Jew who struggles with inner conflicts yet controls thought, speech, and action. These Chenu, Hebrew for house of our life, refers to 770 Eastern Parkway Shabbat headquarters, considered the heart of Shabbat worldwide. These did Hebrew for house of judgment. A rabbinical court. In Shabbat communities, these did rulings are often tied to Halacha and community leadership. These Hamikdash Hedrafer Holy Temple. In Shabbat philosophy, it represents both the historical temple in Jerusalem and the inner sanctuary of Pepar. These Midrash, Hebrew for house of study. Shabbat yeshivas and study halls are often called this. These Riva, Hebrew for house of the Riva. Classic Shabbat biography of the first rags, chronicling their lives and teachings. Benoni Sibi Inoni, figure in Tanya, described as the ideal spiritual model accessible to all Jews. Be as Rad Hashem, be as Brew for with God's help. Common phrase in Shabbat correspondence and speech. Vicar Chalim Pedra for visiting the sick. In Shabbat practice, considered a vital act of kindness and outreach. Bima, Hebrew for platform. The raised stand in the synagogue where the Torah is read. In Shabbat shuls, central to communal Torah reading. Birkat Hamazon, Hebrew for grace after meals. Shabbat custom emphasizes reciting it with kavan and deep intention. Byron, Hebrew for refinement. Happy Shabbat Kabbalistic concept. The task of elevating sparks of holiness trapped in the material world. The Tachon, Hebrew for trust in God. In Shabbat, it means complete reliance on divine providence, taught extensively by the rabbis. Middle Hebrew for self-nullification. Central Shabbat idea. Nullifying ego to allow godliness to shliver. Lean Eder, Hebrew for without a vow. Common Shabbat phrase when committing to do a mitzvah, to avoid making an unintended oath. Bacher Yiddish for young men. Refers to unmarried yeshiva students in Shabbat, especially those learning in 770 or other Shabbat institutions. Bracha, Hebrew for blessing. In Shabbat Talk, a bracha channels divine energy into the world. Bracha Acrona, Hebrew for after blessing. Blessing recited after meeting.
Shabbat emphasizes proper halachic observance and awareness of divine flow. Bracha Risona Hebrew for first blessing. Blessing recited before eating. Shabbat teachings stress mindfulness before partaking in physical pleasures. Brazil Hebrew covenant of circumcision. In Shabbat, viewed as a joyous spiritual milestone, connecting the child to the eternal covenant with God. Viewed in Yiddish for grandmother. Often used affectionately in Shabbat families. Of the Yiddish variant for grandmother. Common affectionate term in Shabbat homes. Baal Tanya Hebrew for author of the Tanya. Rabbi S.H. Ner Zalman Achliadi, the founder of Shabbat, who wrote the Tanya. Baal Shem Tov Ben Hebrew for master of Tegud name. Founder of the Hasidic movement, spiritual forerunner of Shabbat. Baal Teshuva Diti Hebrew for master of return. A Jew who returns to Torah observance. In Shabbat, a warmly used term. Shabbat is known for its outreach to beasts. Malabadish Yiddish for respectable, dignified, proper. In Shabbat slang, describes someone who acts refined, responsible, or put together. Malabos Yiddish for homeowner, head of household. In Shabbat often means a respectable married man, not a yeshiva bacher. Malabasta Yiddish for good homemaker. A compliment for a Shabbat wife or mother who runs her home with care and Jewish warmth. Dartu Hebrew for bless. The call to communal prayer. In Shabbat services, recited with strong concentration and spiritual intention. Baruch Hashem BH Hebrew for blessed Bedded. Constant Shabbat expression for gratitude or simply answering how are you. Bisar Shalom Hedra for meat and milk. Kosher dietary laws of separating meat and dairy. Shabbat homes follow this very strictly. Fanciful Aramaic for heavenly voice. In Shabbat thought symbolizes divine inspiration still echoing in the world. Baz Mitzvah Hebrew for daughter of commandment. When a girl turns 12. In Shabbat, marked with Torah learning and mitzvah. Being Hamiduri Hebrew for between the strains. The 3 weeks of mourning between 17 Tammuz and 9 Av. In Shabbat thought, a time of hidden divine compassion. Be'inoni Hebrew for intermediate one. A central Tanya concept. One who has inner struggles, but never sins in thought, speech, or action. These chain of Hebrew for house of our life. Refers to 770 Eastern Parkway Shabbat HQ, considered the heart of the movement. These did Hebrew for house of judgment. Rabbinical court. In Shabbat communities, handles halachic rulings. These Hamid Hebrew for holy temple. In Shabbat thought, also symbolizes the inner sanctuary of the soul. These Midrash Hebrew for house of study. The study hall in a Shabbat yeshiva or shul. These Riga Hebrew for house of the Riga. Classic Shabbat texts chronicling the lives of the early Shabbat leaders. Benoni Cbinoni. E Ezrat Hashem E Ez Hebrew for with God as help. Common Shabbat praise in speech and writing. Finger Chalim Hebrew for visiting the sick. A for Shabbat act of kindness. Biga Hebrew for platform. The raised place in a shul where the Torah is read. Berkut Hamizon Hebrew for grace after meals. In Shabbat, recited with strong intention. Byron Hebrew for refinement. Shabbat mystical concept of elevating sparks of holiness hidden in the physical world. The Tachon Hebrew for trust in God. Shabbat emphasizes complete reliance on divine providence. Middle Hebrew for self-nullification. Central to Shabbat Chasidus. Nullifying so divine light can shine through. Lean letter Hebrew for without a vow. Used when promising to do something, so it is not an oath.
Bocher Yiddish Foreign Men refers to unmarried yeshiva students in Shabbat, often shorthand for a Shabbat yeshiva guy. Bocher El Yiddish diminutive. Little Bocher. Used affectionately to students. Bracha Hebrew for blessing. Shabbat chesed blessings draw down divine energy. Bracha acronym Hebrew for after blessing. Blessing said after eating. Bracha Risona Hebrew for first blessing. Blessing before eating. Brit Milah Hebrew for covenant of circumcision. In Shabbat, a joyous event, binding the child to the Jewish people. Rabbi Rothschild Yiddish for grandmother. Common affectionate term in Shabbat homes. Brand Yiddish for fire, passion. In Shabbat slang, describes fiery enthusiasm in prayer, Tarbrennen, or mitzvah observance. Rabbi Chaya affectionate Shabbat nickname for older women named after Rex in common in Crown Heights. VH Bechastai Hashin acronym for with the kindness of God. Used interchangeably with Baruch Hashin in Shabbat letters. Shabbat Hebrew acronym for Chakna, Bina, God's wisdom, understanding knowledge. Refers to the intellectual branch of Chassidus founded by Rabbi S.H. Ner Zalman of Liadi. Shabbat's first line for Ishbaznik. Often used with pride, sometimes humorously. Chachin Hebrew for wise one. In Sephardic and general usage means rabbi, but in Shabbat, more often used in study context. Shalom Yisrael Hebrew for Jewish supervised meal. Shabbat requires strict adherence to this kosher standard. Challah Hebrew for portion of dough given as an offering. Also refers to the braided bread eaten on Shabbos and Yom Tov. In Shabbat, often homemade and shared. Chalutah Hebrew for distribution. Refers to charity funds distributed in old Shabbat tradition, especially in Israel. Shabbat's Hebrew for leavened grain. Forbidden on Pesach. In Shabbat, cleaned and sold very strictly before Passover. Hanukkah Hebrew for dedication. Festival of lights celebrating the rededication of the temple. In Shabbat, central focus on public menorah lighting. Shabbos Hebrew for midnight. Both mystical and halachic significance. Shabbat emphasizes late night Torah learning at this time. Chezon Hebrew for cantor. Leads prayer. In Shabbat, often done by avoker or Baal Tefillah rather than a professional singer. Ches Hebrew for kindness. In Shabbat teachings, represents giving love and outreach. Chidus acronym for Chumash, Tefillah, Tanya. Daily learning cycle established by the previous Rebbe. Chidmani is Hebrew for externality. In Shabbat thought, refers to superficial service of God, contrasted with nimius, inner devotion. Chop below Yaver Hebrew for a law that cannot be transgressed. Expression for something fixed. In Shabbat slang, used about set routines like davening or farbrennen. Chol Hamo Hebrew for intermediate days. The middle days of Pesach and Sukkot, hardly festive, hardly weekday. Shalom stand regular mill. Not accepted in Shabbat practice, since only Shalom Yisrael is observed. Chumash Hebrew for 5 books of Torah. Inchbat, also shorthand for the daily Chumash Tam Yarashi study. Chutzpah Yiddish for audacity, boldness. In Shabbat slang, can be negative or positive, e.g. holy chutzpah in outreach. Chaver in Hebrew for friends. In Shabbat, sometimes refers to groups of activists or yeshiva peers. Chassid Hebrew for pious one. In Shabbat, refers to a devoted follower of Torah. Chassid Bisher Yiddish for Chassidic style. In Shabbat slang, means someone who acts with warmth, piety, and attachment to Chassidus. Chassid Bisher Farbrennen informal gathering with Nigunim, Torah insights, and inspiration. Central Shabbat Life. Chassid is Hebrew for Chassidic teachings. In Shabbat usually refers specifically to Shabbat Chassidus. Chidus are Nick slang for someone devoted to daily Chidus learning. Cholent Yiddish for Feslo cooked Shabbos stew. Shabbat style, often spicy and oily. And a staple at Far Brentons. Chukka Hebrew for living canopy. In Shabbat weddings, often held outdoors under the sky, symbolizing boundless blessings. Turban Hebrew for destruction. Refers to destruction of the temple. Shabbat teachings stress spiritual rebuilding. Shuts Louisiana are at Sever outside the land. Refers to Jews living outside Israel. Shabbat has Shluchim everywhere in Shuts. Chavrusa Aramaic for study partner. In Shabbat Yeshivos, learning the Chavrusa is central. Chavrusa Dik slang for life at Chavrusa. Refers points back and forth debating Torah ideas. Shabbat Hebrew acronym for Chakna, Bina, Das wisdom, understanding knowledge. Refers to the Chassidic philosophy of the Alter Rebbe, the Lubavitch movement. Chassid Yiddish for follower or pious one. In Shabbat, a devoted disciple of the Rebbe, someone living by Chassidus. Chassidus Hebrew 40. Refers to the mystical teachings of the Baal Shem Tov, developed in Shabbat as deep intellectual Torah philosophy. Chassid Bisher Far Brennan Yiddish slang. Chassidic gathering. Informal get-together with singing, stories, Torah insights, and El Chanto inspire service of passion. Chassid Bisher Oilam Yiddish slang. The Chassidic crowd. Refers to the Shabbat community or atmosphere. Chassid Bisher Nigan Yiddish. Chassidic melody. Tunes sung at Far Brentons, often wordless, carrying deep spiritual intent. Chassid Bisher Gord Yiddish. Chassidic saying inside. A short teaching with inspiration or whip. Chassid Bisher Misay Yiddish. Chassidic story. Often about Reds or Chassidim, told to inspire. Cheshbon Nefesh ever for soul accounting. Spiritual self-evaluation, especially before Rosh Hashanah or at that time. Chidus acronym for Chumash, Teveli, Tanya. Daily study cycle central to Shabbat life. Chidus Nick slang. Someone diligent about doing Chidus daily. Shidmani is Hebrew for outer external. In Shabbat terms, superficial action or external motivation as opposed to niyas, inner. Chuk Yiddish slang. Grab or catch. In Shabbat lingo, chuk aboard grass, an idea or chuk arain grab, opportunities. Chuk arain Yiddish slang. Snatch it in. Famous Shabbat catchphrase. Grab every mitzvah or opportunity for Mashiach comes. Cholent Yiddish for slow cooked stew. Classic Shabbos food. Cholent Presser Yiddish slang. Cholent Divaris. Teasing term for someone who piles up or overeats at Far Brentons Shabbos Kiddush. Chavrusa Aramaic for study partner. In Shabbat Yeshiva Life, your learning buddy. Shabbat for Yiddish slang. A Shabbatic, often said with warm or joking tone. Shabbat House Outreach Center run by Shluchim Shabbat emissaries. A home for Torah, Tefillah, and community. Shabbat House Crasher slang. Person who always shows up at the Shabbat House for free food events, without much commitment. Shabbat Light slang. Someone connected to Shabbat but not fully immersed. Friendly nickname sometimes used tongue-in-cheek. Shaver Hebrew for friend. In Shabbat, can also mean someone close in the movement. Chidus club slang. Kids or youth groups organized around reciting Chidus. Shukinashi Yiddish Shabbat slang. To drop in and catch a class without being a regular. Chassid Bisher Geshmach Yiddish slang. A Chassidic flavor taste. refers to the special joy in living a Hasidic life. Chamber in Hebrew Conference, also used as a name of volunteer organizations in some communities. Shitton in Hebrew for outsiders. In Shabbatot refers to external negative spiritual forces or influences. Daven Yiddish for praying refers to Jewish prayer in general, especially the structured daily services. Daven up storm slang. To pray with fiery intensity or with a lot of energy. Davim in Yiddish English slang. The act of praying. In Shabbat often implies a long meditative prayer. Daven be Arish's Hebrew plus Aramaic phrase. Extended prayer. In Shabbat, spending much time in prayer with deep meditation on Hasidic ideas. Dalvin in Hebrew for species. Refers to the Lulot, Esrit, Hadassim, and Parvos used on Sukkos. Dalvin is Hebrew for cubits. Halachic personal space around a person. Many laws like carrying on shadows are measured by this. Dalvanos Hebrew for gates. Nickname for part of the Talmud tractates Baga, Haga, Baga Metzia, Baga Basra. Dal Shosos Hebrew for cups. Refers to the 4 cups of wine at the Pesach Seder. Dal Parshinos Heber for portions. Special Torah readings before Pesach Shekali, Zachar, Kara, Pasodish. Dal Rosh Kos Hebrew for acronyms. In Hasidic learning, breaking down a phrase into its initial letters to reveal meaning. Dal Shuros Hebrew for thorough lines. Sometimes used in halachic or mystical contexts. Dal Yamin Tovim Hebrew for holy days. Refers to Pesach, Shavuos, Rosh Hashanah, Sukkot. Dal Vilamit Hebrew for worlds. In Kabbalah Chasidus. Absolus, Berai Yetzirah, Asiya. Dal Rosh Tos Shul Shema Hebrew. 4 initials of Shema. Used in Hasidic meditation on Fesha. Daven in Hasidic slang. Hasidic style of davening. Slow, meditative, heartfelt. Durer Yiddish slang. To grasp, to internalize. In Shabbat, used to mean truly getting the depth of an idea. Durer Yiddish slang. With inner grasp. Compliment for someone who really gets Hasidus. Durer magazine Shabbat publication slang among the Purim. Did you see the new Durer? Dera Beitat in Hebrew for dwelling in the lower worlds. Central Shabbat concept. Making the physical world a home for passion. Dera Hebrew for dwelling. In Shabbat shorthand for the above concept. Dollar slang. The Sunday custom when the Riga distributed dollar bills for charity 2000s. Did you get $1 from the Riga? Dollar line slang. Nickname for the long lines of people waiting to receive $1 from the Riga. Rosh in Yiddish Hebrew for sermon. In Shabbat, often used for a gourd given by a mishpia or rabbi. Bridal Yiddish for spinning top. Hanukkah boy with Hebrew letters symbolizing a great miracle happened there. Bridal in Yiddish plural for bridals. Common Shabbat term at kids programs. Bridal dresser slang joke. Someone obsessed with bridal game or collecting bridals. Rash Hebrew for exposition. Refers to the homiletical level of Torah interpretation. Rasha dresser Yiddish slang joke. Person who always sits through sermons and loves them. Rat Yiddish slang. Nonsense, garbage. Sometimes used in yeshiva. Don't fill your head with bread. This is Hebrew for attachment or cleaving. Shabbat usage. Deep spiritual connection to passion achieved through prayer and chasidus. Bakis Nigan Hebrew Yiddish. A slow, soulful Hasidic melody for meditation or prayer. Because Tefillah Hebrew Yiddish.
Prayer done in a state of intense attachment or passion. Ibershter Yiddish for the Most High. A common Shabbat, Yiddish way of referring to GD. Ein Sof Hebrew for without end. In Kabbalah Chassidus. GBS infinite essence. Ein Avdor Motto Hebrew for there is nothing besides him. See Chassidus phrase stressing GBS absolute oneness. Ein Happy Mami Erane for yes, that is indeed so. Classic Talmudic phrase, used in learning. Ein Latin Hebrew for time of favor. A spiritually auspicious time for prayer or blessing e.g. Shabbos, Yom Kippur. Ein Shmibera Hebrew for time of trouble. Refers to times when extra prayers are said for salvation. Ein biblical name Esau. In Chassidus. Symbolizes the material world and the struggle of Yaakov soul verses. Isaac body world. Aisha's child Hebrew for woman of valor. Kohen Sum on Friday night, also a title of praise for a righteous woman. Spirit Hebrew for mixture. Rabbinic structure allowing carrying on Shabbos within a defined boundary. Spirit Chat Hebrew for courtyard joining. A specific halachic form of Erev. Elikis Hebrew for eagleliness. In Chassidus, refers to divine energy as it is revealed in the world. Elul Hebrew month before Rosh Hashanah. In Shabbat a month of separation, Teshuvah, and spiritual stock-taking. Ems Hebrew Yiddish for truth. A strong Shabbat implement. PS and Ems Hebrew Chassid. Emunah Hebrew for faith. In Shabbat, inner, faith in passion that transcends logic. Emunah Teshuvah Hebrew for simple faith. The natural, pure faith about you. Emunah Chayah for living faith. A faith that is felt and acted upon. Emunah Shalayim Hebrew for complete faith. Full trust in GD without doubt. Emunah Bekashon Hebrew for faith and trust. Chastity care. Faith, belief in GD and trust, confident alliance. End of Dallas Shabbat slang. The long-awaited end of exile with Moshiach. End of time slang Chastity. Refers to the era just before Moshiach's arrival. A Hebrew for Eid. Used before holidays. E.g. Shabbos Friday, Erev Yom Kippur. Shabbos Rosh slang. Frantic activity in Shabbat households Friday afternoon getting ready for Shabbos. Camp Shiloh Hebrew. Mixture of foods. Halachic ritual to allow cooking on Yom Tov for Shabbos. Esrog Hebrew for citron. One of the 4 species for Sukkot. In Shabbat, emphasis is placed on a beautiful, Meduder Esrog. Esrog in Hebrew plural for citron. Often discussed with great care among Shabbat Chassidim. Esrog box slang. Protective case, often silver or ornate for an Esrog during Sukkot. Esrog checking slang. The obsession of ongoing inspecting esroging under magnifying glasses before Sukkot. Echo acronym. Akila eating, SHPD drinking, Lina sleeping. Refers to hospitality and caring for guests. Ethel Shabbat name of Shabbat hospitality centers, especially near Crown Davites and in Israel. Ethel. Abraham S. and biblical reference used in Chassidic teaching to mean kindness and outreach. Ethel 770 slang. A place for guests often often staying in Crown Heights. Edward Sephardic Edward form of Esrog. Used outside Yiddish Shabbat context. Yiddish Edward Hebrew. Section of Shulchan A of dealing with marriage divorce laws. Passion Hebrew for servant of GD. Chassidic ideal of dedication and humility. Nebraska Heman Hebrew for faithful servant. Title of high praise, often applied to Moshe Rabbeinu. Degree Hebrew for true slave. Torah category of servant bound by law. In Chassidus, symbolizes discipline.
Edgar the Hebrew for your slave, the one who chose to remain with his master. In Tacitus symbolizes attachment to worldly desires. Edgar Hebrew for servant of the king. Phrase denoting loyalty to the king's passions. Exile mindset slang fag expression. Living in Dallas thinking rather than Beulah thinking. Extra chassidage slang. Over the top display of chassidage behavior, usually affectionate teasing. 80-year-old Yiddish exclamation. Oh no. Wow. Or oh dear. Common in sad circles as colorful slang. Far-Breton Yiddish for gathering. For Shabbat event where Chassidim sit together, sing Nigunim, share Nigriai Torah, inspire each other, and bring El Hayim. Favorite slang contraction that Far-Breton used casually. There was a favorite last night. Favorite inner one who leads a Far-Breton, usually an older Chassid inspiring that road. Favorite slang bird. Meeting at a Far-Breton for making it feel like one. Parker Yiddish for patriotism. Common in Talmud Chassidus debates. Parkwood Yiddish for shows up with emotion. Used in Shabbat when inspired or overwhelmed. Parkin Yiddish for to rejoice in someone else has success. Phrase in Chassidus. Parker Yiddish for crooked, twisted. Used figuratively for skewed thinking. Park mesh Yiddish slang for strange, uptight. Used for overcomplicating things. Parkwood's favorite slang. A Far-Breton where everyone got overly emotional or freed a lot. Parshlet Yiddish for drag. Slang in yeshiva. Eating drag, kulashi or event. Parshlet for Yiddish slang for someone, always tagging along or lagging behind. Parstill Yiddish for spoiled. Something overcooked, reading, or wasted time. Parshlet Yiddish for you understand. Often used in teaching. Parshlet. Parshlet Yiddish for life. Commonly taken to a language. Parshlet favorite word. Parshlet Yiddish for someone who used in Catholic teaching for fulfilling higher contracts. Catholic Yiddish calendar data Catholic Yiddish. In Shabbat, emphasize at that time for technical and reflection. Yiddish for night before fasting. Used by the fasting for annual fast preparation. Yiddish slang. Explain using also hardcore Shabbat practice. The common Yiddish, Shabbat daily mix, often paired with other things, used in appropriate settings. This slang, frequently used in routine for doing extra time for studying. Thousands slang in 770 circles. The word is named for a Latin author, like Rothschild. First Continental Yiddish themselves was speaking. In Shabbat slang, which in turn for someone, often included. Yiddish for effort. Used to flexibility in similar Shabbat setting.
No way. It's over. It's over. It's over, baby. It's over. It's game over. We're famous. Bitch, this bitch is over. This bitch is over. Bitch, this bitch is over. What up, baby? How you living, pimp? What's good? What's good? What up, Pascal? I'm living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
fish with shallot before Shabbos.
What's new, baby? You playing some football?
Refers to galactic meat category fly
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yiddish for meat.
Are you doing well?
Category of kosher food, opposite of milching
Yeah, I'm doing it. Just want to check on you.
rank slang.
I'm here, baby, and I'm lovely. I'm fucking better than lovely. I'm the sickest motherfucker on earth. Right now, there isn't another fucking person on earth who's happier than I am. I'm so fucking happy.
Yiddish for physicality, coarseness.
Well,
Incapacitus represents worldly
good to know.
desires.
Word, dog.
Flip out slang.
So what's on your agenda for today? Oh, baby. I've been eating so much pussy, my mouth is gonna be raw.
When someone keeps changing the design to
Okay.
fodder for rank slang. Stories, or lack, or personal struggles shared at a car Reddit.
Jewish history lectures.
For species Mulat, and cargoes used on suitcase.
Word, dog.
Discussed between in memory. For world's Chassidic teaching of Axilis, Berai Yetzirah, Hasidia. Sport Lubavitcher Rina refers to the Rina Modern Rabbi S.H. Newell Schneerson. Professor Yiddish slang for blood. Used seasonally in Shabbat.
So, how's the day going? You didn't go anywhere today?
It just started. No, I haven't been anywhere. It's still early morning.
Sometimes used admiringly, sometimes mockingly.
Oh, okay. Why it's evening time. It's evening time over here.
Did you have a good day?
When it is about external piety without interconnection.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Super religious.
That's what I like to hear, big dog.
Or genuine. About slang. To become more observant. From monk slang. Religion between two religious guys in
Are you still watching on that project?
Yeah, here, you can watch it too.
Hallel recitation of the complete Hallel prayers on festivals. Whole year Shabbat my nash. Growing up here did not treat it as a sign of piety. Full-time religious slang. A couple who devotes themselves 24/7 to Hungary.
Ironically found itself in a position where it was actually living in Israel. And so they're like, technically, either against the state or at the very most neutral to the state, but they live in the state. And it is really the source of major friction in contemporary Israel because, the Haredian in general will not serve in the army, and yet will take advantage of state support from yeshivas, and especially since we're in Israel's longest war right now, a lot of non-Haredi Israelis are deeply resentful of this fact. And you can understand why it's a major scene in Israeli society.
Acronym for data and about individual core. For synagogue officer.
Oh, definitely. No, they're
Yo, pimp.
When you say you're working on a project, what type of projects are you working on?
Robots. Robots.
Robots. Okay.
And really, in reality, you can complete the entire semester and talk about the
So,
tiny little
how
fractions
does it work?
separated into it. You're right. Well, of course, do serve in the army. They have a new battalion, which is apparently very successful in Hashmonaim. And there was a study.
It makes clips of people automatically and helps to promote me.
Enthusiasm and support for serving the army, but it's still in the 20s. I mean, the percentages are small. Most Korean are infiltrating him. Doing them is horrendous.
So actually, I'm not asking about the American version of the same name. I'm asking about the Israeli version. I'm not a believer, just the average guy in HR. What inspires me, I didn't drink part of it, but didn't necessarily go from order to sour bitters.
Yeah.
So how far have things started for all of us?
Well, the Torah Karta, I think, is, and for those who maybe aren't familiar, Torah Karta, the guardians of the city, they are an extreme offshoot of Sanmar that are the picture of the anti-Zionist Haredi. Here in America, so actually they have some in Israel too, but they are, usually they go to the profiles and look at the Jersey pictures of guys with face and stuff, they're moving their signs right all the time. This is a terrible thing, I think. It's like the ultimate tokenism. Like, oh, look, there are religious Jews who support this, and it's like the most extreme result. But they are definitely solidly in this camp.
I'm just appreciating the American leaders from the sympathizers and HR who aren't necessarily leaders, but just they take Zionist heritage, but they won't necessarily say they are any better.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think we also have to understand that the Agudas Yisrael in America has a whole different spectrum of policies because America is different from Israel. So I'm speaking primarily about the Haredi politics, like Hegel and Torah, and everything runs in etc. So I guess it will be the Z prime axis. The Sephardim coming to their own in the 1970s, and they have a whole different, series of concerns. This is all basically Ashkenazi, but when the Sephardim get involved, then it changes everything as well. Oh, that's not good. Let's go. All right, I think at this point, I would like to take to conclude for today. Mentioned I have a difficult appointment I got to get to in time, so it's a good spot for stuff. Any last questions about? Do you understand now why you're crazy Uncle Meyer holds the way he does, where he is like? Okay, let me end with a joke. Joke goes like this. 1930s. Father in Detroit wants to send his son back to the High so that he can get a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn in yeshiva in Europe. So he sends him back to Poland, spends his time there, and he comes back to Detroit and is sitting down at the kitchen table. And the father says, "So, son, what was it like?" He's like, "Dad, you wouldn't believe it. While I was there, I met this Jew who was a socialist. I met this Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a socialist Zionist. I met this Jew who was a Haredi. I met this Jew who was a Buddhist." And Ray says, "Well, what did you expect? I told you there's a great amount of variation in local views in Europe." He says, "No, Dad, you don't understand. You're all the same Jew."
Middle Hebrew for camel, also the third letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Symbolism used in chastity.
Today's class, and probably lead into Wednesday, is hugely important because we're going to be talking about the birth of modern Jewish national movements. One of the things we really got to understand is that Jews went through such a huge change with the watershed of the French Revolution, 1789. We talked about the watershed a while ago, right? The thing is that before 1789, we largely existed in a pre-modern environment. I'm going to summarize some of the things that are associated with pre-modernism for our purposes, and then we went boldly into this new world. We still have not totally figured out what it means to be Judaism. We're still struggling with a lot of the basic concepts that we first encountered over 200 years ago. These are really deep-seated issues. And then following after the problem get on Wednesday, there's a major change in 1881 when a wave of pogroms in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire, forced the Jews to rethink the way that we have been relating to the outside world in a very basic way. We come up with 5 basic strategies for how to deal with this world. We are still essentially living those 5 strategies today. So what I hope to do probably on Wednesday, I hope we'll get to it today, is I'll walk you through
how
When
the
someone
major
starts
Jewish
singing one out
political
of nowhere,
orientations were formed
straw Aphrodite
and how
forbade
they
Rabbi
were
Eliyahu
somewhat
Bilbin,
transformed after the Holocaust, the
Grand
state of
Rabbi
Israel,
Title Fourth
and what
Hasidic
this these are the two
in
classes
Shabbat
where you're really
context,
gonna, I hope,
literally means
understand why Jews argue today, what it is they argue about today. Because fundamentally, the arguments we have today are the arguments that were born in that Napoleonic period
with
and
lots of
refined
rhymes
in
and
the
jokes.
post-Pogrom period of
Grand
Russia.
slang in crown
Really
times.
crucial classes.
Someone who
Glad you're
always
all here.
asks for handouts.
Those of you who are not, feel guilty.
Rabble
You're
with
watching the
Cassidy's
recording.
slang phrase
Okay,
for struggle
so we
surrounding
get
the
through
march.
this.
Grand
Here we go.
Swedish
So let's
for
talk
health.
about the decline of corporate
Slang
society. Here's
literally
an
had
interesting
favoritism.
piece of art
Grand's
from
favorite
Isaac
slang.
Ashkenazi that sort of depicts the traditional Jewish wedding, kind of fizzled on the root kind of mentality. And this is the way we think of pre-modern Jewish. I'll just understand what that term means. Pre-modern
For
for the rest of the world basically means before the modern era. What is the modern era? Modernity is in the 17th century, and then continues in the 18th with the Enlightenment, and the kinds of things that go along with modernity. It's not necessarily technology, although it is definitely very related to technology, the scientific revolution, and then the industrial revolution gives us so many of our modern gadgets that accelerate what modernism means. Well, basically, modernism is a change in ideas, a change in the way people think about the universe. We discussed last week how the kinds of ideas that were social modernity include, for example, humanism. We don't want to define humanism.
Celebrated with dancing and decorations.
Mr. Rubin, give it a shot. What's
Before we will
humanism?
return. One will say that you mentioned studies on craft days of thousands.
As thinkers think about it,
Packages heroes Hebrew for
so
kidney
you're not too far off.
refers to
You
shadows
definitely
and
have the
also
word human in it.
body.
So it's not just human thought, it's been for a long time. But humanism is the greater emphasis on the value of
Passages Kala
human
ever for
thought
separating Kala.
for me. Just grab a drink or without glory, without fear. Very decidedly putting aside, for example, let's say God is, right? One of the things that happens in modernity is religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished yet. We're still on a downward slope. As people move away from religion as a source of truth, and more to think of truth ourselves. We don't need a God who will reveal himself to tell us what truth is. We can think of it ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I, and especially with World War II. Because World War II is in many ways also an expression of humanism. Because we are so great, and we invest ourselves as the locus of all meaning, that we're created by the Holocaust. Obviously, humanity has a visceral, horrific access to the Holocaust.
Go, baby.
Humanism can go too far. Only we'll explore that a little bit in this course later on. But that's one
It's
aspect
over.
of communism. You know what? I know that's what the priest thinks. I know that's what the rabbi.
It's over.
You know, what do I think?
I'm famous. I'm famous. It's over. It's over, everybody. I'm famous. I did it. It's over. It's over.
So many aspects of modernism that are relevant in the larger scope. We focus on Jews specifically wanting two things. The first is bear in mind that modernism for Jews comes about 150 years later than the rest of Europe. We kind of like catch up to it later. And when we absorb it, the rest of the world is already enlightened, so it melts with Haskalah. Its principal effect on Jews is political. Meaning we say, hey, wait a second. Up until now, we have accepted a second-class status in our European homes, largely because, that's imposed on us, but also because it's intrinsically part of our belief structure. Right? The whole idea of Gullus, of exile, as a punishment for our sins.
Yo, dog.
The way we're treated by the non-Jewish world, we don't like it, it's awful, but we have to accept it, because that is, ultimately, because of our many sins, that's the way we are. But modernism among Jews, again, saying, wait a second, we don't have to necessarily accept this. We could rebel against this, we are against this, and ultimately, they were successful, although often at a big cost. It's also important to note that related to these changes that are happening in politics is the end of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Remember we talked about the Kehillah, we talked about the relationship with Jews as Seri or Kamarai Regis, the servants of the royal chamber. That only worked because the king and the government dealt with us as a solid block, that we were all the Jews. We weren't individual citizens of a given country, we were part of the Jewish bloc, which is really great for reinforcing our communal identity and our influence as nation. But if that begins to erode, which it eventually did, it fell apart with the French Revolution, then all of a sudden Jews say, well, wait a second, I don't have to affiliate with the entire group. I can simply do my own thing. I can call myself a Jew, but not affiliated with Jews. I don't have to go to shul. I don't have to keep kosher. I don't have to do all these things. And so this begins a massive phenomenon of assimilation that is the dominant one in America today. More than half of all marriages that take place involving a Jew in North America also involve a non-Jew. And amazingly, it is mind-boggling after so many thousands of years. But we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined. So we are dealing with some serious challenges that are driving recovery period. Now, modern society did give us some serious disabilities. We could choose where we live. For example, we could be kicked out of our homes at any time. Who we were married to was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed these awful laws called familial laws, in which only the oldest male child could get married. I should say that. The oldest male would be allowed to marry. Obviously, he could marry only one wife. But we were not allowed to women because they were not considered legal agents for the most part. But the state, the non-Jewish state, in an attempt to control Jewish population growth, said only one male of any Jewish family is allowed to marry and have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. That's why you have, for example, a huge army of German Jews who immigrated to America in the 1840s because they weren't allowed to have families with the state law. Education, of course, was limited. Jews couldn't go to higher education, things like that. Universities and so on. High restrictions. There are only a couple of universities in Europe that are allowing Jews to study at a higher level. They're primarily trained doctors. Some humiliating things like oaths, like if Jews were brought to court, they were required to take this really, invasive and humiliating thoughtless ways of doing things like stand on a pigskin with their chest bare, holding up to the sacred Torah, and saying that they're promised not to lie in court, that Jews will be assumed not to tell the truth. So therefore, this whole folklore you get of Jewish oath, these are the kinds of things that would go with free modern society. And again, state governments as a group and will make laws for the entire group. Frequently discriminatory laws that were increasingly difficult with Jews to bear as modernism was marching forward in a lot more opportunities for others. So a different question. Okay, good. So Jews began to intersect with this because again, Jews are beginning to read the idea that most of them are not reading German, French, English, where these ideas are circulating. But it just takes one Jew to read it and translate it into Yiddish or
Oh, yeah. It's going to be big.
They evolve. So we see big changes happening in the Enlightenment, which is the late 1700s. That's when we see the beginning of the Haskalah. Spoke about both titles and last names. Let's see how those play out. So, of course, in the United States, here's a typical United States kind of image to look at. It happens fairly abruptly, right? Jews were considered non-Protestants. When we talk about religion in America, which religion was really problematic for the early colonialists? Catholicism? Yeah, Catholics, right? We're running away from the papists, right? The papists would be like the Puritans tend to be really intense Protestants. And let's just recall, for those of you who may not be that familiar with Christian history, the church has a major split in the 1400s under Martin Luther, where in Western Europe it was all basically one church, Catholic Church, ruled by the Pope of Rome. There were over the centuries dissenting movements, but basically there's a huge break in the 1450s when Martin Luther says, I protest, essentially, and his protest created what ultimately became tens of smaller churches called Protestant. Protestant comes from that original protest. And the kinds of things they protested is, of course, against the power and the supposed infallibility of the Pope in Rome, against the protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry, right? Because Catholic clergy were celibate from the 13th century on. So I don't think, yeah, so, like, we're not the like, famously said that, how we trust the Catholic Church when the Pope and his advisors and being like the cardinals can't hear the each other on various things, like how we take that as the word of God. The men who are supposed to be giving over the word of God is fighting against each other. And it wasn't being concerned that like we should be constantly men who the word of God is, we should focus on what the Testament said. Right? That's interesting. I suppose you're asking this question because you're still concentrating on this idea of humanism. Yes, that's right. Because one of the things that was characteristic of Luther's movement was a push for greater control of the laity of the actual text. Meaning, hey, let let's translate the Bible into German so regular people can read it. If everybody can read it, then everybody can interpret it. We're not dependent on priests to tell us what it means. So ironically, his movement was related to this overall trend of humanism that emerges from the Renaissance. So, to stay where we are now with Jews, the Jews were like, they're not Protestants, but we were nearly white. And let's also bear in mind that in America, without a doubt, the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Originally, there definitely was religious content to it, but it was the sort of post-Civil War era issues of what do we do with the former African-American slaves, what do we do with them. That is, of course, an issue that resonates even to the present day. Even the Trump presidency is a very big deal with how do we deal with issues like affirmative action, DEI, and so on. So the Jews were like almost white. What does that mean, almost white? Let's bring the book to the way. Okay, white supremacists would not consider us white, right? They would consider us like fake whites, right? Like pretend to be white to get ahead. gets a splash on his
July 1st to 34. In Shabbat sometimes used playfully for child time. Serving classes
kind of like a
for city of
social
refuge.
degradation associated with Jews.
During
And
Monday
it's like quasi-racial in nature, but it's hard to deny the fact that most Ashkenazis have the same external exterior appearance, especially if they're not visibly Jewish in their dress. They look like white people, so therefore we can like sort of like grandfather that if our main problem is with black people, then the Jews are kind of like just a minor feature.
Chastity compliment.
Yes.
Indo Hebrew for good
Well,
person.
if I remember,
Yiddish phrase.
the first people to tell me stuff
It's Hitler slang for students or teachings connected to his chastity, not Shabbat.
yeah,
Conversation.
Spanish Jews are as far as would they be generally
Potentially like
they're absolutely right.
Come on.
It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, complexion to a degree, but not enough
category of important
in my own family, I have a daughter who easily, when people see her, they say, she has the same thing from my mother, sorry, my grandmother. People say you are Spanish, you know,
category
yeah,
of
that's
logic,
yeah,
rules,
right?
and extras.
Yeah, it's like, it's a silly thing, but if you identify one way,
Phrase used in the sentence of Israel last sounding.
so we're not talking about like,
His Mafia alternate
blue,
spelling
black
Swedish
Nigerians
Mafia.
or something,
His
they're really
Mafia is
obviously a
slang
different
for someone
race, whatever
constantly
that
forcing
is.
themselves
But
to
Jews
act
are sort of like under the wire.
His
And
passion
also
is
we work like part of a really powerful group like Catholic Church. We push a different agenda to the rest of Americans. And why that means is that when they actually made rules, Jews were against it.
That leader is a Spartan per se.
So in my very translated, I said no Yiddish, right? Okay, so what happened in America? There were limited pre-revolutionary disabilities, meaning most of the early colonies didn't have time or energy to push anti-Jewish discriminatory measures. They were too worried about like homesteading, fending off the Indians, and whatever else they had to do. It was just the main issues that really carried over to America. Small issues, some of the states, Missouri, Florida, Louisiana, things like that, but it really quite minor. In the Constitution of 1787, clearly in the Bill of Rights in 1791, right? Because it says,
It's over. It's over. Call it. Call this bitch. It's over. Baby, it's over. Baby, this bitch is done. Baby, this bitch is done. It's over. Is it? I got him, motherfuckers. I got him. I got him. I got him. I got him. It's over. It is over. This shit is done. It's over. Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang Financial, baby. This bitch is done. Baby, it's over. It's never been more over. I got it. Now I fucking know I'm going viral. Now I fucking know. For sure. This bitch is done. This bitch is done. Baby. This bitch is done.
And it will be basically the same as capitalist Catholicism, except with divorce. Right? And that was useful for him.
Is it over?
Catholics did not recognize divorce, they did recognize something called annulment.
Yeah, this shit is done. This bitch is over. Is it? It's never been more over. This bitch is done. It's done. We're fucking famous. I'm gonna be eating so much pussy, my mouth is gonna go raw. I'm gonna get lockjaw. Kids, this bitch is over. It's over. Baby, baby, baby. This bitch is over. It's done. This bitch is done. Absolutely fucking done. Dead fucking nuts. It's over. It's over. You can fucking call it. If this were a fight, they'd be going like this. Why? Because this bitch is done. This shit is over. It's over. I'm fucking famous, baby. Is it over? It's done. It's fucking done. It's fucking done. This shit is over. It's never been more over. This shit is done. It's over. You can fucking call it. This shit is done. It's never been more over. This shit is over.
And unlike England, where Jews sort of like
What happens when you Google Rothschild Discord?
The center of Europe goes from being an absolute monarchy to turning
It's over. It's over. This bitch is done. It's over. It's over.
If I wake up in the morning and I want everyone to wear purple, I can pass a decree that everyone has to wear purple. Because it's kind of like that absolute monarchy kind of model. It did not necessarily function so well.
This shit is done. It's never been more over. This shit is done. Call it. Call it. They'd have the fucking Black Glove guy. He'd be going, it's over. This shit is over.
In French, these phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Rouge said, wait a minute, this also includes
Ellen T. Mall.
and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. They said, no. We really mean it. Just men and male citizens. Later on, they have to deal with that. But this, and they kind of like influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why France and the United States had a very close relationship. The Statue of Liberty was a gift from France, things like that. They essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in tone, that all French men are equal. So the Jews said, that's true, right? Wait, hang on. That's not necessarily what we have in mind. You are living here in France, that you are a man, but we're not quite ready to say you are the So here you have this where the law was changed before the society was ready for it. They made a rule, all our people are equal, and then what thing happened is they never part of the in the Sephardic class, we talked about this a much more length than we will today. Basically, we look at the map of France. There's two very, very different populations, and they're hugely different size too. Up here in the northeast is our homeland, right? The Ashkenaz, our class. We come from here, this class. We're all living up here in the region near Alsace-Lorraine, in the old German territory, this is the region where Toso was very active, things like that. these are Yiddish-speaking, high concentration, dressed differently, religiously much more to the right, populating way out here. These are the Jews that the French were not prepared to accept because they were so totally different from everybody else. On the other hand, way down here on the border with Spain, you have all of these descendants of Spanish and Portuguese, especially Jews, who fled to Spain as Christians. Remember, they were forcibly converted to become Christian until they settled here in the 1500s and in the 1600s. By the time we get to the early 1700s, they're beginning to become much more wealthy, much more powerful, and they start asserting their original Jewish identity. They come back to their Jewish identity. Same story, right? But 200 years after being submerged in the south of France, and they start saying, hey, us too, for sure, we should be, recognized as citizens. What ends up happening in France is kind of interesting in that the Sephardic Jews, bit of a controversy, they're prepared to cut loose those Ashkenazi Jews. And they start arguing, you should give us equal rights, because we're literally French species of who we speak. We dress like Frenchmen, we're not so insistent on capturing the shots like that compared to those crazy Ashkenazim. Give us and in fact, that's exactly what happened. In 1790, they gave the Sephardic Jews equal rights, and then a year later, the Ashkenazim Jews, they couldn't figure out a way around it, so the Ashkenazim also became equal citizens. Now, that's not the end of the story. There's many causes for the oppression, so that's a lot of history of that. Pretty modern corporate member of society. Whether it's a state, or as part of the group. So in pre-modern society, or you would fit into a larger caste, either the caste of the Jews, and so you're subject to all the restrictions and have all the privileges where they were of being Jews. That's the same from the peasants. The peasants had different rights, different privileges, different responsibilities. For the clergy or the nobility, you have no freedom to break outside here unless you're able to join another caste, like for example, like convert to Christianity and become a member of the church. Excellent question today. Emancipation has its positives and negatives, right? And even the term emancipation, try to understand, it's a term we borrowed from American history. It was used, of course, with the Emancipation Proclamation. It refers to the freeing of the slaves. That's not exactly what's going on here. These were not enslaved. They were restricted by their communal identity, however, because that's the way the state dealt with it. You had to belong to the Kippilah, you had to pay taxes to the Kippilah, you had to do what the Kippilah told you to do. The base then said, show up for Mincha every day, or you'll get, lost. You had to do that. That was the slave life. You know, I would even hang out. So, emancipation is somewhat incorrect. Well, what are the upsides? The upsides are Jews are emancipated. They can change their residence anywhere they want. Now, if they buy a property, they can't lose it. They're protected by the government as the other citizens. They can enter or higher education, pursue any kind of occupation they want. They're not bound by the society sets for them. So those are big pluses. The negatives are the faith in particular loses. If the faith no longer has the power to enforce uniformity. The faith no longer has the power to keep Jews together. And further away, we become a separate class. Yes, Mr.
Popular Afrikaans is close to journey. Often used in slang for time to move on. Lining Yiddish for reading. Public store reading control. Slang.
Mr. Parenti, you're asking a brilliant question.
Like
How
Yiddish
long
for
did it take
mockery.
for society to fully
Can be
integrate
negative
the Jews?
criticism or
So
positive mocking
let's
Michael.
assume we're talking about France. How long
CSW.
did it think it took?
Lekker Yiddish for any case.
Mr. Rubin, you're smiling. You must have an answer. What do you think? Did it? It did. Yeah, it did have it. Right? Case point.
Don't test it. Don't worry. 1.9% APR for 63 months on select Subaru Crosstrek loans during the Super Bowl want to learn that.
Introducing Tony's 3 years from the zesty Chipotle ranch to the indulgent cheesy golden.
Okay,
They're just $3.
Napoleon is now in charge. This revolution in France did not go smoothly. You had like pendulum shifting between radicalism and back to conservatism as they try to work through this massive change from the dictatorship to the democratic system. And a lot of non-Jews from the Northeast will be pushing Napoleon, saying, Napoleon, you have got to roll this emancipation back. The Jews are just taking over. They are creating monopolies, they are undercutting non-Jewish businesses, all kinds of ways that they're succeeding when we're not. Jews will always be able to take advantage of this opportunity that emancipation affords them, and they just shot ahead like a sprint, like wound through
What the fuck?
They suddenly have the opportunity, they just explode their creativity, and they're also used to like taking advantage of their organizational closeness.
Highway 9870.
So they complain to Napoleon, we're being run out of business because the Jews are doing things so much cheaper, faster than we can. They're like the Walmart of Alsace-Lorraine, we can't compete with them. So Napoleon says, well, maybe we should rethink this. How can we ask the Jews how they feel about being French? So we actually charge the Jews. They say, well, they don't actually have a sexual body that they use to actually call it that head, right? Which is way back in times. And this is a court of they would like us, I know, no problem, let us reach that. And typically Napoleon kind of group gathers together representatives of all the
暴走モードになっちゃった。こうなるとね、大暴走なんですよ。自分でも制御できてないからいて。
Guys, I have some really important questions for you that will have a lot of
絶対ビングみたいな期待なんで。エクリプスあるあるなんですよ。
Two tablets of the law, but he heads up this presidium made up of Jews who are definitely all across the spectrum. A lot of them are masculine, a lot of them are not showing the Torah rituals, but they want the very, very best in society. And Napoleon speaks to them, it's like on 12 questions. This was not actually written ahead. It was a predecessor, which was called the Assembly Oval. But here are the 12 questions that he asked. By looking at the questions, you can probably imagine the answers. Here you go, question number 1. Are Jews allowed to practice polygamy? Are Jews allowed to have more than one wife? Thank you, Mr. Gloucester. You're correct. They're not. But they said to them that they didn't care to, right? But still, why would the Holy care about polygamy? Why? Because the first question, at the time, they were very clearly saying that were very polygamy, and therefore, why they be like that? And the Mormons in America, okay, good question. There were other groups and so on. But that's really, this is a big deal. I'm worried about Mormons and there's okay, but they're Americans. Still there was he's read the Bible, like all Christians today. But I see Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, you know, they had like multiple wives. So the Jews are, you guys doing that now? You know, I'm also concerned about how do we just generally fit with our society, because it's hard to sort of let the polygamy society and the non society together. How far apart are we? Secondly, related to divorce. I also have implications for population growth, also has relationships with one of the big deals in French Catholicism, which Napoleon is struggling with, because technically it's a secular movement. Are Jews able to honor divorce law? And of course, we're good at that. We invented divorce. Here's the point. I married on Jews. Why does he want to know this? For him. Or for him. Then what's going to happen to the Jewish people? Exactly. Very good. He wants to see how big is this problem, how long is this problem going to exist. If you guys intermarry, then okay, I assume that over a few generations, French Jews will disappear because of just marrying, or French women who could marry non-Jewish men, and eventually the problem will go away. How do you think this ahead and answer this? Yes, we can. Did you see the pictures here? Since I'm here, did you see it? Why would you say that? Well, he's actually probably a good argument. Actually, he did actually survive an attack by the revolutionaries later. But they answered in the most smarmy, kind of prevaricating way, essentially saying, well, technically, we don't encourage it, but, you know, if it happens, it's not like we somehow break it up. Which is essentially the same answer that you could say today, but a lot of that. Right? They don't want to say outright Napoleon said abortion. They want to say that's Napoleon because they know it's not the answer he wants to hear. But they say to him that what's the time? And they kind of like sort of hope to distract him. They don't want to say an outright outright lie that Jews are not allowed to intermarry. But they want to say that, you know, there's only so much you can do when things happen, and they got it passed. This is not what do you guys consider yourselves to be truly French? Or do you consider yourselves to be foreigners in French society? What's the implication of this question? This is really a funny question. It's really what he wants to know. Mr. Blank. especially because France had a war with Germany just about once every 30 years. We're a little overdue right now. But you guys who speak Yiddish sound and look a lot like the other side of the German border.
ダサい。ヒレはちゃんとダサい。斜め前からじゃないとかぶる。これで死んでも負けてもこれを最後に入れるしましょう。シーズンでもあれだね、マーセナリーとかバウンティーの依頼は増えたんで、いろいろこう気分変えて回せるようになったのもいいかもしれないですね。言うて150万ぐらいあるので、コンポーネントぐらいも買えるので、こいつの改造とかちょっと一つ、そろそろまたプレイヤーバウンティーハンター復帰してもいいかもしれないですね。
It's over.
みんな押しちゃダメだよ、言われる。怖い。押しちゃダメだからね、これ。まだ言わない。
Kyrie 9870, you and I are going to the topic.
カイル・ボスも人気なんだ。版が寂しいな。こんなでっかい。こんなちっちゃい時代に。ASD の施設の音楽全体的にめちゃめちゃ気合入ってますよね。
Usually in particular, because money Jews are money lenders, right? They're still money lenders, especially small time money lenders. That was limited to charge. Answered all these questions exactly the way here. Back in 1790 and 1791, Jews are legal French citizens. Now, I'm going to impose a few small anti-Semitic rules just for you guys, just to keep you in. Actually, look towards the direction I want, but it's actually that confirmed. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from what they've done in America and elsewhere.
Gracias por desarrollando las nuevas. No sé, güey, tendría que verla.
I want to take over your synagogues the same way it was done for the Catholic Church.
Perfectamente pública. Desarrollos de las nuevas, pero ¿cuánto dan?
And there's a chief rabbi, and all the salaries come from tax dollars from the state. Unlike in America, where they try to have a complete separation.
Pinche Rivera, güey, mi bisonte. El bisonte que tanto me costó conseguir, güey. A ver, Ángel, agrégame DVL ranco, güey.
But that also means the state has to stay against the rabbi, and has an impact on the Jewish authority.
Crudito y triste, güey.
It's over. Call this bitch. It's over. Get those fucking black gloves out.
Te vendo brain roots. ¿Cuáles brain roots me vendes?
This bitch is over. This bitch is over.
That shows Napoleon here in all his finery, genuflecting Moses, as if to say, oh, great king, thank you so much for giving us this equal rights, which is equal in our minds to receiving the Ten Commandments. It's not self-initiative, but it shows just how enthusiastic the emancipatory Jews were to see this happen. I forgot the name of the Baptist reminded me of Mr. Sterling. This was introduced by Jews. Yes, right. So here's the constitutive form of life. It's a kind of
Bitch is over.
So great that, yeah, right. Guys, Rabbi Rothschild said, never confuse Jews with Judaism. And this is what Jews did, not what Judaism told them to do. I think so. Yeah, it sounds great to say. Right, it's true, that's why I showed you, right? But I want you guys to appreciate, oh my gosh, you know, people were so desperate for emancipation that they didn't do things like this. It shows how far gone they are. But we're still waiting. Mr. White, did you have a question? Okay, so let's go right now. Now, it went crazy after that. Let's also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that happened during this time that we're not going to cover here, but we'll just point out to you that it was an era when France was, it took them really about 50 years before the revolution finally sort of calmed down. You had this pendulum effect between conservatism, reaction, and radicalism. And you had things like they went so far, like here, for example, you have a clock, but in the revolution era, they actually tried to change time itself. What's unusual about this particular clock face from the revolution era?
That right to feminine form of fabric. Maggot Hebrew for creature, storyteller. Teacher of Tacitus.
Dog, I just want everybody to know it's over. I'm going to be famous. We're going to help with world peace. We're going to bring a lot of love into the world. I figured it out. It's taken me 3.5 years. But I've got this motherfucker figured out. What'd you do, Rabbi? See, I feel like interview myself. Do you normally talk to yourself? No. But I'm here alone, so if no one's here, you know, gotta get the questions out. And I feel it's entertaining. I wouldn't do it if I didn't feel it's entertaining. If you ever watch this and you're like, you talk to yourself, Rabbi? Not really. I'm just letting you know what's going on in my head because I feel it's healthy. And this is how a normal person operates internally. Poetry in motion, baby. All right, so why is it? So, yeah, you in the back. Rabbi's in the back. Go ahead. So, Rabbi, why is it over? Baby. I figured out this clip system. And I can't abuse it, but it is dirty. And I can't believe it's taken me this long to figure out. Well, the reason why I'm doing this video is we're going to draft our fantasy teams. And we have like 8 hours per pick, which is different than last year. Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk to my team from last year and to everybody out there. Fantasy is amazing, and I picked the most amazing fantasy team in the history of sport. It's the best. I picked a team that would have been like Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. That's how good this team was. I mean, it was so good. I had nicknames for the guys. I really think that certainly in the history of fantasy football, but most likely in the history of sport, not just fantasy, but sport in general, no one's put together a squad the way that I did. And we DFL'd it. Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Oh, yeah, Rabbit, what's a DFL? We came in dead fucking last. But nevertheless, this squad, I'm going to draft, and I don't think I'm going to be able to draft I know I can't draft as well as I did last year. I had a number 2 pick. I picked the fastest motherfucker in the league. This guy's got 11 baby mamas. I mean, it's just... I think by the time he only had 10. I don't know. But this motherfucker was in handcuffs hours before kickoff. Just the kind of fortune I have. Anyway, I had the Super Bowl winning quarterback. I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for that year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage parlor scandal that ruined my whole special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. I had Taylor Swift's ex. He sucked dick. I mean, I had everybody. I don't want to go through everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted Tom Brady, and he hasn't played in the league in years. It was just very bad. Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, we're drafting in less than an hour, and I don't know who I'm going to draft. Last year, I had the number 2 overall pick. This year, I have number 11, and so there's a lot more randomness that could go. I'm thinking about drafting like a bunch of running backs at the beginning, but I don't know. I really don't know. It depends on who's on the board, and then from there it's basically a crapshoot and who doesn't get hurt. Dog, this shit is over. This shit is over. Dog, I see this bitch working. This motherfucker's over. I'm gonna be famous. And I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch. Thought it was gonna be Kick. Thought it was gonna be Blue Sky. Thought it was gonna be TikTok. Thought it was gonna be Twitter. Thought it was gonna be perhaps Facebook, Instagram. I mean, YouTube's my bread and butter, but this motherfucker is going to be Discord. Well, Discord's how they'll get to me, and they're like, whoa, you are the most fascinating motherfucker I've ever met. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Whatever. Wu-Tang Financial. Bet on it. Dog, I'd like to plug Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's going to be the reserve currency of the world someday. What else do you want to say? You're this confident in your little fucking bots? It's over. It's fucking over. Are you sure? I mean, I'm either going to be dead, held somewhere against my will, or fucking doing the same shit that I've been doing, just grinding it out. Got that dog in me. But I'm gonna be famous by this time next year. Really? Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out. Really? Are you sure? Yeah, this bitch is... Once I get these programmed on everything, and I can bask in my own genius, this bitch is over. We're going to teach so many people about Judaism. It's going to blow minds. I'm going to teach Jews about Judaism. Just in time for Kabbalah. Approaching my 40th birthday. This bitch is over. It's game over. All right, you want to talk about fantasy anymore? Well, what's your strategy? Yeah, rabbits in the back. Yeah, Rabbi, what's your strategy? Should be like holding a pen and paper, like taking notes. Yeah, babies, start taking notes, girls. Anyway, what's your strategy for your fantasy team this year? I don't have one, frankly. Last year, I think I picked the best team in the history of sport. It was amazing. This year, I don't know who I mean, it all depends. I've got the 11th pick, but then I think I've got the 14th pick as well because it's like a snake draft. It goes like this. Anyway, so I think I'm going to take. You just had to ask me right now. I've done like dozens of mock drafts. I've already drafted 25 teams because I'm winning one of these effing leagues. You guys should see my WNBA fantasy leagues. I'm dominant. Anyway, baseball sucks. It's just so many games. Too much. It's tough to multitask that one. But this NFL and this specifically, this Harry Potter Wellness Sonic 10 Eating League, this is amazing. Shout out to VMU for your generosity, being a pimp. Shout out to Yo-Yo for organizing it. Shout out to the whole crew. Boys and girls, I'm going to be fucking famous. This fucking little bot. It's over. I'm telling you right now. This shit is over. You could have the fucking referee like going like this with this fucking latex gloves. It's over. Really? Which is done. Done as a doorknob. It's done. Alright, well, are you done? This is like the worst fucking video you've made. At least the other ones you were singing songs. That was nice. This one? What is this one? It's about some fucking cell phone bot and a fantasy football team in which you came dead fucking last year, and then this year you think you're going to do better? Well, I can't do any worse. I guess, I don't know. But whenever I do this, I always think, oh, like I always have breakthroughs, and it's like, oh, I'm going to go famous because of this or this or this or this. This one's the one. This one. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm fucking sure. I didn't know how it was going to go viral. I thought it might be through Blue Sky. The kick, I just absolutely beaten to death like a horse. It's going to be Twitch, though. It's over. This bitch is over. Really? Once I'm able to do the rest of the programming and draft the best fucking fantasy football team of the year this year, because last year I don't think it's comparable. It was such a good fucking team. Anyway, can't live in the past, man. Look towards the future. Anything else you want to say about your fantasy strategy? Yeah, okay, so if you really want to know it, I don't know. So running backs are the rarest, like good running backs are the rarest position, and they're going to go really quickly. I'm going to try to get a running back in the first round if you really want to know. And it depends if one of the big-time quarterbacks is available in the second. If they are, I'm going to take one of them. If they're not, I'm going to go with another running back. Then I'm going to let it snake. And then that means I've got the whatever, the third round pick. My third round pick and fourth round pick will be close. So my first round, second round are close. Then we have to wait a whole bunch. My third round and fourth round will be close. So then third round, so you're gonna go. If I just had to say running back, quarterback, I don't think the quarterbacks are gonna be available. What quarterbacks would you take? Really probably has to be a top 2 quarterback. Yeah. If that's not available, then we'll do running back. Then the third round, wide receiver. Fourth round, if one of the really good tight ends is available, I might take him, but doubtful. So I'll probably go another wide receiver. Unless there's some really good running back on the board. I've done the mock draft so many different times that I'm just like, I basically know the guys in the areas that I'm going to get. Are you going to take any players from last year? Yeah, fuck me, no, I don't think so. Well, maybe, but probably not. Doubtful. They didn't offer it, basically. Anyway, so either running back, quarterback, or running back, then wide receiver, or running back in the fourth round. I wouldn't want to do running back in the first, second, third round. It's a little too heavy. Unless there were just amazing people available, but doubtful. Anyway, so then running back, quarterback probably. Then probably running back or wide receiver. Running back or wide receiver. So then it gets us to the fifth round. Fifth and sixth round, I'm probably going with running backs and wide receivers. Fifth and sixth, seventh and eighth, quarterbacks and running backs and wide receivers. Ninth and 10th. I think there are 16 rounds. Running back, wide receiver, all the way. I might take like a late tight end. I have to take somebody. And then I think it's called playing on the, it's not on the fly, but basically like where you switch your kicker and defense every week. And I think I'm going to do that. I have no plans to draft a kicker. I had the best kicker in NFL history last year because this guy couldn't figure shit out at some massage parlors. I got fucked. He lost me some weeks. Like, your kicker should not lose you points, and this motherfucker sucked. So I'm not gonna draft a kicker. Defense, I'll just draft any defense and I'll switch them up every week. What's that called? It should be called on the fly, but it's like streaming. I think it's called streaming your people. So it's really going to be running back, quarterback, probably. But the thing is with these mock drafts, they don't draft the way real people do, and thus I'm gonna, like, if they draft the way real people do, I don't think the quarterbacks will be available. I don't think it's a smart move to take a quarterback in the first round. You need to take a running back or some amazing receiver. Now, the running backs that are going to be available around when I am going to be drafting, it's about injuries. There's an excellent prospect rookie, but I've never seen him play in like a real game, nor has anybody, so we don't know. And a running back can always get hurt. Is there any way you take a tight end, even one of the big tight ends in the first or second round? No. How about third round? Maybe if one guy was available. Maybe if one guy was available. Maybe. One of the top three, it would have to be. So you ready? You have your draft strategy? Yeah. What don't you like about your strategy? I mean, last year I had every big name fucking guy I wanted. Like I finished this draft. I was like, they should just frame this and not play the games. The NFL should just show this for 8 hours every Sunday. Just show my fucking team, just the names and how good I drafted these guys. Anyway, any other questions? Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, Rabbit, I love you. Will you munch my box? We'll get there, girl. You fine. Go fuck yourself.
Dog, I just want everybody to know it's over. I'm going to be famous. Dog, I just want everybody to know it's over. I'm going to be famous. We're going to help with One Piece. We're going to make my love in the world. It's taking me. What'd you do, Rabbi? See, I feel like interviewing myself. Do you normally just talk yourself down? When I'm here alone, so if no one's here, gotta get the questions out. And I feel it's entertaining. I wouldn't do it if I didn't feel it's entertaining. If you ever watch this and you're like, you talk to yourself, Rabbi? Not really. I'm just letting you know what's going on in my head because I feel it's healthy. And this is how a normal person operates internally. Coach your emotion, baby. Alright, so why is it so? Yeah, you in the back. Go ahead. So, Rabbi, why is it over? Maybe for yours, it's just over. I can't abuse it, but it is dirty, and I can't believe it's taking me this long to figure it out. Well, the reason why I'm doing this video is we're going to draft our fantasy teams in like 8 hours per day, which is different than last year. Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk to my team from last year and to everybody out there. Fantasy's amazing. And I picked the most amazing fantasy team in the history of sport. It's the best. I picked a team that would have been like Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. That's how good this team was. I mean, it was so good. I had nicknames for the guys. I really think that certainly in the history of fantasy football, but most likely in the history of sport, not just fantasy, but sport in general, no one's put together a squad the way that I did. And you DFL'd it. We came dead fucking last. Nevertheless, this squad, I'm gonna draft, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to draft. I know I can't draft as well as I did last year. The number 2 pick, I think the fastest motherfucker in the league. This guy's got 11 baby mamas. I mean, it's just. Rather than a time he only had 10. I don't know. But this motherfucker was in handcuffs hours before kickoff. Just the kind of fortune I have. Anyway, I had the Super Bowl winning quarterback. But I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for that year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage parlor scandal that ruined my whole special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. I had Taylor Swift's ex. So, I mean, I had everybody. I don't want to go through everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted Tom Brady, and he hasn't played the league in years. It was just right. Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, we're drafting in less than an hour. And I don't know who I'm going to draft. Last year I had the number 2 overall pick. This year I'm number 11. So there's a lot more randomness that could go. I'm thinking about drafting like a bunch of running backs at the beginning. I really don't know. It depends on who's on the board. Then from there, it's basically a crapshoot, and who doesn't get hurt. Dog, this shit is over. This shit is over. Dog, I see this bitch working. This motherfucker's over. I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna be famous, and I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch. Who's gonna be king? Who's gonna be you guys? Who's gonna be TikTok? Who's gonna be Twitter? Who's gonna be Facebook? Instagram? YouTube's my bread and butter. This motherfucker is gonna be Discord. Well, Discord's how they get to me. Well, you are the most fascinating motherfucker I've ever met. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Whatever. Wu-Tang Financial. Add on it. Dog. I like to plug Harry Potter by my side, Teddy Hill. It's gonna be the reserve currency of the world. What else do you want to say? Your little fucking boss. It's fucking over. Are you sure? I mean, I'm either gonna be dead. Held somewhere against my will, or fucking doing the same shit that I do, just grinding it out. Got that dog in me. But I'm gonna be famous by this time next year. Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out. Really? Are you sure? This bitch is, once I get these programmed on everything, I can bask in my genius. The bitch is over. So many people let Judaism. It's going to blow minds. Teach Jews about Judaism. Just in time. Kabbalah. This bitch is over. It's game over. Alright, you want to talk about fantasy anymore? Well, what's your strategy?
Yo, what up? How are you, Anna? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Anna, how old are you? Anna, how'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me, Anna?
I'll go be back.
Yeah. You gotta be way older than you fucking sound to be in here. Make it limited reach. Shit.
Central prayer said by Warner's Engine Services, sanctifying God as name. Capital Tefillah Hebrew for assembly, congregation.
Anna, you've got to be 18 years old to be in here.
Cal Vastover Hebrew for light and heavy. A logical method of Calvinic reasoning. If a lighter case applies, then certainly the heavier one does. Kana Hebrew for reed. Infolicha refers to a measuring rod or a stalk. Also part of the menorah as design. Caphras Hebrew for fitness, properness. Used to describe food that meets kosher standards. Kav Hebrew for line. In Kabbalah, refers to the divine line of light, drawn into creation. Kavli Hebrew for fixed established. Infolicha, used about fixed locations, 4 times. Hebrew for carry out the Hebrew for recitation of Shema. Central daily mitzvah of declaring God as unity. Carry Hebrew for impurity or nocturnal galactic text. Deduct Hebrew for sanctification. Decided over wine to sanctify Shabbat and festivals. Deduct Catholic Hebrew for sanctification of the Lord. That's what honors God publicly, even confident. Tradition Hebrew for become all. First stage of Jewish marriage, creating elected law. Tradition Rebellion for great sanctification. Nickname for Kiddush on Shabbat morning. Kind of Hebrew for sanctification.
Another one.
Refers to elegies recited on Tisha B'Av and other
We have
fasts.
research really delve into what is socialism. But basically,
Was the pen act
this
attributed to King
political
Solomon.
economic
All
movement,
Hebrew
largely
boys.
heralded by a baptized Christian called Marx, and it's called Improvement Handbills, that
All
argued
migrating for all
for
vows.
change the way that the organized society is very much against capitalism, which is the market economy that is the American economy. They wanted to have the control of the production and deliver to the people in what it does is fundamental reversal and basic structures of society. Rather than let's change Russia to be more friendly to its minorities. No right to and he was a major radical revolutionary, hugely influential in the early communist period. This is a picture from his 1905 arrest for the revolution. One of the lesser known things about the Russian Empire is it's almost impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere from the entire Russian Empire. But he ended up becoming an incredible general. He was amazingly Jewish. But again, not identifying as many of the Republicans, like I said, not only really change the world with art, but also to change ourselves with the larger Marxist idea, which is very much anti-clericalism, was a principal idea of the communist movement, and so many of the Jews would say things like, Rosa Luxemburg would say, I am not a Jew, I am a social democrat. So they say social democrat is another word for communist. And so this is the second major strategy is let's not just leave Russia, let us change Russia from within. So at this point, I'm just going to show you the last three, and we'll come back to them on Wednesday. But just to give you, not give you a quick answer. The third one is Zionism, and the idea of we're going to change everything, but we're going to change it in Israel. The fourth one is something called diaspora nationalism, which is essentially that had a very big impact in America. The idea of creating a Jewish society in the diaspora, and the fifth one is renewed traditionalism. That's where I invented. This is basically like the British Israel, but really depends very heavily on this particular strategy. So 5 strategies. And as I said at the beginning of the lecture, it's to have a Jewish friend who is politically active, who is probably borrowing from these 5 strategies to define himself. Okay, folks, Wednesday we'll return, we'll finish up with the discussion. Thanks for
Often respected as a leader herself. Red Naxon refers to read the Naxon of Red Law.
Alright, we have some great things, like this is, gentlemen, this is the material that can change your life. Because when you understand that you'll know everything that is important about life, and yeah, I'm going to say it has to be true. It has to be about reality, about how we get to it. That way, history, one of the things about history is like, it's really about how did we get here in the first place? You know, like you're driving along a country road, and all of a sudden you look up and there's plenty of great place, but if you had a map that was like a very large piece of paper that geographically represents what's on your screen, and
CBS. Today we'll start the political emancipation as well. The two issues are distinctly related. Predated the Haskalah by about 100 years. This is like an intellectual wave of ideas that launched over Europe, and it caught up with the Jews eventually, and the Jews started really loving it. The kinds of ideas that are in the Alfredo include popular sovereignty, like why is there king yet to be in charge of all of us? We should be in charge of us. Right? So America, for example, is one of the great Enlightenment experiments in popular sovereignty. The shift of the locus of veracity from revealed text to scientific inquiry. Really, what sense I said it so well. So I'll hold on like that. What do I mean by that? If you wanted to know what was true in the year 1600, you would go ask your priest or imam or rabbi. They would tell you what was true, because that's the address for truth. I wouldn't go to my rabbi for what is true. I might still go to my rabbi for what is true. The Enlightenment, the Alfredo, the Haskalah, shifted that away from, maybe the rabbi, the imam, the priest is not so accurate all the time, but these science guys, new tech, people like that, all of a sudden they're demonstrating things with, hypotheses and experiments. Maybe that's where truth is. So it builds on the earlier scientific revolution in a very big way. So you've got changes in politics, changes in the idea of where it's true, how to find out if something is true. And that obviously the latter particular leads to a decline in overall religiosity. But of course we are still on that slope downward. There will be occasional revivals, worldwide of religious energy from time to time for various reasons that may explore some of them. But basically since the Enlightenment, the Western world has been a downward slope when it comes to religious faith.
To me, that's why the first time this city flash started making so hard for some of the first time in years.
We have been thinking for ourselves for a very long time. It's just that we've decided, thinking on behalf of the human race, we've decided to sort of use a different set of variables to determine it.
It says that questioning things, start learning some things for yourself.
No question, those things happened a long time ago. This goes certainly all the way back in our tradition to, at the very least, the Mishnah. It goes all the way back in the Greek tradition to the pre-Sophists, meaning guys like Plato, Aristotle, guys like that. But they're all about questioning. The question is, which data sets do you use to question things? We use data sets, we say we've got this amazing source of truth. The Torah, here it is, it was revealed to us. That's its Lila, that God gave us this document. So of course that's where we're going to go for our truth. If, however, like in the Enlightenment, people begin to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they start saying, maybe we should look a little bit better. It's a good question. That's more like a base question. It definitely is a snowball effect. Like when one person gets an idea, it spreads around, that picks up energy and steam, and it fits also another person. And even if the first person who had the idea had an idea very close to pre-modern values, it nevertheless has a huge potential. Like, I'll give you one example. Famously associated with Cartesian graphs, which you're probably familiar with. Religious thinker, Catholic, he says, I'm having trouble with all of these ideas circulating, I'm having trouble with reconciling them.
So he sits down and he conducts the first of what he calls 6 meditations. 6 like deep meditations. What is the world of? The first one says, how do I know that? How do I know? You know, maybe I am like dreaming this world. Right? You ever have that solipsistic thought where you think, how do I know that I exist? Maybe I'm actually dreaming that I exist. I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek, which is one of the great cultural achievements of the 20th century. But there's a great episode where they have these brains floating in like glass beakers, and they imagine entire worlds in their brains. Like anyway, I should say that class. I know I'm recording too. But he says, how do I know the world exists? How do I know I'm not dreaming this? How do I know that some evil being is not making me think I exist? He says, well, I do know this, that either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I am dreaming the world exists, or an evil genius is making me think the world exists, right? All those 3 things are possible. There's no other possible logical inference. But in each one of those, one thing is common. Anybody know Mr. Silver? It could be I exist next to him, right? And that's the famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, right? I not really things, I perceive, therefore I am. He says, wow, that's it. I have now figured out my first truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shift the universe, because I know this is true. I don't know if this table is real. I don't know if I'm dreaming this, but I do know I exist, because it's logically impossible for me not to exist. And from there he went on to say, well, how do I know that the world exists? How do I know that God exists? How do I know that? And all those things, he solved them, one after another. And the challenge is, to answer your question directly, just asking the question is corrosive. Just suggesting maybe the world doesn't exist, maybe other things that we cherish do not exist. It's like you're a loving marriage, say, oh, don't really love my wife. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. As soon as you start asking that question, you are already in trouble. Don't ask that question. You either do or you don't. You feel it or you don't. But don't start questioning it. You poke at it, you might find out it's not quite as solid as you think. Oh my gosh, marital advice too. Unsolicited marital advice to a bunch of single guys. But it's okay, let's go to that stuff. It's very good. I'm gonna go. It's better to see your that's a good question. That's Mishlei, that question, right? Shlomo HaMelech has with much knowledge comes much pain. Better sometimes not to know. Like what do they say in English? You don't want to know how the sausage is made. That's okay, that's true. Because this guy is getting on top, and you don't want to get on top. You don't want to okay. This is so cool. This is Ferrara, I believe, 1577. Earthquake in Ferrara. This is like a period demonstrating the earthquake. Ferrara is a town in northern Italy, big Jewish population. It was the Ramsal visited Ferrara in history. Anyway, earthquake 1570, flattens the town. Everybody runs out, they cross the river, they live for 6 weeks in the fields. The whole population, including among them is a guy named Azariah Del Rossi, Jewish guy. He's sort of like an unprofessional academic. He makes his living as a proofreader. Right? This is in the early years of printing. So he's reading lots of books because he's comparing manuscripts to the printed page and stuff like that. But he's not like a professor. I think he's a curious guy, and he's read a lot of books. He goes out into the fields with the rest of the town of Ferrara, and everybody is out there. And he finds that his cabin, his tent, comes really close to a whole bunch of Christian monks where, their monastery fell down, so they're hanging out there. Nothing to do all day, wait for the actual shot to subside. So they start learning everybody. And
By the end of the year, I dropped the card. He has a quick
Christianity. And
Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well,
For example, the whole letter of Isaiah, which
we're drafting in less than an hour.
discusses
I don't know who I'm going to draft. Last year I had the number 2 overall pick. This year I have the number 11. So there's a lot more into this that could come. I'm thinking about drafting
he sort of has this really,
like a bunch of running backs at the beginning.
those months are pretty cool. I actually really enjoy conversation with them. I do not want to be a monk. I understand for
I don't know. It depends on who's on the board.
but I
There's me spending that.
we had great
This shit is over. This shit is over. Dog, I see you working.
Yo, what up, pimp? What up, Splangly? How you living, baby? Yo, dog, can you hear me? Yo, hello. Splangly, how you living? How's your day? Splangly, can you hear me? Splangly. Splangly, how's your day going?
Difficulty single space finding partners in Orthodox world. Shikr Yiddish slang. Drum. Shikr et Farbren and Shabbat slang. One who overindulged.
Splangly.
SH Boyd slang contraction of Yasher coach. Good job, well done. Sloppy Yiddish slang. Sloppy, poorly dressed. SH mad forced conversion or persecution of Jews.
Splangly.
Rat, also used for old clothes.
Yo, dog, how are you?
Casual talk or thorough discussion depending on context.
All right, well, we're just watching Jewish history lectures.
Somewhere against my will. Did you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out.
That received lots of stumbles
Once I get these programmed on everything,
because people thought they might have other courses in commercial books like that. They may or may not have virtually lots of stumbles, including from Joseph Caro, and then it got pulled out. Just that because they obviously didn't look very carefully. So there was a lot of nasty stuff that went around. The stuff that everybody likes, which is a chapter on the history of earthquakes. And then because there are earthquakes, we don't know about that sort of everything in Ferrara. But then they also start writing about other things that sort of went further afield. But it's the idea. That's Stella idea of maybe learn stuff from
what's your strategy
for your fantasy source.
I don't have one.
You guys should realize that you're
last year, I think I picked the best team.
Yo, Splangly, can you hear me, dog?
It was amazing.
Can you hear me? Yo, you know who Wappy Flanker is?
This year.
Splangly, how's your day going?
It all depends. I got the 11th pick. Then I think I've got the.
Did you find out about me from Twitch?
So I think I'm gonna take. Just had to ask me right now. I've done
Yo, dog.
dozens of
Can you hear me?
I've already drafted 25.
Is your microphone working? I can hear you just have like white noise coming out.
too tough to look at. But this NFL and this specifically, this they put them on the screen. Shout out to VMU in general. Shout out to VMU for organizing it. Shout out to the whole boys and girls. This fucking robot. It's over. I'm telling you right now. This shit is over. You can have the fucking referee like go like this with this fucking latex gloves. It's over. Really? Done this is doorknob. Alright, well, are you done? This is like the worst fucking video. At least the other one you were singing songs. That was nice. This one, what is this one? It's about some fucking cell phone, 5, and fantasy football team in which you came dead fucking last year, and that this year you think you're gonna do better. Well, I can't do any worse, I guess. But whenever I do this, I always think, oh, like I always have breakthroughs, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna go famous because of this, or this, or this, or this. This one's the one. This one. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm fucking sure. I didn't know how it was gonna go viral. I thought it was like a blue sky. I just absolutely
spiritual delight. Essential pleasure. Really? Deepest delight.
Once I'm able to do the rest of the programming,
supplicatory. Prayer said after unlimited contested days.
fantasy football team this year, because last year I think it's comparable. It was such a good fucking team. Anyway, can't live past, man. Look towards the future. Anything else you want to say about your fantasy strategy? Yeah, okay, so if you really want to know it, I don't know. So running backs are the rarest. Good running backs are the rarest position. They're going to go really quickly. I try to get a running back in the first round if you really want to know. And it depends if one of the big time quarterbacks is available in the second. If they are, you can take one of them. If they're not, I'm going to go with another running back. And I'm going to let it snake. And that means I've got the.
Early disciples of the Baal temple. Talmud rabbinic work of law, commentary, and discussion.
Third round pick and fourth round pick. So my first round, second round are close, then we have to wait a whole bunch. Third round and fourth round are close. So then third round, so you're going to go, if I just had to say, running back and quarterback, I don't think they're going to, quarterbacks are going to be available. What quarterbacks should you take? Really, it probably has to be top 2. If that's not available, then we'll do running back. Third round, wide receiver. Fourth round, one of the really good tight ends is available. I might take him, but doubtful. So I'll probably go another wide receiver. Unless there's some really good running back on the board. I've done the mock draft so many different times that I'm just like, basically, the guys in the area. Are you going to take any players from last year? Well, maybe, but probably they didn't offer me. So, either running back, quarterback, or running back. Then wide receiver, or running back. I wouldn't want to do running back per se.
Unit priority expression.
Unless they were just amazing.
Classic galactic
Anyway,
commentary.
so then running back, quarterback probably. Then
Republic
probably
Annual
running
Prayer.
back a wide receiver.
Tefillah Elmo specific
Running back a
Psalm
wide
prayer.
receiver. So that one gets us in the fifth round.
Tefillah
Fifth and sixth round.
during weekday morning
I'm
prayer.
probably going
Tefillah Rosh Tefillah.
running backs and wide receivers. Fifth and sixth, seventh and eighth, quarterbacks and running backs and wide receivers.
Configuration worn by some. The time to car blast. Technical solstice technosis.
I think
Also
there's
for
16
seasonal
rounds.
points in Pillager.
Running back, wide receiver, all the way. I might take like a late tight end. I have to take somebody. Then I think it's close. Play on the, it's not on the fly, but basically like where you switch your kicker and defense every week, and I think I'm going to do that. I have no plans to draft a kicker. I had the best kicker in NFL history last year because this guy can figure shit out until the size bars. I got him. He lost me some weeks. But your kicker should not be pushing. So I'm not gonna draft a kicker. Defense, I'll just draft any defense and I'll switch one every week. What's that called? Streaming. It's called streaming. So it's really gonna be running back, quarterback, probably. See, but the thing is with these mock drafts, they don't draft the way real people do, and thus, like if they draft the way real people do, I don't think the quarterbacks will be available. I don't think it's a smart move to take a quarterback. You take a running back or some amazing receiver. Now, the running backs that are going to be available around when I am.
Preparing the world under divine kingship.
Injuries.
Gathering with singing and Torah words.
Prospect, rookie, but I've never seen him play in like a real game. Whereas anybody, so we don't know. The running back can always get hurt.
Fast day for destruction of both temples.
Is there any way you take a tight end, one of the big tight ends in the first or second round? How about third round? Maybe if one guy. Maybe if one guy. One of the top three. So you ready? You have your draft strategy.
Spiritual nature.
What don't you like about your strategy? I mean, last year I had every big name funky guy in one. Like I finished this draft, I was like, they should just frame this and not play the games. The NFL should just show this for 8 hours every Sunday. Just show my fucking team, just the names and how good I drafted these guys. Anyway, any other questions? Reverend's in the back. Rev, I love you. Will you munch my box? We'll get there, girl. Fine, go fuck yourself. Dog, I just want everybody to know it's over. I'm going to be famous. We're going to help with world peace. We're going to bring a lot of love in the world. He's taking me. What'd you do, Rabbi? See, I feel like interviewing myself. Do you normally talk yourself? When I'm here alone, so no one's here. You know, gotta get the questions out. And I feel it's entertaining. I wouldn't do it if I didn't feel it's entertaining. If you ever watch this and you're like, you talk to yourself, Rabbi? Not really. I'm just letting you know what's going on in my head because I feel it's healthy. And this is how a normal operates in terms of culture and emotion, maybe. Alright, so why is it, so, yeah, you in the back. Go ahead. So, Rabbi, why is it over? Maybe
So good. So you are very good. So check those the best of the
I
best.
can't abuse it.
So
But
they
it's
will
dirty.
by
I
the
can't believe
Netherlands.
it's taken me this long to
So
figure
also
out.
those good to give thanks from Psalms. So the facts on into
Well,
are
the
better
reason
than one.
why I'm doing this video
Try not
is
cook your food.
we're gonna draft the fantasy teams. We have like 8 hours per night, which is different than last
Spiritually or
year.
physically try to be proper.
Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk to my team from last year and to everybody out there. Fantasy is amazing, and I picked the most amazing fantasy team in the history of sport. It's the best. I picked a team that would have been like Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. That's how good this team was.
Yo, dog.
I mean, it was so
Splangy.
good. Nicknames.
Can you hear me, dog?
I really think that
Splangy.
in the history of fantasy football,
Hello.
most likely in the
Can you hear me?
not just fantasy, but sport in general, no one's put together a squad the way that I did. And
Splangy, I want to talk with you. I want to know what's going on in your world, how your life is. Can you hear me, dog?
what's DFL? He came in dead fucking last.
Yo. Yeah, I can hear myself in with the other one, so it's not on my end.
No one can draft as well as I did last year. Pick the fastest motherfucker in the league. This guy's got 11 baby mamas. I mean, it's just. I think by the time he only had 10, I don't know. But this motherfucker was in handcuffs hours before kickoff. Just kind of fortunate I have. Anyway, I had the Super Bowl winning quarterback. I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for that year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage parlor scandal that ruined my whole special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. I had Taylor Swift's ex. I mean, I had everybody. I don't want to go through everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted Tom Brady. He hasn't played in the league in years. It was just really great. Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, we're drafting in less than an hour. I don't know who I'm going to draft. Last year I had the number 2 overall pick. This year I have number 11. So there's a lot more randomness that could go. I'm thinking about drafting like a bunch of running backs at the beginning. I really don't know. It depends on who's on the board. And from there, it's basically a crapshoot and who doesn't get hurt. Dog, this shit is over. This shit is over. Dog, I see this bitch working. This motherfucker's over. I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna be famous, and I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch. Thought it was gonna be Kick. Thought it was gonna be Blue Sky. Thought it was gonna be TikTok. Thought it was gonna be Twitter. Thought it was gonna be Facebook. Instagram. YouTube's my bread and butter. This motherfucker is gonna be Discord. Well, Discord's how they've been to me. Well, you are the most fascinating motherfucker I've ever met. And I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Our little town, nostalgic reference to Eastern European Jewish life.
Wu-Tang Financial, bet on it. Dog, I'd like to plug Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teddy, you know? It's gonna be the reserve currency of the world, I think. What else do you want to say? You're this confident in your little fucking boss? It's over.
Your ancient memorial stones
It's
in the
fucking
high
over.
priestess breastplate used for divine
Are you
guidance.
sure?
Your
I mean, I
separate ballistic
either gonna
galactic
be
were
dead.
Byrovianus and ancients. Huge Titan Sutro's custom of welcoming spiritual
Held
guests,
somewhere against my will,
etc.
or fucking
Huge Titan Cassidy and Sabbath also
it's one of the
includes
same
Paul,
shit that I've been
Bethel,
doing, just
Megan,
grinding it
Alter
out.
Rita,
Got that
and
dog
Rita
in me.
Red.
But
Plus very Yiddish for and so on, life,
I'm gonna be
etc.
famous by this time next
Of the
year.
facts, matter, or events.
Really?
Of the
Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out.
Of the heat shadows
Really?
act prohibited on shadows even if not one of the 39
Are you
melodies.
sure?
Of the elves is a practical
This bitch
case,
is, once I get these programmed on
applied in
everything,
real life. Of the contributions for beneficial acts. Of New Year's occurrences or events, often in rabbinic stories.
about Judaism. It's
Of the
gonna blow minds. Teach Jews about Judaism. Just in time.
Meaning blessing in life.
The Kabbalah.
Of 10 opening words, both a prayer formula on Ram Hashem and Yom Kippur.
This bitch is over. It's game over. Alright, you want to talk about fantasy anymore? Well, what's your strategy? Yeah, Grandma, what's your strategy? Like, I was a pen and paper, like, yeah, like taking notes. Yeah, maybe start taking notes. Anyway, what's your strategy for your fantasy team this year? I don't have one, frankly. Last year, I think I picked the best team in the history of sport. It was amazing. This year,
also and his commandment appears in the galactic text.
this year,
That's all the back on the story phrase. Choose life.
I don't know who I mean, it all depends. I got the 11th pick. Then I think I've got the 14th pick as well, because it's like a snake draft. Anyway, so I think I'm going to take, just had to ask me right now, I've done like dozens of mock drafts. I've already drafted 25 teams, because I'm winning one of these. You guys should see my WNBA fantasy leagues. Baseball sucks. Too much. Tough to multitask that. But this NFL and this specifically this, they're part of the League.
Definitely not kosher.
Shout to BMU and Jeff Ashley, shout to Yo-Yo for organizing. Shout to the whole boys and girls. This fucking bot. It's over. I'm telling you right now. This shit is over. You can have the fucking referee like going like this, fucking latex gloves. It's over. Really?
Further or continue. Often used by
Done as a
teachers or
doorknob.
residents. Make Yiddish slang. Wake up, said
Alright, well, are you done? This is like the worst fucking video you made. At least the other one you were singing songs, that was nice. This one, what is this one? It's about some fucking cell phone bot and fantasy football team in which you came dead fucking last year, and then this year you think you're gonna do better. Well, I can't do any worse. I guess. But whenever I do this, I always think, oh, like I always have breakthroughs, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna go fantasy because this, and this, and this, and this. This one's the one. This one. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm fucking sure. I didn't know how it was going to go viral. I thought it was like, this guy can't just absolutely
They often a song from Exodus 14 recited after the splitting of the sea. David and he went out, used in scriptural and Midrashic context.
Once I'm able to do the rest of the programming,
to go further or move on. Days of Yiddish slang.
best
Heavy
fucking
sideboard road.
fantasy
Basil
football game
and
of the
muted.
year this year. Because last year I don't think
Used comically at far Brendan.
it's comparable.
Agent
It
Dora
was
Fortune
such a
telling
good
of Yosef
fucking
being
game.
sold.
Anyway,
They at night Dora Fortune
can't
and
live
knock
the
off
past,
reading
man.
calls, dreaming of the letters.
Look towards the future.
Bobby Palooza
Anything else you want to say about your
at
fantasy
pickups
strategy?
on Friday night.
Yeah, okay, so if you really want to know it, I don't know.
Often used in Dora and liturgy.
So running backs are the rarest,
He remembers
good
appears
running
in Dora
backs
texts
are
and
the rarest
prayers.
position. They're going to go really quickly.
They honored Loki the Epiborn God said, blood, their
Trying to get a
life,
running back on the first
foundational
round
creation
pick,
creation.
really want to know. And it depends if one of the big time quarterbacks is available in the second. If they are, take one of them.
They honor and they
If
said,
not, we're
Dora
going to go with
praise
another
often
running
quoted
back.
in the draft.
And I'm going to let it snake. Then that means I got the
Keep it going. They feature Yiddish slang for a person, always complaining. Hebrew.
second round pick and fourth round pick because so my first round, second round will be close, then we have to wait a whole bunch. Like third round and fourth round will be close. So then third round, so you're gonna go. If I just had to say running back and quarterback, I don't think they're gonna the quarterbacks are gonna be available. What quarterbacks would you take? Really probably has to be a top two.
I will bring you another of the redemption phrases.
If that's not available, then we'll do running back, third round, wide receiver, fourth round. One of the really good tight ends is available. I might make him doubtful, so I'll probably go another wide receiver. Unless there's some really good running backs. I've done the mock draft so many different times that I'm just like, you're basically the guys in it. You're going to take any players from last year.
May our eyes
Well,
behold,
maybe.
return to Zion. These shouted and you shall well return. Biblical term used in Philippians. These are Hebrew. And this common story phrase.
So running back, quarterback, or running
Exactly,
back.
and this is
Then
used in
wide
Galactic
receiver,
and Chalcidic
wide
writing.
receiver, or running back.
The opposite as favor and you shall love the stranger.
I would want to do running back, running back, running
The
back.
opposite begun Shabbat, a well-known melody sung to the Shema
Unless
passage
they're
at
just
hard
amazing
writing.
people.
Long
Anyway,
Arabic Hebrew
so then
love word.
running back,
Driving the back or seasonal stream. Sometimes used in geography. Wailing wall wrestler also tells
So that one gets us in the
English
fifth
term
and sixth round.
avoided by who's in favor
I'm
of
probably
Patel.
going
Walla Israeli slang borrowed from Arabic.
running backs and wide receivers. Fifth and sixth, seventh and eighth, quarterbacks and
Extended
running
form
backs
of
and wide
Walla is
receivers.
Israeli slang for emphasis.
Ninth and tenth,
Walla muted surname, also used as shorthand for certain families in Shabbat European Jewry.
running back, wide receiver, all the way. I might take like a late tight end. I have to take somebody. And then I think it's called playing on the, it's not on the fly, but basically like where you switch your kicker and defense every week. And I think I'm going to do that. I had no plans to draft a kicker. I had the best kicker in NFL history this year because this guy couldn't figure shit out until the stars finals. He lost me some weeks. Like your kicker should not shoot points. So I'm not gonna draft a kicker. Defense, I'll just draft any defense and I'll switch them up every week. What's that called? What should be called? Streaming. It's called streaming.
Also a common surname.
So it's really going to be running back, quarterback. See, but the thing is with these mock drafts, they don't draft the way real people do, and that's I'm gonna, like if they draft the way real people do, I don't think the quarterbacks will be available. I don't think it's smart move to take a quarterback because you need to take a running back or some amazing receiver.
Work Yiddish for work. Work
Now, the running backs that are going to be available around when I am.
West Elton Unit slang nickname for a far-off place, like middle of nowhere.
Justin Jefferson.
Political
Injuries.
geographic area.
There's an excellent prospect rookie, but I've never seen him play like a real game. Whereas anybody, so we don't know. The running back can always get hurt.
Still used in Jewish slang. That's a good word.
Is there any way to take a tight end? You don't want to big tight ends in the first or second round. How about third round? Maybe if one guy. Maybe if one guy.
Will units driven foil or prosperity.
One of the top three.
Surname and blessing.
So you ready? You have your draft strategy.
Will stand units driven. Prosperity or affluence.
What don't you like about your
What
strategy?
units for what?
I mean, last year I had every big name fucking guy in one. Like I finished this draft, I was like, they should just frame this and not play the game. The NFL should just show this for 8 hours every Sunday. Just show my fucking team, just the names and how good I drafted these guys. Anyway, any other questions? Rabbit's in the back. Rabbit, I love you. Will you munch my box?
Like unit slang for throw or jump something.
Fine, go fuck yourself. Dog, I just want everybody to know it's over. I'm going to be famous. I'm going to help with world peace. We're going to bring a lot of love into the world. I figured it out. It's taken me 3.5 years. I've got this What'd you do, Rabbi? See, I feel like interviewing myself. Do you normally talk to yourself? No. But I'm here alone, so if no one's here, you gotta get the questions out. And I feel it's entertaining. I wouldn't do it if I didn't feel it's entertaining. If you ever watch this and you're like, you talk to yourself, Rabbi? Not really. I'm just letting you know what's going on in my head because I feel it's healthy.
X-ray comes up regarding medical procedures on Shabbos and Toes. There are views in response to about copying separating Jewish holy books.
Alright, so why is it? So, yeah, you in the back, Rabbit's in the back, go ahead. So, Rabbit, why is it over?
Maybe a small community in South Africa with Jewish ties.
Figured out this clip system.
Jewish anthropology.
I can't abuse it, but it's dirty, and I can't believe it's taking this long to figure out.
Sometimes used critically in outreach circles.
Well, the reason why I'm doing this video is we're going to draft our fantasy teams. We have like 8 hours per day, which is different than last year. Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk to my team from last year and to everybody out there. Fantasy's amazing. And I picked the most amazing fantasy team in the history of sport. It's the best. I picked a team that would have been like Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. That's how good this team was. I mean, it was so good. I had nicknames for the guys. I really think that, certainly in the history of fantasy football, but most likely in the history of sport, not just fantasy, but sport in general, no one's put together a squad the way that I did. And you DFL'd it. Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, Rabbit, what's a DFL? We came in dead fucking last. Nevertheless, the squad, I'm going to draft, and I don't think I'm going to be able to draft this week. I know I can't draft as well as I did last year. Their number 2 pick, pick the fastest motherfucker in the league. This guy's got 11 baby mamas. I mean, it's just, I think by the time he only had 10, I don't know. But this motherfucker was in handcuffs hours before kickoff. Just the kind of fortune I have. Anyway, I had the Super Bowl winning quarterback. I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for the year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage parlor scandal that ruined my special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. I had Taylor Swift's ex. I mean, I had everybody. I don't want to go through everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted Tom Brady, and he hasn't played in the league in years. It was just very good. Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, we're drafting in less than an hour, and I don't know who I'm going to draft. Last year I had the number 2 overall pick. This year I have the number 11, so there's a lot more randomness that can go. I'm thinking about drafting like a bunch of running backs at the beginning. I really don't know. It depends on who's on the board. And from there, it's basically a crapshoot. Who doesn't get hurt? Dog, this shit is over. This shit is over. Dog, I see this bitch working. This motherfucker's over. I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna be famous, and I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch. I thought it was gonna be Kate. I thought it was gonna be Blue Sky. I thought it was gonna be TikTok. I thought it was gonna be Twitter. I thought it was gonna be Facebook, Instagram. YouTube's my bread and butter, but this motherfucker is gonna be Discord. Well, Discord's how they'll get to me. Well, you are the most fascinating motherfucker I've ever met. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Wu-Tang Financial, bet on it. Dog, I'd like to put Harry Potter on the side, Teddy New. It's gonna be the reserve currency of the world someday. What else do you want to say? You're this confident in your little fucking bots. So, it's fucking over. Are you sure? I mean, I'm either gonna be dead somewhere against my will, or fucking doing the same shit that I've been doing, just grinding it out. Got that dog in me. But I'm gonna be famous by the start next year. Really? Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out. Really? Are you sure? This bitch is, once I get these programmed on everything, and I can bask in my genius, the bitch is over. Teach somebody about Judaism. It's going to blow minds. Teach Jews about Judaism. Just in time. This bitch is over. It's game over. Alright, you want to talk about fantasy anymore? Well, what's your strategy? Yeah, Rabbi, what's your strategy? She's like holds a pen and paper, like, yeah, like taking notes. Yeah, baby, start taking notes first. Anyway, What's your strategy for your fantasy team this year? I don't have one, frankly. Last year, I think I picked the best team in the history of sport. It was amazing. This year, I don't know what. I mean, it all depends. I've got the 11th pick. Then I think I've got the 14th pick as well. It's like the snake draft. Anyway, so I think I'm going to take. Just had to ask me right now. I've done like dozens of mock drafts. I've already drafted 25 teams. I'm winning one of these teams. You guys should see my WNBA fantasy leagues. Tough to multitask now. But this NFL and this specifically this shout to VMU for generosity and being here. Shout to VMU for organizing. Shout to the local boys and girls after this fucking vibe. It's over. I'm telling you right now. The shit is over. You can have the fucking referee like going like this fucking latex gloves. It's over. Really? Done as a doorknob. Alright, well, are you done? This is like the worst fucking video you made. At least the other one you were singing songs. That was nice. This one? What is this one? It's about some fucking cell phone bot and fantasy football team in which you came dead fucking last year, and then this year you think you're going to do better? Well, I can't do any worse, I guess. But whenever I do this, I always think, oh, like I always have breakthroughs, and it's like, oh, I'm going to go famous because of this, or this, or this, or this. This one's the one. This one. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm fucking sure. I didn't know how I was going to go viral. I thought if I did the blue sky, I just absolutely mean the temperature. That's good for Twitch. It's over. This bitch is out. Really? Once I'm able to do the rest of the programming, and draft the best fucking fantasy football team of the year this year. Because last year I don't think it's comparable. It was such a good fucking team. Anyway, can't live in the past, man. Look towards the future. Anything else you want to say about your fantasy strategy? Yeah, okay, so if you really want to know it, I don't know. So running backs are the rarest. Good running backs are the rarest position, and they're going to go really quickly. I try to get a running back in the first round if you really want to know. And it depends if one of the big time quarterbacks is available in the second. If they are, I'm going to take one of them. If they're not, I'm going to go with another running back. Then I'm going to let it snake, and that means I've got the third round pick, and fourth round pick pretty close. So my first round, second round are close, then we have to wait a whole bunch. Like third round and fourth round will be close. So then third round, so you're gonna go. If I just had to say running back and quarterback, I don't think the quarterbacks are gonna be available. What quarterbacks do you think? Really probably has to be top two. If that's not available, then We'll do running back. Third round, wide receiver. Fourth round, if one of the really good tight ends is available, I might take him, but doubtful. So I'll probably go another wide receiver. Unless there's some really good running back on the board. I've done the mock draft so many different times that I'm just like, I basically know the guys in the areas that are you going to take any players from last year? Well, maybe. They didn't offer. So, either running back, quarterback, or running back. Then wide receiver, or running back. I wouldn't want to do running back. Unless they were just amazing. Anyway, so then running back, quarterback, probably. Probably running back or wide receiver. Wide receiver. So that one gets us in the fifth round. Fifth and sixth round, I'm probably going running backs and wide receivers. Fifth and sixth, seventh and eighth, quarterbacks and running backs and wide receivers. Ninth and 10th. I think there are 16 running back, wide receiver, all the way. I might take like a late tight end. I have to take somebody. And then I think it's called playing on the, not on the fly, but basically like where you switch your kicker and defense every week. And I think I'm going to do that. I have no plans to draft a kicker. I had the best kicker in NFL history last year because this guy couldn't figure shit out of his side. I got bumped. He lost me. But your kicker should not lose your bump. So I'm not gonna draft a kicker. Defense, I'm just draft any defense and I'll switch them up every week. What's that called? Streaming it. So it's really going to be running back, quarterback, probably. See, but the thing is with these mock drafts, they don't draft the way real people do, and thus, like if they draft the way real people do, I don't think the quarterbacks will be there. I don't think it's a smart move to take the quarterback. You need to take or some of the now the running backs that are going to be available around when I am. Injuries, prospect, rookie, but I've never seen him play like a real game. Or is anybody, so we don't know. The running back can always get hurt.
Remembered for religious reforms and reliance on God.
Is there any way to take a tight end, one of the big tight ends in the first or second round? How about third round? Maybe if one guy was 13. Maybe if one guy was
settled in northern Israel.
maybe.
Possibly meaning not as a people or developed.
So you ready?
Non-Israelite prophet
You have your draft strategy.
24. Hired to curse Israel but compelled to bless them.
What don't you like about your strategy?
Last
Last year, every big name fucking guy wanted. Like I finished this draft, I was like, they should just frame this and not play the games. The NFL should just show this for 8 hours every Sunday. Just show my fucking team, just the names and how good I drafted. Anyway, any other questions? Rabbi, I love you. Will you munch my box? We'll get there.
David S. Morale Baylor, but
Go
also
fuck
David
yourself.
Julian.
Dog, I just want everybody to know it's over. I'm going to be famous. We're gonna help with world peace. We're gonna bring about love into the world. I figured it out. It's taken me 3.5 years. What'd you do, Rabbi? See, I feel like interviewing myself. Do you normally tell yourself no? But I'm here alone, so if no one's here, you gotta get the questions out. And I feel it's entertaining. I wouldn't do it if I didn't feel it's entertaining. If you ever watch this and you're like, you talk to yourself, right? Not really. I'm just letting you know what's going on in my head because I feel it's healthy. And this is how a normal operates internally. Poetry in motion, baby. Alright, so why is it? So, yeah, you're in the back. Go ahead. So, Rabbi, why is it over? Baby.
Prophets and statesmen in Babylonian exile, 6
Figure out this clip system.
known for interpreting
I
dreams,
can't
the
abuse it.
lion's den, and the
But it's
apocalyptic
dirty.
visions
I
of
can't believe it's
Daniel.
taken me this long to
David
figure out.
Hebrew for beloved. Second King of Israel, the 100,
Well, the reason
1000
why I'm doing this video
united the tribes,
is
made Jerusalem the
we're
capital,
gonna draft
wrote
our
many
fantasy
songs.
teams. We have like 8 hours
Central
per
figured in Jewish and Messianic
which is different than last year.
Deborah Deborah Hebrew for thee.
Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk to my team from last year and to everybody out there. Fantasy is amazing. And I picked the most amazing fantasy team in the history of sport. It's the best. I picked a team that would have been like Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. That's how good this team was. I mean, it was so good. I had nicknames for the guys. I really think that, certainly in the history of fantasy football, but most likely in the history of sport, not just fantasy, but sport in general, no one's put together a squad the way that I did. And we DFL'd it. What's DFL? We came in dead fucking last. Nevertheless, the squad, I'm gonna draft, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to draft this. I know I can't draft as well as I did last year. Their number 2 pick, picked the fastest motherfucker in the league. This guy's got 11 baby mamas. I mean, it's just. I bet a time he only had 10. I don't know. But this motherfucker was in handcuffs hours before kickoff. Just the kind of fortune I have. Anyway, I had the Super Bowl winning quarterback. I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for the year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage parlor scandal that ruined my whole special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. I had Taylor Swift's ex. I mean, I had everybody. I don't want to go through everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted Tom Brady. He hasn't played in 8 years. It was just anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, we're drafting in less than an hour. I don't know who I'm going to draft. Last year I had the number 2 overall pick. This year I have number 11. So there's a lot more randomness that can go. I'm thinking about drafting like a bunch of running backs at the beginning. I really don't know. It depends on who's on the board. Like the Bears basically a crapshoot and who doesn't get hurt. Dog, this shit is over. This shit is over. Dog, I see this bitch working. This motherfucker's over. I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna be famous, and I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch. I was going to be kicked. I was going to be this guy. I was going to be TikTok. I was going to be Twitter. I was going to be Facebook, Instagram.
For her heartfelt prayer at Shiloh. Hezekiah Tishkabee opted Hebrew for my
YouTube
strength
and
is
this
double
motherfucker. It's going to be Discord. Well, Discord's how they'll get to me. Like, well, you are the most fascinating motherfucker I've ever met. And I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Today Prophet Hebrew for salvation.
Whatever.
Prophet HC.
Wu-Tang Financial. Add on it. Dog. I'd like to plug Harry Potter about side 10 new. It's going to be the reserve currency of the world. What else do you want to say?
Abraham and Sarah, second patriarch.
You're this confident in your little fucking pots. So fucking over.
Son of Abraham and Hagar.
Are you sure?
Ancestor of Arab tribes.
I mean, I'm either going to be dead,
For outcasts, Genesis 16:21. Israel
held somewhere against my will, or
Jacob renamed Israel after
fucking
wrestling with an angel. Genesis 32.
doing the same shit that I've been doing, just grinding it out. Got that dog in me. But,
Son of Jacob
I'm
and
gonna be
Leah,
famous by this time
ancestor of
next year.
tribe of Issachar. Genesis 30.
Really?
18.
Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out.
Hebrew for sorrow or pain.
Really?
Minor biblical figure who prayed for God as blessing. 1 Chronicles 4. 9.
Yeah, this bitch is, once I get these programmed on everything,
Is Yaka Hebrew for field grabber or stepladder.
genius.
Patriarch, son of Isaac, twin of
Bitch is
Esau,
over.
father of the 12
So
tribes.
many people about
Who
Judaism.
named
It's
Israel.
going to blow
Genesis
minds.
25.
These
49.
Jews are about Judaism.
Bear Hebrew for Hebrew 11.
Just in time.
Subject of Israel. Judges 10.
Kabbalah.
3. 5. Also other minor figures share this name.
This bitch is over.
Rapid
It's
Yahweh
game over.
Heatherford expansion. Son of
Alright, you
Noah,
want to talk about
ancestor
fantasy
of
anymore?
Indo-European
Well, what's your
nations.
strategy?
Genesis 10.
Yeah, Rabbi to the back. Yeah, Rabbi, what's your strategy? She's like, oh, the fan of paper. Like, yeah, like taking notes. Yeah,
Prophet during
maybe
final
snakes
days
start
of
taking
June
notes,
7.
girls. Anyway,
6 CBT.
what's your strategy for your fantasy team this year? I don't have one, frankly. Last year, I think I picked the best team in the history of sport. It was amazing. This year,
for the people increased. First king of the northern kingdom Tennessee.
this year,
19. Introduce a golden calf 1 Kings 12.
I don't know who I mean, it all depends. I got the 11th pick. Then I think I got the 14th pick as well. It's like a snake draft.
Father of King David 1 Samuel 16. His lineage
So
is central
I
to
think I'm
Jesse
going to
and
take,
hope.
you just had to ask me right now. I've done like dozens of mock drafts. I've already drafted 25 teams. I'm winning one of these. You guys should see my WNBA fantasy leagues. I'm dominant.
Treat repentance and foretold the day of the Lord. John Locke in Hebrew for God is gracious.
Too much.
Several
Tough to look
post-biblical
at.
figures, but not in
But
Hebrew
this
Bible proper.
NFL and this specifically this Harry Potter Sonic Teddy league.
Prophet swallowed by a great fish, later preached to
Shout
the
to
book of
BMU
Jonah.
for your generosity.
Symbol of
Shout to
repentance.
Yo-Yo for organizing.
Jonathan Unit
Shout
in
to the
Hebrew
whole
for WH has given.
boys and girls. I'm going to be
Son of
fucking
King Saul,
famous.
royal friend
This
of David 1
fucking
Samuel.
pot.
Died in battle
It's
against
over. I'm
Philistines.
telling you right now.
Joseph Hebrew for
The shit
Nathan
is over.
son of David and Rachel.
You could have the fucking referee like going like this with fucking latex gloves. It's over.
50.
Really?
Yahshua Hebrew for WH is salvation. Successor of Moses, led
Done is a
conquest of
door
Canaan,
now.
book of Joshua. Josiah Yushiyahu Hebrew for EWH
Done.
Fields.
Alright, well, are you done? This is like the worst fucking video you made. At least the other one, you were singing songs. That was nice. This one, what is this one? It's about some fucking
Hebrew for praise.
cell phone
Courts of both Jacob and Leah,
file
ancestor of tribe of
and
Judah, Davidic
fantasy
dynasty,
football
and
team
Messianic line.
in which you came
Leah
dead
Hebrew
fucking
for
last
various.
year, and then this year you think you're gonna do better.
First wife of
Well, I can't
Jacob,
do any
mother
worse.
of 6
I
tribes,
guess.
and died of Genesis 29.
But
30. Law Hebrew for covering
whenever
for
I do
veil.
this, I always think, oh, like I always have breakthroughs, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna go famous because of this or this or this or this. This one's the one. This one.
Malachi Hebrew for my messenger.
Are you sure?
Last of the 12
Yeah,
minor
I'm
prophets
fucking
by
sure.
PHC.
I didn't know how it was gonna go viral. I thought it
Author
might
of
be
book of
this guy.
Malachi.
Yeah, just absolutely
Hebrew for causing to forget. Son of Joseph, ancestor of tribe of Manasseh, Genesis 41.
It's good.
51.
It's over.
Also King Manasseh of Judah to Kings 21. Miriam Hebrew for bitter or beloved.
Once I'm able to do the rest of the
Sister of
programming,
Moses and Aaron. Prophetess, led women in song after crossing the sea, Exodus 15.
fantasy football
Mordecai
team of the
possibly
year
from
this year.
first
Last
is
year, I
my
think
warrior. Hero of Surah,
comparable.
Uncle Guardian of Esther, book of
It
Esther.
was such a good fucking team.
Moses Moshe Hebrew
Anyway,
from Egyptians of Gordon.
can't live in the past, man.
Greatest prophet, led Exodus from Egypt.
Towards the
Received
future.
Torah at
Anything
Sinai,
else you want to say
united
about your
Israelites
fantasy
40
strategy?
years.
Yeah. Okay. So if you really want to know it, I don't know.
Mother-in-law of Ruth.
So running
Later
backs are
called
the
Mara
rarest.
bitter after hardships,
Good
book
running
of
backs
Ruth.
are the rarest position, and they're going to go really quickly.
Prophet during reign of David confronted him over Bathsheba to Samuel 12. Nebuchadnezzar, Akkadian name meaning Nabu, protect the crown. Babylonian king who destroyed the first temple 586 BC. Nehemiah Hebrew for comforted by WH. Leader who rebuilt Jerusalem's walls after Babylonian exile, Nehemiah. No Hebrew for rest or comfort. Build the ark, survived the flood, ancestor of all post-flood humanity, Genesis 6. 9. Obadiah Hebrew for servant of WH. Prophet, author of book of Obadiah, shorts book in the Bible. Pharaoh Egyptian title for King Great House. Opposed Moses during Exodus 1. 14. Pinchas Hebrew for oracle or Egyptian origin, the Nubian. Grandson of Aaron. Zealous priest who stopped plague by slaying sinners, Numbers 25. Rachel Hebrew for you female sheep. Beloved wife of Jacob, mother opposite and Benjamin. Symbol of maternal sorrow and hope, Genesis 29. 35. Jeremiah 31. 15. Rapid, possibly Hebraic Semitic for broad or spacious. Woman of Jericho who sheltered Israelite spies. Later an ancestor of King David, Joshua 2. Matthew 1. 5. Rebecca Rivka Hebrew for to tie or bind. Wife of Isaac, mother of Jacob and Esau. Played key role in securing blessing for Jacob, Genesis 24. 27. Rehoboam Richmond Hebrew for the people have enlarged. Son of Solomon, king of Judah during split of the United Monarchy, 1 Kings 12. Reuben Hebrew for seed, Hussam. Firstborn of Jacob and Leah, founder of tribe of Reuben, Genesis 29. 32. Lost firstborn rights due to misconduct, Genesis 35. 22. Ruth Hebrew for friendship. Moabite woman, who converted to Judaism, married Boaz, and became great-grandmother of King David, book of Ruth. Samson Shinshan Hebrew for little son. Judge of Israel known for immense strength. Defeated Philistines but fell due to Delilah, Judges 13. 16. Samuel S.H. Buell Hebrew for hurt by God. Prophet, judge, and anointer of Saul and David, 1 Samuel. Central figure in transition to monarchy. Saul Shal Hebrew for asked for. First king of Israel, chosen by God through Samuel. Ultimately lost favor for disobedience 1 Samuel 9:31. Senator of Akkadian and Sin whom God has replaced brothers. Assyrian king who besieged Jerusalem in 701 BC, but failed to Kings 18:19. Seth Hebrew for appointed or granted. Son of Adam and Eve, given in place of Abel Genesis 4:25. Ancestor of Noah. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego Babylonian names given to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Survived being thrown into Pyrrhus for refusing idolatry Daniel 3. Shema Hebrew for my faith. Relative of Saul who first David during his flight from Absalom to Samuel 16. Shipra Hebrew for beautiful or fair. One of two midwives who received Pharaoh's order to kill Hebrew infants Exodus 1. Shulamite female figure in Song of Songs. Possibly meaning peaceful from Shalom. Symbol of love and beauty. Simeon Shemo Hebrew for bird. Second son of Jacob and Leah, ancestor of tribe of Simeon Genesis 29:33. Solomon Shlomo Hebrew for peaceful. Son of David, third king of Israel. Build first temple, famed for wisdom, 1 Kings 1:11. Tamar Hebrew for date palm. Daughter-in-law of Judah who secured her rights fee, bold action Genesis 38. Also daughter of David to Samuel 13. Terah Hebrew for delay or station. Father of Abraham, Nahor, and Haran. Migrated from her toward Canaan Genesis 11. Tiglath-Pileser Akkadian name, trust in the son of Asherah temple. Assyrian king who exiled Israelites in 8 CBG to Kings 15. Uriah Hebrew for WH is my life. Seated warrior in David's army, husband of Bathsheba. Betrayed and killed by David to Samuel 11. Uzziah Azariah Heber for my strength is the WH. King of Judah 8 CBG. Prospered until punished with leprosy to Kings 15. Zechariah Hebrew for WH remembers. Prophet, author of Book of Zechariah 6 CBG. Also name of several kings and priests. Zebulun Hebrew for dwelling or honor. Son of Jacob and Leah, founder of tribe of Zebulun Genesis 30:20. Zedekiah Yahu Hebrew for WH is my righteousness. Last king of Judah before Babylonian exile, 2 Kings 24:25. Zephaniah Hebrew for WH has hidden. Prophet, author of Book of Zephaniah 7 CBG. Zerubbabel Hebrew for sown in Babylon. Leader of Jewish returnees from exile, rebuilds temple foundations Ezra 3. Haggai 1. Ziphah Hebrew for bird. Midianite wife of Moses, mother of his son Exodus 2:4. Zophar Hebrew for chirping or leaping. One of Job's best friends who debated him Job 11. Genesis Hebrew name. Bereshit in the beginning. Number. First book. Covers creation through the descent into Egypt. Across. Timeline. Creation killed 3,760 BC in Jewish reckoning for death of Joseph killed 1,450 BC. Exodus Hebrew names. Shema names. Number. Second book. Israelite slavery plagues, Exodus, Sinai, Tabernacle. Timeline. Killed
Thank God, but it
1,450.
is nevertheless a college, and we are using scientific inquiry, we're using lots of modern schools of inquiry that, it's not traditional. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
So considering his so to be careful in the day by a lot of other rabbis, I'm divided was sport on the opposition? Because it sounds like everyone famous opposed him and everyone else was neutral or but everyone famous opposed him. So
No, not everyone famous opposed him. Many famous people opposed him. But it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it, but it's the internet. You know, it's hard to hold back ideas, right? They start circulating, especially if they're accessible. You wrote Hebrew, start being accessible, you can start reading them. There are a lot of books like that come out over the next few centuries that are like really popular. People think, well, this is fantastic, great, and then later someone picks up something and says, wait a second, this is not exactly what we want to say, and it becomes us. But it doesn't come us right away typically. Mr. Lloyd,
The adoption of the Lord is salvation.
yeah, exactly. Remember what happened to my honors using Aristotle?
Yeah, they said it's kind of like the first person to say that. Yeah, correct. He's the first person, well, he's quoting the law. Correct, quoting them. But he's the first person to say, we can learn about it, and I learned it, by the way, from Christian monks that was camped outside of the cities, right? It's like totally a straight source, not even like a pagan source. So he was one of the ones that popularized it. Again, the Rambam writing in manuscript, expensive, hard to obtain. He's writing in French, like the internet. Everybody's got it. Really hard to control. It's like Instagram. Mr. John.
I'm assuming you
weren't
use
any of those international ideas that, we've got conventional survival. One word.
1070.
More of a deep dive into that, but a lot of his issues had to do with the way science was interpreted and how we should reconcile passages of the Bible with 16th century science. That's probably where he got into most trouble. It's a big, thick book, by the way, translated in English. I think we have copies somewhere in the dangerous literature section of the Federal Library, but it's worth looking at. Another big impetus for the Haskalah, we have not discussed in great detail here, but at least a couple of you have been in my Sephardic Jewish history class. Really important is the Portuguese diaspora. Portuguese Jews were called by Cecil Law, one of the greatest historians of the last century, the first modern Jew. And by modern, he meant like Jews who have a totally different outlook on life and are especially prepared to engage in code searching, identity switching, and to borrow from the secular world without feeling guilty about it. The reason being that unlike the Sephardic Jews, the Spanish Jews who were expelled in 1492, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in late 1496, early 1497, and then they experienced the Portuguese Inquisition, which was absolutely awful, and then only afterwards were they able to get out of Portugal and start establishing communities throughout Europe, as Jews were also Christians at the same time. Meaning, they were forced to become Christian. That meant they got Christian driver's licenses. And they could go wherever they wanted. They could go to universities. They could take any job they want. They could take any job, any profession they want. They could live anywhere they want. They were Christians. And they were prepared to exploit their Christian identities. But still they wanted to retain the Jewish ones at the same time. And so they had much less of an allergy to ideas that were otherwise foreign to Judaism, because they were already swimming and they had done it for generations. And they moved all over Europe and they moved to the New World, and so they created the possibility of multiple identities. 100 years earlier would have been completely, mutually exclusive. You couldn't be Jewish and Christian at the same time. But the Portuguese Jews could and did and demonstrated that this is a possibility. Right? So they're spreading these kind of ideas and then loving them overnight. They're thinking this is a great book. It has all kinds of cool ideas. We love the synthesis of Jewish wisdom, non-Jewish wisdom. It's happening. You got a question? Okay, you got a question. No, you're good? Okay. Don't be sorry. Okay. So, the Haskalah per se, though, as I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn, the sometimes called Hillary of Dessau, was
Story of Ruth S. Local
the
Even
primary
Ancestry
figure
David.
in promoting this idea. And again, as Stalin mentioned earlier, I think it was Mr. Truman, he's a frugal guy. He's orthodox. He's Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus, right? They're not necessarily thinking, especially early on, they're not necessarily thinking that they're driving Judaism off the cliff. They're thinking that this is like the natural path of Judaism, that of course we should be engaging outside society. It is deeply intertwined with the political moment because as you move into the 1800s, it's more and more possible that Jews could obtain equal rights with Christians. Not just like the Portuguese Jews who did because they were actually Christians, but because the society is unprepared to agree to this idea that Jews should have equal rights. Case in point would be America, 1776. Where, they said, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically, it didn't happen all over at the same time, but basically America said, we the people, this idea that we're all born equal, except for black people, not black people. And by the way, women, almost, we wouldn't let them vote, but otherwise, okay. But Jews were included in the we the people. And so that was like a pretty dramatic thing. The French Revolution we'll talk about after this lecture was massive impact. America was way over on the other side of the ocean, but France was right in the middle of Europe, and when they introduced equal rights, that was my choice. And that's basically following on the work of guys like Rothschild. His biography, if anything, comes from northern Germany, which is called Prussia. And he's a stealth autodidact. Stealth fox. Exceptionally skilled in a whole kind of areas of modern thought. And one of the most important areas, which by the way, all of you identified as one of the most valuable things you're learning here at this college, was his composition skills. He could write really well in colloquial German. But remember, the linguistic situation is Jews are still living in a very, very insular lifestyle. The vast majority of Jews, top 10 friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have like lots of business contacts. And so the level of communication that Jews had for most of Europe is a high degree of fluency in Yiddish, right? The mother tongue, the Mama typically some degree of facility and ability in Hebrew because that's the liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic, but the Ramon would have enough to get through the sitter, follow maybe Rashi. But when it comes to German, it will basically be functional German. Just like, if people have Hispanic help cleaning their houses and doing their lawns, you might know enough Spanish to say we're going to be on vacation week next week, don't come, or basically go, hey, could you please clean up the kitchen, whatever you might say in very, very basic Spanish, if that's what you need for effective communication. Or like, I know about 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely helpful when I get my dry cleaning done. Phrases almost all leaders in America sometimes talk Korean. And I actually, fun fact, I have a Korean name. And I look for writers. Do I have a marker here? I don't have a marker. Where would I finger in it? And it's royalty. I will show you my secret Korean name. If I don't find a marker. Maybe I will not be able to realize it. Why you might ask why, Dr. You have a Korean name? But I'll tell you. When I was about 15, I worked for a Korean restaurant, and they had trouble pronouncing Henry. They would call me Henry. So they said after about a month, I said, forget it. I think it means like Function or something like that. Yangsu. That's my Korean. Okay, so how did I get that? He said, well, I can't spell it in Korean, but I don't have a marker here. A marker over here. Yeah, is this a marker? Yeah. That's what a marker is. So that makes it work. The other stuff.
Block placer lottery from block swallow towns in Central Europe. Sometimes used for uncertain scale protection like equal scale. Blue German Jewish flower. Black metal associated with beauty. Small equal scale. Used symbolically or as ornamental. Brody place derived from Brody militia, Ukraine, a major Jewish center. Yes, Hungarian process.
Thank you.
Priestly
Anyways, how did I get here? Why am I talking about this?
Tender from Latin tender singer, Yiddish German.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So my Korean is like is really handicapped. I only know the very minimal. But if I lived in Korea, I'll probably learn a lot more. Just to do the business I need to do. Not that I'd be able to do it very genius, not that I'd write a book in Korean, or be able to in Korean, but I would be able to telephone conversation in Korean, right?
One of the oldest planetary surnames in the world.
You know, the living in the country for 800 years, that's the extent of the skills, largely because of women. There's very exceptional Jews, like for example, the Jews who are kind of like the representatives of the community who are close to the king or the prince or the nobleman who have that much better levels of it. Also, tomorrow there's a whole discussion of what kind of haircuts Jews can have, and there's certain really popular wrong haircuts that would be considered like haircuts for Godians, business haircuts, but if you're really close to the king and you didn't have that, so you could have that haircut. Full discussion, I think that's the son-in-law, Rabbi son-in-law, yes, had that kind of haircut. Why am I going on tangents? But Moses Mendelssohn had that beautiful German. Yeah, that excellent speaking ability in German, so much so that there was an essay competition and beats Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. You know, coming in first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second, like a mind-blowing thing. Mendelssohn, Moses Mendelssohn, finally published this because he was like really brilliant, and he wrote material in German and also in Hebrew to explain Judaism to the rest of the world. He was kind of like the bulldog of Judaism to the rest of the world. Everybody said, wow, maybe these Jews are not so weird. Look at this guy. He can stand up and he can speak and communicate. And good arguments, right? He actually makes a lot of sense. So he was extremely influential. I'll give you one example of this thought. There were other figures who were contemporaries. By contrast, you're totally different. Solomon Meyer, who comes from not too far away from him on the Russian side of the border, he also was a genius. Deeply involved in the world of ideas and deeply engaged in Jewish stuff and secular culture. But unlike Moses Mendelssohn, you can't find a balance. You can't stay full and still appreciate that world. He ends up converting to Lutheranism, and as typical, he writes a nasty book about Jesus afterwards. His autobiography, the fascinating work, he describes with some hostility his visit to the court of the Body of Nazareth, who spoke about on Sunday. Like, he's like an example of most of the muscular of this era. If they got involved in controversial ideas and they started to like them, they basically disappeared from Judaism. But Moses Mendelssohn sort of created a craft where, you know what, it's possible to stay wrong, and also engaging outside culture. Not everybody agreed, obviously. Moses Mendelssohn's books were famously burned in some circles, which is generally a good sign that your book sales are going to keep going up, because you must be burning out to see what's going on in there. But he really articulated a path that was extremely influential for the next 6 centuries. I'll give you some responses. By the way, his background is a shear from a famous painting of him and a priest named Lavender, shown over here. Because I forgot to take it off. Here's Mendelssohn. You notice he has the hunchback. I'm going to give you guys, by the way, the absolute best.
Adopted in surname
that came from Moses Mendelssohn. This is the story. Great story. He had a hunchback. And the story goes that when he was set up with his bashert, or college bashert, he comes walking up to the front porch of the sheriff day, and she's out on the second floor. She looks out the window, she sees him,
By the way, she's in this picture too. I got to find you the actual picture. She sees him out of the window. Oh my gosh, she's got a big hunchback. She tells him that I don't want to. And her mother says, how do you do this? You came all the way here. It's so polite. She's like, you can never marry someone with a hunchback. I'm sorry, I can't do it. But the mother arranged the daughters, you must sit down. You have to have a shit day like for sure. So, she relents. They invite Moses in. They sit down in the parlor. They go back then. The parents are outside. It's like chaperone, but not strictly street. And for half an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, massively long, shit and bake. I should pick it up. Sorry, it's going well. It's going well. What's this? She said, I'm not going to marry this guy. He has an archback. They come out on the first date. And that's their engagement. Mind blowing, right? So they afterwards the parents asked her, the future Mrs. Mendelson, what did he say? We're so dead set you didn't want to meet him. She said to the parents that he said to her, okay, I know that my hunchback is sick of the case, but I want to let you know that there is a Gemara, which I'm sure you know, whatever, 40 days, hope you consider yourself blessed, right? 40 days before a child is born, a bas call goes out, the voice goes out and says, bas call, right? And he says, I was in the womb, and I heard the bas call, and I saw the two of my bashir. But I saw that he had a hunchback. And I thought that in the womb, it's all over. This guy's just very smart. So, this particular image is actually quite fascinating part of the biography. As part of like this whole deal of being opened up to society and stuff like that, her friends, a Lutheran priest, this guy here named Lavater, and they have like these meaningful conversations. And he's got DMC. Yeah, okay. They have, I told my daughter. So they have these DMCs about life, religion, stuff like that. And then Lavater betrays him and publishes a book. Right? So they're kind of published books with these, so he published a book saying Mendelssohn actually accepts the truths of Christianity. These are the things he told me in private. And he challenges Mendelssohn to now follow through with Protestant Christianity. Hugely embarrassing. We don't know what actually happened in those meetings and stuff like that. It ends up being a whole kind of now works in the streets of Lavater. Again, they write books against each other. I try to solve the press, but this is like, a sort of representation of their relationship beforehand. In the background, which you can't see, I should have cut it off, is a playwright named Godfrey Lessing, who wrote a brilliant play dedicated to Mendelssohn called, if I remember correctly, The Three Rings. No, it's not that they're biased, it's named the wise, in which there's this whole metaphor of the three rings, which represent Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and they all come together in peace and coexistence and stuff like that. I love that. Anyways, it's a cool story. Okay, so, to give you an example of the kind of things that Mendelssohn was very involved in, to give you a sense of where the Haskalah could go, and where did go, much to its chagrin. 1772, right? This is at the peak of Mendelssohn's popularity, and he's won all these prizes. He's a rich guy now, like everyone looks up to him as the leader of Judaism. And but again, he's still second-class citizen. There's no equal rights for Jews. He's been kicked out of his town many times. It's happened still. A place to rush in a principality of Germany called Mecklenburg-Schwerin, where somebody was buried too early. Non-Jewish guy. He woke up in the grave, and everyone said, "What is going on?" And there's like this the whole interesting backstory. I don't want too much detail, but basically, they go to the tomb, and they say, "Jews, we got to do something. People are being buried before they're dead. We need a new rule
Nobody gets buried
Jewish
until
community.
72 hours after
Marmor
the death
German
certificate is
marble
signed.
stone.
Nobody gets buried until 3 days
Mendel
after
Mendel
you
Mendelowitz
declare the dead.
Patrick
Just
Mendel
in case.
Tragedited of the
Right?
Equals
There was a
Comforter of
huge thing
Pain.
all over Europe. There were these crazy ideas. They were building special like emergency moments like this one, where it has like this little air balloon in the bottom, kind of like a bellows type thing, and it's attached to a flag. So if you wake up in the coffin, then you can squeeze the bellows, the flag goes up and walk by the graveyard. They have them attached to bells. You can be walking by a cemetery and also hear the bells. Someone has been buried too early. It was a crazy kind of phenomenon that was happening. And there even times in America where they built cemeteries with, emergency dig me out right now messages. So what's the problem for Jews? Yes, Judaism valorizes swift burial. Right? We consider the decomposition of the corpse an atonement for the disease, and we consider quick burial the quicker, the better in general. But we do have an idea of cover the mace that you can wait to preserve the honor of the mace. Like let's say, for example, I'm not giving you a lot of direction, but there's a lot of discussion about, if there's a close family member who needs to come in, there's some posting that say you can wait a certain amount of time for it to get there, to get the funeral. But in Israel, of course, the ideal is to bury it in 24 hours. And typically we don't use conflicts in Israel, right? Because the idea is to accelerate the competition. Even the conflicts we use here at Footlars have holes built in the bottom of them so that literally the worms can get into the conflict faster. And those are our values. That's what we do. So waiting 72 hours is design the mace. It's an insult to the deceased. You can't do that. That's a really serious issue to, insult the mace. So they go to two great rabbis. One of them is Rabbi Yaakov and the other one is Rabbi Mendelssohn. Rabbi Yaakov initially doesn't know how to deal with this. He says you better go to Rabbi Mendelssohn because he knows how to talk to the German authorities. Later, Rabbi Emden changes his mind and has a little bit of discussion with Rabbi Mendelssohn on this. But Moses Mendelssohn does two things. First of all, he writes to the king, to the nobleman, Duke, I think it is, and he convinces him to make a carve-out exception for Jews, because this is their practice. But the other thing he does, he says privately to the Jewish community, but you know what, I think it's a good idea. We should really adopt this 72-hour rule. Because as much as we dislike, Hamas or Mace letting the dead body remain, it's much worse to bury a person prematurely. So this is a public health thing. And moreover, he says that it's important. For example, all this is a Jewish mausoleum. We have lots of examples in the Hellenistic period of the indoor cave graves of Beit Shan, Hadramin, and Avia, Yerushalayim, anywhere that the Hellenistic Jews was very big, where we would bury people, in accessible places. They're not actually buried, not being killed. Then, of course, absolutely, the tunnels, right? The involved days, let me go that after your parent or loved one decomposes, you go back after a year, collect the bones, and then bring the bones for secondary burial. I know it's wild. If you go to the net, you can see that they have a whole bunch of examples of stone ossuaries, which are kind of like sarcophagi. A sarcophagus, so it's a full-length coffin. The Met here in Manhattan, and they have it in Charlotte. The Israel Museum has tons of examples. But these ossuaries are about this big, because when you're just collecting the bones, you don't need a lot of space. And that's what we do. So Mendelssohn says, I don't know why don't we just go along with the this? Why don't we just, accept this public health measure. So you see how there's a willingness to compromise in halacha when there is what's perceived to be a secular public health desire or motivation. Where you also see this fight in your own lifetime during COVID, same kind of arguments were happening. You know, on the one side, more of what we call today a Haredi approach of a shake a street, but it's written here. We're not going to pivot anywhere from what it says right here. But at the same time, there are a lot of rabbis tending more left wing, saying, well, wait a second, public health, stuff like that. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should not have midnight on Yom Kippur. You guys remember that? Well, again, you think it's Haredi, it's Haskalah, it's the same tension that we have with the Shavuot. Okay. Now, I don't want to give you like an overly rosy picture of the Haskalah. Mendelssohn is an exceptional figure in many ways. He is considered, for example, the founder of Reform Jews. Now, that I do not believe that Mendelssohn went through the halachic compromise of the Reform Judaism. I think he was literally rolled over in his timely grave. But in his own lifetime, he had students who were so far off the beaten path, like this guy, David Friedlander, that's very important disciple of Moses Mendelssohn, who actually said in 1799, Mendelssohn died in 1786, he said that, you know what, this is just way too much work. We are never going to be emancipated as equal citizens unless we simply adopt Christianity. So he proposed in 1799 the dry baptism proposal, saying that we're not actually going to go through this, but let's just tell everybody we're Christian. And then we'll just, live the way we want to live. That way they'll make us equal citizens, and then we'll just fit in. Right? You can't imagine too many rabbis from all over this was definitely a result of the Haskalah once they are now. Okay. You also have more moderate expression of Haskalah with Ray Thompson and Royal Hirsch. Who created tremendous intellect of the 19th century when a lot of these battles were way more consequential than they were in the 18th century. And he argued in Germany, which is very different from Eastern Europe, he argued in Germany that there is no way that we can hold back secularism. We have to figure out rather a way to adapt it into our existence. We have to find some kind of middle path where, for example, we do not sacrifice any halacha, but let's think carefully about what we call a minhag. Those are central voters for both players and everything. Geiger, yes, definitely. Geiger was the founder of the Reform movement. I know that most Mendelssohn is the intellectual source they look at. Geiger said, none of it is actually true. Let's just do what we want. I'm kind of extreme. I'm putting that in the same language. I want to come back to this a little later in this semester. But yeah, first let's mention that if we don't find a compromise with modernity, we will lose to Abraham Geiger. We'll lose to the early Remind me what
Lines, the daily conveys that downloading and lighting, symbolizing divine wisdom shared with spiritual illumination. Shared first tractate of Babylonian Talmud blessings, prayers,
perceptive comment. You're absolutely right. Let me repeat it. People may not have heard it. They lived in very different eras, right? In Mendelssohn's time, his years, he was born in 1720, died in 1786. He's still in a time where the vast majority of Jews are still pretty poor. Still pretty much Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus. Of course, you have people always who are less or more particular, less or more willing to compromise, but there's no such thing as like kind of openly in the world. Starting from Paul Hirsch, in years of 1808 to 1888, the world has changed a lot in the intervening century, and Jews are now actively exploring either simple conversion to Christianity on a much larger scale, or simply non-observant Judaism. And he's fighting a very different battle in a different part of the world. And he basically says, okay, we're going to come to terms with modernity, we're going to draw a line, and we won't cross that line, but it's definitely going to be a line that's in a very different place than Russia in the 1780s. So it's very different strategy. Yes.
Very tough question. Was he right? I know that today we're ready past that. But it's not for his influence. So we have to be careful. How would that look? Should there be more people that are more into it, like Hasidim?
So, Mr. Truman, I am hesitant as a historian to post value judgments backwards in time. I don't think it's especially helpful way to teach history. I would love you guys to make up that decision. You think about it. I can say that in the 19th century, you had a whole range of strategies for Judaism. You had the Hassan Sofer, the contemporary of Rothschild, essentially staking out the Haredi position, saying that we will have no compromise with modernity. You have the people like Geiger who say, oh, we're totally going to compromise with modernity. Love modernity. Let's get back to the reform movement. Voted twice in favor of moving Shabbos to Sunday. Moving Shabbos to Sunday. The reason it never happened is because the leadership of the reform movement and the ladies. The leadership thought this was a great idea. The ladies said, this is going too far, and they would accept it. So that's the other thing. And then Samson Hirsch, he carved out the middle path. And, you know, maybe there were certain strategies but they're all still extant. We're still living with all those strategies today, 20 years later. And this number would be sort of fine. That's when the word Orthodox was coined. It was intended as a slur that we discussed last week. Neo-Orthodoxy was developed a little bit later as trying to say like, well, we're Orthodox, but we're not Orthodox like those people in Eastern Europe. The ones that are full of that. So that's why Neo-Orthodox. And that sort of evolved into modern Orthodox, or centrist Orthodox, and a lot of people say today whether those terms are fairly applied to Samson Hirsch. So one great example, if you read some of his works, like two great examples, the 19 letters. Wow, amazing, powerful work. It feels like could have been written today, and it's wow. Life-altering. 19 letters is a fictional dialogue between a young man who's thinking about going OCD and to an older rabbi. And they have this back and forth about all the issues. And all those issues are still around today. Mr. Rubin, yeah, I think that's a widespread rumor. And it could be because Heinrich Kretz lived in his house and he did his work with OCD stuff. And he was an intelligent guy, so it's a good reason it might have been Heinrich. And Horeb, brilliant, amazing book. Hard to read in the English translation. I actually had to look at the German translation to figure out what the English would say because it's so complicated. But it's a really great philosophical treatise of what is Judaism. Written in German. Again, like Mendelssohn, he's not writing for the people who are already taught. He's writing for people like Maimonides with the Guide to the Quest, right? For people who are like on the borderline and about to slip off the edge. And that's a tremendous achievement. Mr. Abrams.
428 Tractate of the Babylonian Talmud laws of erroneous rulings by 44 leaders. 14 folios. 29 Tractate of Babylonian Talmud temple sacrifices, altar procedures. 120 folios.
That's an excellent question. Did he view his strategy as the Tefillah or the Advent? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I think,
31st tractate of the Babylonian
my
Talmud,
guess is
those
he
for
would
slaughter,
use it as the Hafila.
ritual laws.
36 contemporaries, like other
142 folios.
Maybe they,
Bedford 32nd tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, first
no,
born
there's
animals,
controversies.
since
I'm always
rights,
very people have
blemishes.
controversies floating around.
61
It's,
folios.
it's hard to find a great rabbi that
Barak,
everybody
33rd tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, vows
kind of things.
evaluation
Not
of
even
the
Moshe
temple.
Rabbeinu could get that
34
level. Right?
folios.
Like Torah,
Timur 34th
you know,
tractate
no,
of
you definitely
Babylonian
doesn't.
Talmud,
No, there's
substitution of offerings,
no rabbi
sanctity of property.
totally avoid
34 folios.
I think even the Talmud's time was criticized, but people recognized. We recognize their piety, but they will show you but there was some real criticism on Shukura.
Consecrated property.
So let's not get too far away. But let's say one more thing about Psalms. And report Hirsch, yes, really important. Probably skip over some of the denominations and get to the later. He was also savage, right? The other side because one of the things that he had to deal with was the flight of his own community from Torah, right? That there were a lot of Jews in Frankfurt am Main who were saying, you know, don't be so strong, Rabbi. We want to have an organism in the congregation. What's so bad? And let's do this. It's sad. How bad could it be, right? And so you have to realize that at that time, the way Jewish communities were organized, there was one Jewish community that was recognized in a town. There was no such thing that we have today with hundreds of schools. I think this Mishnah is authentic. One Jewish community. He applied for legal status for Orthodox Jews. This was something called the Talmud, which means like the state of separation, the translation, Auschwitz. That we are now, we can't deal with these non-Orthodox we can't deal with these non-Orthodox Jews anymore. Our synagogue is going to do whatever they do, they're on their own. Big challenge. So all of a sudden we're saying that we're not recognizing ourselves as being part of the whole community. Like the 11th Street side was saying, all of the Russian and Seaboard don't separate from the community. This is the line attached. So his ability to compromise in the sense that we'll adopt these behaviors, we'll take on these kinds of articles of clothing, we'll do things that can be more general, we'll trim our ears, we think that's, you know, you got this first year with a little bit more facial hair, but we'll do all those things, but we will absolutely not compromise ours against Rafa. And our goal, in order to save it, we're going to separate. And that's essentially the Orthodox strategy for the next 150 years is adapt, but also separate at the same time. Okay, so we can argue more about, let's go back to Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe is a very different situation. The Haskalah affecting the Ashkenazim in Western Europe was deeply related to the whole concept of this thing. Very slight here. Oh, yeah, different presence. The Eastern European situation is very different. Western Europe, Jews are actually fairly small as a percentage of the population. They tend to be concentrated in larger cities, they tend to be concentrated in a single digit population. But once you get, you know, east of Germany, most of the Jews are concentrated in smaller settlements, villages, and sometimes in large cities, but their population can sometimes be overtaxed. Egypt, for example, had about 78% Jews. That was the population. Everybody's Jewish. And then the kinds of assimilatory pressures that were affecting Western Orthodox Jews, which was different in the Eastern region. And so it has a slightly different kind of context. For one, Jews regarded German culture as being high value. Jews thought and this is part of the
The
tragedy
lifetime
of
now
the 20th
angel of
century.
death, seed angel of
They
death.
speak about this thing called the German
Souls
Jewish
transition the souls
synthesis,
from
where
body.
we really wanted to be like
That ship
Germans
destroyer,
so
angel,
bad.
angel of
We
punishment.
thought Germans
Sometimes
had
tied
the
to
best
Gehenna.
literature, the best science,
Mezzle
the
a
best
person,
music,
and
the
soldiers
best
desire
art.
realm.
They really did
See
have
their destiny
an
and
amazing
afterlife.
collection of cultural
The lowest
artifacts.
level of the soul,
So much
tied
so
to
that
body.
when it gets
And the
expressed
grave
in some
after
of these
death.
denominational steps, like we talked, I
Neshama
know it's
higher
not
divine
the
soul
plant
that
lecture,
descends
but
to
it's kind of
God.
going in that direction.
Essence of the
Abraham
person and
Geiger,
spirituality.
Reformed congregations are typically
Neshama
not
a
called
pair of extract
synagogues. What
special
do they
soul
call
gifted on Shabbat,
temples? And
bending to
why do they
eternal
call them
spiritual
temples?
rest.
What other way to call them temples?
It sparks fragments of souls for divine life awaiting
And
redemption.
it's the service like we did in the temple in Jerusalem, and you know, we don't have it, we can still practice though.
Okay, very good. A little bit sharper, Mr.
Paradise
Rubin.
for the perfected messianic
How
creature.
many
The long
temples
Neshama
are
world
there
of souls, realm of souls between death and resurrection.
Three.
Hard
Well,
torture.
okay.
Used to
One
mean
at a time.
paradise,
Exactly.
also
Thank you,
acronym
sir.
for Torah
One
as
at
for
a time. And where
interpreted
is that
levels.
temple? Jerusalem.
Resurrection of
So
the dead
why,
community
what
upon
does it
Messi's
mean
revival
to build
of
a
all
building
souls in
in
bodily
Berlin?
form at the
You
end
say,
of days.
this is
Through
my
intermediate
temple.
level of
Move
soul.
the center of Judaism to Berlin.
Spirit,
Thank you, Mr.
ritual,
Lee.
and
Exactly.
soul,
You
self,
move the center of
active
Judaism to
after
Berlin.
death.
You say,
Separate
oh,
Chinese
forget
sequence
about
of
all
life.
the biblical stuff about one to go
Separate
back.
Messi's sequence of the dead.
Moving over
Shield
to
digital
Mashiach.
underworld.
This is our
Catholic
temple,
is where
right
we get
here in
no
Berlin.
Latin
This is
more
where we
than
belong. Of course you should give us equal rights as citizens, because look, we've already made this commitment. We've abandoned our temple in Jerusalem, we're creating it here. That kind of thing is not happening in Russia, in the Russian Empire. Jews are not
righteous souls sit
admirers
crowned,
in the 19th
basking in
century
divine
of
presence.
Russian literature. They're not
World
reading
of souls
Tolstoy or
along
Pushkin.
fame, summit,
They're not-
holding
it's not
place
that
for souls
insulated.
awaiting final
Back
resurrection.
then, no, it wasn't their thing.
World
They
to
got
come
involved in many more
along Papa.
Jewish
Large
issues,
annual commemoration of
and
death.
especially it found expression
Believed to
in
be a
things
day
like
successful
Yiddishism,
under those renewed
like the
tensions.
celebration of the Yiddish language, who's writing
Yet
on Yiddish,
Papa, the
writing
seed of
history of
wisdom,
Yiddish language.
humanistic realm where purified souls merge
I'm
with
gonna look up
divine
your name,
wisdom.
you didn't show up for class,
Yet
but I read your
unified
paper,
soul
it's really
level,
cool.
pure and
So,
top,
the
eternal
Yiddish,
and
of course, is the
indestructible.
vernacular, and they're saying we should now make this vernacular,
From
which
Hebrew
was not
meaning
considered
block or
even by
uncircumcised.
Jews a real language with
Metaphorically,
basically
a barrier
German
of the heart.
characters. My own grandmother, Alana Charlotte,
State
was
of
born
being
in 1910.
uncircumcised.
She didn't even
From Hebrew
call
words for
Yiddish
covering for blocking.
Yiddish. She called it Jewish. That was the Jewish language. That's what Jews spoke, but it didn't have a real status at the time.
Genesis
So
17.
they started writing Yiddish literature, Shalom Aleichem, Michael Rothschild, people like that,
Al
Ivan
great father
Paris,
of the babies,
who were
master
Zionists.
of
That becomes really big. We're going to get more into this on
Al
Monday.
equals master of
Zionism
great
becomes
equals
really big. That's a Jewish kind of
That's
Haskalah
great Yiddish
expression.
term for
Not
daughter
as
of
a
the
trying
covenant
to
economy rituals for
as
girls.
a non-Jews, but we're going to
That's
figure
equals
out.
daughter
And
Aramaic
of course,
Yiddish,
through
great
socialism,
equals
again,
covenant.
more for that one of the most significant areas in which Jews did express the Haskalah in Eastern Europe, though, was a greater emphasis on introducing secular studies into Jewish education. One of the pioneers was this man, Joseph Pearl, who lived in Galicia, generation after Moses Mendelssohn. There's one fascinating story about him that I want to share. He was the first baby circumcised at 8 days. It's techniques you will have. Challenges will ritual night. Because, like Rex, he felt that it was the superstitious downfall of Jews that believing all kinds of little nices and these wonder-working rabbis and says, oh, nourishment. And so, in his attempts to reform Jewish education, of course, he really took chance on us in developing schools that were very widespread, but he also wrote a satire of Hasidism, the title of which escapes me right now. Maybe some of this, but then when you want to look it up, Joseph Pearl, the title of his book is something that we're going to read right now. It's like, oh, Megala's Mirror. I say, revealing the hidden things, right? That was just Tamar, right? Not Tamar. What's the word? What's the short for Tamarian? Isn't it like Katmana? But isn't that maybe? Anyway. He wrote a satire of Hasidism, and people loved it. They didn't realize it was satire. They took it seriously. They read about these crazy wonder-working rabbis that he just made up, thinking that people would say, read this and say, wow, these are so stupid. And in fact, they began to admire them. So it like backfired on them big time. Yeah, so there's no traditional or nothing on the flooding, which is basically we need to keep this framework for the sound of it. You know, now it's all song because we're still wearing it. Yeah, it is funny how these things change. Okay, now I want to take you to one large period of Jewish history briefly, and then on Monday we're going to go right to the evolution of Jewish politics, which is a must attend class, because if you don't attend Monday, you'll totally not be able to understand the rest of the 20th century and even 21st century politics. Those are pretty effective morning. Let's see what the attendance is like on Monday. So this is one of the periods. This is really important for understanding politics today. One of the darkest periods of Jewish history occurred in the first half of the 19th century in Russia. And it relates to this whole Kabbalah element in a very big way. This man, Tsar Nicholas I, comes to power. He has a decidedly militaristic bent. He likes, having parades organized, like watching parades, things like that. And he's dealing with the rebellions. Both before him and after him, the nation rebellions in Russia. Russia's slowly collapsing at this time. And he says, okay, one of the problems that I have is I've got something like 4 million Jews living in my empire, and they are like so indigestible. They don't correspond to our Russian values as I perceive them. Namely, first of all, they're not Christians. That's a big deal. Not only not Christians, they're not Orthodox. He also has Catholics in Poland, but he has put down rebellion too. So Russian Orthodox, right? So they're not Christians, not Russian Orthodox. Secondly, they do not regard themselves as Russian people. They regard themselves as a distinct nationality living within the Russian Empire. Kind of like you think about Ukrainians in the Russian Empire. They also, not so much in Nicholas's time, but by the 20th century, they regard themselves as separate people. So the Jews are not going to say, well, we'll be Russians now too. This is a much more complicated question. In the 20th century, Jews would fall over themselves to adopt a Russian language, to get educated in Russian and so on. But this is the 19th century. And finally, he says they don't really accept my authority. Whose authority do they accept? Only the rabbis and God. They don't look at me as the supreme autocrat. So he says to himself, okay, what am I going to do to get these people to adopt Russian values? Not necessarily because he hates Jews. He hates this undigestible mass of citizens. He wants them to fit in. You'll be fine, as one of the later Russian ministers said. 1/3 of them emigrated, 1/3 of them died, and 1/3 of them converted. That would be like, okay. But he wants to deal with this strange demographic problem. So he comes up with 2 solutions. The first is he hired this guy, Max Lilienthal, to set up a Jewish school system run by the state, the crown school system, where Jewish kids who enroll in this school will get a nice big dose of Russian training. They'll get Russian language, which will be a big deal. They'll get math and science, and they'll get all kinds of things to engage in influence. We will probably also throw in there a little bit of conversionist efforts to get them to convert to Christianity, but that will be like non-official. And Max Lilienthal, great Haskalah supporter, says, fantastic, here's my chance to get these backwards, super religious people and launch them into the 19th century. Let's get them, modernized, let's give them proper training overall.
I'll handle those Russian Orthodox priests who want to come in and give the occasional conversionist lecture. I'll handle that. Ended up in a terrible failure. He ended up leaving in disgust. He actually moved to Cincinnati afterwards. But the idea was that the school system was supposed to be a pathway to assimilation through to Russian society. Again, Nicholas' first motivation, although we can't say he was a philo-Semite, he was primarily doing it for social reasons, not because he hated Judaism, but because he wanted the Jews to be more like Russians. Why would any Jew even consider this? Money, good reason. Good reason. In this particular case, I would think there's a better motivator. But good guess. Appreciate it. Good guess.
Dice offering straight
Translated also and other Jewish parents generally want to get their kids ahead. We will see in the 1920s in Russia there's a huge phenomenon, but they generally don't send their kids to schools where they think they're going to convert to another religion. They generally don't. That's just too far. It does happen, but it's a little too far, John. Explain that to me.
They're worried that they don't raise physical effort to Russians who are posting around that they will no longer be able to go there.
Okay, good. You're absolutely right. But the police is actually pretty much sharper on schedule very regular serious
Saul Jonathan. Happy Josh 17. Red 6. Late second millennium BG. My father is on Hebrew. Idiot S. Plan Happy Tribes. Abigail David S. Sister 1 CHR2.
In 1837, he puts in place this incredibly awful decree called the Continence Decree, in which he says that Jewish children can be conscripted to the army. Conscription in the Tsar's army was not like here in Israel, 25 going into the army is basically a career and lifestyle choice. In Russia in the 19th century, basically, if you were like the oldest son, you would get a little bit of your father's land. If you were the second son, you might go into the priesthood. If you're the third son, you might consider the army. And this is a career decision, 25 years. Now, Jews historically, they never really wanted Jews in the army. They didn't speak the language properly, they didn't have the same values, they were not interested. So Jews typically would pay an additional full tax. This is basically the story across Western Europe as well. Jews would pay additional tax gladly to keep their kids out of a 25-year military service. Nicholas, the first remember he's a very military guy, he says, wow, that's totally wrong. Totally wrong. We want them to go to the army because that's a great way for them to learn Russian values, Russian language, all this stuff. So therefore he says no more exemptions. Every community must provide, the number varies from time to time, but basically 10 conscripts for every 1,000 males every year. They show up after service, that's delivered 10 people to the army. Jews that historically would pay additional tax and not have to do that, but 10 guys would show up for this. He removed the possibility of buying your way out of it, you had to serve. Secondly, as he realized that the age of conscription was 18, that by the time Jewish men are 18 years old, chances are they're married. They've already had some exposure to Gemara. They already have their bar mitzvah. They probably had at least a few meals of Chinese food. There's no way they're going back from Yiddishkeit. So he says, I'm lowering the age to 12. So 12-year-old Jewish boys can be conscripted, serve 6 years in a military school called the canton. That's where they get the name captainess, and then serve 25 years. Can you imagine? 12-year-old kid, 6 years in military school, battered by British pressures, and then 25 years in the army. Actually, they did. It's amazing how many concessions they wouldn't make for that.
365,
religiously across the board, but down street we had at least some sort of
396,
recommendations of that.
1273 BT.
So Mr. Johnson, how is the school system? What is this intended to do? It's not the next text we got a tour, exactly. Because you went to the school system, because, so that just means that the Jewish parents have this terrible choice. Either I expose my kid to the risk of conscription, being sent to be posted in Siberia for 25 years, or I send him to a school that is actively going to try and convert to Christianity. I mean, what a choice. Now here's the worst part, guys, focus with me for 2 minutes. This is one of the worst, darkest moments in Jewish history. I'm sorry, and then I'll roll out, but it's so important. Who got to choose the conscripts? Who chose the children who would go?
My brother is
Close. It was the Jewish community. The Russian, or the Russian government was like really poor bureaucracy. They didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the skills, they didn't know how to run a country. They would frequently offload tasks onto locals. So Nicholas I said, the Jewish Kehillah, which we are told about before, the Kehillah has to choose which kids go. And so every October, the Jewish synagogue, the Jewish, federation had to choose which kids went. And you should believe it, that it's not the kids of the wealthy who were chosen. They would choose the children of widows, children of poor people, and it got so bad, it's like amazing, mind-blowing, it actually happened. It got to a point in the 1850s, this went on for like decades. That's when this Jewish community actually hired professional kidnappers, Jewish kidnappers, go and steal children to present them to the government for conscription.
Possibly with that.
Like hard to believe, but there are many testimonies of kids who went through this. And this created a huge rift in the Jewish community. Because basically a whole generation of Jews, 30 years, Jews are saying, I can't trust my rabbi. I can't trust my Kehillah leadership. They're handing me over to Moloch. As you're observing, they can't speak everything. Absolutely. Totally corrodes the fabric of Jewish society. And it's one of the reasons why Russia later, a generation later, when those kids grow up, they become revolutionaries. They become communists. What do I have? Look at my leaders. Look at who's taking care of me. It's so corrupt. It was a really dark period of history. Okay, we're going to pick up on politics when we come back on Monday. It's a must attend. Okay? We'll have an excellent day.
MRI several to CHR. Ezra. 9. 5th CBT. Has said Hebrew. Priest Levites.
Okay, we're ready to talk then about Constitution. We're going to talk about the really nasty fight between Hasidim and Misnagdim that erupted in the 1790s and lasted until about 1815, and then it sort of settled down except for a few crazy people on YouTube. I feel it right back to say, what are you doing on YouTube anyway? Rabbi would not appreciate it. Okay, so here we are. What is Constitution? Exactly what are we talking about? So I'm going to try and separate this from real Constitution, which of course is something that's very popular today. I'm actually involved in it a little bit. I did a lot of research on it. It's actually Rabbi who one of the heroes. But Constitution, traditional practice. Let's just understand some really basic stuff here. In terms of practice and belief, if we break it down, if we have the opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists. That's like the old-time religion. The term Orthodox would not be coined for about another 60 years. It would be coined in Germany largely as an insult. It's designed, because the word Orthodox means one doctrine, one way. And that was meant to be sort of a nasty thing to say to the traditional Jews, saying that you think there's only one way to be Jewish, as opposed to us Reformed Jews who have like 17 different ways to be Jewish. So that's why the Orthodox term was originally intended as an insult, a slur. Later it became adopted
as a term of pride thing. Yeah, this is the way we are. The truth is, as you all know, there's no such thing as one way to be Jewish. We call it almost a malaka, and you can put about 6 or 8 people inside Alamos. There are lots of different ways to be Jewish, but they're all bound. So the term that would have been used if people were struggling to find a term to describe something that had not had a contrast before that, they would have used the term which means old believers, but they did it the old way. So they later became called opponents because they opposed this new movement called Hasidus. So in terms of like, would they believe in Taryag epistles? The answer is obviously yes. Both groups are on the same page with that. Do they believe that really key elements of Judaism, like for example, a person is going to become a ger, and you have to teach them the basics of Judaism in order for them to join the club? There's 3 basic things that is like part of the curriculum for sure. What are the 3 basic things they've got to get?
Also name a three night goddess.
Those are 3 really big things. If you got those 3 down, you can probably manage to get into the club. So in terms of Shabbat, yes, they're on the same page. In terms of kashrus, absolutely, they're on the same page. And in terms of intimacy, which is what I'm translating here, yes. So then, how are they different? If they are all on the same kind of page with these things, what is next? Yes, there are like tiny little details. Like for example, even with Haras and Shvaka, there is a difference in the construction of the mikvah. Possibly border Australia and Canadian. You have to have a board, takas board. These are tiny little details that the rabbis really get deep into, so to speak. But the general parameters for regular people is they are really similar. You are marching coming to this planet, and you saw Hasidah and Korea standing side by side. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Not even Martians. So it's really because of these rebellions that we started this whole unit with. The rebellion of discovery is really the rebellion of Hasidus, in the sense that they're finding, as it were, old things and renewing them. Like the Hasidus did say that, hey, we're starting with something totally new. Generally speaking, Judaism traditionally frowns on the new. Some sober, chadash, asur, min Torah. The idea of saying, hey, let's bring this in, right? It's a chadash, bar hayah. We don't do that in Judaism, generally speaking. But if you find something that used to be done a long time ago, you can sort of say, hey, we should incorporate something that used to be done a long time ago. Mr. Grant, how do I say it before it? The difference of
Tactical Gen 46, 21,
we are going to go to all of it. It's not going crazy short. So hold it for now, okay? That's going to be, I think, the high point of this year. I don't want you to give it away before it really gets. Let's try to understand a little bit of what are these rebellions we discovered, right? What's new, what's innovative is from the perspective of the Hasidim. What's new is stuff that has been forgotten, used. All this Kabbalistic stuff that we're bringing in that's really old, it's so old that people forgot about it. So they're not introducing something new. For the non-Hasidim, it's not going to work. There's a lot of challenging that these things are talking actually new. So, for example, the term Hasidism, it's hard to know exactly how to translate it, but as I mentioned, I think last week, the word Hasidim has been used many times in Jewish history. You see it with David HaMelech, his followers were called Hasidim. You see it with Yehuda Maccabi, they were also called Hasidim. You see it with the Hasidei Ashkenaz, we spoke about that a few weeks ago. It generally means people go beyond what you can say. Right? You go within Mishur, or you go within Mishur, or you go within Mishur. You go beyond what's actually required. They're extra. So, for example, when it comes to Payas, of course, the only thing that's forbidden, halachically, is to shave the sides of your hair.
and you can't shave the
John
tail
Housebound
with a blade.
Naphtali plant ancestor. Hazariah many
Well, with a
species
blade,
of
you
Ezra.
can't shave the side of your head. The Hasidim afterwards say, well, if you can't shave it, although you can trim your tail, if you can't shave it, we're not going to cut it. We're going to let it roll, down low and use curling irons to make them look really pretty. Because if you can't shave it, we're not going to cut it at all. It's like going beyond what is technically required. That's essentially the idea here. You see it, the Hasidim and Yemenites also wear these tails. There's some good pictures of tails, right? Okay. But where did Litvak start wearing tails? Well, this is one of the ironic things about the 20th century, which has been noted by the historian Joseph Dunn, that some of the things that the Hasidim did really well were so popular that they influenced the Litvaks as well. And so the Litvaks start adopting Litvak little Hasidic customs. This is a phenomenon that is especially true in the 20th century, not just Litvish customs, but also Sephardic customs. Get into the Ashkenazic world, which is kind of like a chola with many different minhagim. So that's where Litvaks will also grow their payas sometimes, even though technically, historically, they never had payas, like Shalom. Mr. Don, wait, Arente. Yes, it does, absolutely. Example of Hasidim following the Snagdik customs. An obvious one is the emphasis on learning Gemara. Because one of the big arguments against the Hasidim was that they're not spending enough time learning Gemara. And now a lot of Hasidim spend a tremendous amount of time studying Gemara. That's kind of like the ultimate to show value of studying text, and especially Torah Stiglet, real Torah, that's what that became a very Hasidic value as well. Come back and forth. Okay. Let's go to the actual history. So here we got to spend a little bit of time asking this question. How did Hasidism become so popular so rapidly? This is something you just begin to see the beginnings of it in the 1700s, and then by the end of the 1700s, it like swallowed up huge swaths of southeastern Poland and Ukraine. How did it become so rapid, so fast? Let's do different historiographic models. I'm going to walk you through them. The first one is from Heinrich Gress. You'll recall, we talked about it a while ago, he's like the first great encyclopedic historian of modern times. And he's like kind of like the heroic historian of Germany. He wrote first in German, later in Russian, and his history was designed in many ways to demonstrate to non-Jewish Germans that Jews had a tremendous amount of value in German culture, and they've always been mistreated by secular society, by non-Jews, and nevertheless they're still heroically moving ahead with developing ideas, civilization, and stuff like that. And really, you Germans should let the Jews have dual citizenship. They have earned it many, many times over. That's kind of Gress's model of thinking that pervades his entire world history of the Jewish people. I believe I discussed this conflict with the historian von Kreischer. Did I discuss that this month? Well, we'll talk about it maybe later on in the Holocaust. There was a huge counter-reaction against that approach. But he's kind of like, he wrote in the 1880s and 1890s, he was translated to English in the first decade of the 20th century. He sees Hasidism as the worst possible thing that could happen to Jews. He says they are so opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are culture. Jews are learning. Jews are sedate. Jews are good, normal citizens. They do not get drunk. They do not engage in wild, raucous behavior. Notice Hasidim, that's aberration of Judaism. And why did it take such hold in
Wealthy
Poland and
landowner
Ukraine?
exactly has been very
Because
rude,
those
becoming
Jews
great
who were living
grandfather
there
of King
were
David with the root,
unfortunately bereft of a
represents
good
kindness,
education.
justice, and
They
redemption.
were highly
Wilson
illiterate
name meaning.
compared to other Jewish
Timid or
populations.
modest
They tend to be
Hebrew.
far more literate than the
Right.
population surrounding them, but they're still
19th
less
century
literate
BC.
than us German Jews who know the great
Pseudo
classics.
Ezra,
They're
rises
the
of fear the Torah in Genesis
Beethoven,
36.
listen to and stuff like that.
27.
And they were hopelessly
Irish theological
infected
figures.
with superstition
Meaning.
that was spread
Possibly
as a
cheerful
result
Hebrew.
of the debacle
Lie.
of Shabbatai Tzvi, and
First
they
Temple
fell
period.
for it hook, line, and
No.
sinker. And
Head of one of
we
the 24
Jews
priestly
really have to
divisions
do
in the
everything
Temple,
we
1
can
Chronicles
to root
24.
out this
14.
blind superstition that has infected Eastern European Jewry. Right?
Possibly
His
circular
approach
Aramaic
is
origin.
that Hasidism
Lie.
expanded largely because
5th
those
century
Jews were
BC.
ignorant, they didn't know any better.
One of the leaders
Any
who returned
arguments?
was Zerubbabel after
Discussion,
the
Mr. Pratt, do you have any
Babylonian
problems
exile
with
Nehemiah 7.
Yeah. First of all,
Wielded name
it
meaning.
wasn't, you're saying that they didn't
Son of
have,
Tender
they were
possibly
illiterate,
Aramaic
but they're much
origin
less literate than others.
Five. Patriarchal Aaron's original
Even
name
in
thought.
in the
18.
quote-unquote responsible
17th century
they never
BC.
had been allowed to
Rome.
get education earlier. Okay,
One of God's categories by which the Muslims would find God suffering
right.
of
But
God.
I would say that it's
His
more
real name meaning.
of
In the shadow of God Hebrew. Five. 13th century BC. Rome. Trapped and chosen to construct the tabernacle, Exodus 31.
So you're becoming
Known
to
for
the next
wisdom and
historian.
artistic skill.
Shimon doesn't know.
Visual variation as above, alternate spelling. Literal name
So
meaning.
what we've seen a lot of comments, now we're seeing specifically on customers.
Live.
Shimon doesn't know, unlike the rest, who did most of his work in Germany, Dugno did most of his work in Poland and Russia, and he wrote
Father
in
of Rebecca,
Russian,
the
as well
grandfather of
as
Jacob and
in
Esau, Genesis 22.
and he says, no, friends, you got it all wrong.
He married name meaning.
Hasidism is a genuine
My well
outpouring of the Jewish spirit. It's authentic. The
8th century
Jews of
BC.
Eastern Europe were like,
Father of the
publishing,
prophets
they
was
were
81.
longing for some kind of connection to a Shem.
Also
And the
Adonai,
reality is
father
that all
of
the great
Judah, wife of
yeshivas
Esau,
were way up in the
Genesis 26.
north in Lithuania. They were separated from them, but they still wanted to serve a Shem. And they found their way to do it through folk expressions of religiosity, through singing and dancing and camaraderie. What the Baal Shem Tov did was tap into that basic human need to feel like you are a child of God. That is a really great thing. Friends, you should not criticize the Hasidism. Because they're actually really beautiful Jews, and we should encourage them. Right? So very, very different approach. But still, it relates to an intellectual approach to Hasidism. Another example of this, Uber is kind of like he explores Dugno's thoughts even further. Mark Uber was not actually a historian, but he was very influential in influencing Western Europeans to adopt a positive attitude toward Hasidism. He was a philosopher. You might have heard his famous book, I and Thou. Really, actually, well, very interesting, fascinating book to read. But he was, as a youth, quite taken with Hasidism, and he went and translated all kinds of Hasidic works into German and popularized it. And his big thing was that Hasidism succeeded because it captured the Jewish imagination. And the kinds of things like that guy I read from his comments, he was criticizing Breslov and so on. That's his favorite. Breslov is fantastic because the amazing weird stories that Rabbi Nachman used to tell and things like that. He says that Hasidism spread because it captured the imagination. That even intellectuals sitting alone in their studies read Hasidism and say, wow, this is mind-blowing. I want to be a Hasid, regardless of all the other things going on. Now here's my favorite.
Well done.
The next stage of Jewish mysticism after Shabtai does draw lines from Shabtai and to the Hasidic movement. Shabtai Tzvi, of course, was the doctoral
Also means
converted to
adhesive.
Islam, and everyone's depressed and stuff like that.
For
But
a
Shabtai
or
Tzvi
hanger
did open up for a
English
large
Yiddish for an
population
or
the
clumsy person.
possibility of studying Kabbalah.
Hazel Yiddish for a
People began to say,
perpetually unlucky
wait a
person.
second, we've been missing all this really
With
cool
millennial
stuff coming
skills
out of
this week,
Svarti.
the
I was
proposal
reading
gets
so,
still on.
wow, it's so amazing. So
Henry
he
Yiddish
said
for
it really
English
has to
for
do
insignificant
with the
person.
intellectual approach.
Yiddish
And in
for
fact, there are a lot of rabbis, a ridiculously embarrassing number of rabbis who became college Shabtai Tzvi and even after converted, they stayed on quietly or, under the table, still being Shabtai Tzvi believers. There was for about half a century a long, number of surprisingly important rabbis who were doing, still serving as the head of their Beit Din, still serving as poskim and stuff like that. And we know that they're still writing those Shabtai Tzvi stuff. It's a very, very difficult period. Mr. Banks, quick question.
Grandmother has tail. Means nonsense for an adult wives' tale. Love equals
The
grandmother.
Ramchal was
Means
before
equals story.
Hasidus was born, but not that much
Boys
before,
equals
but
unique
40
slang
years
for
before the
exhausted or
Baal Shem
nuts.
Tov.
Boys equals
Okay,
out.
so let's go. Here's my favorite. This guy's my favorite.
Partly
Ben
versatile Yiddish
Sion.
for choked up with
I was
emotions.
doing Hasidus here.
Meshach
Talking
Yiddish
about
from
this.
Hebrew Meshach.
Right. So
Crazy
I said,
person.
Ben Sion is great.
All bossy is the core woman of the house. Capable of leading. Bail equals master. Boss equals child. All those Yiddish for men of the house. Master.
Now I can hear you.
One
Oh, guys, I gotta jump off right now because I have to do a stupid freaking meeting, but I'll jump back on.
What do you guys have for ideas?
What do you say? What did you just fucking say? We should leave but he's a black guy.
And the rabbi would largely be supported by tax revenue.
I honestly think
There was a special tax on kosher meat. Check the rabbi. It's a tax on Shabbos candles to the rabbi. So you know what? If you like to sit in there, but you didn't necessarily like people that much, all you have to do is like get your card on the whole slide, and it's just somewhere, and click in the rabbi.
That's what podcast
And the was a rebellion against all the rabbis, not as primarily concerned with the spiritual welfare of the people. I'm back to the they're not related. They said that. He said was set up initially as but
I know. No, that's fine. Because that sandwich. Sometimes, okay. Are we on? Yeah, we're going. It's easier to say about sandwiches.
Most of the guys will want to be our leaders.
Yeah, bro. Welcome to Apple. Sandwiches make me go one or two ways. Either I eat a sandwich, and it's a big sandwich, and then I'm sleepy. Or I eat a sandwich, and it's like pulling it out of a grenade, and I'm like, now. And then today, the sandwich, that effect that I got today is candy. And the cool thing is, I know these have maybe the Haribo raspberries, they're black and red. And like, it's a cookie, but it's got like little balls on them. Look it up. Haribo raspberries. I'll look it up. Bad boy. He's a bad boy producer. It sounds like nothing good comes from eating sandwiches for your life. No, it really doesn't. It's just a elastic insert of the pancreas, on night, or just flips like parts of your brain. What do you think of Firehouse Subs? Well, it's tough to get a fair rating. First of all, let's go theater I made a sandwich to bring you so I did that. And so I brought all the sandwiches. This was how I ever got the sandwiches. And as me, I was like, Firehouse Subs. Shit, man. It's my inferior sandwich to whatever you guys will get. Yeah, like a homemade sandwich. It's like you're sitting under a tree during the summer, like you just did some dance. Yeah, it's a bag. Yeah, it's a bridge sandwich, just to get to the next one. You can compete with chain. Yeah, Firehouse. So I'm like, yeah, all right, I'll get in on Firehouse. I don't think it's so that makes it really easy to play. Just eat half and say, but I thought it was good. It was, I didn't get it the freshest moment because we were still doing golden hour of arcade. Yeah, but I like Mark for trying to time that out. Cold song.
We're gonna get there.
Look, man, I don't want to McDonald's thing, but I was getting lunch for myself.
We'll get there.
It's kind of for all of us to hang out, so I was doing my thing in the other room. And I was like, hey, anybody want a sub? Yeah, that's nice of me. I know. I only try to bring you into the conversation because I know you're super global. I can't see you eat this way. There's a perfect wicket that you usually sit in when you're not super global. Yeah, so we're just here. This is literally the producer today. Because I used to put a beer on it's like a appreciate the podcast. And then Kev just doesn't even get lunch situation.
It's all about.
I am very see what then my question is
Actually, especially in its early stages,
I'm sorry,
allows unusual opportunities for women.
I think it's you're like, I'd rather not eat anything at all than eat some shit, right? That's what you said. Yeah, that's part of it. And I've also recently just been skipping lunch altogether and just going to make breakfast and the whole thing all the way till dinner. And it's really made my dinner just like the highlight of my day. I'm starving, I get a big ass meal, and it's awesome. But fasting, like in the middle of the day when you were eating, then you're what the hell was. Then I don't know, your blood sugar will drop out at some point after the big meal. And if you fast, you did that first big breakfast a couple later, then you can I would have like a crash in the middle of the day. I know it's not ideal. I'm always with the problem is I wake up in the morning, as soon as I wake up, I'm starving. Like I really want to so it's just the way I play it. Yeah. Well,
Should well be joining us. Those of you that tuned in just to get updates on channel, will be joining us shortly. Just had a call, and then take it away.
I'm super excited. I want to announce that the next overnight combat buddy sleep stream this weekend at UFC Shanghai, midnight to 6 a.m. I want to see all the warriors all night, up all night. Mattress in the studio. It was about a year ago. I think we were trying last time to stay up all night. Drink card. There was that one Chinese lady. She had picked another person. The other girl's dad. That's all I can remember the card. But it was a great time. We had about 20 people watching overnight. So let's see what we do this week, guys. Combat buddy, midnight to 6 Saturday. Yeah, probably till like. I think this card might get over at like 5:30. So it starts at midnight. Everyone commercials through the car. It's probably 5:30. I'll be a little tired. Maybe take a nap before. I napped right before. I think that last year I probably had a nap. So this year's probably just gonna be a lot of caffeine. I napped last year like 10. So that helped. Ashley had joined last year, but she fell asleep like the baby coat. Just sleeping on the show. So yeah, we're in the 49. Really close. Because we watched some of this things right. It was a mattress in my yeah, we did. We watched some of it. There must have been episode like 1 or 2. We watched the trip. Oh yeah, trip. You know what? We're close because our first couple episodes, I remember one of the comments stuck with me and pissed me off and I didn't want to keep doing it. What's the over-under that these guys will last till Thanksgiving? That's really cool. That's a little bit less comfortable. But it's not that noticeable. But as long as my brother happy, that's all that matters. I was a gay girl. Yeah, he's a kid. So what? Anything else? So what, Kevin? Alright, let us ramble on for long enough. I got the horse! If you are intending on playing Red Dead and you've never played, spoilers coming. Spoilers will go till, I'd like to get an audio cut of this in the exact time, so audio listeners, spoilers go until, so if you don't want to hear Red Dead spoilers, go to,
don't know possibly
put in there, I'll hold that part, because I know.
Always
the smallest extra thing in
legendary stories. And there are some people like
really grinds my gears. But got the horse. I actually got the clip talking about the horse, and then as I put it out, I had the horse, so it's like I had to like keep that in, not commented about that. I got the horse for this very moment. We got White Arabian, makes the game so much more fun and pleasurable. Also, you don't realize what the horse is. It tells you you need to brush your horse. It's dirty. It's going to get tired faster. But you don't really see it until you have a white horse. Yeah. And then it's all dirty, and you see it in real time. Just get back to Steve. This guy completed. There's 6 chapters, and then there's 2 epilogues. Here's where a spoiler comes. Anybody worried about spoilers? You're for Red Dead Redemption. The protagonist, Arthur, that's who you play with the entire time. That's a big spoiler. Early on in the game, he gets coughed on by this guy who you're going to collect a debt, and this guy doesn't have it. You're going to be coughs in your face. We didn't know that moment we contracted tuberculosis, so I hate to say it. Yeah, so all chapter 5 and 6 are coughed the whole time, and you have tuberculosis, and then you die at the end. There's no honor system. You should honor, bad honor. I finished the game.
Not too much hair.
I was at perfect honor at one point. And then I accidentally saved this lady from these hills at IS people from Earth Crew. They just come out and they're always
just like people are fucking tapped on. They had this one girl tied up. They shot him to save her. They go up to her. It says, press this, to tie her, press this, to beat her, press this. I accidentally kicked her, killed her. Biggest chunk out here. It was like a 2-inch chunk. So I finished the game not with her. Down at me, a 2-inch chunk. I like that character, cool guy, small penis. There's all this confidence. He's as cool as his penises. So if you can either, there's just a middle line, and you either finish good on it or bad. If you can't come in her, come on. Whoa, but there are no wearing sunglasses. Cheers. First, if you're with a group of friends, they go, this one's the ships. Big ships and small ships, and some sail the sea. But the best ships are friendships, and that they should be. And then everybody takes a shot, and then you do the next one. Like, this one's the honor. Get on her, stay on her. Can't come in her, come on. So this one's the Brett Favre. This one's the Brett Favre. That's what I used to do in college. You're right. I mean, those are just a couple of issues that you earned awards. Yeah, I ain't as good as I much, but I died with nearly perfect, like I said, should you kick that leading? Goddamn, that hurt. But the ending is different whether or not you have good honor or bad honor. And then right at the end, there's a fork in the road where you can either help John Marston escape with his family, or you go back to get the money you guys and it takes. And so there's really 4 endings. There's good honor, help John. There's good honor, go get the money. There's bad honor, help John. Bad honor, go get the money. I got the good honor, help John. You die with the sunset and a beautiful deer. And I realized in between each chapter, there's either a deer or a wolf. And it represents whether it's good or bad honor. The game is incredible. I've been looking up lists. It's always like top 10 best games ever. The community on these YouTube videos discussing the story and the characters is really the best decision I've made. So you're going to either make a show like this.
Sometimes people see like a deer in their car, you know.
He looks like if you do Arthur Morgan, no beard, he looks like Will Rogers.
Where people have very little some guy just looks really my business. My daughter's I'm worried about my house. Mail.
There was one guy in his shop who actually put up
these people are called violations.
But Josh Martinet,
I love that.
It's a way to make a living.
Oh yeah, it was Josh.
Dude, that movie. Aliens and shit. I like scary now. Does a new thing for me. Like it's scary. Just you know what? This was probably like that. This was so I was dabbling in stuff because I want to watch spooky movies, even if somebody was getting really so I can shut down. There's some moments like that. Yeah, well, because I used to get nightmares, and so I kind of did like exposure therapy, watching a bunch of scary stuff. Really? And then really like once I watched the place, it's like just a good fun. If you take away this spooky elements, isn't that kind of campy where the monsters are like, this is a
0 is real. So for 5 to write store and scroll, Tefillin, Nabi Shop.
So wonderful to do.
Silver equals equals 5. Parts of their stepon refers to these Spanish.
Studying
I don't remember exactly during that process, but it was like
fascinating example.
it was smile, rejoice, it's scary shit. You're sleeping in a different place. It's not your bed. It has some rickety sounds. So I've spooked the nightmares out of my system, and now I can watch spooky stuff. I've got some. Are you want to dive in more? So you're saying the faculty is scary and has aliens? That's not right my alley. So it's tiling. Faculty gives like a quiet place vibes. Yeah, because it's like creature coming in and they're like, what's happening? Someone's taking over. They have to like hide from animals. And you don't know my place? Yes. The same thing. The original. No. I've got a bit. It's a short bit. Ready. What about you? Yeah. That's not saying you're going to do the time. Just do this. Instead of a quiet place, we're going to loud. Where you have to laugh. Where everybody's loud. That's called a Medea movie.
That's a large discussion. I don't want to have it here. But we know what the other
Yeah, they have to be quiet, but this is the opposite. You have to be loud and if you're quiet, or like bird dogs, or you couldn't open your eyeballs. What would you do if you had to constantly make noise? I guess I'd just keep singing songs. I'd be like, I'd be like, what would you do if somebody's at home? And I just sing that over and over and over. They'd be like, how do you got that meeting? We don't want the whole thing. That's one part. Yeah, what it's different songs, please. Give that noise against the guy. Kill
third generation going.
That's why you didn't watch the wars, if there was a trailer for a scary movie, you get a nightmare. What about like during the day? You saw a trailer for a scary movie during the day, you wouldn't be like scared.
Start waking up and saying, wait a second, this is
only just a nightmare.
actually shaping
Would you be scared like regular life?
also centered around
now I know if you look at
image of and I don't know how accurate
it's not real, like you're seeing on TV, right? But that's like, I get invested in this story, so it's tough to take yourself out of the room to immediately take yourself out of whatever you're looking at that's scary. Camera's looking this way. Envision what's going on over here. What really helps is envision the crafty. Because Twizzlers aren't scary. And knowing that whatever's going on here, 5 minutes later, they're going to be like Twizzlers. That's a lot of people say don't watch the behind the scenes, scary movies, and it takes away the scariness. Actually, it's like really gore, violent stuff, but it always helps her when she's like, I can see like food down his face or something, and takes her out and are you looking to dive into more scary movies? Yeah, but actually
really has opened up a whole other genre. Like I've never watched Lost. It's one of my I love it. And like so now all these this whole genre I can now get into, and it's like there's great movies. There's movies I'd like you to watch from my childhood that terrified me, and I wonder if they still hang Pet Cemetery. Obviously child's play movies. Poltergeist. Poltergeist. Poltergeist vibes. Poltergeist and the original It scared the fuck out of me. It's like 6 hours. Just failing. I used to watch together the X-Files.
Tends to emphasize
I used to hear the X-Files theme and yell because my sister would watch it on Fridays. Friday nights. And I would yell like at the top of my life, like, turn it on! And all the time PlayStation would stop and just scream because it would get me that part. The beginning opening scene of Are You Afraid of the Dark? It was just too much for me, and I couldn't even watch it. It was too much. Fucking swaying and the kids laughing and shit. No, kids laughing. I can watch scary movies and the kids laughing. That freaks me out. Kids laughing. What about like Jordan Peele movies like this, like Get Out and Us was pretty scary too. Yeah, so I was trepidatious about watching Us, and then once I got over the scares I was like, let's watch Us. You know what, bro? You're inspired. You went to anger management. You went to get the scary stuff you did. That's what was there.
Welcome. How you living, Pimp?
Dude, why are you in so many Discords?
Because I kick ass and take names. How'd you find out about me?
Because I saw you on a random Discord.
Alright. How's your day going?
Good. Why do you do this every day?
I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace.
For world peace?
Yeah, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. I have more data archived online than any 22. I have more data archived online than any person in global history. I've essentially created a time capsule or a timeline for society. It goes back 3 years to the pandemic.
Dude, I saw one of your first live streams from one of your YouTube channels. How did your room go from empty to this? Why is there I don't even know what those are, blankets everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, this is merch that I've been given. Sponsored by cryptocurrency.
Why is the camera quality so horrible?
I mean, if you boost the server, Discord goes up, so the quality goes up.
Well, I was just curious, bro.
All right, man. Well, you're how?
I'm gonna go on my way.
Sure, absolutely. You too.
A series of broken shofar blasts. Teruah equals alarm broken blast Hebrew. Teruna priestly portion separated from produce. Teruna equals offering, Litzat Hebrew. Teruna Gedola great offering. The first gift from produce given to a priest. Tiravad Mahazer the Levite has tithe of his tithe, given to a priest. Tiravad equals offering of Mahazer equals tithe. Teshuva repentance, literally return. Shut equals to return. Teves Tevet, Hebrew month 10. Tevet equals Babylonian name of month. Tevila emergent, usually in a mikveh. Tevila equals emergent Hebrew. 3 weeks mourning period between 17 Tammuz and 9 Ab. In Hebrew. Being category equals, between the straits. 3 times method halachic method of establishing status by repeating an act 3 times, e.g. chazaka. Time Aya declared ritually. Time Aya equals she became impure Hebrew. Dinok Shenishta child captured by non-Jews, i.e. Jew unaware of Jewish law tradition. Shirkat BT zipper all variants burden on the congregation. Principle that communal time should not be overly taken in prayer rituals. Shirka equals burden. BT zipper equals of the community. Tisha B'Av Fist commemorating destruction of first and second temples. Tishrei equals 9. Av equals Hebrew month. Tishrei first month of Hebrew year 7 biblically. Tips general term for agricultural gifts, kiruna, mahazer, etc. Kachacha review, admonitions. Kachacha equals reviews Hebrew. Tachine talking prohibition of grinding on Shabbat. Talking equals grinding, crushing Hebrew. Toda to the thanksgiving offering. Toda equals thanks, gratitude Hebrew. Solas constructive benefit. Principle in Lashon Hara law that speech must serve a positive purpose. To Aleph equals benefit Hebrew. Toivel tuggling Toivel Yiddish influence forms of immerse in Avista. From Hebrew tuggle equals to immerse. Torah divine teachings, especially the 5 books of Moses. Torah equals instruction, teaching Hebrew. Trade, tribe, non-kosher. From Hebrew teret equals thorn, improper. Traver in Yiddish English slang from fiber to grind, reed. Used for smoothing holes in koshering utensils. Trop, cancellation marks for Torah reading. From Yiddish, from Greek, tropos equals mode. Hebrew equals ka-ami homitra. Truma, gedola, tramon variants of tiruna offering, contribution. Teasme of modesty in dress and behavior. Teasmia equals modesty Hebrew. Tzaddik, righteous person. Tzaddik equals righteous one Hebrew. Tzaddik name of the step in the Passover Seder when the Epitamen ad Eden. Says Hakachavim, all variants nightfall, defined as the emergence of the stars. Tizai equals going out. Kachavim equals stars. Sanua, modest person from Tizanu equals modest, humble. Tzedakah, charity, justice, righteousness. Tzedakah equals righteousness, charity. Tzit fringes on four cornered garments. Tzit equals fringes Hebrew. Tzom Gedalia, fast day, commemorating assassination of Gedalia. Tzom equals fast. Gedalia equals name of governor. Charisma Petach form of a doorway, halachic structure of two posts and a beam, often used for Arabic. Tizera equals form. Petach equals opening doorway. Shirat, the Petach Tizel is the Petach Tizerat Petach form of a doorway. Shirat equals form. Petach equals doorway. Hebrew. A halachic structure two posts plus crossbeam, often used in constructing an Arab. To be at 15th of Haftudish group for 15th, B equals month of Av. A minor holiday of joy, historically linked to matchmaking and harvest celebrations. To be sh that 15th of Shabbat to equals 15, B equals of Shabbat equals month of Shabbat. New year for trees, tied to agriculture and ecology. Atuma ritual impurity, Tumbe equals impurity. Hebrew. Debula ritual immersion, usually in a mikveh Dila equals immersion. Hebrew. Tz of modesty in dress behavior, Tzanua equals modest. Hebrew. Tzaddik, righteous person, Tzaddik equals righteous. Hebrew. Tzapinfin Hebrew. Passover Seder stage when the epitament is needed. Tzai Pakachavim, all variants emergence of the stars equals going out, Kachavim equals stars. Hebrew. Halachic nightfall. Tizamua, a modest or humble person. Tizamua equals modest. Hebrew. Tizadaka, charity. Tizadaka equals righteousness, justice. Hebrew. Tizit, ritual fringes on garments. Tizit equals fringes. Hebrew. Tizam Gedalia, fast of Gedaliatum equals fast. Gedalia equals biblical governor as name. Hebrew. You are chats, Urshits, and you shall wash your chats equals wash. Hebrew. Passover Seder steps. Washing hands before vegetables. Anoklin Malkanitum, all variants they fall on for faces. Noklin equals falling. L equals on. K-nitum equals their faces. Hebrew. Refers to takkan in prayer. D.Al.C.D.Al.D, all variants and high redeemed. Al.D equals high redeemed. Hebrew. Expression of redemption in Exodus. Deep by should I will bring. B equals I brought. Future equals will bring. Hebrew. Difficulty, and I say the difficulty equals I rescued. Hebrew. Behotzi, and I brought out Hotzi equals I took out. Hebrew. Elakati, and I took Lakati equals I took. Hebrew. Book of Leviticus, equals and he called. Hebrew. Besamine, spices, besamine equals spices. Hebrew. Used in Havdalah. Hidui Vidai confession prayer. Hidui equals confession. Hebrew. Wadi dry riverbed Arabic, not Hebrew. Written Torah, the 5 books of Moses, as distinct from the oral Torah. Torah Shedikah equals written Torah. Hebrew. Yaakov, Jacob equals heel holder, supplanter. Hebrew. Patriarch, later called Israel. Yahalevi, Yahoo made it arise, and come Yahaleh equals made it ascend. Yahoo equals and come. Hebrew. Prayer said on festivals. Yachits divide. Yachits equals split break. Hebrew. Passover step. Breaking middle matzah. Yet sold it both and recoils in it. Yet equals and sold it equals recoils. So equals in it. Hebrew. Refers to hot temperature filled 110. 113 degrees Fahrenheit in Halicha. Yards, candle, all variants, anniversary, Oka death, yard equals year, Zeit equals time. Yiddish. Candle, live in memory. Yarmulke, spelled Kaf Yarmulke from Yiddish, also Kitta in Hebrew equals go. Yashin Old Hebrew. Grain category forbidden before Omer offering. Yay and Nesik wine of pouring. Yay and equals wine. Nesik equals libation. Hebrew. Wine used in idolatry. Yerushalayim, Jerusalem. Yerushalayim equals city of peace. Hebrew. Yetzer hara, inclination toward evil. Yetzer equals inclination. Ra equals evil. Hebrew. Yetzer hatov, inclination toward good. Yetzer equals inclination. Tov equals good. Hebrew. Yechud seclusion. Yechud equals union seclusion. Hebrew. Yirat Shema'im, Yirat Shema'im, Yirat Shema'im, fear out of heaven. Yirat equals fear. Shema'im equals heavens. Hebrew. Yizkor, may he remember. Yizkor equals he will remember. Hebrew. Memorial prayer. Yitzchak, Isaac, Yitzchak equals he will laugh. Hebrew. Yom Kippur, day of atonement. Yom equals day. Kippur equals atonement. Hebrew. Yom Teruah, all variants. Day of shofar blasts. Yom equals day. Teruah equals shofar blast. Hebrew. Rosh Hashanah. Yom Tov festival. Yom equals day. Tov equals good. Hebrew. Yom Tov, Yiddish for Yom Tov holiday. Z-Man, demon appointed time for season Hebrew. Z-Man equals time season. Often used for holiday blessings, Z-Man Simiku equals season of our joy. Zachar remember. Commandment to remember key events like Shabbat and Hamalek Hebrew. Zachar equals remember. Zechar el Turban, Zechar el Turban, Zechar el Turban, Zechar el Turban in remembrance of the destruction Hebrew. Zechar equals remembrance, Turban equals destruction, i.e. temple as destruction. Refers to customs kept in memory of the temple as fall. Zechut merit Hebrew. Zechut equals merit, privilege. Used for in the merit of good deeds. Zemiros, Demirit Sabbath, Fable Songs Hebrew. Zemirit equals songs, hymns. Zohar foundational Kabbalistic text Hebrew Aramaic. Zohar equals radiant splendor. Zorah Winoi. One of the 39 Melachic forbidden labors on Shabbat. Hebrew. Zorah equals Winoi. Zorah Zorah Sohi. Another one of the 39 Melachic. Hebrew. Zoria equals Copland South.
So that's goes along with the
angry, scared little bit.
Babylonian how the Russian and Jews don't separate from the community and and what is this? Because abandoning that traditional symbol. What's wrong with this?
Trying to wait for shit to get back to it, the wailing
went back to various religious styles of domination, especially phenomenal Egyptian
ones from like the 70s, 80s. Halloween HQ is the worst movie I've ever seen. They're just so bad. That's kind of the same thing with like the first Dead. Like it probably is a little bit scary because that character is scary. But like Halloween, dude, it's like, it's just walking around. Dude, it's scary. It's not scary at all. Like my mom, she just goes in the house and just doesn't do anything else. She's like, and he's like, just fucking appears and that's it. Like, just get in the car. Like, Myers standing by the bush and shit. Like, I get it. That can be creepy. So creepy out. Like, if you start thinking like, get outside, yeah, I'd be terrified. But like, get in the car and just drive. And that's also different. He's always right behind. He's always in Mark season.
What is this? You guys not studying Talmud? You're getting together and you're like,
what are you doing?
You're showing up stories. I mean, drinking alcohol. That's what was supposed to be.
Chill out.
And it says something tomorrow. It's not really enough.
Key the audible.
Oh my gosh. Kabbalah is supposed to be the Kadosh Kadosh. We don't know about itself. Phenomenal Talmud. But that was like kind of like the idea. And the official world was
where's my Charlotte? Like this. They're like scary, but the smile movies and Terrifiers are scary. That's like, those are like different scary. Yeah. You've seen those, Mark? Yeah. I had the same kind of thing as Casey did. I used to hate scary movies. Yeah. I started watching them with my favorite girls that kind of do like they do it. Yeah, a little bit. Because I feel like girls are never scared. Like, guys are more scared than girls. Yeah, maybe. What I don't like about scary movies is some of them are predictable. They're just like, if they're not a good movie, they're just doing drugs. They're also like, scary movies now are different than kids are now. It's just straight down the pipe, like, it's gonna be scary. It's slasher. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of now they're trying to nuance. It can't be like a barbarian. Scary. First time I saw it, like there was moments of like weird moments. I've never seen it, but Kevin Williams, I think, was like when you describe it, it's a little campy. Kevin Williams is it's like survival, where it's scary. Kind of. It's I don't know, consider it more like thrillers.
change so that's not we got start still.
I think that's like the final boss of scary. That's like super scary. You love actually. You guys intercepted. I already got it. We're on top of the bottom.
And finally, so these are like the charges that were brought in.
The scariest I've seen in an episode is like kind of like oh really? It's like just
no, it's not like that. I'm sure there are a few bad eggs.
The scariest trailer I've never seen it.
So we don't know exactly,
but it looks terrifying. I actually saw it. It was a preview before the Lego movie came out. Really fucking ate it. It was insane. They were so scared. It's just like these mountain people. Yeah. That is like cabin in the woods. And I feel like it's in the same micro drama, but I feel like it's less enhancing. I also like. I'm sorry to interrupt. Before I went on my scary movie journey, I watched Midsommar.
Yeah, that's the same people as Hereditary.
Oh, really? Yeah, I liked it. Maybe that was it was scary, but it was daytime.
Yeah, but I feel like it wasn't. Maybe you didn't think it was scary.
I just like Florence.
Okay. It's like that girl. Come on, that was spooky. That was a spooky movie. Those kids were absolutely terrified. They have their eyes closed, their ears. They got home. They told their mom, "They saw the scariest movie." She's like, "Oh, that's not real." And both of you said, "Like, it's not a true story." Not cool at all. 2014 maybe. The Strangers.
Eyes on the Strangers.
The Strangers. I was thinking the same thing. Because Red Gotcha at all. Yeah, this one. It's pretty but I think like Cabin in the Woods is the same thing. It's like people go to this like house or whatever, and there's people that are terrorizing them in a way.
Did I see this?
Yeah, it's good. Let's see what let's watch the trailer.
Under a bed by the great Jonah Jones, and so
Then we'll
they
watch
put
Friends
people
after.
began a whole cycle of
Can you choose? Yeah,
This is the new one. This is the new one. So you want from 2005? Yeah, that one. Yeah. The second one was not good.
Oh wow, that was that long ago. I was 21. Is that the year the Lego movie came out? Have you all seen it?
Also, the Russian Empire may not have been friendly to Jews.
Why are swings so scary? Creaky sounds?
Don't make trouble, follow your leaders. Anyone who tries to upset the status quo and with legitimate leaders who people are not legitimate, those are people who should be considered
that's how
by the SARS. They don't want society to be disrupted by revolution. Because they don't want their own government to be disrupted by revolution. That's why the Russian government is saying, oh my gosh, are you serious? So look at this document translated to Russian. So this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews. So therefore they went along with it, put them in jail.
Challenges equal
Okay,
for
arguments,
loans.
discussions, questions?
Athleticism, folks.
Cuts with the regular scratch.
Put in jail for getting drunk.
Yeah.
Okay,
I like masks.
so let's go on. All right, so, what is your problem? Now, we can't talk about this very beginning. There's going to be two phenomena that happen. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday, one that I want to mention here. The second phenomenon I want to bring up on Wednesday is that this whole fight is not going to died back in the second decade of the 19th century when they realized that their fighting was very tiny little details where the
I
guys
was terrified, but just by the timeline, it had to be the strangers to see. They pray at night because
you're trying to figure out timing.
Yeah, my nephew was watching.
They're both the same. You're better than that.
It's exactly the same.
It's just kind of the same. It's doing the same thing. Just scared. They won't make it. They have success. They change a little bit. Change a little case. People, they get their return audience.
Because they could not.
We're talking about you. You're saying that you're stupid and that stuff.
Not even realize that they were going to hit
I can't say that word. I'll say afterwards.
Joe Rogan.
They said, okay, let's start borrowing from their
Yeah, I knew it.
Yo, JR, I'll get right back to you,
We briefly talked about some rumors.
Which ones? Basically, I was able to buy a dog very much hard, but I would rather have a relationship with my neighbors than allow a mass deal. They didn't necessarily like each other, but
I got a question for you guys. So you can move on to the scary stuff. Yeah.
99% of what casino and misdiagnosis is happening. It's that 1 to 5% that dies.
Who's gonna read it?
Regardless of
It's the world end. I'm pretty sure this was Jerry Seinfeld's question.
My question from my own brain.
Do you want to ask him? I like Casey. If the world ends, then you have other people. I'm gonna feel one that's like, oh, because I like another one, I gotta feel one. It was Casey's question. I never heard it. Take four.
I can't wait to read this. I can't wait to tell you.
If the world ended and you had to survive,
we have to go back
thing and one thing only. Assuming you have the normal stuff like clothes, shoes, and glasses for your eyes and stuff like that. Survival tool if you want. For example,
definitely
life. So you've got the clothes and shoes.
so for example, what are we good at?
Okay,
So we are going to
for survival,
we are going to maybe one of the things part of the is that we did not emphasize the importance of homeless care. So we're going to make
because
sure
survival, number one,
we're not going to
I gotta have water.
and
And I can make a fire. And I'm gonna have, when if I'm in an area the water's not good, I'm gonna have to pour
learning.
do you think you can find that along?
See, this is tough. That's how I was thinking of most of these questions. I could obviously fashion some sort of shit. I wouldn't need a nice. I think the light. I think I need a lighter. Like you said, fire. You need warmth. I'm assuming I can buy it. I think I can find something. I know that's hard.
The light is gonna run out eventually. I'm trying to think of something that I can use over and over and over. So one of those things.
I've never had influence. That's a good idea, but in my experience, lighters never run out. You just leave. So all lighters are infinite forever. All lighters, if you're using a lighter thief or a lighter, no, I guess I am a lighter thief, but not every time. We have a friend, Jeff, anytime, we do the Sunday brunch tasting every Sunday for like 3 years. Every Sunday, and they're doing it anytime, anybody would go, somebody see my lighter? Everybody would look at Jeff. I mean, 100% of the time he has it, but he didn't know. So yeah. It's just, you put the stoner, you put it in your pocket.
Because you're like doing something, then you just put it in.
I changed my answer.
Or like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my gosh, I think in my whole lifetime I had
bacteria in the water
because it's
maybe like maybe a little bit.
What do you take? I think what do you
this is the response.
Dude, really, you guys realize this is fake, right? Because I'm watching all I do is watch outdoors. Dude, they can grill. You know how I make my grill? With a knife. A knife lasts forever, and you can always sharpen it around. It can protect you. You can make fire with a knife, right? A knife is sort of like a flame. You just hit something with something, it makes sparks. I'm saying you already know this. That's not a knife. I mean, like, dude, a shotgun, you run out of bullets, freaking arrows, you're gonna try to make it work. That's not gonna work.
Bow and arrow situation, the arrows are incredible. I know what Mark was. Mark would just take a nice bow. But you're close. I would take that magic bow and arrow. I would sell the arrows for other things I should. Game in the system. Don't game the system. What about a time machine? Gaming the system. Don't game the system. Ways I can ruin this.
Wait, Mark, let's say something.
I was gonna say blankets.
Oh my God,
blankets. So we comfy if I die. You're just dropped in the survival. First thing
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go into the wild.
What's a blanket? You're gonna sleep at night. So I feel mad for so blanket.
Brush.
I'm not using leaves.
And brush.
Oh, a sex robot.
Poison ivy on your hands. We do.
It's possible law.
It was on my hands and I touched my face.
Oh my God.
I see a poison ivy on my face. That's why I don't use sunscreen to this day. Because my mom, every time I get poison ivy, we just never week. Looking at it, put the Caroline lotion in the fridge to make it like cool on the itchiness. And the feeling of that cool lotion on my skin when my skin's fucking itchy. God, I hate it. Oh, you hate it? I think I hate it. That is another reason why I like living in LA. I have since moving here. However many years ago, I've never was ivy. Every summer since I was born, the East Coast is riddled with poison ivy. Every time outside, just poison ivy. I like you look at it, and it's over there, and you're like, oh, there it is. I got it. Yeah, it sucks. What? Yeah, and it's stinging. I'm surprised you that sounds like a sickness.
17th century Eastern Europe. There's no question that
poison ivy,
the majority of the content of that census
Yeah, was it Jen? You ever had poison ivy?
That's not to say that we're not also
get accent now. Whoa.
Arda is a PhD certificate for
Accent sounds like that. I mean,
Arda
it's
is a Hebrew for 40.
Did you have poison oak?
Is
Is
Hebrew
that
for
a thing that you guys talk about where you can't be nosy? Because like poison oak too. I don't know what the difference is between poison ivy and poison oak. Sumac.
Arda is a Hebrew for 40.
There was like they invented a phrase. It was like leaves of three and let them be.
Oh yes.
Go on top of these like leaves that have like tiny little spines on them. And then you just jab it all over your head and you can't really precise right now. So you have to take it.
I don't think I've ever had that. Maybe that's on my side, but there's all sorts of stuff.
Academic. If you're outdoors, that's gonna happen.
What it would do the person's minds of their ideology and their philosophy, then you gotta recognize the fact that not always true that Jews are blameless. There are elements of our activities which have from time to time occasionally a backslash, which is generally speaking part of the nature of the original events, but nevertheless that's part of the autopsy of nature that we're engaged in. They're mostly from docile homeless cats. You can tell, but all 5 stars. So that's what we're looking for. We need a chance to check out that beard.
Docile.
You give him a little saucer of water. This is from podcast Space Lizard. See the title again? Subject. He's a good pod. You want a hot chip? Play the chip flip. 8 inches for base to 10. In all seriousness, the guys are genuinely funny and great chemistry.
I like how that's where
Yeah, that was nice.
Thank you, podcast lizard.
Not some terrestrial lizard. This is a lizard that lives in space. Thank you, podcast. Distinction space. L 2 3 2 3 2 3 2 3. Cool guys. Get on chilling. Straight
Anyways, he says 2 3 2 3 2 3. 5 is my favorite number, so I always say it's 2 plus 3 2 plus 3 2 plus 3.
I bet you left that.
Maybe I'm Asian, bro.
And ironically, this podcast is my new North Star. He's the guy who trains for the artists to come out of the studio. Really hoping for a segment featuring Chin on the show at some point.
But that is definitely one major
Segment. I'll never get to make it up. Building a studio space in our building and everything is turning out to be much more expensive than we anticipated. Really going above we brought in our friend Nick, who's a DP. I'm calling it a availability. And so all that said, if anyone is out there watching and you want to start a podcast, you know someone wants to start a podcast, you need a podcast space, just tell you for the day. Mark, he's got the best studio going. He's going above and beyond. He's spent all his money on some money. Get in there and do a podcast. Please! That's right. The joke is I find a little business venture all the time. Yeah, Mark. Anytime time we like this is going on 20 years or so, he makes it show me
dynamics that happen when
it's literally like 5 seconds or 5 minutes, like that, and I'm on the website, building out the back end, like everything into a business. One day he was like, I want a chicken sandwich. I just started a food truck, that price 5 grand.
Then they have international relations. So maybe this year's point would be,
Don't tell me you can't do anything. No one's ever told me. That's the problem. I get friends that tell me I can't do anything. Oh, shit. What? So I didn't can. I've been to a lot of turnkey podcast rental spaces over the years, and there's been some really good ones. I've never met someone who cares. It's gonna be cool. It's just doing all the labor and all this stuff. I want to look good. I want to look chic. I wanted to have a style. I wanted to have 5 cameras. So it's just all that stuff. We're gonna do a promo video for it. We're gonna do a promo video. I got butts, anyway, there's another view. Great hang. It's like hanging with the boys.
This is like international relations. Countries are always
It's interesting and just entertaining is what you use to describe this guy. The brain is chaos. That's what you get. I like that one. This guy gets us. That's very interesting. People love you. That's I feel like a Tim and Eric style commercial. Our brand is chaos. That's what you get. Oh my God. Broncos 52. There's a 5 in there, Jen. Yeah, number 5 in there. It's 25. There's 2 5s. A lot of 5s in there. I got it. Broncos 52, John Mobley. Sure. You're just giving that number. 51. If you're looking for a podcast that feels like hanging out with your funniest friends at 2 a.m., the After Hours is exactly what you need. Every episode is a wild ride. There is commentary, absurd cadence, and laugh out loud moments that somehow manage to be both totally ridiculous and weirdly relatable. The host, absolute comedy gold. I feel like this is ChatGPT. Oh yeah, this is ChatGPT. Their chemistry is off the charts, and the way they bounce off each other is effortlessly entertaining. They're roasting each other, diving into pop culture chaos, or telling stories that sound too insane to be real, parentheses, but somehow are. They'll have you cracking up, like trying to explain to strangers why you're crying from laughter. What makes the After Hours special is that it doesn't try too hard. It just makes fun. The humor feels natural, unfiltered, and unapologetically real. It's the kind of show where you go in expecting to hear one thing and end up with a totally unexpected and much funnier outcome. Highly recommend for anyone who needs a comedic escape. Joyce witness and afraid of a little, a lot of unfiltered humor. Just don't try listening with a full drink. You'll spit it out laughing. So here's a beautiful, genuine thoughts from Broncos 15. Very nice. I'm very appreciative of that. Obviously, like we got but Chad, Chad, make it one paragraph. We don't have time for all this. I like it now. But also, here's the readers, the viewers, the watchers, the listeners, the people that all of you. If you are using ChatGPT, you got to delete the hyphens, or else people will know you're using ChatGPT. M dash. Yeah, full drinking you right here. You see that? What's M dash? Why do you say M dash? It's just one of the characters. For some reason, ChatGPT does it's a dead giveaway. For example, my wife she had a coworker. My wife, she had one of her coworkers would email people stuff, and she was like copy pasting, like reaching out to people in cold email. It had all these hyphens in it. They wouldn't get any responses because they're like, we know you're just copy pasting. And one of the times said, hey, Instagram, here's the email now. Look at that. I just texted you a tweet. This was John Jones. Look at this John Jones tweet, that last
from 1814, most historians look at the 20th century. So there's the short 20th century, which goes from 1918 and World War I, and 1991 collapse of the
Incredible. That's so good.
The major themes of the time. You know, it's not like all of a sudden the clock changes to the century. Everybody just thinks differently. But there may be really big holes in the way depending on
We
have a long
this YouTube content is truly credible and it must applaud them for fantastic work. I was interested in this content this week. Also, ChatGPT seems like, and I can really appreciate derive great satisfaction from visiting it. I usually read the opportunity to see more of this type of article where you have a wonderful meeting with exceptional content. Shifting the alarm back to LA and there's a whole shit of content underneath their feet. The grades made me do it.
You know what makes you know that ChatGPT is the emojis at the end? ChatGPT likes emojis. They do. They think they talk like that. It does, you're right. It's like write a social caption and it does tons of emojis. Very great. Let's get some more reviews. Get the reviews. What'd you say, Jim? What's the greatest? I don't know either. You would know what's the greatest. We're talking about the very end, the greatest thing we do.
Yeah, no, Elephant Graveyard, maybe?
What's your story?
Famous ballet of Library. I'm not sure whether this is a portrait or
This girl that we're following, she's following back for a long time on Instagram. Did you know? Had you met her before this? Never met her. She, yes, we follow each other for a long time. We learned a little bit. Definitely learned more recently. Ever in the past. She posted her story, some like cute photo or whatever, and I put like an airplane picture below it. And she said, okay, this girl lives in Texas, Dallas, Texas. And I read her, like I said, and I'm like, okay, why not? So I said, okay, sure. So I've never followed anybody out but she's from Ohio, lives in Texas. She seems super chill. All the interactions out there has always been like, she seems like a really like down to earth girl, even though she's like kind of bougie the way she portrays herself. But regardless, I got on the flight. This was a couple weeks ago. It's getting like to crunch time to the point where she's about to come out here in like 2 weeks. She randomly just stopped responding to any of my messages. I texted her a couple times, no response. I go back to Instagram, I DM her, I'm like, hey, I haven't texted you a couple times and you haven't responded. Everything okay? No response. Meanwhile, she is still posting on her story while that text is sitting in her inbox, or that DM is sitting in her inbox unread. So I'm like, this is a VFL. They just dropped money on this flight, and I was trying to get all these plans worked out to hang out with her while she's here and do all this cool stuff. So I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'm just gonna rebook that, like cancel that flight or reschedule or do something. So I call Southwest, call 1-800 number, thinking about it. It's like, if you got ghosted by an incident, please too. I'm thinking I'm just gonna get like a credit in my name, right? So I call the 1-800 number, talk to this guy Fred. I'm like, hey bro, I didn't really tell the whole story. Like, I had a friend that's supposed to come out and see me, but plans changed and I need to get this flight canceled and just get credit in my name. He's like, the way that works is whoever was gonna be on that flight is who gets that credit. My heart was in my fucking ankle, bro. I was like, no way. I'm like, Britt, I told him, I ended up telling him way more details of the story. So once he got the context, he was fully on my side. And we're going to talk this bullshit. 100%. He didn't say it like that because he couldn't because it was a recorded live, but we were both like, let's get this. So Brent tells me, he's like, is there anything you can do? He's like, what you gotta do? So he gives me the rundown. He's like, you gotta create a fake Rapid Rewards account for Southwest in her name. And you have to create a Rapid Rewards account in your name. Then we can transfer rewards. But the way you originally booked that flight, there's no transferring because it's like the most basic thing. We're gonna have to
What hubris by you? You could have did fully refundable ticket probably as an option. I realize anytime I book a flight, I just do the most basic. But this is a high risk situation.
Like I said, she came off as so chill and down and like, I'm flying her out. Why would she just not want to come? Like, it seems like it's, win-win. But regardless, he gives me the whole rundown. I do the whole shit. I hang up the phone. I do the whole shit. I make the accounts. I'm like sweating, like trying to really just get it all down so I can get it. I call the 1-800 number back. Guess who picks up the phone? I swear on everything. Brent picks up the phone. Hey, Brent's getting. So, what are the chances of calling a 1-800 number? Southwest, like Southwest getting the same guy. Long story short, long story less long. He finesses it for me. We finesse the finesser. I get the credit in my name. Hell yes. Shout out to Brent. Shout out to Brent. Big shout out. You said you saw her. No, I'm sorry. I never have. I thought the story was gonna go, and then she pops up in LA. No, I've never met her. Just like I said, Florida back and forth. She's from Ohio originally. So I'm like, most people from Ohio are very down to earth and like, don't somebody else see me like that.
Chill. So ladies, Kevin has a free weekend at Southwest Credit. This is Kevin. This is Kevin.
Oh, the Jet Two. I wanted to ask him first. Like, I don't know if you can do it, but I was gonna ask him for his catch up or his Venmo. It sounded like $50. He just completely like he did it. That's also his big one, as the kids would say. So Brent, I got, as you can tell, got a free weekend coming up. Barbara, transfer me if you want. I definitely that's awesome. I don't know. Sorry, that's
Kevin also traveled in a Waymo. There was something else I was going to say.
Essentially as a restoration.
We're scared.
I wasn't scared. It's very. I'm gonna honestly take Waymo's as my only option. It's my first option now. It was cheaper. It's cheaper. It was cheaper. Every ride I've taken with them, like the last 3 I've taken, were all cheaper than anything else. It is a great experience. Cozy. You don't talk to anybody. It's clean. You can play your own music, and it's cool. Very nice. I don't feel like I'm gonna crash. Yeah, that's probably. You don't. Like it's very smooth, way smoother than an actual driver. Like the way they brake and like accelerate and everything is like really smooth.
Tune in the Patreon if you want to hear about chin and broccoli beef.
The note is the thing I want to talk about the most.
Okay, I want to talk about West Lab pediatrician, Black Panther, Waffle House, CVS greeter with Down syndrome. Neighbor took his Amazon package, and I don't see the thing about the note. What are you talking about? You know, send it us. So if you want to know about this note, his eyes are open.
If we are rediscovering years ago, how many people were talking about it earlier? So So that's a good question, more on a theological level. On a historical level, you definitely know that the ideas go back very far. Again, because it's a rebellion based on discovery. If you can imagine that I stood in front of you today and not wear a suit and tie, but wore, for example, the kind of clothes that Tana might wear when I'm older. You know, you look at me crazy, but I say, oh, he's flowing robes, just the way it goes. You know, but these people were exactly the same shape. That would be like a rebellion. So it's something different. But if you all discover, I learned that really he was most fresh for what I want to do. Mr. Reflection, I was just go from like the new fresh things to nowadays, like, I feel like I get a stride like a bit of a
We're in a transformation phase here, right? So we're all together. We're all working together. It's getting involved in the conversation. Kev gets made fun of it. Then all of a sudden, I'm like, I drink for like 60 days a month. And I had like one day I'm sober, and now we're on fitness podcast.
We have to rebel by doubling down on what we have been doing. Like up until now, we've been kind of relaxing. We have not been engaging.
Turn the volume up, go ahead.
There we go, baby. We've been sort of like, yeah,
Volume up on the Kev Meister, and everybody's got your name. My name is the Mark Meister. Guess what? We have a lot of viewers. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. We have a lot of viewers, so we're going to have to, you know, welcome in this whole new audience that we have. We went viral. Wars legendary. Somebody would make something else up, and that works. I was just trying to figure out what you were talking about, but I have been tagged in the Facebook post for Legends Casinos. It is, I can't remember the script, but it's in summer club, whatever. They said you train basically do all of that. Oh, I love that. I love that. Casey got hit on TikTok. If you don't know what we're talking about, Casey got hit on. I should make that last episode or 2 episodes ago. But you have to do an ad for some Legends Casino. Definitely seemed like a scam. We got a little track on after hour before Casey was off the wagon around the wagon. And it took about an hour to record these 5 days worth of hides. We sent them the footage, they chopped it up, and they posted on Legends Casino. We're spokesperson. I'm a commercial actor. It was pretty good. I didn't know what was happening. I learned here to never shadow. No, so it was a mess. I really enjoyed acting. I think
but that's we're not complete on that level. But now we live in a
here's what you do now. You say right now that you're getting an acting, and then you fix your teeth, and then write it up. Maybe part of your is a business. You all watch it. Crazy thing I've seen all year. Straight up explain Legends. Super high return players. So I all right, I'm all in on Sweep Summer. All right, I'm all in on Sweep Summer. Why did you take away my reach? They took out half your lives. This one thing we actually just found out, like the back end stuff, you can't plug money directly or whatever. And I was like, I'm not gonna reshoot it, but I'll do the void.
There's actually a apology there. Or a rock. The picture of the wrong shot.
Modern orthodoxy, depending on how we want to define it.
There he is. Now I can hear you. Stupid.
Oh, but guys, I gotta jump off right now. Because I
Like a floating away.
meeting, but I'll jump back on.
area
I
of
saw it.
extensive
Fish.
You know, that's what Newton does.
Formula used article 10x verification 10x.
Is he not coming on the podcast? I just said he's okay, because I would have been
Only associated with
Size.
Okay.
60 years ago,
You're getting ready.
already
You just fucking say
You couldn't wait till even though this Jay Green guy was coming again earlier today, it's like, it's like Kevin, but he's a black guy. You know, that's
All that 10% that's Orthodox, how many are that really devoted to full-time study as young adults?
prohibited rabbinically, even though non-punishable
So maybe
biblically.
half of those that
Fancy
honestly, that's fine.
How
I honestly think it could work.
According
It's
to
a good
halal psalms are praised on
Yeah.
certain holidays.
So, hey, we're doing YouTube videos that you do in comments.
Something thereof lost, and shared platforms may require an era of chatter and compliment carried on Shabbat.
Mark's going cold. Mark's going
The
cold.
congregation for prayer.
So
That's what
that's
a lot
where
of podcasters do. And I know when
Well,
we're over. Yeah, I don't know. Tim Dillon always has glasses on. He doesn't like watching people doesn't like blacky face. I'm gonna take all that out.
So
Good
the
talk.
innovation of the rebel sometimes it's the innovation of the we shall see
Take it out.
was often perceived as
Devotion to prayer leading and delegates with philosophy discussions about embellishment.
I edit this stuff. How you rolling about him?
original is
Repetition occurs. Neither to
My
watch
heart
the actions.
Yeah. We good? Something could be wrong now. Yeah, no, I think we got it. I think we got it. I think we're on the smooth one.
So
Classic 20th century galactic
I'm
forms
see whether it's
careless.
as the antinomian
Sometimes, because that sandwich, sometimes, okay, are we going? Yeah, we're going. Sandwiches make me go one of two. Either I eat a sandwich, and it's a big sandwich, and then I'm sleeping, or I eat a sandwich, and it's like, oh, and then I'm running, and I'm like, now I want to eat. And today, the sandwich that effect that I got today is and the cool thing is, I know the exact candy that I want, which is the Harlow raspberries. They're black, and they have like, it's a gummy, but it's got like little balls on it. You can like the Harlow raspberries. Look at my bad boy. He's a bad boy. It sounds like nothing would come from these sandwiches. No, it really doesn't, because it's just a blast of insulin, pancreas, and I'm night-night. It's like a party switch, and I want candy. What do you think of Firehouse Subs? Well, it's tough to give it a fair rating. First of all, let's go meat from Factory Mag. I made a sandwich to bring here today because we all know how important it is to eat. And so I did that. Those are actually good. God, those are nice. Yeah, those are good. And so I brought a little sandwich. So it's on a hamburger bun sandwich. And as a meat, I was like, Firehouse Subs. Shit, man. It might have
superior sandwich to what I'm assuming you guys do.
Yeah, like a homemade, like the homemade sandwich can be good. Not
There
what
are
I
lots
make
of
it.
things outside of work that give great distinction to it. Some soaper says a cut
It's like you're sitting under a tree during the summer, like you just did some landscape.
Yeah, it's a bridge sandwich, just to get me to the next.
You can compete with mac and cheese.
Yeah, a firehouse like this.
So like, yeah, all right, I'll get in on the firehouse stuff. They got thankfully they cut it in half, so that makes it real easy to just eat half and then save the other half later. I thought it was good. It was, I didn't get the freshest one because we were still doing
like Mark forgot to trying to time that out. Give me a cold sub.
You're doing your own McDonald's thing, and I was kind of looking for myself. It's not that for all of us to hang out, so I'm just doing my thing in the other room. And I was like, hey, anybody want a sub? That was nice of me.
I know. I only judge you for bringing in the conversation, but also I know you're super mobile. I can't see what you mean. There's a perfect wickets that you usually sit in when you're not super cool.
Yeah, so
Gary, you have some
it's bad to get used to it.
It's like the first time you produce a podcast.
And then Kev just doesn't even get involved in much situation ever. Is that what you just were angry? I am very so see, my question to you would be, I'm sorry, I'm really small.
I
I think it's because you're like, I'd rather not say anything at all. I mean, it's some shit. That's what you said before. Yeah, that's part of it. And I've also recently skipping lunch altogether and just go to make breakfast all the way till dinner. And it's really made my dinner just like the highlight of my day. I'm starving, making a big ass meal, and it's awesome. But I understand that, but fasting, like in the middle of the day when you're eating dinner, just got distracted. Then, I don't know, your blood sugar drop at some point after the big one. Whereas if you fast and did that first big breakfast meal later, then you can. I would have like a crash in the middle of the day. I know, it's not ideal always, but the problem is when I wake up in the morning, as soon as I wake up, I'm starving. Like, I really want a lot of food, and that always looks like that. So it's just the way to play it. Alright, well, good, I'm glad we got that figured out. I do want to say for the folks at home, Shin will be joining us just to get updates on Shin. He will be joining us shortly. He just had a quick call, and then he will be joining us. Take it away.
I'm super excited. I want to announce that the next overnight combat buddy sleep stream this weekend, UFC Shanghai, midnight to 6 a.m. I want to see all the warriors all night, up all night, mattress in the studio. Can't wait. It was about a year ago that they were trying last night. We stayed up all night, drank cards. There's that one Chinese lady, she had kicked another person who thought she was dead. That's all I can remember from the card, but it was a great time. We had about 20 people watching overnight. So let's see what we can do this week, guys. Combat buddy, midnight to 6, Saturday. Yeah, probably till like, I think this card might get over like 5:30 to midnight, and commercials just like run through the card. It's probably 5:30, like noon. I'll be a little tired, maybe take a nap. I napped right before, I think last year I probably had that around. So this year's probably just gonna be a lot of caffeine. I napped last year at like 10. So that helped. Ashley enjoyed last year, but she fell asleep just sleeping on the have we been doing the show for a year? Oh yeah, we're only 49. We're really close because we watched some of the stuff. It was a mattress in my we did. We watched some of it. There was an episode like 14. Oh yeah, Trip. You know what? You're right. We're close because our first couple episodes, I remember we were covering some stuff because we don't have been watching What's the over-under that these guys will last till Thanksgiving? And I asked him, I was like, shit, over-under would be over-under of us making it to this Thanksgiving day. Yeah, I mean, we're here still because of you. Look at it, I can believe it this way now. That's perfect. Yeah, that's really cool. It's a little bit less comfortable for me. But as long as it's not that noticeable. But as long as my friends are happy, that's all that matters. Okay, so what? So what, Kev? I got that. All right, I let us ramble on for long enough. I got the horse. If you are intending on playing Red Dead, you've never played, spoilers coming. Spoilers will go till, I'd like to get an audio cut of this, but put in the exact time, so audio listeners. Spoilers go until, so if you want to hear Red Dead spoilers, go to the section thing on
artistic representation of shop
it really grinds my gears. But got the horse. I actually put out that clip talking about the horse, and then as I put it out, I had the horse. So I was like, I had to like keep that in and not comment to everybody that I got the horse for this very moment. We got the White Arabian, makes the game so much more fun and pleasurable. Also, you don't realize your other horses. It tells you you need to brush your horse's dirt. It's gonna get tired faster, but you don't really see it until you have a white horse. And then it's all dirty, and you can see it in real time to get it back to pristine white. Got this guy completed. There's 6 chapters, and then there's 2 epilogues. Here's where a spoiler comes. Is anybody worried about spoilers here for Red Dead Redemption? Not me. Protagonist Arthur, that's who you play with the entire time. Big spoiler. Early on in the game, he gets coughed on by this guy who you're going to collect the debt, and this guy doesn't have your whole cough on the face. We didn't know at that moment we contracted tuberculosis, so I hate to see it. Yeah, so all chapter 5 and 6 are coughing the whole time, and have tuberculosis, and then you die at the end. But there's the honor system, good honor, bad honor. I finished the game. I was at perfect honor at one point, and then I accidentally saved this lady from this Hills Have Eyes people, the Murphy group. They just come out and they're always just beating people or fucking attacking them. And this one girl tied up. I shot her, I was going to save her, and then you go up to her and it says, press this to untie her, press this to beat her, press this. I accidentally kicked her, killed her. The biggest chunk out of your eye. It was like a 2-inch chunk. So I finished the game not with perfect honor. You and 2 inch chunk. I like that character, cool guy, small penis. Yeah. Where is all this content? That's cool. So in the game, if you can either, there's just a middle line, and you can either finish good honor or bad honor. If you can't come in or come on. Whoa, but cheers. You are not wearing sunglasses, so pump the brake. Never heard that cheers. First, if you're friends, this one's the ships. There's big ships and small ships, and some sail the sea. The best ships are friendships, and that thing shall be. And then you do it, and then everybody takes time, and you do the next one. Right? This one's the honor. Get honor, stay honor. If you can't come in or come honor. And you all take a shot. And I know this one's the breath of honor. This one's the breath of honor. That's what I used to do. Essentially pride. But no, right now, you're right. I mean, you got the horse. Those are just a couple of cheers that you earn a horse. Yeah, I ain't as good as a much one, but you dive as gone and says, I died with honor, or nearly perfect, like I said, just to kick that goddamn horse. That hurt. But the ending is different whether or not you have good honor or bad honor. And then right at the end, there's a fork in the road where you can either help John Marston escape with his family, or you go back and get the money you guys hit on caves and So there's really four endings. There's good honor, hell job. There's good honor, go get the money. There's bad honor, hell job. Bad honor, go get the money. I got the good honor, hell job. You die with the sunset, a beautiful deer. And I realized in between each chapter there's either a deer or a life, and it represents whether or not you have good honor or bad honor. The game is incredible. I've been looking up lists. All the top 10 best games ever. The community on these YouTube videos discussing the story and the characters is really the best decision ever made. I would like that.